All human beings descended on Blue Star collectively to a world that completely subverted their cognition. There was no land here, only mysterious islands floating in the sky. Everyone must choose a career, start over, and fight for survival in this unknown airspace. The starting point is only a small piece of land. If you want to survive, you have to set foot on those mysterious islands, search for resources, expand your territory, and finally build your own floating kingdom. My name is Han Xing, an ordinary office worker who leads a boring life of going between 2 points every day. The only fun is playing games with friends. But who would have thought that just as the game began, I unexpectedly awakened the only hidden SSS-level talent, God-level Craftsman. From that moment on, the world began to be different. Anything I make will never fail. Everything I make can be transformed from rotten to legendary. Ding! The blunt wooden stick is successfully made. Quality, legendary. Features, never breaks with 100% stun effect. Ding! Rusty iron sword is successfully made. Quality, epic. Features, indestructible with 100% tetanus effect. While all the survivors were still struggling to survive, I had already used the tools in my hand to pry open the truth of this world. The lost ancient civilization, the secrets behind the broken world. Until one day, a horrific natural disaster struck and hundreds of millions of survivors looked up at the sky in despair, their eyes fixed on the giant island floating above the clouds. The island is full of magical artifacts and engineering miracles. They exclaimed in shock almost at the same time. Look, that's the man who fought against the natural disaster alone. Brothers, let's get off work early today and play a few games of Shanghai 3C tonight. In an office building in Xinyang City, two men were chatting enthusiastically. Okay, I haven't played for a long time. Let's ask Han Xing to join us. When I heard someone mention me, my hands paused, but I didn't respond in a hurry. I lowered my head and continued to operate my phone. On the screen, a pixel-style survival adventure game is running. The game is called Sky Island Paradise with fresh graphics and cheerful music. At the beginning of the game, the player is born on a suspended block and needs to explore other floating blocks around him, collect supplies, and gradually expand his territory. At first, I thought it was just a casual game, but after playing for a while, I found that things were far from simple. The game will trigger various side quests during the exploration process. Each quest contains multiple options, and these choices seem to directly affect the subsequent plot development. Gradually, these side quests are intertwined, as if constructing a hidden main line. What surprised me even more was that the dialogues between the characters in the game were rich and realistic. When I was communicating with them, the emotional details that they occasionally revealed even gave me the illusion that I was talking to a real person. As the mission progresses, pieces of forgotten history gradually emerge. Before I knew it, I was completely addicted to it. Just when I was having fun, a message popped up on the screen. This game will be under maintenance in 10 minutes, and a new version will be available soon, so stay tuned. Maintenance? Wasn't the game just launched in beta a few days ago? I was a little puzzled, and just as I was thinking about it, a familiar voice suddenly rang out beside me. Which beauty video are you watching? You didn't even respond when I called you. I looked up and saw it was Chung Jianyong. This guy patted my shoulder and smiled jokingly. I put down my phone and said calmly, I heard it. I'm just wondering. This month's results haven't been completed yet, and Chin Ergu is staring at us in the office every day. How can you still dare to think about not working overtime? Chung Jianyong chuckled and said in a relaxed tone, Work overtime? Overtime? With this salary, you still want me to work hard every day? The gods are here today, and I have to get off work on time. Although his words were sonorous and powerful, there was some doubt on my face. On the side, a man in a suit laughed and said, Don't listen to him. This guy got married just after graduation. Unlike us, one person can feed the whole family without being hungry. If he doesn't work overtime, who will support his wife and children? The speaker was Shun Yun, who was a college classmate like me and Chung Jianyong. Not only did the three of us graduate from the same university, we even shared the same dormitory. After graduation, we accidentally joined the same company. They're one of the few friends I have. The disgraced Chung Jianyong scratched his head and mumbled slightly embarrassedly. Every once in a while, it's okay. Seeing his appearance, Shun Yun and I looked at each other and smiled. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since we played games together. I sighed. Shun Yun also showed a bit of nostalgia. Yes, I really missed that time in college. The three of them were chatting animatedly when a sudden voice came from behind. I miss my school days so much. Why not go back to school and continue studying? As soon as the voice came out, the atmosphere solidified instantly. This person is my department manager, Chen Huaibua. Privately, we all call him Chen Ergu. As the boss's loyal lackey, this guy is not an easy man. Chen Huaibua had a dark face and glanced at us coldly. What are you talking about? You just want to play games before you finish your performance? How many unskilled guys can't bear to work overtime for a few days? You guys are Jiao Didi a big girl. Don't you want to do it anymore? If you don't want to do it, get out of here. There are a lot of graduates outside rushing in. Listening to Chen Huaibua's sarcasm, Xinyan took a step forward and said in a bad tone, "Please pay attention to your wording." The voice was not loud, but it made the whole office instantly quiet. Several colleagues quietly looked around, obviously a little shocked. Someone dared to confront Chen Huaibua. "What did you say?" Chen Huaibua's face darkened. "Believe it or not, I will call the boss to fire you right now." Just when Xinyan was about to fight back, I stretched out my hand to stop him and looked at Chen Huaibua calmly. "Stop shouting. Don't you just want to drive us away to make room for your relatives? Are you so petty? Do you really think everyone doesn't know? What did you say? What are you doing? If you can, call me and see if the boss fires us or you," I said calmly with a bit of confidence in my tone. After all, we are the main contributors to the performance of the department, and even if the boss gets angry, he will not abandon them easily. Chen Huaibo was so angry that he turned blue and was about to explode. Cheng Jianyong suddenly stood in front of me with an unkind look on his face. "Chen Ergu, do you want to take action?" His tall figure was like a wall, standing in front of Chen Huaibo, full of momentum. Chen Huaibo raised his hand, and after a moment of stalemate, he lowered it angrily, his face looking so ugly that it looked like it could drip water. I was about to continue persuading Cheng Jianyong when I suddenly felt dizzy. Then, a cold system prompt sounded in my ears. "The new version of the game has been updated. In 3 minutes, all mankind will enter the game world." Instructions for the game. This is a world without land. There are countless islands, big or small, floating in the sky. Opportunities and dangers are hidden in each island, but first, you have to find a way to survive. Later, a piece of suspended land will be generated for all players. This is your core territory and the foundation for building a sky island in the future. Once it is destroyed, you will lose everything. You can control your territory to advance in the air, touch islands covered by clouds, explore them, and obtain supplies for survival. You can also occupy these islands and expand your territory. The island contains opportunities, but also terrible dangers. Each of you has only one chance to survive. The consequence of failure is death. Please choose carefully. Vulnerable groups, such as the elderly and children, will be released to their relatives after 1 month of the game. Next, welcome to Sky Island Paradise. When I regained my sight, I found myself floating 10,000 meters in the air, with nothing beneath my feet. Fear overwhelmed me like a tide. A light blue virtual panel suddenly appeared in front of my eyes, and the data slowly appeared. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Occupation, level. LV0, strength. 3, agility. 2, spirit. 4, physical strength. 5, skills. None talent, none. Then, a cold and mechanical system prompt sounded in my ears. Please choose your career system as soon as possible. The current career system is divided into 5 categories: warrior, mage, cleric, hunter, and rogue. After players reach a certain level, they can complete advanced career changes through career scrolls. I was stunned, and the tension in my heart gradually dissipated, replaced by ecstasy and disbelief. I can actually choose a career? What surprised me even more was that these 5 major career systems were exactly the same as the game I played on my mobile phone. Although I only played the game for a few days before putting it aside, I still have some understanding of these professions compared to people who have never played it before. The characteristics of the 5 major professions are clear at a glance. Warriors are good at close combat. After reaching a certain level, they can be transferred to swordsmen or berserkers, and eventually advance to sword masters or berserkers. The mage uses magic to manipulate elements and launch long-range attacks on enemies. Later, he can choose to be an elementalist or illusionist, and advance to an elemental mentor or weaver. Other professions also have their own characteristics, and each route has a clear direction for job transfer and advancement. There is no doubt that most people will choose one of these 10 professions. I thought for a moment, my eyes flickering. I was playing the Hunter class before, so it would be the most appropriate to continue playing the Hunter class. More importantly, I vaguely remember that I had accidentally learned a clue about a hidden profession from an NPC conversation in the mobile game, Wild Ranger. If the early game process is the same as the version on my phone, then I can seize the initiative and unlock this hidden profession first. Thinking of this, I no longer hesitated. When I was about to reach out to choose the hunter profession, a steady and solemn reminder sound suddenly rang in my mind. It is detected that the player Han Xing's fate is compatible with this world, and the personal talent God level Craftsman has been activated. God level Craftsman SSS-level. Hidden unique, you will never fail when making any item, and greatly increase the probability of high-quality items appearing. I froze in place, eyes wide open, mouth twitching. What the fuck? Career selection successful. Hunter. Initial equipment has been issued. Ding. Personal territory generated successfully. The moment the system prompted the end, a suspended block of soil suddenly emerged from the sky 10,000 meters above, 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high. I stepped on it, and it felt soft just like standing on grass. However, the endless abyss under my feet made my legs weak and my heartbeat soared. I don't know when, I had a faded wooden bow in my hand, and a quiver hung around my waist with 10 wooden arrows neatly inserted in the quiver. Equipment information appeared in front of me. Wooden longbow, white quality rough, attack power 6-8, special effects none. Asterisk note, made of oak and beef tendon. When the bowstring is fully drawn, it can cause damage to 1-star creatures. Asterisk, arrows asterisk 10, white quality, rough, attack power 1-2, additional special effects none. Asterisk note, made of polished wooden sticks, simple but practical. Asterisk, I gripped the longbow tightly in my hand and felt more at ease. There was nothing around me, and I looked around and found that there were clouds of different sizes and colors floating in the sky in the distance. Some were as big as small hills, while others were similar to the soil under my feet, but they were suspended at different heights. There are suspended islands hidden in these clouds, and I know very well that all the players' early resources, food and water, must be obtained from these islands. We have to act quickly, otherwise we won't be able to hold on for long before we die of thirst or starvation. I controlled the blocks under my feet and headed towards the nearest cloud. After more than 10 minutes, my lips and tongue began to feel dry. It looks close, but it's actually terribly far away. At the speed of this territory, the maximum movement is 10 kilometers per hour, which is less than 3 meters per second, which is ridiculously slow. After the level is increased, the movement speed can also be increased, but now it is still too slow. 10 minutes later, I finally got close to a smaller cloud. However, lightning flashed around the clouds from time to time, and the system prompt appeared. This island breeds active lightning elemental power. Do you want to enter? Lightning element? Monsters? I hesitated for a moment and gave up. I can't take risks. This is not a mobile game. If I die, I can just reload the game and start over. After all, the system clearly states that players only have one life. I continued to explore in other directions, but the next approaching cloud also posed a threat. This island hides an evil force. Do you want to enter? There is danger. Retreat. In this way, I floated and wandered in the clouds for more than 20 minutes. An hour later, the thirst and mental fatigue became more obvious, and the system prompt appeared again. Status. Thirst, mental fatigue, asterisk note. You need to rest as soon as possible. Driving while tired is not good. Asterisk. Rest? How can I rest when I'm suspended so high in the air? I gritted my teeth and muttered angrily. Even if I overcome my fear of heights, there's only a 1 meter square space under my feet, and I will fall if I'm not careful. Not to mention that many players toss and turn in their sleep, and they might even wake up from the game. It turned out that my worries were not unfounded. Within an hour, millions of people around the world had fallen to their deaths. We must find the Sky Island to expand our territory as soon as possible. I pulled myself together and continued to look around. At this time, a group of slightly shimmering green clouds appeared not far away and slowly floated towards me. I was delighted and immediately controlled the territory to move closer. A few minutes later, as we approached the clouds, the system prompted, "This island breeds a weak vitality. Do you want to enter?" I'm saved. I clicked enter without hesitation. The clouds dissipated, revealing a square piece of soil covered with lush green grass. In the center of the soil grew a small tree less than 1 meter high, its crown full of bright red fruits. System prompt: berry tree. Edible berries, replenish water and satiety. Savior. I was so excited that I almost cried. I rushed to the berry tree and took big bites of the red fruits. The sweet and sour juice burst out, moistening my dry throat and stomach. After eating a few berries, my hunger and thirst were relieved. I counted and found that there were more than 20 berries on the tree, enough to last for 2 days. The system prompt reappeared. Do you want to merge this piece of land into the territory? Of course. I nodded immediately. The fusion was successful, and the territory area expanded. I found that my 1m times 1m times 1m square block of soil had now turned into a 2m times 1m times 1m rectangular block of soil, and a berry tree was planted on one of the blocks of soil. Although my hunger and thirst were relieved, I still felt tired. I leaned against the tree canopy and slowly laid down to take a short rest. Half an hour later, I opened my eyes and my heart suddenly tightened. Oh shit! I rolled to the edge of the territory, my arms hanging in the air, and I almost fell down. Cold sweat broke out instantly, and I quickly crawled back under the tree, looking around with lingering fear. This environment doesn't allow me to sleep well. I complained in a low voice, and the sense of crisis in my heart increased again. The primary goal of survival is to explore more sky islands, expand the territory, and ensure the most basic safety. Thinking of this, I looked at the clouds around me again. I have just explored and found that most of the clouds around here are hiding dangers, that is, monsters. I know that if I want to survive, I will have to fight these monsters sooner or later, so I might as well take the initiative while I am still in good condition. But now, I can use my advantages to increase my combat effectiveness. As an old player of this game, although I have not played it for a long time, I know very well where my advantages lie. When I entered the game, I activated an SSS-level talent, God-level Craftsman. This talent allows me to never fail when making quest items, and there is a high probability that I can create higher quality items. The game mechanism is this: as long as there is a blueprint, the player can make his own professional equipment. In other words, now I can make stronger equipment than the one given by the system. After choosing the hunter profession, the system automatically gives you 2 blueprints: wooden longbow and wooden arrows. A wooden longbow requires logs and animal sinews, which I don't have right now. But wooden arrows are much simpler, requiring only branches. My eyes fell on the berry tree behind me, and I reached out and broke off a dozen branches. Obtain branches *17. Looking at the system prompts, I took a deep breath and clicked Make All without hesitation. The progress bar jumped rapidly, with an arrow almost every second. In the flashing white light, arrows filled the eyes. Sharpened arrow, white, *17, excellent quality, attack power, 2-3, with special effect, sharp. Sharp. When attacking, there is a higher probability of penetrating the target and causing serious injury. Although it is still white equipment, the attack power has been significantly improved, and more importantly, it has special effects. You know, green equipment only has a very small chance of having special effects. But now, just picking a few branches, I can actually create rare special effects equipment. SSS-level talent is really terrifying. I picked up a wooden arrow. The tip of the arrow was polished to a very smooth surface, as if it had been carefully carved. A quiver can hold up to 30 arrows. If I can get a space prop in the future, I can carry even more. After putting 17 arrows into the quiver, the weight on my waist made me feel more at ease. In the distance, a cloud with green light caught my attention. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the sky gradually darkened. This game has a day and night system? I looked up at the sky and muttered to myself. He shook his head, didn't think anymore, and continued to approach the cloud. When they were less than a meter away from the cloud, the system prompt sounded. Invisible elemental power seems to be active in the cloud. Do you want to enter? I pulled out a sharpened arrow, drew the bowstring, and prepared for battle. After clicking to enter, the green cloud dissipated, and a transparent creature that bounced like jelly appeared in front of him. Slime, 1-star creature. Level 1 strength, 6 agility, 3 spirit, 4 constitution, 5 skill, spitting. The moment I saw the slime, I shot an arrow without hesitation. Swoosh! The arrow tore through the air and fiercely pierced into the slime's soft body. The slime was frightened and jumped several meters high. I quickly fired another arrow and hit the target accurately. After being hit by arrows repeatedly, the slime finally reacted and angrily prepared to attack, but the third arrow had already reached it. Poof! The arrow triggered a special effect, and the arrow penetrated the slime unhindered. The sharp effect is triggered. The elemental power in the slime's mouth was forcibly interrupted, and its body trembled violently. Snap! The slime exploded, and transparent mucus splashed everywhere. I stepped back quickly, with a sticky liquid on my face. I frowned and shook it off. Pah! How disgusting. The system prompt followed closely. Successfully killed slime LV1. Level increased. Current level LV1. Just as I was about to check the panel, a system announcement suddenly rang in my ears. Announcement. The first player in this area to kill the Sky Island monster has appeared, and the regional channel is open. According to the region, every 10,000 players will be divided into the same area. Current players can communicate and trade in the regional channel to gain more chances of survival. When I opened the panel, I was assigned to Area Channel 107. Just as I was about to join the channel, the system popped up a new prompt. Because you are the first to kill a monster on the Sky Island. Rewards. Spirit Core *50. Space Backpack. White *1. Space Backpack Blueprint. White *1. Space Backpack. White storage space plus 20. No special effects. Oh shit, it's a space prop. I couldn't help but shout out excitedly. I tried to load arrows into it. 30 arrows only took up one grid, so I could fit 600 arrows. More importantly, I had the Space Backpack Blueprint. Space Backpack Blueprint White. Production requirements. 1-star animal skin *1. Spirit core *10. Ether *20. Basic success rate 20%. With the blessing of God-level Craftsman, the success rate is 100%. Sure enough, it's 100% again. This means that I can mass-produce space backpacks and trade them with other players. Space props are extremely rare. I have played the mobile game for so long, but I have never seen a second one. But I know that now is not the time to sell. Right now, what everyone lacks most is food and water. No matter how precious the space backpack is, they can't afford it. The system prompt pops up again. Do you want to use the default name Han Xing to enter the regional channel? No. Then I changed my name to Xinghe. Not long after the regional channel was opened, the chat section was flooded with thousands of messages. These were messages sent by tens of thousands of humans on channel 107. Is there anyone? Can anyone tell me what happened? How did I end up in the sky? Oh my God. Doesn't it say that you can only go to heaven after you die? Am I already dead? I haven't paid off my mortgage yet. Shenmingding, where are you? I am your husband, Wang Hongrue. If you see it, please answer. The channel was in chaos, and messages were flooding in. Some were crying hysterically, while others were desperately looking for family and friends, hoping to get some comfort and response. I filtered this information, knowing very well that the sudden change was really hard to accept. But the reality is that if they don't adapt as soon as possible, what awaits them will be running out of supplies and either dying of thirst or starvation. However, among the survivors in Area 107, apart from the panicked ordinary people, there are also a few who have remained calm and have begun to try to explore this unknown world. Help! I encountered a cloud, and the system prompted that there was a foul smell inside. Does this mean there is a monster inside? If you ask us, we don't know either. Wouldn't it be clear if we go in and see for ourselves? Okay, let me go in and take a look. 2 seconds later, a terrified cry for help came from the channel. Fuck, it's the mud slime. Help! It jumped on me? It's pushing me in? Gulu? Gulu. The channel suddenly fell silent. After a moment, someone asked cautiously, could this guy really have been drowned by the slime? No one responded, but the result was obvious. Help! I encountered a monster here too. It's the same here. The clouds are full of monsters. These monsters are too outrageous. How did that big guy who was the first to kill them in the entire server do it? Even if some people adapt quickly, they're still a step slower than me. While I had already completed the first kill in the entire server, most people had just touched their first cloud. Of course, not everyone has bad luck. Some people are just lucky. How about a bunch of idiots? I didn't encounter any monsters, and I even found some food. If you want any, bring some water in exchange. I just opened a wooden box and got a green stalker weapon. I'm so happy. Don't ask how to trade it. Water and food are the priority, nothing else. I lowered my head and thought, the most scarce resources now are undoubtedly water and food. When I opened the trading channel, I was flooded with messages. 20 pieces of broken stone, can be thrown as hidden weapons, exchange for food. Slime, *10, magic material, exchange for 200 milliliters of water. 1-star animal hide, *1, high-quality leather, exchange for 3 units of water or food. My eyes lit up, and it just so happened that the backpack blueprint required a 1-star animal skin. In Sky Island Paradise, each player can equip 2 backpacks, and I am still short of 1. Moreover, with the talent of a god-level craftsman, the attributes of the backpack produced may far exceed the system rewards, and even have special effects bonuses, greatly improving survivability. However, this guy selling animal skins had a big appetite and asked for 3,000 milliliters of water. Who can come up with so much water at once? I clicked on the private chat, and the other party's name was Emperor Beifong. Xinga. Brother, 3 berries for 1-star hide. Emperor Beifong. 3? Are you sending away beggars? Xinga. 3 is already a lot. You don't have the blueprint now, so no matter how good the hide is, it's useless. It's better to exchange it for practical resources as soon as possible. Survival is the key. But the other party was very determined. Emperor Beifong. No. I risked my life to get this hide. It contains at least 10 berries. I laughed. You're just bragging, right? A 1-star beast hide must be used to kill a 1-star beast. With your attributes, can you kill a 1-star beast? I'm afraid you must have picked it up from another Sky Island. How do you know? Emperor Beifong said in a shocked tone. Of course, I wouldn't tell him that I played this game. So, 1-star animal skin is not rare. I'm afraid you can't even exchange it for 3 berries after tomorrow. In fact, I was fooling him. This kind of main material will never have trouble selling. Really? Emperor Beifong was a little shaken. But 3 is still too few. Can you add a little more? 5 berries, no more. Deal! A prompt popped up in the transaction window, and he and I quickly completed the transaction. 5 berries were exchanged for a brand new animal hide. Looking at the animal skins in my backpack, I smiled. Very good. Now I have all the materials except for the ether. Ether can only be dropped from magic monsters. I looked through the trading channel and found someone was selling it, but the price was not low. I have 19 berries left on my berry tree. For safety reasons, I can't consume any more. But I still have a big killer in my hand. Sharpened wooden arrow. The battle just now has proved the power of the wooden arrow. After triggering the special effects, the slime was easily shot to death. Sure enough, when I put the sharpened wooden arrows on consignment, the channel immediately went viral. Holy crap! Excellent quality wooden arrows with special effects. The attack power is twice that of my wooden arrows. This is amazing. Hunters are in luck. Anyone with ether go and trade it. This guy is offering 10 ether for 1 arrow. In less than 3 minutes, all 5 wooden arrows were sold out, and 50 ethers were obtained. I nodded with satisfaction. Very good. The materials are all ready. It's time to make the space backpack. Just when I was about to start, the system prompt popped up. Survivor Cheng Jianyong applied to add you as a friend. Survivor Chen Yun applies to add you as a friend. Shen Yun. Huh? It's amazing that you can actually add friends by name. Cheng Jianyong. Brother Xing, I finally found you. I had such a hard time looking for you. I was speechless. No, I remember the last time I saw you. It was less than half a day, right? Cheng Jianyong wailed. Half a day? It feels like half a year has passed. Brother Xing, you don't know what I've been through. Seeing him looking like a resentful woman, I quickly interrupted. Let's go to the discussion group and chat. As soon as I entered the group, I asked directly, how are you doing now? Shen Yin replied instantly, I'm okay. Ever since I entered the game, I've been approaching those small islands shrouded in clouds. If I feel they're dangerous, I'll give up. I just finally found an island that's not dangerous, and now my territory has expanded. I nodded. I'm pretty much the same way. Che Miang was surprised. What? Are you all starting to expand the islands? All I've encountered are monster islands. The system prompts me that I'm hungry and short of water. Now I'm dizzy and feel like I'm going to die. Chen Yin mocked. You are too bad. You used to be the worst at playing games in school, but now in a different world, you are still the worst. Cheng Jianyong laughed awkwardly. I reminded. Jianyong, pay attention to the system prompts when approaching the clouds and expand your territory quickly. Otherwise, your mental state will be poor, and it will be very dangerous. Hearing the seriousness on my face, Shiqiang suddenly became alert. Danger? Does it mean falling unconscious and falling to death? Yes, I said seriously. F***CK. I don't want to die. I still have a wife and children. Brother Xing, Brother Yun, save me. Chung Jianyong's scream echoed in the discussion group. Chun Yun disdainfully said, "Okay, can we let you die here? Look at what this is." He sent item information on the land. Spring water. 600 milliliters can be drank directly. Chung Jianyong exploded instantly. "Water? Give me a few sips. I'm so thirsty that I'm going crazy." Chun Yun smiled evilly. "Want a drink? Okay, what do you call me?" Chung Jianyong understood immediately and struggled. "Brother Yun, this is not good. I am a family man. Shout or not? If you don't shout, I'll drink it myself." "Father." Chung Jianyong immediately compromised. Shen Yin laughed loudly and traded him 200 milliliters of spring water. Immediately afterwards, I also received a transaction request. "Brother Xing, drink some too." I didn't decline. Although water is a scarce resource, we have a strong relationship and there is no need to care about it. Besides, you really need to hydrate now, and the berries, while sweet, can't really quench your thirst. The deal was done and a small puddle appeared on my property. Since there was no container, I had to squat down and drink it all. The spring water enters the throat, and the mind suddenly becomes clearer. Chung Jianyong was excited. "It's alive! It would be perfect if we had some food at this time." I picked 10 berries and gave them to them. "Thank you, Brother Xing." The three of them joked to each other, and the atmosphere was a bit nostalgic for a while. The feeling of playing together in a team in school is back. Shen Yun sighed. "I never thought that one day, all mankind would travel to a different world." Chung Jianyong sighed. "Yeah, I didn't expect that we could form a team. I worked overtime every day after graduation, and I had long forgotten the feeling of playing games." I smiled and said, "Don't be sad. Hurry up and explore other islands, collect resources, and strengthen yourself." I didn't mention that I had played this game, and it wouldn't make much sense anyway. After looking at the function panel, I clicked on the drawing bar. I have finally gathered the materials to make a space backpack, just in time to try out my God-level Craftsman talent bonus. I clicked on making, and after 10 seconds of progress bar, the system prompt came. "Successfully made a space backpack, white, *1. Space backpack, white. Quality: excellent, storage space -30, special effect, vitality, physique +4. My eyes lit up. This backpack has a larger capacity than the one given by the previous system, and also has an additional physical bonus of 4 points. You know, killing a slime only adds 2 points of physical fitness to upgrade it to 1 level. This backpack is equivalent to being directly upgraded by 2 levels. I immediately equipped it, and the attribute panel changed significantly. Name: Han Xing. Race: human. Occupation: hunter. Level: LV1 strength, 4 agility, 5 spirit, 4 physical strength, 7 + 4. Skills: primary bow and arrow mastery. Talent: God level Craftsman SSS. My physical strength broke through double digits, and I felt full of strength, as if I could break an iron bar with my bare hands. Next, I controlled the Sky Island to continue sailing. After reaching level 1, the speed increased to 5 meters per second, and each level would increase by 2 meters per second. Soon, I approached a gray cloud. Ding! There seemed to be signs of biological activity inside. "Do you want to enter?" As usual, I pulled the bowstring to its full extent before confirming entry. This is also an advantage of the hunter profession. The cloud dissipated, revealing 2 squares, and a creature with thick gray-brown hair appeared. Its long limbs and exposed fangs showed that it was a wolf. Timberwolf, 1-star creature. Level: LV1 strength, 5 agility, 7 spirit, 4 constitution, 8 skill, bite. This guy is much stronger than the slime. He has thick hair, fierce eyes, and a murderous aura when he pounces. The moment the Timberwolf saw me, it pounced on me, but it's fast, but I'm faster. Swoosh! The arrow flew through the air and shot towards him. Swoosh! The arrow flew through the air and hit the Timberwolf's right eye. At this moment, my Sky Island is less than 3 meters away from the Sky Island, where the Forest Wolf is, with only a piece of empty space in between. The Timberwolf howled in pain, failed to break in time, and almost fell from a height. In the early stages of the game, hunters lack professional skills and have almost 0 melee ability. The only rule is, never let the enemy get close. I decisively controlled the Sky Island territory to evacuate backwards and quickly created a safe distance. The system prompt appears. Note: the alert range of 1-star creatures is 10 meters. If you exceed the range, you will leave the battle and the Sky Island will be reset to an unexplored state. The unexplored state means that the sky island will be covered by thick clouds again, and all external attacks will not be able to reach it. 10 meters? That's enough. I nodded secretly and continued to increase the distance. He took a long breath, flipped his right hand, and the bowstring was fully drawn again, and the arrow appeared. Whoosh! 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 3 arrows flashed by like shooting stars. 2 arrows hit the target steadily, and 1 arrow missed and disappeared into the mist. The Timberwolves howled continuously, but were trapped in the small cubic territory, unable to move forward or backward. This is a typical hunter's tactic, flying a kite. I took my time and continued shooting. Next, 4 arrows were fired, 2 of which hit the target and 2 missed, but I was quite satisfied with the hit rate. After all, the distance between the 2 sides was nearly 9 meters, and the hit rate was quite impressive to maintain accuracy and ensure safety. The hunter profession comes with the initial skill, basic bow, and arrow mastery, which makes me naturally familiar with bows and arrows. As the level increases and agility increases, the hit rate will further improve. The forest wolf was covered in arrows and blood, but it still did not fall. The monsters on the Sky Island had strong vitality. The last time, the slime was just lucky enough to trigger the sharp special effect and was killed by 1 arrow. However, as I shot 2 more arrows, the Timberwolf finally fell to the ground with a whimper. Successfully killed the Forest Wolf level 1 and gained 10 experience points. Seeing the system prompt, I breathed a sigh of relief and controlled Sky Island to approach the wolf corpse. Do you want to decompose the Timberwolf carcass? Yes. I nodded. With a flash of light, the wolf corpse turned into resources. Successfully decomposed the forest wolf corpse, recovered 7 arrows, obtained 1-star animal hide *1, 37 kilograms wolf meat, and 102 animal bones. On the Sky Island, the wolf corpse was gone, replaced by a piece of animal skin, a large amount of bright red wolf meat, and a hill of bones. 37 kilograms of wolf meat. My eyes lit up. This amount of meat is enough to sustain for half a month, and even if I can't finish it, I can exchange it for other resources on the trading platform. Currently, in the entire 107 channel, there are only a handful of players who dare to challenge a 1-star beast alone, and meat resources are undoubtedly in short supply. After collecting the spoils, I merged the newly occupied Sky Island with the original Sky Island, and the territory expanded again, forming 5 cubic convex shapes. I can finally sleep peacefully. I lay down contentedly, no longer worrying about rolling into the void. Suddenly, a private chat pop-up window popped up. Han Xing, Master, I saw the arrows you consigned. Are you a hunter? Yes, I replied. Sky Phoenix. I have something here, are you interested? Send it to me. I don't like keeping people in suspense, so the other party directly dropped the item information. Fine iron arrow blueprint green. Green equipment. Arrow blueprints. My heart was pounding, but I immediately suppressed my excitement and responded calmly. I'll take it. Name your price. The other party, named Han Xing, also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. The Phoenix bird said directly, I want water, a lot of water, no less than 2 units. After hearing his conditions, I was moved, but I remained calm and said, 2,000 milliliters of water. Do you know how precious water resources are now? Tian Fingyao. I know, but this is a green equipment blueprint. Although I don't know much about this world, I know that this kind of prop will become more and more valuable in the future. By then, even 20,000 milliliters of water will not be able to exchange it. I sneered. Yes, it will be valuable in the later stage, but what we lack most now is survival resources. I don't have any water, but I do have some food. If you really want to pay, just tell me a price I can accept. He was silent for a moment, then compromised. Food is fine, at least 10 units. I continued to sneer. 5 units is the maximum. 5 kilograms of food should be enough to sustain you for 2 or 3 days. Tian Fingyao hesitated for a moment, but finally gritted his teeth and said, Okay, 5 kilograms is 5 kilograms. The transaction was completed, 5 kilograms of food in exchange for a green drawing, which was a great deal. You have obtained the refined iron arrow blueprint. Do you want to learn it? Learn. I clicked to agree. A flash of light appeared, and an extra page appeared in the blueprint column. Fine iron arrow green. Materials. Fine iron *2. Feather *1. I thought for a moment. In the early stages of the game, materials like refined iron can only be found in treasure chests. I wonder if there is any in the current trading channel. I entered the trading channel, and after a search, I found 7 consignment information, and the demands were nothing more than water and food. Next, I negotiated privately and bargained, and finally exchanged 3 kilograms of wolf meat and 4 berries for 12 pieces of refined iron. Now, the only thing missing to make arrows was feathers. So I called out to the discussion group, "Brothers, lend me some bird feathers." Cheng Jianyong replied immediately, "Brother Xing, I have it. Let's trade it." After the transaction was completed, the system prompted, "Successfully obtained 23 pieces of primate hair." I looked at the black hairs in my hand, and the corners of my mouth twitched. "Cheng Jianyong, are you sick? Who wants your leg hair? I'll wipe it. Don't you want hair? You didn't make it clear." Cheng Jianyong said angrily. I threw out these few leg hairs and said, "What I really want are bird feathers, the feathers of birds." In order to prevent Cheng Jianyong from misunderstanding, I emphasized the last sentence. Seeing our chat, Xinyan couldn't help laughing. "Brother Xing, when I was exploring the clouds just now, I found a huge bird's nest, but there was no living thing in it. I touched a few feathers, just for you." After the transaction between the two was completed, there were 9 more gray-white feathers in my backpack. After gathering the materials, I quickly clicked on the drawing and started making it. White lights flashed one after another. Fine iron arrows, green. *6 are successfully produced. Fine iron arrows, green. Quality, excellent. Attack power, 5-7. Special effect, armor piercing. Armor piercing. When attacking an enemy with high defense, it has a chance to be triggered, ignoring part of the defense and causing direct damage. Wow, this special effect directly ignores defense. It's too powerful. The attack bonus of a high-quality fine iron arrow starts at 5 and goes up to 7 points, which is almost catching up with the additional attack power of the wooden longbow in my hand. The wooden longbow is my main weapon now, but I was caught by an arrow. Plus the armor-piercing effect. Once it hits the enemy, the damage will be absolutely explosive. After making the arrows, I opened the trading channel and continued to browse other items, aiming for hunter weapons or blueprints so that I could exchange the blank longbow in my hand. If I can upgrade my equipment, my combat power will increase even more. After looking around, I didn't find anything suitable. There were indeed quite a few hunter weapons, but most of them were similar to what I had, all blank. Some people even put up the novice weapons given by the system for sale, which was outrageous. Just as I was about to exit, I suddenly saw a blueprint for a hunter weapon. Sandalwood longbow blueprint, white. Although it is a blank slate, if you make it yourself, with the talent of a god-level craftsman, it will definitely be much better than the wooden longbow in your hand. I clicked on the private chat, and the other party's name was Lei Wei. This guy didn't stay anonymous and chatted with me directly using his real name. "How much do you sell the longbow blueprints for?" I got straight to the point. Levi responded quickly. 20 units of food or 10 units of water. "Look, this is the lion's mouth. The lion even wants to gnaw my bones. The price is too high. Order less." I frowned and said, "Normally, if the other party really wants to trade, they should lower the prices, I say. But Levi is probably not a reasonable person." He sneered, "That's the price. You can buy it or not. Goodbye." I didn't indulge him and prepared to close the private chat window directly. Then Levi suddenly said, "Wait, your name is Xingha? The one who sells special effect wooden arrows?" This guy was obviously trying to trick me. After thinking it over, I admitted, "It's me." As soon as he finished speaking, Levi's attitude changed immediately, like changing his face. "You are quite capable to be able to make special effect wooden arrows in the early stage. Are you interested in joining our Lei group?" Lei's group? The one in Xinyang City? My heart skipped a beat. Lei's group in Xinyang City? I asked tentatively. Levi smiled. "It seems you have heard of it." "Yes, most of the people in Channel 107 are from Xinyang City, so it's not surprising that they know about our group. It seems that this world has been running for about 10 hours, and the regional divisions are gradually becoming clear. 10,000 people in the same area are assigned to the same channel, such as Channel 107, and basically everyone is from Xinyang City." Lei Wei continued, "Our Lei group is quite famous in Xinyang City. There are many of our people in this channel. The discussion group has been set up. We can help each other and survive together. Would you consider it?" I refused directly. "Not interested." Levi was silent for a moment, as if he didn't understand. This world is completely different from what we are used to. Fighting alone will lead to death sooner. Only by banding together can you survive. He spoke in a high-sounding manner, but I knew that Lei Wei was a major shareholder of Lei's company and was essentially a businessman who pursued profit and spoke in a roundabout way. This kind of organization was ostensibly a mutual aid group, but in reality, it was just for the purpose of controlling resources. What's more, his condescending attitude at the beginning had already annoyed me. I refused again. Levi was anxious this time. Short-sighted guy. Do you know that in the entire Channel 107, besides our lay family, there are several organizations that are recruiting people? If you don't join, you will die here sooner or later. Join us and contribute the method of making special effect wooden arrows. I can even sell you the drawings at a low price. He began to threaten and induce. But to be honest, this thing is really not enough to impress me. You want to bribe me with just a whiteboard drawing? Are you kidding me? Don't bother. Hang up. I was too lazy to continue struggling with him. Levi was furious. Boy, don't regret it. From today on, none of us in the lay family will trade with you. I sneered. You can keep the drawings. You are the only one who treats them as treasures. You really take yourself seriously. Before he could continue, I closed the private chat window. Just after returning to the channel, Xinyan sent a message in the discussion group. Brother Xing, Jianyong, have you received an invitation from the organization? Chung Jianyong replied. Yes, I was just approached by a company boss and refused. Well, I refused too. I said. Xinyan thought for a moment and asked, Brother Xing, what do you think of these organizations? It's not necessary. The rules of the world are already very clear. You can explore the Sky Island and expand your territory by yourself. The two agreed. At this moment, Chung Jianyong suddenly said, There's a lot of excitement in the channel. It seems that the Lay group is looking for trouble with a person named Galaxy. Galaxy? Isn't it me? When I opened the channel and took a look, sure enough, Levi had already at me. At Xinghe, how dare you scold me? From today on, our Lay group will ban you. Don't even think about doing business with us. Bamboo Yushu. Support the boss. Slowly walking cloud falls. +1. Laolu. At Xinghe boy, come out and speak if you have the guts. Chapter 8. Making a lot of money. Han Xing was speechless. He did have a quarrel with Levi just now, but he didn't expect that this guy was so petty and even logged himself on the local area network. However, when Han Xing saw that they said they would ban him and not trade supplies with him, he wanted to laugh. He clicked on the consignment channel and put up an item. A few seconds after the item was consigned, the entire 107 channel vibrated instantly. Consignment item information. Space backpack, white. Items required by the seller. Any blue equipment blueprint. Consigner. Xinghe. Chat channel. What the hell? A space backpack. Which great god is this, who got such a powerful item so quickly? The consigner seems to be Xinghe. Isn't this the one that Lay's group just mentioned and said they wanted to ban? The atmosphere in the land is a bit strange. At this time, someone else said, Wait a minute, it seems the master has something new. Hiss. It's actually a rare quality iron arrow and a large amount of wolf meat. That's a lot of wolf meat. Check to see what he needs. I need green equipment blueprints, animal skins, spirit cores, water, and refined iron. Who of you has them? Go find the great god and exchange them. After Han Xing posted the consignment information one after another, the people from the Lay group suddenly stopped talking. Even if they wanted to speak, they were quickly drowned out by the chats that filled the screen. The main reason is that the props that Korean stars have brought out are too powerful at the moment. Needless to say, the space backpack is the reward for the first kill in the entire server. Although he has better ones now, for these players, this thing is simply a magical artifact. Then there are the high-quality iron arrows. The attack power of an arrow is almost as strong as the main weapon. What does this mean? Even the most ignorant people can see how powerful it is. Coupled with the special effect at the end, it is enough to make those survivors who did not choose the hunter profession jealous. Then Han Xing consigned 10 kilograms of wolf meat in one go, which was also the most scarce material for everyone. There was an instant commotion in the chat channel. Huh, I got it. A piece of animal skin for an iron arrow. I got it too. 5 spirit cores for 300 G of wolf meat. Finally, I have something to eat. Woohoo. Brothers, isn't it a good deal to exchange 10 pieces of fine iron for 1 iron arrow? The chat channel was heated until the Korean stars' consignment items were sold out, then gradually died down. Now, there is only 1 space backpack left and no one has exchanged it. After all, blue equipment blueprints are already extremely precious items. In the early stages, there may not even be one in the entire Channel 107. On a certain Sky Island territory, a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh, was looking at the information on the local area network, his expression becoming increasingly gloomy. He is the boss of Lei Group, Lei Wei. At this time, Levi was looking at the messages in his discussion group. Someone asked cautiously, "Boss Lei, is this kid named Xinghe demonstrating to us?" Levi snorted coldly and stopped talking, but silently remembered the name Xinghe in his heart. Han Xing looked at the dazzling array of props on the Sky Island territory, and the smile on his face could hardly be concealed. Obtained Spirit Core *17, 1-star Animal Hides *3, Refined Iron *32, Ether *108, Drinking Water 400 milliliters. These are the materials that the Korean Star exchanged for 4 iron arrows and 10 kilograms of wolf meat. It can be said that it was a huge profit. 10 kilograms of wolf meat seemed like a lot to pay, but Han Xing knew that he could gain more by converting these supplies into combat power. At the beginning, he was also planning to exchange these foods for the resources he needed. Then use these resources to continue making equipment to strengthen yourself, forming a virtuous circle. As for suppressing those people in the Lei group, it was just something he did conveniently, and Han Xing didn't take them seriously at all. It was a bit regrettable that he didn't get the green equipment blueprint this time, but it was not bad. After all, the other survivors were not fools. At this time, few people had green equipment. Let me see if the materials we have now are enough to make 11 fine iron arrows and 3 space backpacks. Not bad, not bad. Han Xing clapped his hands. Then he clicked to make all of these things in one go. Green light and white light flashed one after another. When the prompt of successful production appeared, Han Xing was a little surprised when he saw the properties of the space backpack. Space backpack, white. Quality, excellent. Storage space, 30. Special effect, strong. Strength +4. Different from the previous backpack, the special effect attribute of this backpack added 4 points of strength. Han Xing took a look and found that one of the other 2 backpacks also added strength, and the other one added agility. Oh, is the backpack's special effect attribute to randomly increase the 4th dimension? Han Xing equipped himself with a backpack that increased his agility, and immediately felt a strange power emerging in his body. Agility attribute improved. Although I can only equip 2 backpacks, it has improved a lot of attributes. Now it shouldn't be a problem to deal with ordinary level 1 monsters. It's a pity that I didn't find a good weapon. Han Xing felt a little regretful, then shook his head and stopped thinking about it. As for what to do with the other 2 extra backpacks, Han Xing thought for a moment and opened the discussion group. As soon as he entered, he heard Cheng Jianyong shouting from inside. "Brothers, I think I found a treasure." "What is it?" Shinyan asked. Cheng Jianyong chuckled and said directly, "Bronze treasure chest. I'll wipe it." Both Han Xing and Shinyan were very surprised. According to the Korean Star's understanding of the game Sky Island Paradise, treasure chests are divided into 5 levels. Wooden chests, bronze treasure chests, silver treasure chests, gold treasure chests, and diamond treasure chests. On an unclaimed island is very low, especially in the early stages of the game. If you can see a wooden box, you are considered lucky. Narumyong now directly found a bronze treasure chest, which can be said to be full of luck. Shinyan, open it quickly and take a look. What's inside? Okay. Cheng Jianyong readily agreed. Han Xing and Shinyan were waiting silently. After a moment, they suddenly heard Cheng Jianyong shouting, "Out! I'm out! Bastard! What happened to you?" Shinyuna asked, "Speak quickly." "Good stuff." Cheng Jianyong directly sent the information about the stuff he found to the discussion group. Spiritual Core *4, Refined Iron *8, Rare Earths *13, Dried Animal Meat *7 kg, Drinking Water 400 milliliters, Refined Iron Longbow Drawing Green. Hiss! Seeing the information above, Han Xing and Shinyan took a breath at the same time. Shinyan, let's not talk about the materials and food. He can even touch the green weapon blueprints. This guy is really lucky. Korean Star. Indeed. Cheng Jianyong burst out laughing when he heard their admiration. Then, Han Xing suddenly received a transaction application from Cheng Jianyong. "Brother Xing, this is a longbow blueprint. I am a warrior. Brother Yun chose the priesthood. Neither of us can use it. You take it first." Shin Yun said nothing. Everyone knew how precious such a green weapon blueprint was in the early stages of the game. That Levi sells whiteboard weapon blueprints and dares to ask for sky-high prices. If Cheng Jianyong's green weapon blueprint appears on the trading channel, it will definitely cause quite a stir. But some things cannot be measured in value. Han Xing thought for a second and clicked accept. Obtain the fine iron longbow blueprint green. Han Xing clicked study directly, and now the fourth drawing appeared on his drawing bar. Then, Han Xing sent a transaction message to each of them. When Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun saw what Han Xing put on the transaction column, they both shouted, "Fuck!" Chapter 9. Powerful Equipment Attributes. Han Xing trades the extra backpack to them. Cheng Jianyong. Damn it, a space backpack. It also has special effects. Xin Yun. Brother Xing, this thing is too precious you. Han Xing interrupted them directly and said, "Shu, remember not to tell anyone." Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun solemnly agreed. They also knew how outrageous it was to have a space backpack with special effects appear at this time. Consignment of space backpack white on the trading channel, and thought of Han Xing's name again, with a thoughtful expression on his face. After closing the discussion group, Han Xing looked at the fourth drawing on the drawing board and could hardly suppress the smile on his face. He just said that he lacked a handy weapon, and in the blink of an eye, Cheng Jianyong found it. This was not just giving him a pillow because he was dozing off. It was like he had just eaten Wallace and ran into the toilet when he went out. Han Xing looked at the drawing interface happily. Fine iron longbow drawing green. Materials required for production. Refined iron *15. Spiritual core *5. Rare earth *20. 1-star beast sinew *1. The production success rate is 20%, affected by the talent of god-level craftsman. And the success rate has reached 100%. The hunter's main weapon is green equipment. This is awesome. The Korean star was so excited that he even wanted to make one on the spot. However, he currently does not have enough materials, mainly lacking new materials such as rare earths and 1-star beast tendons. But it doesn't matter. He can go to the trading channel to look for it. After walking around, Han Xing quickly found his target and began to negotiate the price skillfully. It seems to be the influence of the consignment incident that just happened. The name Xingha has been remembered by many survivors of Channel 107. The negotiation process went very smoothly. He only used 1 kilogram of wolf meat to exchange for 2 1-star animal tendons, and then used another kilogram of wolf meat to exchange for 47 rare earths. The current materials are enough for him to make 2 fine iron longbows. Han Xing opened the drawing interface and started production directly. The green light began to flash, and a 30-second progress bar appeared in front of me. When the progress bar reached the bottom, a longbow made of black fine iron with a total length of more than 1 meter appeared in the territory. Item information appeared before my eyes. Fine iron longbow, green. Quality, excellent. Attack 1520. Special effect, power attack. Strong attack. After the bowstring is fully pulled, it starts to charge. The upper limit of charging is 1 second. It can cause an additional 30%, 50% damage. So strong. Han Xing sincerely praised. It's worthy of being a green weapon. The attack power alone is more than twice that of a white weapon. Add to that the weapon's special effects, and I feel like this arrow can kill those level 1 monsters instantly. Han Xing was very satisfied. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something. According to my previous experience, green weapon blueprints can only produce equipment of rare quality, but this main weapon is excellent, which means there is still room for improvement. Looking at the materials in his backpack, Han Xing hesitated for a moment and clicked production again. This is his advantage. He doesn't have to worry about failure, nor does he have to worry about making crude or ordinary garbage weapons and wasting materials. This time, at the moment the production began, a dazzling green light appeared. As the progress bar moves, the green light becomes more and more dazzling. With such a big commotion, it can't be. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a click. A weapon fell in front of Han Xing. Fine iron longbow, green. Quality, rare. Attack power 2025. Attached special effect. Powerful attack. Attached special effect 2. Accurate. Strong attack. After the bowstring is fully pulled, it starts to charge. The upper limit of charging is 1 second. It can cause an additional 30%, 50% damage. Precision. When attacking, increase the hit rate by 10% and the critical hit rate by 20%. Rare quality. At this moment, Han Xing felt that his heartbeat slowed down by half a beat. It's just because the properties of this fine iron longbow are too powerful. Powerful attack plus 2 special effects. Even ordinary blue equipment does not have the attributes of the fine iron longbow. Han Xing equipped himself with a rare quality fine iron longbow without hesitation, and the damage increased significantly again. The longbow carried on the back appears steady and intimidating. The curved bow body and taut bowstring reveal its powerful tension and lethality. Compared to a few hours ago, Han Xing can be said to have been reborn, and his strength has been greatly improved. Han Xing casually put the discarded wooden longbow on the consignment channel, and then put another fine iron longbow on the consignment channel. Although it was not as good as the one in his hand, its powerful attributes still caused quite a stir among hunters. However, because the consignment conditions marked by Han Xing are green equipment drawings, no one can afford to exchange them for the time being. At this time, Han Xing looked up at the sky. The moon's shadow is sparse and oblique, with overlapping cold lights. It's almost late at night. After exploring a few more sky islands, I'll have to prepare for rest. Han Xing thought. In this world, although human physical fitness has been improved, they still need to rest, and exploring the sky island at night is more dangerous than during the day. Thinking of this, Han Xing sped up. When he approached a cloud that was only 2 cubic meters in size, the system prompted. There is a sound of wind inside. Do you want to enter? When he went in, he found a field of emerald green bellflowers, and Han Xing put them all into his backpack. Obtained 23 wind bells. The territory area has been expanded. There are empty noises coming from inside. Should we go in? Enter. 3 amplification stones have been obtained. The territory area has been expanded. Obtained 1-star animal skin *1. Obtained rare earth *3. Obtained flash stone *7. Han Xing did not stop along the way and successively touched 4 or 5 smaller clouds around him. During this period, they also encountered 3 monsters, but with their attributes at most level 1. For the current Korean stars, they could basically kill them instantly with 1 arrow. Korean stars have already crushed everyone with their super powerful equipment. At the same time, the area of his territory was expanding rapidly. After a whole day of exploration, the small piece of soil under my feet has now turned into a large platform of 4 meters *4 meters, covering an area of 16 square meters. Call! Han Xing took a breath and looked back to find that he had explored all the smaller clouds in the area of dozens of kilometers nearby. Now, there was only a cloud with a faint red glow not far away, which he had not touched. This cloud is larger than the others, roughly estimated to be 2 meters *2 meters, or 4 square meters in size. When he first came into this world, Han Xing deliberately avoided it because he sensed a hint of danger from it. But now you can try to get in touch with it. Thinking of this, Han Xing opened his backpack, drank 2 sips of drinking water, picked 3 berries from the tree, and threw them into his mouth. After completing these preparations, the Sky Island territory began to approach the cloud. After a moment, the system prompt came. There is a burning force brewing inside. Do you want to enter? Burning power? Is there a source of fire in it? Han Xing suddenly felt a little excited. In the early days of Sky Island Paradise, although fire was not as scarce as water and food, it was also a necessity. Whether it is used to make fire or keep warm, it is very useful. Thinking of this, Han Xing clicked to enter directly. The next moment, a round creature with a red body jumped in front of Han Xing. Flame Slime, 1-star creature. Level, LV2. Strength, 9 agility, 5 spirit, 7 constitution, 6. Skill, Fireball Jet. Chapter 10, Dark Flint Mine. Flame Slime, a level 2 creature with elemental attributes. Compared to the ordinary level 1 slime, this fire slime's desire to attack is obviously stronger. The moment it saw Han Xing appear, it opened its O-shaped mouth, and a ball of burning flame seemed to be brewing in its mouth. Han Xing did not underestimate the enemy and quickly distanced himself from him. The next second, the charged iron arrow burst out instantly. Buzz! The bowstring was stretched straight, making a trembling sound in the air. The arrow shot out quickly and accurately and hit the forehead of the fire slime. Puff! The attack hits. The fire slime suddenly widened, as if it was frightened by something. Puff! 2 fireballs shot towards Han Xing at a speed no slower than that of arrows. Just then, Han Xing moved. With a flash of his figure, he instantly dodged the attack of the fire slime. The special effects of the space backpack came into play at this time. The additional 4 points of agility brought his agility attribute to 8 points. This is an attribute that almost all hunters at level 3 can possess. Snap! Snap! The fireball missed and exploded on the ground beneath Han Xing's feet, charring 2 pieces of land. Han Xing continued to draw the bow and began to accumulate strength. 1 second later, the powerful strike effect of the fine iron longbow took effect. Han Xing clearly felt that the lethality of this arrow was greater than before. The fire slime is still preparing a second wave of fireball attacks. Buzz! The powerful strike effect attached to the bow and arrow was triggered, and the fine iron arrow suddenly penetrated the body of the fire slime, causing more damage to it. Moreover, the arrow's momentum did not decrease, and after a puff sound, it directly pierced its body. This arrow also triggered the armor-piercing effect of the arrow, and the damage instantly increased by several levels. The fire slime's attack came to an abrupt halt, as the previous attack had left it seriously injured. Han Xing's eyes lit up. Kill it while it's sick. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fine iron arrows were shot out one after another. The level 2 fire slime was powerful. It could not withstand the repeated attacks from the Korean star. When the 7th arrow hit, the fire slime stopped where it was, and then its body began to swell. Oh my god, it's going to explode! Han Xing's face changed instantly. Having had this experience once before, he ran backwards without hesitation. He retreated directly to the edge of the territory. At this time, the flame slime's body had swelled to its limit, like a red balloon that was about to explode. Then, there was a loud bang. Sparks flew everywhere, and the slime exploded into pieces. You have killed Flame Slime LV2 and gained 20 experience points. Finally killing this guy, Han Xing looked at the experience bar and found that it had reached 80% of level 1. Han Xing began to approach the territory of the fire slime. Where it exploded, a few red stones and a few clumps of transparent substance were left behind. Those transparent substances are ether materials, which can only be found in magical creatures like slimes. Pick up the things on the ground, and a system prompt will appear. Obtain Flint *4, obtain Ether *8, obtain Slime *17. Flint, a mineral containing burning energy. It seems to be used to make some special devices. It can also be used as an ignition stone. Han Xing also integrated the 4 cubic meters of Sky Island into his own territory. Now the area of his territory has become 4 meters *5 meters, which is 20 cubic meters. This area is neither big nor small. If it were in some first-tier cities on Blue Star, it could be considered a big house. However, his territory was now somewhat bare, with only a low berry tree serving as decoration. Just as Han Xing was observing his own territory, he inadvertently glanced at the 4 territories that had just been merged, and there seemed to be some differences. These are several blocks of rocky geology. There seemed to be some dark red spots on the blue-gray stone. When Han Xing approached, he could clearly feel the temperature gradually rising. Oh! Han Xing was a little curious, so he walked to the rocks and discovered the secret. It was the dark red spots buried deep under the stone that continued to emit heat. Is it some kind of ore? Han Xing's curiosity was aroused, and he wanted to try to dig out these dark red stones. Mining or will destroy the territory. In serious cases, the territory will even turn into fragments and scatter in the air, and the area of the territory will then shrink. But if the minerals inside are relatively precious, it would not be a problem to sacrifice a few territories. Han Xing decided to mine, but mining requires mining drafts, which he didn't have in his backpack. So he went directly into the trading channel and exchanged materials for a few iron pickaxes. Then, Han Xing rolled up his sleeves and started digging. Ding! 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 High in the sky, the sound of metal hitting stone continued to echo. 80! 80! Following the rhythm, Korean stars shouted slogans. Gravel flew everywhere, and after a few minutes, the dark red stone hidden under the rocks was revealed. The system prompt appears. Dark firestone, a rare mineral that seems to contain some strange energy. It can continuously emit heat, and can also provide energy for certain devices. Note, when the number of dark firestones in the same area reaches a certain level, some strange elemental creatures may be born. After seeing the introduction above, Han Xing understood that slime should have been born from the dark firestone. By absorbing heat, this slime will continue to grow stronger. But obviously, before it grew strong enough, it was targeted by Korean stars. Han Xing picked up the stone on the ground. Obtained Dark Fire Stone *12. After mining the ore, Han Xing felt a sense of emptiness in his body. This is the body's biological clock reminding itself that it's time to rest. The night was as bleak as water, and the temperature in the sky suddenly dropped a lot. A breeze blew by, making people involuntarily shrink their necks. The first day of human beings coming to this world is about to end, and many people's territories have become 3 or 4 cubic meters in size. Although it is still quite small, at least they can lie down and sleep. Of course, if you don't sleep well, you can only wish for the best. Many survivors huddled up and shivered from the cold in the air. Compared to them, Korean stars are much better. In the 20 square meter territory, there is no need to worry about the risk of falling. 2 dark flints on both sides of the territory, which not only provided lighting, but also continued to emit heat, just like lighting a stove on a cold day, bringing extremely warm weather. In the center of the territory, a berry tree with many branches pulled out stood quietly, and when the wind blew, the treetop made a rustling sound. Han Xing leaned against the berry tree, lay on the ground, and looked at the stars in the sky. It's a strange feeling to sleep at such a high altitude. It seems like you can touch the sky with your hands, and clouds are floating around. Before going to bed, Han Xing still kept the habit he had on Blue Planet, which was to check his messages. Although I don't have a mobile phone, I can still open the local area network and check the chats of other survivors. Most of the survivors finished a day's exploration, and the local chat channel became more lively. They were all discussing how to sleep on the first night. Shovel. Does anyone want a shovel? I can dig a hole in the ground and bury myself there, so I don't have to worry about falling in the middle of the night. Rope. I have a rope here. I can tie myself up to prevent myself from sleeping restlessly. Does anyone want the glue made from slime? Chapter 11. Skill Book and Barbecue. Looking at the messages in the chat channel, a smile appeared on Han Xing's lips. Sure enough, human beings are still very adaptable. As the day passed, everyone almost accepted the fact that they had entered a new world. Turning off the LAN, sleepiness came over him. In the warm environment, Han Xing fell into a deep sleep. However, before he could sleep for long, Han Xing was suddenly awakened by a message from a friend. It was from Xin Yun. Chen Yun. Brother Xing, are you asleep? Well, I just fell asleep not long ago. Han Xing replied. This Chen Yun seemed a little embarrassed and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Brother Xing. Han Xing laughed and scolded. Why are you embarrassed? When you were in the dormitory before, you didn't disturb me when I slept less often? Chen Yun laughed. That's true. After all, you disturb me in my sleep more often, right? Really? I forgot about it, ha. Han Xing changed the subject and said, What do you want from me? Shen Yun. It's nothing, I just touched something and wanted to show it to you. Huh? What is it? Han Xing was a little curious. In the middle of the night, Shen Yun couldn't wait to contact him. It must be something good. Shen Yun directly sent a transaction application. Then, Han Xing saw that he had placed a white book with the words double arrow printed on it. Skill book. Han Xing recognized it at a glance and was extremely shocked. Yes, it's still a hunter profession. I think you should be able to use it, Shen Yun said cheerfully. Han Xing was silent for a moment. At this stage, skill books are more difficult to produce than equipment and blueprints. Although it is only the basic skills of the 5 major professions, at present, everyone only knows some basic weapons and can only perform simple chopping movements in combat. The value of a skill book is even higher than his space backpack. Brother Xing, take it quickly, Shen Yun urged, and he directly clicked to confirm the transaction. Han Xing clicked accept, and the transaction was completed. Skill book obtained. Double arrow, hunter exclusive. Thank you, Han Xing said solemnly. With this skill, Korean Star strength will be raised to another level. Why are you so polite? Didn't you also give me a backpack? Han Xing said no more. He knew that Xin Yun was such a person. He accepted other people's things. Although he didn't say it, he would keep it in his heart and return it as soon as possible when he was able. This is not unkind, but a principle of life. As the saying goes, brothers settle accounts clearly. No matter how good the relationship is, one cannot pay for it blindly. This is also true for Chung Jianyong, which is why Korean stars are willing to be friends with them. At this time, Han Xing said, It's getting late, it's time for you to rest. Chen Yun smiled and said, Brother Xing, I also want to sleep, but I can't. Can't sleep? Han Xing wondered. Yes. Shen Yun was a little embarrassed and said, Because I'm so excited. I never thought that there would be a day when I could get rid of repetitive work and boring life and start over in another world just like I always imagined. Brother Xing, maybe you think I'm mentally abnormal, but this is what I really think in my heart. Although this world is unsafe and life may be in danger at any time, Only now do I feel that I am truly alive. After finishing the chat with Shen Yun, Han Xing continued to sleep. The next day, when Han Xing opened his eyes, he was already basking in the sun. According to Blue Star's time calculation, it was estimated to be past 10 o'clock. At this time, he suddenly understood the meaning of Shen Yun's words. Yes, since entering society, has he ever slept until he woke up naturally like he did today? There is not a day that I am not woken up by the repeated alarm clock, and even on holidays I am constantly harassed by calls from clients and leaders. Just as Han Xing was sighing, his expression suddenly changed. Fuck, I need to poop. The first thing to do when getting up in the morning is to clear the intestines. This is a lifestyle habit maintained by Korean stars. He quickly stood up and walked around the Sky Island territory, but couldn't find a suitable place. At this time, his face had turned a little red. Damn, it's no use. Let's just solve it here. Han Xing quickly dug a hole in the soil at the edge of the territory. After a moment, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. After solving this top priority issue, Han Xing clapped his hands and stood up. Just then, the system prompt appeared. The fertilization is successful, and this piece of land will provide more nutrients for crops. Han Xing's face was full of question marks. Damn, the time for fertilization has arrived. Han Xing shook his head. Forget it. He was too lazy to consider these details, because he now has to deal with another major life issue. That is eating. After eating berries all day yesterday, his mouth was almost dry and he was eager to eat some meat. So Han Xing took out 2 pieces of flint and 2 pieces of wood. Snap! When the 2 flints were tapped lightly, sparks flew onto the wood and ignited it in a short while. In the center of the territory, Han Xing built a bonfire and kept adding firewood to it. When the fire got bigger, he took out a small piece of wolf meat from his backpack, put it directly on the arrow, and then put it on the fire to roast. After more than 10 minutes, the aroma of barbecue began to spread. Only when the piece of wolf meat was roasted until it was browned and golden fat oozed out of the surface did Han Xing wrap the end of the arrow with a piece of animal skin and take out the roasted meat. The rich aroma of meat penetrated his nose, and Han Xing took a deep breath. Hiss! It smells so good. He started to eat it right away. Wolf meat is very chewy, and each bite requires a long chew before you can swallow it. At this time, Han Xing couldn't help but think that it would be better if there was some seasoning. After eating 1 piece, he took out a few more iron arrows and continued to grill the meat. While roasting him, I opened the regional channel, and hundreds of private messages appeared on it. He put 3 items on the trading channel. In addition to the wooden longbow, there was also a high-quality iron longbow and a space backpack. Each of them is extremely precious at this stage, so it has attracted many survivors. Just click on a few. Brother, are you selling me your space backpack? I'll trade it with you for fertile soil. Master, can I exchange 1 unit of water for a fine iron longbow? Brother, can you give me the space backpack? After taking a look around, Han Xing was speechless. So far, none of these people's offers are satisfactory to me. After all, we just finished the first day, so it's understandable. Shaking his head, Han Xing directly knocked down the campfire and put on the longbow. We have almost finished exploring the clouds in this area. We are going to explore further today. Han Xing controlled the territory and moved forward slowly. 1 hour later, a car-sized cloud appeared in front of us, roughly estimated to be 8 cubic meters. As the system prompt appeared, Han Xing clicked on it to enter. After the clouds dissipated, a field of golden wheat ears appeared before our eyes, growing well. Wheat! Han Xing controlled the territory to move closer, and then harvested all the wheat on these 8 pieces of land. Obtained wheat *67. Obtained wheat seeds *14. There are still seeds? Han Xing asked in surprise. Doesn't this mean that I can start farming now? Chapter 12. Wheat seeds and bronze chest. When a personal territory develops to the middle stage, if there is no change in the game, many survivors will definitely choose to start farming mode. After all, compared to fighting monsters to obtain resources, farming is indeed a more stable way of development. At least there is no risk to life. Of course, if you want to farm, the land area required will be very large. However, the farming model is not suitable for me. Let's see if they need it. Han Xing opened the discussion group and asked directly, Brothers, do you want seeds? Chung Jianyong. Seeds? I want it. Send me one quickly. Shen Yun. Which teachers it belongs to, send me a copy too. Korean Star. It's wheat seeds. What are you two thinking? After hearing this, the two of them sighed in disappointment. Narumi Isamu. I thought I could see those classic masterpieces in this world. Shinyun. Yeah, I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Han Xing was speechless. Do you want it? Chung Jianyong. No, in a place as big as my hand. It would be a crime to throw objects from high altitudes, even if you poop. There is no space for farming. Shen Yun. I don't want it either. Oh, cool. Han Xing closed the discussion group interface. Kong Dao continued to move forward. This time, Han Xing aimed at a cloud that was about the same size as before. The system prompted, there are multiple signs of biological activity inside, and they seem to be guarding something. Han Xing was keenly aware that this system prompt was different from the previous ones. Multiple creatures meant that there was more than one monster inside. As for what they were guarding, it was probably some precious material, or even a treasure chest. You can go in and take a look. Han Xing pulled the bowstring and prepared for battle. But this time was different from before. There were 2 iron arrows clamped between his fingers. Skill, double arrow, can fire 2 arrows at the same time. After the skill is activated, there is a 5-second cooldown period. Han Xing was concentrating fully. At this moment, he would not be careless at all. After the clouds dissipated, 3 long green figures suddenly appeared inside. They are all over 2 meters long, and their log-like bodies are covered with green scales. These physical characteristics indicate that these are 3 pythons. Jungle Green Python, 1-star creature. Level 2. Strength, 7, Agility, 8, Spirit, 5, Constitution, 6. Skills, Assault, Neurotoxin. There were 3 1-star creatures with 2 skills at once. This is the most powerful wave of enemies Han Xing has faced since coming to this world. The moment the 3 pythons saw Han Xing, they immediately arched their bodies and then shot out like springs. Hiss! A low hissing sound came from the mouth of the green python. Han Xing even saw its open bloody mouth and the 2 curved fangs in the upper and lower jaws. Han Xing did not panic, but aimed at the target. Whoosh! Whoosh! Double arrow skill was activated, and 2 iron arrows flew out at the same time. One of the jungle green pythons was instantly pierced by the iron arrow, and the other one was shot in the tail. Hiss! After being shot, the 2 jungle green pythons felt pain instantly, raised their heads, and hissed in pain. But one python still broke through the encirclement, crossed several meters in an instant, and jumped into Han Xing's territory. Han Xing from Nid. This was the first time that monsters rushed into his territory, and the situation was somewhat critical. He suppressed his inner fear, pulled out arrows from his backpack, and prepared for a second attack. The jungle green python has a very high agility attribute, and even with the backpack equipped, Han Xing can only barely match it. The next moment, the green python twisted its flexible body and pounced towards Han Xing quickly. The distance between the man and the snake was less than 2 meters. Han Xing took a deep breath and fixed his eyes on the green python's open mouth. Then, the fine iron arrow, which had not yet fully accumulated its power, flew out of his hand. Puff! As the figure penetrated the flesh, Han Xing's face lit up with joy. He clearly saw that the arrow hit the green python's throat, pierced into its throat through its mouth, and then went out of its body. Break armor. Accurate. With 2 special effects triggered at the same time and the arrow hitting the vital point, the damage was off the charts. The green python was severely injured, and its huge body twitched wildly on the ground. It happened so quickly that Han Xing didn't stop for a moment after hitting the green python. The 2 green pythons that had been hit by his double arrows. At this time, they also wanted to imitate the first python and rush into Han Xing's territory. Han Xing immediately shot arrows. Tulp! The iron arrow pierced the head of the fastest green python, and its forward movement came to an abrupt halt. After the agility attribute was improved, coupled with the longbow's precision effect, Han Xing's hit rate was greatly improved. Now, both green pythons were severely injured by his arrows and lost their combat effectiveness. With only the last one left, there was naturally no suspense. After the battle, a system prompt appears. Kill 3 jungle green pythons LV2. Gain 60 experience points, and your level will be increased. Current level, LV2. Upgraded. Han Xing clenched his fists a little excited. He felt a force surging from his body, and all his attributes were improved. Looking at the panel, agility increased by 2 points, strength increased by 1 point, and physique and spirit increased by 1 point each. For hunters, the most important attribute is agility. Taking into account the backpack bonus, it has finally broken through double digits. It's time to deal with the spoils. Han Xing walked to the bodies of the 3 green pythons and began to decompose them one by one. Successfully decomposed, Jungle Green Python Corpse, *3, recovered fine iron arrows, *7, obtained 1-star snake skin, *3, obtained snake meat 58 kilograms, obtained venom gallbladder, *3. The things that came out of the green python's corpse were pretty standard. The 58 kilograms of snake meat made his food reserves full again. However, the last 3 venom gallbladders did surprise Han Xing. Venom gallbladder. Special material, seems to be some kind of alchemical material, can also be directly applied to weapons to add neurotoxin effects to the weapons. Interesting. Han Xing looked at the 3 dark green poison gallbladders on the ground, each as big as a fist. It is noted above that it can be applied directly to weapons. In other words, his arrows can also have a poison effect. This is really like a poisonous arrow hitting shit. Whoever it pierces will die. After dealing with the bodies of the 3 green pythons, Han Xing turned his gaze towards the sky island in the distance. It was a 3M*3M platform, and in the very center, there stood a bronze treasure chest. Bronze treasure chest, Han Xing exclaimed. He felt that he was quite lucky. However, with a guard force of 3 level 2 jungle green pythons, it is reasonable to have a bronze treasure chest inside. Han Xing walked to the bronze treasure chest and rubbed his hands excitedly. This is my first time opening a treasure chest. May the Emperor of Luck bless me and let me get the best treasures. Blueprints, weapons, equipment are all fine. With excitement, Han Xing opened the treasure chest. A wide variety of materials suddenly appeared in front of him, and under the materials, Han Xing saw a white book. Have obtained spiritual core *5, fine iron *9, rare earth *11, drinking water 300 milliliters, holy light healing, exclusive to the priesthood. Oh no, it's actually a skill book. Chapter 13, Water Crisis. Skill book obtained. Holy light healing, exclusive to priesthood. Although it was not a hunter's professional skill book, Han Xing remembered that Xin Yin seemed to have chosen the priesthood. At this moment, someone in the trading channel suddenly chatted privately, saying that he wanted to exchange for his green longbow. Oh, has anyone finally gotten the green equipment blueprints? Han Xing clicked on the private chat and found that it was from a person named Smart Little Sheep. A voice message appeared in the private chat window, and the Korean star clicked to play. Hello, I want to exchange your weapons. Are you free now? She sounded like a young girl with a soft but natural voice, not pretentious, just like her original voice. Han Xing replied, Yes. What are you going to exchange with me? Smart lamb. I see you need a green equipment blueprint. I happen to have one here. Would you like to take a look? She seemed a little scared of Han Xing, or maybe she just couldn't communicate with people normally. Send it to me. Han Xing said directly. All right. The survivor, Smart Sheep, initiates a trade request with you. Korean star. Aren't you going to send me the blueprints? Why do you want to do a direct transaction? The clever little sheep quickly said, don't you have to give the item to you before you can see its properties? Korean star. What are you talking about? If you give me the things, the deal will be done. If I take your things and run away, who are you going to trade with? Smart lamb. No. No way. Are you going to run away with my things? Han Xing felt speechless. It seemed like this woman was a little bit mentally disturbed. He really wanted to say, I will. But after thinking about it, he said, forget it, put the items in the trading column, and I'll take a look at the properties. Okay. The clever lamb responded intermittently. Then, Han Xing saw a green drawing appear in the trading column. Fur coat blueprint green. It was indeed a green equipment blueprint, and it was a top. Han Xing instantly had the idea of taking it down. In the past, Han Xing would usually argue with the other party for a while to get him to make bigger concessions. But considering that the woman seemed a little stupid, he gave up the idea. Han Xing directly put the high-quality longbow on it and completed the transaction. The animal fur coat blueprint green has been obtained. Do you want to learn it? Study. The 5th drawing appeared on the drawing column, and Han Xing showed a relieved smile. At this time, the clever lamb sent a message to Han Xing. Well, thank you. Han Xing replied. No need to thank me. We just took what we needed. Next time, remember not to trade things to others casually. Smart lamb. Yeah, thank you. After closing private chat, Han Xing's expression changed, and he looked at the drawing column again and couldn't help but get excited. Materials needed to make a fur coat. 3 one-star furs, 20 spirit cores, 50 ether, 1 warrior badge. It takes a lot of materials to make a fur coat, including 3 one-star furs, but the 3 snake skins he just decomposed can also be used as a substitute. In addition, you will need 20 spirit cores, 30 ethers, and a warrior badge. He has the first 2 materials, but Han Xing has never heard of the last warrior badge. So he continued to search for relevant information in the trading channel. Soon, he found a survivor named Kola who was selling the warrior badge on consignment in exchange for 500 G of food. The price was quite acceptable, so Han Xing directly opened a private chat. 500 G of snake meat in exchange for a warrior badge. 2 seconds later, the Coke messaged back. Hey, I don't want food anymore. Do you have any water? Give me 400 milliliters. No, 300 milliliters will do. Han Xing looked at the drinking water in his backpack. Excluding what he consumed, there was less than 600 milliliters left. Come to think of it, he had indeed not found much drinking water after exploring for so long. This is the case when Han Xing is constantly exploring and fighting. If it were other survivors, they would have access to even less water resources. Han Xing estimated that everyone is now in a state of severe water shortage. I glanced at the trading channel and saw that a lot of people had changed their trading information to water. The chat channel was also filled with wailing. I'm so thirsty. I'm thirsty too. There's too little water in this world. If this continues, everyone will die of thirst. Who has water? I can't hold on any longer. Han Xing suddenly remembered that when he was playing this game on his mobile phone, his character was on the verge of death due to lack of water, and the game almost failed. After he had persevered for several days, it suddenly rained heavily, which solved his subsequent water problem. Han Xing didn't know what the situation was with other regional channels, but as for Channel 107, they had to wait for at least a heavy rain to come, then everyone would no longer be troubled by the water problem. But how many people can hold on until then? Thinking of this, Han Xing directly said to the survivor named Kiki, Brother, I don't have much water here. I can only give you 200 milliliters at most. Han Xing had to think about himself and traded 200 milliliters. The remaining water could barely last another day. I thought the other party would bargain with me, but I didn't expect that Coke would excitedly say, Sure, 200 milliliters is 200 milliliters, deal now. As if afraid that Han Xing would go back on his word, the other party sent a transaction request directly to Han Xing. The transaction is complete. You get a warrior badge *1, and you lose 200 milliliters of drinking water. Han Xing was holding a leather badge in his hand, looking thoughtful. At the same time, in a sky island territory somewhere, Levi looked at the discussion group he had formed with a grim expression. Many people have expressed opposition to the decision he has just made. As the major shareholder of Lei's group, Lei Wei stood up and said, Everyone listen to me. Our Lei's group is a big family. Since you have joined us, you are a family. I know that everyone is short of water right now. I asked you to give all the water to me, not because I want to take everyone's water, but because I want to make a fair distribution and help our family members who have no water and are dying of thirst. In these difficult times, our Lei group must unite as one and overcome the difficulties together. You must trust my character. This time, for those who voluntarily contribute water, I will record your contribution and will never treat you unfairly in the future. There was silence in the discussion group, and the atmosphere was a bit weird. At this time, a man named Han Xing said, Boss Lei, when you asked us to hand in materials and equipment, everyone handed in, even food. We handed in a lot of it because we all believe that you could lead us to develop and survive. But water is our lifeline now. It's not enough for everyone to use. Chapter 14, Fallen Camp. Everyone understood what Han Xing meant, which was that he did not want to hand over the water resources. Lei Wei was a little displeased, but he still managed to hold back his tone and said, Han Xing, I remember you were the manager of the operations department in our Lei group. You've been with me for so many years, but you still don't believe in me, Lei Wei. Han Xing didn't seem to intend to hide it anymore, and said directly, Boss Lei, you said the same thing when you asked us to hand over the food before, saying that the resources would be shared. But when we asked you to list the details of the materials you handed over, you were unwilling to do so. To be honest, Mr. Lei, we have secretly calculated the accounts. Apart from the food you have allocated to the brothers, you still have at least dozens of units of food resources. Why don't you take these out to exchange for water and help everyone get through the difficult times? Han Xing's words were equivalent to exposing all of Levi's past. Lei Wei was not a good-tempered person. Seeing Jiang was so disrespectful, he angrily said, Jiang, what are you talking about here, you idiot? If you are not willing to hand over the resources, then get out of our discussion group and stop talking nonsense here. In the future, Lei's group will no longer welcome you. The atmosphere in the discussion group became very depressing. Before this, Levi's threats would be very effective, and other people in the discussion group would be angry, but not speak out. After all, no one wanted to be separated from the group in this strange world. But now, the situation has changed. After a moment, a message prompt appeared. Jiang withdrew from the discussion group. Not only that, Jiang's withdrawal seems to have set off a chain reaction. Wang Peng, Lu Ferrue, Zhang Yamen. One after another, familiar names left the discussion group. Levi's face was ashen, and there was total silence in the discussion group. No one dared to speak. The same situation happened in many teams, big and small. When it comes to a matter of life and death, who cares if you are a boss or a manager? The world is big, and your own life is the biggest. The team formed by those people appears fragile in the face of crisis. In the chat channel, there were even many parties scolding each other, and the situation was chaotic. Han Xing watched their quarrel with amusement. At this moment in the discussion group, Cheng Jianyong suddenly sent a message. Brothers, you should save some water. I'm watching the chat channel, and I'm going crazy for a little water. I still have 800 milliliters of water here. If anyone is short of water, let me know. Hold on and get through this difficulty first. Xinyan said at this time, I still have 500 to 600 milliliters here. It won't be a problem to survive today. Where is Brother Xing? Han Xing replied, I still have a few hundred milliliters left. Don't worry about me. You can use it sparingly. The two solemnly agreed and encouraged each other. Then, Han Xing found Xinyan and traded the skill book he had just obtained to him. Holy Light Healing. As the only healing skill in the early stage of Holy Order can save lives at critical moments. Xinyan naturally knew how precious this skill book was and solemnly thanked it. Korean Stars closed the discussion group. He saw that he had just obtained the badge attributes in the transaction. Warrior Badge. A badge issued by a certain ethnic group to the warriors of the tribe. After wearing it, the strength attribute +1. There are actually additional attributes? Han Xing was a little surprised. He originally thought that this was just an ordinary material, but he didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise. At this time, the materials for making the green fur coat have been gathered, and Han Xing directly clicked to make it. A green light flashed before my eyes, and a 30-second progress bar appeared. Wait until the progress bar ends, and the system prompt appears. Successfully made animal fur coat green. Animal fur coat green. Quality, excellent. Defense 3-5, strength +1, granted by the warrior badge. Agility +2, with special effect, primary magic resistance. Primary magic resistance. When receiving magic damage, offset 10% of the damage effect. Nice attributes. Han Xing praised sincerely. He equipped it directly. The next moment, Han Xing suddenly felt a cold leather jacket on his body. This leather jacket is made of the skin of a jungle green python, so it also looks covered with green scales. On the chest, there is a leather badge sewn together with a pattern of an ancient tree printed on it. Although it looks a bit creepy, Korean Stars feel a sense of security when wearing it. With the equipment, Han Xing decided to continue exploring. In front of him, there were two clouds, one big and one small. The larger ones are as big as a helipad and are roughly estimated to be at least 30 square meters, even larger than the area of Han Xing's territory. The small one is only 5 or 6 square meters. Han Xing set his eyes on the little cloud. However, when he passed by the big cloud, he seemed to hear the faint sound of flowing water. Is there water? Han Xing stopped instantly and listened attentively. Gurgling. It's really water. Han Xing was sure that he had not heard it wrong. The sound coming from the clouds indicated that there might be fresh water resources inside, and a lot of them. He tried to get closer, and the system prompt appeared. There is a group of corrupted beings inside. They are performing some kind of evil ritual, trying to summon some ancient being to come in. A corrupted being? A summoning ritual? Han Xing sensed a hint of unusual information from the system prompts. In other words, there may be unexpected risks. However, although Han Xing felt the danger in this cloud, it was not as strong as he had imagined. At this time, he was in a dilemma. There is no doubt that for the nearly 10,000 survivors on Channel 107, the most scarce resource is water, including the Korean Stars themselves. Even food has to take second place. In the trading channel, Water was pushed to an outrageous price, and all kinds of equipment and drawings were put up for sale. Whoever has water in his hands almost has the decision-making power over the entire trading floor. Han Xing thought for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do it. If we can take this place down, I won't have to worry about drinking water in the short term. And if I have enough resources, I can even go to the trading channel and buy all kinds of materials and equipment to lay the foundation for my future development." Thinking of this, Han Xing took a deep breath and clicked directly to enter. The clouds and mist dissipated, and the outlines of several humanoid creatures suddenly appeared inside. Their long ears, slender limbs, and dark skin made Han Xing instantly recognize them. Dark Elf. Legend has it that hundreds of years ago, the strongest race in the world was the elves. With the support of a certain sacred object in the clan, they collected countless fragments of the world and created a huge continent. Countless elves lived and multiplied on that continent, and a huge civilization was rising. But this prosperous scene did not last long. Later, due to certain reasons and several important historical events, the sacred objects of the elves were lost, and countless elves died in a horrific war. Until that important historical turning point, the elf continent was destroyed by war and collapsed directly. In order to survive, some elves chose to sacrifice themselves to the abyss, and then the fallen elves, also known as the Dark Elves, were derived. The NPC when he was playing Sky Island Paradise. As for their authenticity, it remains to be verified. At this time, Han Xing once again focused his attention on the battle in front of him. Dark Elves are a group of evil and radical creatures who hold a deep hatred for everything in the world. So, the moment they saw Han Xing, the Dark Elves immediately picked up different weapons, including staffs, bows and arrows, sledgehammers, and long swords. It's the human race. Don't let him disturb the monarch's arrival. Kill him. Chapter 15. Fierce Battle with the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves rushed towards Han Xing. Their expressions were ferocious, and they uttered complex syllables, but strangely, Han Xing could actually understand what they were saying. At this moment, Han Xing was counting silently in his heart. 1, 2. There are 6 Dark Elves in total. Among them, there is 1 Dark Elf Hunter, 2 Dark Elf Mages, 2 Dark Elf Warriors, and 1 Dark Elf Priest. This configuration is really extremely powerful. As of now, no human survivor can last 2 rounds against this group of Dark Elves. Han Xing took a deep breath. If they confronted head-on, he would not be a match for so many Dark Elves. But he knew what his advantage was, which was his attack power, far exceeding that of his peers. Compared to wild monsters, the Dark Elves' defense is obviously weaker. Moreover, this group of Dark Elves will not cooperate, which gives Han Xing an opportunity. The next moment, 2 arrows that had been brewing for a long time were shot out instantly. Double arrow. Charge up and strike hard. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 Dark Elf warriors who rushed the fastest seemed to have not expected that the weak human in front of them could burst out with such powerful force. The speed of the arrow was so fast that they could not react. But it must be said that this group of Dark Elf warriors were very experienced in combat. In an instant, they made the most correct choice in their hearts, which was to dodge sideways. The next moment, the green iron arrow hit the target. One of the Dark Elf warriors was hit by an arrow in the shoulder, and the other Dark Elf warrior was hit by an arrow in the abdomen. Fortunately, none of them were fatal. The 2 Dark Elf warriors felt like they had escaped death, and then they looked at Han Xing angrily. "Damn human, I'm going to chop off your head and use it as a urinal." However, at this moment, the corner of Han Xing's mouth curled up. Do these 2 guys think they'll be fine as long as they avoid the vital points? You know, his iron arrows were smeared with green python venom in advance. Now, that neurotoxin has entered the body through the wound and is exerting its toxic effect. Sure enough, the next moment, the expressions of the 2 Dark Elf warriors changed. They suddenly felt a tingling sensation coming from the wound, and the surrounding flesh and blood quickly turned black and purple and began to spread. The 2 Dark Elf warriors were horrified and shouted, "Cunning human, you actually put poison on the arrows." The weapons in their hands fell with a snap, and they lost their combat effectiveness. At this moment, a wooden arrow and a fireball shot over from a distance at the same time. They were the Dark Elf Hunters and Mages. While Han Xing was dealing with the 2 Dark Elf warriors, they completed charging for the attack. The 2 attacks quickly enlarged in front of him, and at tricky angles. At the critical moment, Han Xing suddenly lowered his head. The wooden arrow whizzed past overhead, but the fireball attack was unavoidable. Bang! With a loud bang, a fireball exploded in front of Han Xing's chest, burning his python fur coat into a black color. The impact of the explosion also caused him to roll back several meters. Han Xing quickly stood up and secretly said, "That was a close call. Fortunately, I made this fur coat before entering the battle. Otherwise, this fireball alone would be enough to seriously injure me. Call out." The moment he stood up, Han Xing shot another arrow from the bow in his hand. The dark elf wizard who had just launched a fireball attack didn't seem to expect Han Xing's counterattack to come so quickly. He didn't react until the arrow pierced his forehead and exited his brain. The dark elf wizard's body fell limply. The other dark elves' eyes were bloodshot, and they wished they could hack Han Xing to death immediately. "My holy light?" The dark elf priest held up a wooden hammer, condensing some kind of light, as if he wanted to heal the two dark elf warriors and dispel the toxins in their bodies. However, how could Han Xing let him do as he wished? When lives are threatened, humans will unleash unprecedented potential, just like the Korean star who is now in combat mode. His mind was working rapidly, paying attention to the long-range attacks of the dark elves in the distance while staring at his own skill panel. The 5-second CD of the double arrow has expired. He quickly caught the two arrows in his hands and drew the bowstring. "Go," Han Xing said softly. "Talp, talp." The arrow hit the body of the dark elf priest. He was wearing a set of wooden plate armor, but in front of Han Xing's powerful attack power, this armor was as fragile as paper. Both arrows hit the target, killing the dark elf priest. Flash sale. This is the current powerful attacking power of Korean stars. 12 points of agility, 9 points of strength, and a rare green longbow gave him the ability to kill level 2 monsters instantly. In a flash, 4 dark elves had lost their combat effectiveness. On the field, there was only one dark elf mage and one dark elf hunter still holding on, and they both seemed a little dazed. The 2 dark elves had never expected that the battle situation would change so quickly. They were originally in a completely advantageous position, but in the blink of an eye, it was changed by this human hunter. This human's strength and reaction ability have completely exceeded their expectations. When Han Xing's hawk-like gaze turned over, these ferocious dark elves even subconsciously took a step back. However, the hatred gene buried deep in their bones made them lose their minds again. Omaniti dis. The 2 dark elves attacked at the same time, but Han Xing's bow and arrow are faster. Taking another wave of attacks from the dark elf mage, Han Xing hit the dark elf hunter with 1 arrow. At this point, there was no suspense in the battle anymore. When the last dark elf mage fell to the ground, the battle ended and a system prompt came. Kill 6 dark elves, gain 120 experience points. You destroyed a small dark elf territory, elf favorability +1. At this time, Han Xing was sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. The battle just now seemed to have not lasted long, but it consumed a lot of his physical and mental strength. He felt like his body was almost exhausted. The favorability of the elves? What is that? When Korean stars play on their mobile phones, this related favorability does not appear. Is this a new feature unique to this world? At this time, Han Xing stood up, looked at the messy battle scene around him, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "Although it is very dangerous, it is all worth it." He walked up to the corpses of the dark elves and tried to decompose them. As a result, the system displayed a different prompt. Humanoid creatures cannot be decomposed. Tip: you can explore them. Maybe there will be unexpected surprises. Cannot be decomposed? Does the following sentence mean that you can touch the corpse? Han Xing thought about it and then felt relieved. After all, dark elves are creatures that are too similar to humans. Even if they are broken down into various pieces of meat and human tissue, he still can't eat them. So he squatted down and began to search the corpses of these dark elves. Chapter 16. Terror is coming. Han Xing touched the bodies of these dark elves one by one. Get damaged wooden plate armor, white. *1. Get wooden hammer, white. *1. Get spirit core, *1. Get corrupted blood, *1. Get a damaged wooden staff. Get a spirit core. Get a wooden bow. Get corrupted blood, *1. There is nothing good on these dark elves, except for some blank equipment, a few spirit cores, and a drop of strange blood. Corrupted blood? What the hell is that? Han Xing was a little confused when he saw a few drops of blue-black blood in the backpack. But there were no notes on the material, so he simply put it aside. Han Xing continued to search the corpses. When he touched the last dark elf, which was the mage whose head was pierced by his arrow, his eyes suddenly lit up. He found a book in the dark elf's waist bag. Skill book, Fireball. It's actually a wizard's skill book. Han Xing instantly became excited. As a permanent profession in many games on Blue Star, the mage has deceived countless people in the early days. In their imagination, a wizard is someone who can control thunder, lightning, fire, and call the wind and rain. But they will soon discover that this wizard is completely different from what they imagined. In the early stages, human survivors had no other means of attack except for an ordinary gas explosion skill. Not until they learn their first skill will they be able to perform simple elemental attacks, by which time the damage will be increased by several levels. Therefore, Fireball and Frost Arrow are skills that mages urgently need in the early stages. This Fireball skill book, if put on the trading channel, will surely attract a lot of mages to scramble for it. Of course, the skill book was just a pleasant surprise. Han Xing's initial target was the possible water source in this dark elf territory. Looking closely, there was a pool of water the size of a table in the middle of this 5m*6m platform. A rough estimate is that it is at least 4 square meters. Although the depth is less than 40 centimeters, a simple conversion shows that there are at least 1,500 liters of water in it. It's 1,500 liters, not milliliters. Han Xing felt that his breathing became a little rapid. It's been posted. It's really going to be posted this time. How long will this amount of water last him? If we take it to the trading channel, how many resources can we get in exchange? Korean stars are simply unimaginable. However, after the excitement, Han Xing felt a hint of unusual atmosphere in the pool. The water surface was bubbling and black smoke was rising from time to time. Han Xing suddenly remembered that the system seemed to have given a prompt before entering. This group of dark elves seemed to be summoning something. Could it be that this pool of water is their summoning medium? When I looked closer, the system prompt appeared as expected. The spiritual spring water polluted by the dark aura is no longer drinkable. Han Xing's beating heart instantly turned into disappointment. However, the disappointment did not last long because a thick black fog suddenly rose in front of his eyes, floating up from the pool. Something's weird. Han Xing took a few steps back suddenly. Immediately afterwards, the second system prompt appeared. The evil ritual of the Dark Elves has come to an end. A powerful being in the abyss has been summoned. Human survivors, you now have 2 choices. 1. Continue to put corrupted blood into the ritual to complete the summoning ritual. 2. Put the spirit core into the ritual to purify the dark aura from the spirit spring water. Please make your choice as soon as possible. Summoning ritual or purification? Han Xing. As a player who had played Sky Island Paradise for a period of time, he quickly realized that he might have triggered a side quest. And just by listening to the introduction, this side quest feels very extraordinary. Han Xing knew that his next choice would most likely determine the direction of the mission. A powerful existence in the abyss. Han Xing was pondering the system's prompts. At this moment, the black smoke coming out of the spring water on the ground became thicker and thicker and was spreading rapidly around. Han Xing didn't know what would be summoned if he chose the first option. But at this time, for the sake of safety, he made a split-second decision. I choose option 2, purification. The system prompts a string of ellipses. Han Xing suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This was a scene he had never encountered before. System, what's wrong with you? Say something. You're scaring me. Han Xing shouted in a trembling voice. At this moment, he suddenly saw that the dark elf's corpse that was originally on the ground disappeared without a trace after being covered by black smoke. The next moment, the system prompt in front of him made his heart plummet. The summoning ceremony has been completed. The demon Lord Julius is about to descend. What? Han Xing's face was full of question marks. At the same time, a terrible murmur and whisper suddenly sounded in his ears. Hatred, anger, fear, resentment. All kinds of negative emotions penetrated into Han Xing's mind like a tide. He felt as if his head was about to explode. His vision became increasingly dimmer. He even saw countless wronged souls howling in agony. Torn space, heart-wrenching howls. The mental defense line was easily torn apart at this moment. My grass. Han Xing held his head and tried to stay awake. No, we have to leave here as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will really die. Han Xing took a deep breath, gathered the last bit of his energy, and controlled his territory to move away from here. However, when he accidentally saw the scene behind him, he suddenly felt hopeless. In the pool of smoking spring water, a huge bone horn slowly stretched out. As soon as the tip of the horn was exposed, Han Xing felt it was difficult to breathe. A powerful aura began to spread. At this moment, the sky within hundreds of kilometers seemed to have darkened, and the evil aura dyed all the clouds black. In front of this terrifying force, Han Xing seemed so small. Then he heard a burst of wild laughter. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! After 3,500 years, finally, the great demon lord is coming out of that damned abyss again. Cry and wail, you lowly elves! I will make you experience the fear and pain of the past again. Ha ha! Boom! Han Xing felt the ground beneath his feet was shaking, as if something was about to break out of the ground. At this point, the terrifying existence has revealed a complete horn. The horn is nearly 20 meters long and about 2 meters thick. Just from this huge horn, you can tell how huge this creature is. The terrifying being continued to laugh wildly, and the dark aura became increasingly dense. The shadow of death covers my whole body. At this moment, only 2 words popped into Han Xing's mind. Finished. Chapter 17, Demon Lord. The devil's laughter went straight into my mind, and the breath of death continued to spread. Han Xing gritted his teeth and tried his best to control Sky Island to escape. The huge bone horn in front of him trembled slightly, and the devil sneered, "Oh, there are still humble humans here. Well, I will take you as the first blood sacrifice of my arrival." After hearing this, Han Xing's face changed drastically, and his bone horns shook violently. The devil is about to come. Just when he thought he was doomed, the vibration of the bone horns suddenly stopped. Han Xing was stunned. The scene at this moment was like the calm before the storm, terribly depressing. He thought the other party was planning something and was ready to face the devil. However, after waiting for a few seconds, the terrifying existence remained motionless. Han Xing obviously felt something was wrong. He raised his head and looked at the horn that was at least 20 meters high and shot straight into the sky. In his mind, he had a rough estimate of the size of the terrifying existence below. According to calculations, the demon size is no less than 100 meters tall. Compared to its huge body, the summoning circle of only 4 square meters on the ground seemed completely inconsistent. It was like a human being stretched out his arm, reached into a tiny water pipe, and tried to get out. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly had a strange guess in his mind. This guy, isn't he stuck? Han Xing subconsciously spoke out what was in his mind. The demon horns, which had been motionless, suddenly trembled after hearing Han Xing's words. The devil sneered, "Humph! How can a tiny human understand the greatness of the demon lord?" After hearing the demon's answer, Han Xing was convinced that he was indeed stuck. The premonition of death that had been hanging over my mind disappeared at this moment. The corners of Han Xing's mouth twitched a few times, and then he suddenly couldn't help laughing heartily. Ha! Ha! I'm dying of laughter. This is the first time I've heard of a demon being stuck in a summoning circle. It makes me laugh to death. Ha ha! Han Xing laughed so hard that he fell backwards. You are really embarrassing the demon clan? Human, shut up. Otherwise I will crush you to death like a bug, the demon lord shouted angrily. However, Han Xing was now certain that the demon really could not get out, so he spoke without any scruples. That's what I said. It's shameful, shameful, shameful. Ha ha ha. Han Xing put his hands on his hips, mocking and laughing wildly. Damn it. The demon lord seemed to be somewhat broken by his laughter, and said angrily, Human, don't let me catch you, or I will definitely lock your soul in the abyss forever and make you suffer for 10,000 years. After hearing this, Han Xing suddenly stopped laughing. He was not frightened by the threat of the demon lord, but turned his head and glared. Damn it, you shameless thing, you dare to threaten me? Your name seems to be Julius, right? Just wait. I want to record the scene here and tell everyone that the great demon lord was actually stuck in a summoning circle. By the way, I'm going to tell the elf. Han Xing. Every survivor system interface has built-in video recording and photo-taking functions. Han Xing did click on the recording button when the devil descended. Don't tell the elves. Those lowly beings are not worthy of seeing my appearance. The demon lord said hurriedly in a panic. You say no, so I can't do it? I'll tell the elf. Han Xing was very determined. You. The demon lord seemed to be very angry with the human in front of him. After a moment, he sighed and said, Okay, human, you win. State your terms. Han Xing was stunned, but immediately understood what the other party meant. Does this guy want to use benefits to shut himself up? Damn it. Am I a Korean star, this kind of person? He was very angry and said righteously, I'm telling you, don't try to impress me with benefits. Unless you give me the blueprints. A large number of blueprints for artifact equipment. The demon lord on the other side was also a little stunned. After a moment, he asked, the artifact you were talking about, are you referring to the little toys made by those dwarves? Han Xing Lu Kid Putzli. He didn't know much about the background of this world, so he replied, maybe. The demon lord sneered. Compared with our abyss magical weapons, the toys made by those dwarves are nothing. Moreover, the strongest part of our demon clan is our own bodies. We don't even bother to use those things. So, I don't have the blueprints you want. No. Han Xing continued to ask. Then what conditions do you want to negotiate with me? Goodbye, I will spread the video to the elves right now. After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. In fact, Han Xing didn't want to get too entangled with this guy anymore. After all, this guy was really scary. Considering how powerful this person is, if he releases just a little bit of his strength, he could kill me thousands of times. Feeling Han Xing's aura gradually fading away, the demon lord became a little impatient. He quickly shouted, humans, come back. You can tell the others, but help me cancel the summoning ceremony first. However, Han Xing turned a deaf ear to it. At this moment, the demon lord finally said, human, as long as you help me clear the summoning ritual, I can directly give you a drop of demon blood. Han Xing continued to pretend he didn't hear anything. He didn't know what demon blood was. The demon lord became even more impatient. I have a great sword that I used before. Oh, and I just found an alien beast egg in the alien space. I can give it to you too. Han Xing finally stopped, and when he turned around, a system prompt appeared in front of him. You have triggered an additional side quest, the Demon Lord's Request. Mission Introduction. The Demon Lord is trapped in a different dimension and can no longer invade your world. Only by canceling the summoning ritual can he return to the abyss. The noble Julius bowed his head at this moment and asked you to help him out. Quest Reward. Demon Blood, Demon King Great Sword. Unknown Beast Egg. Choose one of the three. Please note that this mission is not a mission issued by the system. Survivors, please carefully identify the mission information. Did the mission really get triggered? Han Xing's eyes flickered. He had been wary of this monster before, thinking that he was deliberately luring him closer. Only now did I realize that this demon lord seemed to be really stuck. The other party is in an awkward situation now. That is, he can't come to Han Xing's world, nor can he return to his abyss territory. At the same time, Han Xing also saw the attributes of the 3 task rewards. Demon Blood, the heart blood of a high-level demon. After merging with it, it will be replaced with Demon Bloodline, which can gain powerful demon power. All attributes will be increased 10-fold, and upgraded attributes will be increased 3-fold. It will automatically transfer to a hidden profession, Demon Hunter. Demon Lord Greatsword Red, Abyssal Magic Weapon, Quality. Epic, Attack Power 1078415462. All attributes plus 3,333. Attached Special Effect. Royal Power. When wearing this weapon, demon creatures of a rank lower than that of a high demon will not be able to cause damage to you. Attached Special Effect. Judgment as a high demon. You have supreme power and cause triple damage to creatures of a rank lower than yours. Attached Special Effect. Magic Flame. When the attack hits, it has a magic flame burning effect that lasts for 10 seconds. Attached Special Effect. Wearing requirements. Level 60. Unknown Alien Beast Egg. Unknown attributes. Unknown race, but can travel through different spaces. Seems to have some void abilities. Hiss. When Han Xing saw the mission reward, he took a deep breath. It's not because of anything else, but because the attributes of each of these 3 reward items are really amazing. The Demon Blood in it seems to be an item related to a hidden profession. As long as it is integrated with it, one can directly switch to a powerful demon hunter. Not to mention the Demon Lord's Great Sword, which seems to be the sword of this demon, and its attributes are extremely powerful. As for the last alien beast egg, the system's explanation was a bit vague, but there was no doubt that anything that could be favored by the Demon Lord must be pretty much the same. At this moment, Han Xing looked at the horn reaching into the sky and was finally moved. Chapter 18. Choose one from 3 amazing gains. Faced with the reward offered by the Demon Lord, Han Xing took a deep breath. He admitted that he was deeply moved, but But he didn't completely believe what the demon said, so he asked, I can help you, but how can I believe that you won't go back on your word and just leave after getting out of trouble? The demon lord on the other side sneered, Are you doubting my credibility? Yes. Han Xing nodded directly. After all, you've embarrassed yourself so much. Why do you still care about your reputation? The demon lord was very angry with him, but he still suppressed his anger and said, I can sign a contract with you using my real name. As long as you cancel the summoning formation, I will definitely reward you. Real name contract? Han Xing's eyes lit up. As a demon, the most important thing is his real name. Although it's not as bad as in the story, where knowing the other person's real name can decide life and death, but swearing with one's own name is considered quite sincere. Okay, then sign it. Han Xing agreed readily. The system prompt appears. Demon Lord Julius, I swear by my real name and ask you to help me cancel the summoning ceremony. As a condition, you can choose an item as a reward. Do you want to sign it? Sign. Han Xing immediately accepted it, then asked, How do I cancel the summoning ceremony? The demon's tone returned to calm. Put in the spirit core to purify the dark aura in the spirit's spring water, and the summoning ritual will naturally be interrupted. Han Xing did. He did not doubt the words of the demon lord because at the beginning, option 2 of the system task was also this method. Han Xing was very cautious, and even though he accepted the mission, he did not try to get close to the summoning circle, because he was not sure if the demon had any other tricks. He pulled out a wooden arrow, tied a spirit cord to the tip with a rope, and shot the spirit cores into the water one by one using the bowstring. The demon lord sneered at Han Xing's wariness. As spirit cores were thrown into the pool, the dark aura stopped spreading and turned clear. The horn that reached into the sky also began to fade at this time, as if it was about to disappear in this space. It was not until Han Xing shot the 37th arrow that the spiritual spring water in the pool stopped emitting black gas. The demon lord's horns slowly sank into the water and were about to disappear. At this moment, Han Xing hurriedly shouted, Devil, my reward! The demon lord wanted to go back on his word, but thinking of the real name contract he had signed, he said, Human, tell me the reward you want. Hearing this, Han Xing quickly analyzed the pros and cons of these 3 rewards in his mind, and for a moment it was difficult to choose. You'd better make a decision quickly, otherwise when the ceremony is over, you will no longer be able to talk to me. Then, it won't be me who has violated the contract. The devil gave a sinister smile. Considering how cunning this guy was, Han Xing gritted his teeth and made a quick decision. I choose the alien beast egg. The other party seemed to be stunned for a moment, and the demon lord asked, Are you sure you don't want to choose my sword and demon blood? Han Xing nodded. Sure, give it to me quickly. The demon sneered. As you wish. A moment later, with the complete disappearance of the demon lord, the originally dark sky became bright again. At this moment, Han Xing collapsed on the ground as if he had just fought a great battle. Just then, the system prompt appeared. Demon Lord Julius has returned to the abyss. Survivor, you have completed a great extermination. The world influence has increased by 32, and you have obtained 10 legendary points. Legendary points? What the hell is that? Han Xing was a little confused. He looked at the character interface and found that there was indeed an extra legendary point. However, the purpose of legendary points is not specified above. Shaking his head, Han Xing put it aside first, because at this moment, he had already seen a huge black egg floating on the clear pool of water in the center of the dark elf territory. Han Xing's eyes widened. He quickly approached the pond and grabbed the giant egg in his hand. The system prompt appears. An unknown species of exotic beast eggs have been obtained. Do you want to start hatching? Please note, once you choose to hatch, the creature inside the alien egg will be automatically bound to your pet. Each survivor can only bind one pet at the current stage, so please choose carefully. Hearing the system prompt, Han Xing thought, Can I only bind one pet? I don't know what species of creatures are inside. Although the things that the demon lord likes should not be too bad, I'm still worried about the worst. For no reason, Han Xing suddenly felt a little regretful. Should I have chosen demon blood or the monarch greatsword instead of this beast egg? However, the next moment he seemed to have thought of something and his face changed drastically. When choosing the reward, just now, the demon seemed to hope that he could choose demon blood or monarch greatsword, and for this reason, he specially confirmed with Han Xing. That guy definitely isn't that kind, so the only possibility is that this demon has a conspiracy. Han Xing said with a trembling voice. I remember the introduction of demon blood, which said that after fusion, I will gain the power of the devil, but my own bloodline will also be changed to the devil. In other words, I will also become a demon. Demons are creatures with strict hierarchies. High-ranking demons have absolute power over life and death over low-ranking demons. Once I become a demon, will I also be controlled by it? And the Demon Lord's great sword, as a weapon it has worn for many years, it must have some tricks on it. Maybe it can directly control my soul through the great sword and take over my body. What the hell? Han Xing suddenly woke up. He realized that his guess was probably correct, and the demon's original goal was to control him. He broke out in a cold sweat and said angrily, "Sly guy." At the same time, he was also extremely grateful in his heart. Fortunately, I accidentally made the most correct choice. When Han Xing looked at the dark giant egg in front of him again, he didn't feel so regretful anymore. After all, compared with your own life, what do these things mean? Thinking of this, Han Xing clicked the hatch button without hesitation. The system prompt appears. Whether to hatch the unknown beast egg. This hatching will take 100 hours. 100 hours, that long? It takes a long time. Han Xing clicked OK, and then said expectantly, I hope you can hatch a powerful pet for me. I wouldn't mind if you gave me a dragon. Although, Han Xing also knew that he was just dreaming. From its appearance to its size, this giant egg has nothing to do with a dragon, and the chance of a dragon popping out of it is very low. Incubating, remaining time 99 hours, 59 minutes, 58 seconds. After dealing with the dome, Han Xing looked at the pool of water in front of him with fiery eyes. He did not forget his original purpose. He risked his life to challenge this group of dark elves just for the water source in the center of the territory. Although it went through some twists and turns, and even involved a battle with that terrifying existence, fortunately, it was finally successful. Now, as long as he merges this territory, he will directly own a large amount of water resources and completely solve the water crisis. Not only that, if this batch of spiritual spring water appeared in the trading market, it would definitely cause a scramble in the entire 107th district. And you can also make huge profits from it. Chapter 19, Get Rich. Looking at so much water resources, Han Xing was excited and couldn't wait to annex this empty island territory. You have successfully merged the Dark Elf territory, and the territory area has expanded. You obtained territory resources, 1,532 liters of spiritual spring water. Spiritual spring water, a pure drinking water that seems to contain some kind of life force. After drinking it, one can slowly recover from injuries. When Han Xing saw the note at the end, he was instantly shocked. I originally thought that this was just an ordinary drinking water, but the attribute behind it directly raised the quality of this pool of water to several levels. What does it mean to recover from an injury? In this world, there are no doctors and no priestly healing skills. If you get injured accidentally, you can either rely on your own physical strength to recover or just wait to die. Currently, many human survivors are injured from fighting monsters but cannot receive effective treatment. For some seriously injured survivors, being injured at this time means they have lost their combat effectiveness, which is equivalent to being sentenced to death by the world. Especially among those melee professions, the casualty rate is higher. However, the appearance of this spiritual spring water gave them new hope. One can imagine what a sensation it would cause when Linquan water appeared on the trading channel. This is not just a pool of water, it's a pool of gold. Han Xing was very excited and couldn't wait to take a bite. After drinking the cool spring water, Han Xing instantly felt a refreshing sensation that went all the way from head to toe. So cool. The places on both arms that had just been injured by the fireball felt itchy. The injuries are recovering. The effect is obvious. After verifying the efficacy of Linquan water, Han Xing suddenly had an idea. Now is the time when everyone is most short of water, which is a great trading opportunity. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided not to delay any further and start acquiring a batch of resources right away. He opened the chat channel and prepared to observe the current market situation. However, the expected scene of everyone frantically scrambling to buy water resources did not occur. Instead, many people were discussing a survivor who was selling water. The chat channel was flooded with messages. Look, the enchanter is selling water again. It's 100 milliliters again this time. He needs the green weapon of the stalker. Who has weapons? Go and exchange them. The trading channel once again triggered a rush of buying, and many people began to privately chat with a survivor named the Enchanter, and the 100 milliliters of water was sold out almost instantly. Someone found a large source of water. Han Xing keenly noticed that someone might have been selling water first. After looking through the chat messages, Han Xing's guess was confirmed. There is indeed a survivor called the Enchanter who sells water. However, his bid was outrageous. He wanted to exchange 100 milliliters of water for 10 spirit cores, or 5 kilograms of food, or green equipment. Any one of these items is enough to empty the current human survivor's possessions. They had to trade all the items they had collected with great difficulty on some safe islands just to get a drink of water. But even so, there are still many people willing to scramble to buy it. After all, these things are nothing compared to one's own life. Han Xing lowered his head and thought, only selling 100 milliliters at a time, is this hunger marketing? It is said that this is the 7th time that the Enchanter has sold water resources. This means that he should still have a lot of water reserves, but certainly not as much as I do. You know, Han Xing now has 1,500 liters of water in his hands, which converted into milliliters is 1.5 million. He believed that in the entire Channel 107, it was impossible for anyone to surpass him at this stage. If there was anyone, they would have traded in large quantities long ago. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly opened the trading channel and posted a trading message. Consignment item information. Spiritual spring water can replenish moisture and has the effect of slightly recovering from injuries. Inventory reserve. Large quantity. Trading conditions. Each spiritual core can be exchanged for 10 milliliters of spiritual spring water. Each piece of refined iron can be exchanged for 5 milliliters of spiritual spring water. Each animal skin can be exchanged for 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water, and each consignor, Xinghe. Han Xing continuously inputs various material information and sets various transaction rules. From small items like various ores to large items like equipment, skill books, blueprints, and even unopened treasure chests, everything has a clear price tag. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once the survivors of Channel 107 have survived this period and solved the water problem, it will be impossible to make large-scale acquisitions later. Stockpiling these materials, Han Xing will definitely not suffer any loss, and it will continue to appreciate in value as time goes by. Han Xing even thought that even if he couldn't use all of it, he could make it all into equipment and then sell it to the people on Channel 107, continuing to reap the resources in their hands and forming a virtuous circle. By then, perhaps he will be responsible for providing equipment for nearly 10,000 people on the entire Channel 107. And Korean stars will also make a lot of money. When the consignment information of Lingquan water was put on the shelves, many survivors wiped their eyes carefully, as if they thought they had seen it wrong. Although they were doubtful, they clicked on the transaction without hesitation, fearing that it would be snatched away by others if they were a second late. When the first survivor successfully exchanged 5 spirit cores, 8 pieces of refined iron, and 30 rare earths for 120 milliliters of spirit spring water, he was so excited that he almost jumped up. He shouted excitedly on the LAN, "Fuck! I got it! I got it!" Someone is selling water in the trading channel. As long as you have the materials, you can go and exchange them. Hurry! What? After the first one, the second one came immediately, and Han Xing's spiritual spring water immediately caused a rush. At the same time, LAN chat channels have set off an unprecedented boom. Many of the survivors were thrilled inside. "Oh my god, I really got it. Thank you, benefactor. Oh my god. This is not just ordinary water. This is spiritual spring water. It works better than regular drinking water and can also heal wounds. Family members, hurry up if you can change it. You will earn money. If you go too late, it will be sold out." The chat channel went completely crazy. At this time, Han Xing's screen was flooded with system prompts. Transaction successful. You gain 6 refined irons. You lose 30 milliliters of spiritual spring water. You get 1 bronze treasure chest, and you lose 500 milliliters of spiritual spring water. Get the wizard robe blueprint green, *1. You lose the spiritual spring water *300 milliliters. The transaction amount set by Han Xing is very humane. Even if you only have 1 material, you can exchange it with him for spiritual spring water. Because the prices were clearly marked, Han Xing saved himself the trouble of bargaining with others, and the survivors who were in urgent need of water began to buy the products frantically. As system prompts continued to flash across the screen, large amounts of materials entered the backpack. In just 5 minutes, his reserves of refined iron exceeded 1,000. The number of spirit cores exceeded 500, and the number of rare earths, ether, and other materials exceeded 3,000. And this number is still growing at a terrifying rate. 60. Slot space backpack was quickly filled up. Han Xing could only pile these materials directly on the ground. After a while, small hills of materials appeared in front of him. At this moment, the Korean star's face was almost smiling. It's rich. It's completely rich now. Chapter 20. Monopoly Profits. Han Xing rubbed his hands together excitedly, his voice trembling. How long can I use these materials, and how much equipment can I make? Up to now, he has exchanged for a total of 1052 spirit cores, 4,362 rare earths, 3,742 refined irons, 5,763 ethers, 3 skill books, 5 unopened bronze treasure chests, 32 unopened wooden boxes, 7 green equipment drawings, and thousands of other miscellaneous materials. And all the Korean star paid was 37 liters of spiritual spring water. And his remaining spiritual spring water reserves are 1,502 liters. Not even a fraction of his was consumed. Is this the benefit of Monopoly? It's so cool, Han Xing exclaimed. Now, in the entire District 107, he is the only one who sells water resources in large quantities, and there is no competitor at all. If this continues, Han Xing can even take all the gains of Channel 107's nearly 10,000 people in the past 2 days into his own hands. It means that they have all been working for Korean stars these 2 days. Looking at the materials piling up on the ground, Han Xing thought for a moment and temporarily removed the consignment information of Lingquan water. Excitement that had lasted for 10 minutes came to an abrupt end. Those survivors who were still waiting for the deal were suddenly confused. What's going on? Why is it suddenly taken off the shelves? At Xingha, great God, is the water reserve insufficient? I haven't gotten any yet. At Xingha, bro, what happened? Tell us. I'm so scared. In the chat channel, many people were frantically tagging Han Xing. But at this moment, Han Xing was busy organizing his own territory and did not read the messages for the time being. Han Xing didn't respond, and the group became even more panicked. Especially those survivors who were still watching and hesitating whether to exchange the things in their hands. They felt extremely regretful and wanted to slap themselves twice on the spot for missing such a great opportunity. If Korean stars don't sell anymore, where will they get water? It's over. The master didn't respond. Maybe it's really sold out. Fuck. I thought at first that his price was too high and it wasn't worth it to change it. But now, I want to slap myself twice. Me too. Those survivors who didn't get the exchange were heartbroken, while those survivors who exchanged for Lingquan water as soon as it was put on the shelves by Korean stars were secretly delighted and laughed loudly in the chat channel. Ah, a bunch of idiots. No matter how good the materials and equipment are, can they be better than your own life? If you lose your equipment, you can always find more. But if you die, you are really dead. That's right. Besides, this spiritual spring water can heal injuries. In case of emergency, it's like having an extra life. It's worth it no matter how you calculate it. Listening to their laughter, the group of survivors who were watching were almost regretting their decision. But some people still didn't give up. They continued to try to summon Han Xing, hoping that he could put some more spiritual spring water on the shelves. Misu, at Xingha Master, please go up a little more, just a little more. I swear I will not hesitate. San Wangshan, at Xingha Brother, you are our savior. The entire Channel 107 depends on you. Please sell some more water. Tornado Potato, at Xingha Daddy. Yuxi, dude upstairs, you are so cruel at Xianfeng Tudou. Tornado Potato, what's wrong with me? Now there is someone willing to sell water. That person is my savior and my second parent. From now on, he will be my Xingha Daddy. Just then, a familiar name appeared in the chat channel. Xingha. Ahem, what happened? Han Xing coughed twice awkwardly. Seeing Han Xing speaking, the entire Channel 107 paused for a moment. Tornado Potato, at Xingha Dad, were you summoned by me? Master Yuanshan, the great god finally came out. Please, give me some more spiritual spring water. At this time, Han Xing flipped through the chat records and finally understood what happened in the chat channel. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, everyone. There is still some spiritual spring water. I will put another batch on the shelves later." Dia, at Xingha, is that true, Master? I'm waiting for your spiritual spring water to save my life. Loss. Great, I won't hesitate this time. In the chat channel, many survivors breathed a sigh of relief from the bottom of their hearts. They originally thought that Han Xing's spiritual spring water was sold out, and they missed a great opportunity, but they didn't expect that the other party said that he still had some. Great God Xing, how much spiritual spring water do you have left? Is the price still the same as before? Han Xing replied, don't worry about that. I will sell Lingquan water again, but the transaction conditions will change. Hearing what Han Xing said, the survivors of Channel 107 thought that Han Xing was going to raise his price, and their hearts began to beat fast. Han Xing seemed to know their concerns and said directly, don't worry, the price is not increased, but some exchange conditions have been added. If any one of you has design drawings of furniture, houses, territory facilities, etc., you can come to me to exchange them for spiritual spring water. I will give you a preferential price. By the way, if anyone has a storage box or a storage box blueprint, please contact me first to exchange it for spiritual spring water. White-grade storage boxes can be exchanged directly with me for 500 milliliters of spiritual spring water, and blueprints can be exchanged for 2,000 milliliters. Green-grade storage boxes can be exchanged with me for 2,000 milliliters of spiritual spring water, and blueprints can be exchanged with me for 10,000 milliliters of spiritual spring water. This is also the purpose of Korean Stars clicking into the chat channel. There were now so many materials piled up in his territory that he had to use several storage boxes to collect them. Many survivors were shocked when they heard the extremely high remuneration offered by the Korean Star. You know, according to the previous Korean Star price, a bronze treasure chest could only be exchanged for 500 milliliters of spiritual spring water, and a green equipment blueprint could only be exchanged for 300 milliliters. Now, for a white-grade storage box blueprint, he directly offered a high price of 2,000 milliliters, and the green grade was 10,000 milliliters. Many people even wish they could produce a blueprint right now, so they can trade with Korean Stars. Who has the storage box blueprint? Hurry up, the great god needs it. If anyone has a storage box or a blueprint, please bring it out quickly. In the chat channel, those people were worried that Han Xing would not be able to exchange for the storage box blueprint and would stop selling the spiritual spring water, and they all became anxious for him. But the probability of this blueprint coming out does not seem high. After all, a storage box is a space-type item like a space backpack, and it has a larger capacity. The disadvantage is that it cannot be carried and can only be stored in the territory. At this time, a survivor named Cream Puff slowly said, I think I have a green-grade blueprint for the storage box. Can I? Han Xing smiled and said, okay, let's trade. He immediately initiated a transaction request to the other party, and the other party readily accepted it. Then, the system prompt appears. You obtained the storage box blueprint green, and you lost 10 liters of spiritual spring water. The spiritual spring water reserves dropped by 1,500 liters, but for Han Xing, it was insignificant. At this time, the Cream Puff excitedly said in the chat channel that she had exchanged for 10,000 milliliters of spiritual spring water, which aroused the envy of other survivors. At this time, Han Xing said on the local area network, everyone, please be patient. I will put another batch of spiritual spring water on the shelves in a while. You can just contact me to trade directly. Okay, master, I'll wait for you. At Xinghe, thank you. Great God Xinghe, you are the savior of our channel 107. In the chat channel, Han Xing smiled at everyone's flattery. Just when he was about to exit the chat channel, he suddenly saw a familiar name tagged himself. Lei Wei. At Xinghe, what's wrong with you? Why did you reject my request to trade with you? Chapter 21, A Great Harvest. Lei Wei questioned Han Xing in the chat channel. At this time, another person named Wu Tianlei said, there are also people from our Lei group who have been rejected by you when they try to trade with you. What do you want to do? Don't you want to do business anymore? Facing their questioning, Han Xing chuckled and said, I don't want to do anything, I just don't want to trade with the people from your Lei group. The other survivors were keenly aware of the unusual meaning in Han Xing's words. This great god seems to be at odds with the people from the Lei group. At this time, they remembered that the person that the Lei group clamored to ban in the chat channel yesterday seemed to be Xinghe. This bunch of idiots have offended the great god, and now he won't trade with you anymore. Many people mentally mourned for the people of Lei group for a few seconds. At this time, Lei Wei also knew that Han Xing was holding a grudge against him yesterday. He suppressed his anger and whispered, boy, there's no need to be so stingy, right? Although we did have a feud before, it was just me. There's no need to implicate the rest of our Lei group, right? However, Han Xing smiled and replied, really? I remember yesterday, a group of people from your Lei group jumped out and clamored to ban me and not trade materials with me. Congratulations now, you succeeded. Lei Wei was stunned for a moment, then said in a gloomy tone, Xinga, don't be too ruthless in everything. If you don't sell us water, dozens of lives of Lei Group will be handed over to you. The atmosphere in the chat channel was very weird. This Levi directly involved dozens of lives and wanted to force Han Xing to sell water. However, Han Xing sneered, Levi, I told you not to try to fool me with your tricks. Do you think moral kidnapping will work on me? You are their leader, so you have to be responsible for the people under you. Since you made the decision, you have to bear all the consequences. If you can't bear them, it only proves that you are incompetent. After saying that, Han Xing didn't want to waste any more words with Levi, so he directly exited the chat channel. Only Levi was left with a livid face, shaking with anger as he looked at the chat channel. The other people from the Lei group all looked as pale as paper. At this time, in Han Xing's Sky Island territory, he squeezed out from the pile of materials. Levi's words had no effect on him, even though he deliberately made the situation sound serious. But Han Xing knew that although Channel 107 was short of water resources, some people definitely still had reserves. The people from the Lei group can completely exchange them for these people, but the price they need to pay will be higher. It depends on whether Lei Wei is willing to do so. Shaking his head, Han Xing stopped thinking about that group of people. Instead, he looked at the territory, which had nearly doubled in size, and smiled, revealing a row of big white teeth. Before this, the area of his territory was 32 square meters. After merging the Sky Island of the Dark Elves, it directly expanded to 64 cubic meters. A large platform of 8 meters by 8 meters is suspended in the air. Although the space is large, the massive amount of materials still makes the platform very crowded and chaotic. Han Xing finally walked out of the pile of materials and found 2 open spaces on the edge. Then he looked at the production requirements for the storage box on the drawing. Storage box drawing green. Materials required for production. Spirit core *50, refined iron *100, mithril *10, rare earth *100. Production success rate 10%. Affected by the talent of the god-level craftsman, the success rate has reached 100%. Huh, you actually need a material like mithril. Han Xing lowered his head and thought, there are relatively few sources of mithril materials. Apart from a small chance of getting some in bronze treasure chests, you can only rely on luck to find a few pieces of mithril ore. I don't know if it's available on Channel 107 now. Han Xing was a little uncertain, but when he came to the chat channel again and expressed his intention to acquire mithril, he still received responses from many people. In the end, he successfully exchanged 2,000 milliliters of spiritual spring water for 21 mithrils. As expected, there is strength in numbers. Even if the odds are low, there will always be a few lucky ones who can obtain these materials. Now that the materials needed for the storage box were gathered, Han Xing directly clicked to make it. A dazzling green light flashed, and a corner of the hill of materials on the ground disappeared. A 180-second progress bar appeared in front of me. Since it is a tool-making process, it takes a little longer. After waiting for 6 minutes, the system prompt came. Successfully made storage box green, *2. Storage box green, quality, excellent, storage space 350, special effect, expansion, storage space increased by 50. Storage box green, quality, rare, storage space 400, special effect, intermediate expansion, storage space increased by 100. Storage space slots are added. The talent of the god-level craftsman once again demonstrated its powerful effect. Great, there's more than enough space now. As soon as the words fell, bang! Fine iron storage boxes about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide appeared in front of Han Xing. Because the entire box is made of fine iron, it appears black, with white lines formed by mithril dotted in it. Han Xing stuffed all the materials that piled up like mountains on the ground into the storage box. After a while, the territory became empty again. Han Xing clapped his hands, clicked on the consignment channel again, and started selling Lingquan water. Channel 107 was in shock again. Many people began to rush to trade supplies with Han Xing. After just a few seconds, hundreds of trading applications appeared. The transaction was even more exciting than the first time. Korean stars were so busy clicking on the transaction points that their hands were almost tired, and they were having a lot of fun. The transaction was successful. You obtained the complete set of furniture blueprints, but you lost 500 milliliters of spiritual spring water. The transaction was successful. You obtained the animal hide boots blueprint green, and you lost 300 milliliters of spiritual spring water. The transaction was successful. You obtained the warrior pendant blueprint green, and you lost 500 milliliters of spiritual spring water. Since Han Xing changed the transaction conditions, this time he removed various equipment and instead collected various drawings, and he directly passed on the duplicates. This grand transaction lasted for nearly 2 hours, and Han Xing felt that his hands were about to cramp. When the last transaction was completed, Han Xing collapsed to the ground as if he had just fought a battle. However, although tired, Han Xing's face showed an excited expression. After all, who wouldn't be excited when seeing a dozen skill books and dozens of equipment and weapon drawings lying quietly in his backpack? Not only that, in addition to these things, at the edge of the territory, for storage boxes occupied 8 square meters. Because the materials were full just now, Han Xing made 2 more temporarily. Now, 4 storage boxes with nearly 3,000 grids of space are filled with various materials. Chapter 22, Territory Scoreboard, Open. Previously, in the first 10-minute transaction, Han Xing used 37 liters of spiritual spring water to exchange for 10,000 or 20,000 materials. In 2 hours of trading, Han Xing consumed more than 400 liters of spiritual spring water. From this, we can imagine how much materials and spirit cores he has hoarded. This time, I'm in a lot of money. Han Xing stood up excitedly. These materials, rare earth and ether, needless to say, are special materials with a wide range of uses. They will be used in the production of large-scale engineering props and magic devices in the future. More importantly, it is the spirit core. Han Xing has discovered that the more powerful the equipment, the more spirit cores are needed, and the uses of spirit cores are also very wide. Read these materials. Han Xing looked at the 17 skill books again. Among them, there are 5 skill books for stealth, including basic skills such as stealth, backstab, and throat slitting. The warrior has 4 books, which include skills such as charge, aerial slash, and horizontal chop. The clergy have skills such as holy strike, holy light ball, purification, etc. There are also the mages' ice arrows, fireballs, wind blades, and thunderbolts, which are all damage skills that the mage profession urgently needs. What Han Xing is most looking forward to are the 3 skill books for the hunter profession. Wind chasing arrow shoots an extremely fast arrow, causing 130% damage to the enemy. Multiple continuous shooting. Shoot 5 arrows in succession. Each arrow can cause 80% damage. Roll. You can perform a quick roll during combat. Very good. Han Xing clenched his fists. Now, all the basic skills of a hunter before advancement are complete, except for the weak point attack. Then there are the pile of drawings. Han Xing was too lazy to look at them one by one and just clicked on study. Since Han Xing did not trade duplicate drawings, the drawings here were all ones he had not learned. Animal leather boots, animal leather shorts, traveler's ring, warrior pendant. Since leather armor increases the agility attribute the most, it is also the preferred equipment for hunters and stealth. Excluding those that he can use, some green robes, light armor, and fine iron-heavy armor were directly ignored by him. Now, except for the lack of helmet and gauntlets, he almost has a half-complete set of 1-star green equipment. With no shortage of materials, Han Xing produced 7 or 8 sets in one go. After eliminating some green equipment of excellent quality, what remains are all green equipment of rare quality. A total of 4 pieces of rare quality green equipment. Animal leather pants, green. Quality, rare, defense 2-4, agility +3, attached special effect, primary magic resistance. Animal leather boots, green. Quality, rare, defense 1-2, agility +6, attached special effect, sprint, active special effect. After being turned on, running speed increases by 50% within 10 seconds. Warrior pendant, green. Quality, rare, strength +6, constitution +2. With special effect, warrior's roar when attacked. There is a 50% chance of triggering the warrior's roar state. Your attack power increases by 10%, and the state effect lasts for 10 seconds. Traveler's ring, green. Quality, rare, strength +2, agility +2, spirit +2, constitution +2, with special effects. The attributes of each of Han Xing's equipment have been greatly improved. His panel changed. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Occupation, hunter. Level, LV2. Strength, 6+9, warrior pendant +6, traveler's ring +2, fur coat +1. Agility, 6+15, space backpack +4, fur boots +6, fur pants +3, traveler's ring +2. Spirit, 5+2, traveler's ring +2, constitution, 8+8, space backpack +4, warrior pendant +2, traveler's ring +2. Skills, elementary bow and arrow mastery, double arrow, wind chasing arrow, multiple bursts, tumbling. Talent, God level craftsman, SSS. Looking at his own attributes, Han Xing suddenly said with emotion, I'm so strong. As of now, Han Xing's equipment is indeed very powerful among the survivors. His attributes are enough to defeat other level 5 survivors. In addition to attributes, he also learned 300 skills. Coupled with the short-term attack power enhancement effect added by the warrior pendant that had just been made and the sprinting special effect that came with the short boots, the actual combat capability was greatly enhanced. Next time we meet the Dark Elf team, the fight won't be so thrilling. Han Xing thought happily. While he was sorting out these materials, several hours passed in a flash and the sky gradually darkened. The second day, since the human survivors arrived in this world, is about to pass. During this period, Han Xing also opened dozens of bronze treasure chests. Of course, a bronze treasure chest can only give out green equipment and blueprints at most, with a small chance of giving out skill books. He has no shortage of these things now. He stuffed all the items he found into the storage box. Han Xing looked at the sky, thought for a moment and said, It's getting late. We won't continue exploring other sky islands today. It's important to combine work and rest. Han Xing was not in a hurry. He opened a book he had just received, which read The Complete Guide to Furniture Making. It's time to start making furniture. Han Xing opened the furniture making encyclopedia and first made a bed, pillow, and quilt for himself. A few more stools, tables, torch stands, barbecue grills, campfire stoves, and other furniture were added. The 66 square meter platform is not small and is enough for him to place these facilities. The originally empty territory also began to have a sense of home at this time. 4 1-meter-high torch stands were placed in the 4 corners of the territory, each with a dark flint placed on it. The lights flickered, and the warmth was floating. Han Xing looked at the hatching progress of the alien beast egg, and the system prompted. Incubating. Remaining time to complete hatching. 94 hours, 47 minutes, 32 seconds. 94 hours left. After a glance, he no longer paid attention to it, but lay comfortably on the bed, looked at the starry sky, and then fell asleep. The next day, a system announcement woke all the survivors from their dreams. Announcement. The number of Level 2 survivors in a regional channel has exceeded 1,000, and the territory ranking list has been opened. Territory scoreboard. For every 1 cubic meter of territory expanded, survivors will receive 1 point. The first 100 survivors in each area who reach 1,000 points will receive ranking rewards. At the same time, the survivors of Blue Star who were divided into different areas all expressed doubts. Territory rankings? The number of Level 2 survivors has exceeded 1,000. Which district is so fast? At this time, people from Area Channel 107 also had the same doubts. But the next moment, they knew which district was so fast. Announcement. Because 1,000 survivors have reached Level 2 in Area 107 where you are located, you have obtained the Heroic Fighting status effect. Heroic Fight. During the duration of the leaderboard, all attributes of survivors will increase by 10%. Shit, it's our District 107. Brothers are awesome. Number 1 in the server. That's awesome. Chapter 23. Hidden Occupation Scroll. The sudden system announcement also woke Han Xing up. He saw a new heroic fight effect on his status bar, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. That's amazing. It seems that all of us in District 107 are hardworking and stay up all night. It's awesome. Han Xing said sincerely. What he didn't know was that he also had some credit for District 107 taking first place in the entire server. When all human survivors were in a state of extreme water shortage, Han Xing killed a team of dark elves, fought wits and courage with a powerful demon, and finally found a large amount of water. Although only a few hundred liters of water were traded, it doesn't seem like much when distributed among thousands of people. But just this little bit of water restored their vitality and made them fight again. This experience made them realize more clearly that they must actively explore the Sky Island and acquire more resources while they are in good condition. This is one of the reasons why Regional Channel 107 is ahead of other regions. Han Xing immediately clicked on the regional territory standings. I discovered that the person currently ranked first in the entire Channel 107 was actually myself. First place, Xinghe, territory points 66. Second place, Black Hawk, territory points 42. Third place, Whisper, territory points 35. Fourth place, Papaya Star Spirit, territory points 32. Among the top 100, Han Xing's personal territory points are far ahead. And of course, the other survivors are not bad either. Those who made it onto the list all had territory points exceeding double digits. This means that they have at least experienced one or several battles and have gradually adapted to the rhythm of this world. The leaderboard? What's the reward? Han Xing looked at the ranking interface, and the next moment, the system prompt appeared again. Rewards for the territory leaderboard have been updated. 51st to 100th place. Rewards: 10 units of food, 5 units of fresh water, 100 spirit cores, and 1 random advanced career scroll. 21st to 50th place. Rewards: 20 units of food, 10 units of fresh water, 200 spirit cores, 1 green weapon of your choice, and 1 random advanced career scroll. 11th to 20th place. Rewards: 30 units of food, 15 units of fresh water, 300 spirit cores, 1 green weapon of your choice, 1 green equipment of your choice, 1 advanced career scroll of your choice. 4th to 10th place. Rewards: 50 units of food, 20 units of fresh water, 500 spirit cores, 1 blue weapon of your choice, and 1 advanced career scroll of your choice. Rewards for 3rd place. Food * 100 units, fresh water * 50 units, spirit cores * 1,000, 1 blue weapon of your choice, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 advanced career scroll of your choice. Rewards for the 2nd place. 200 units of food, 50 units of fresh water, 1,000 spirit cores, 1 blue weapon design of your choice, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 advanced career scroll of your choice. Han Xing was surprised when he saw the reward above. The silver treasure chests and blue equipment have all appeared, as well as advanced class scrolls. I guess this reward is enough for many people to fight over, right? However, when he saw the reward for 1st place, his eyes widened instantly. Rewards for 1st place: 500 units of food, 200 units of fresh water, 1,000 spirit cores, 1 purple weapon design of your choice, 1 silver treasure chest, 1 hidden profession scroll. Han Xing simply ignored the previous rewards. His eyes were fixed on the last one. Hidden career scroll. When Han Xing was choosing his career, he made it clear that he would switch to a hidden career: Hunter, Wild Ranger. But it seems that he has not found any triggering conditions for this hidden profession. According to Han Xing's estimation, he would have to wait until he reached level 8 or 9 before he would be able to take on the job change mission to become a Wild Ranger. But now there is an opportunity before him. As long as he takes 1st place in the standings, he won't need to search for the triggering mission of the Wild Ranger. Instead, he can directly switch to a powerful hidden profession after reaching level 10. In Sky Island Paradise, no one knows how many hidden professions there are. But since it is hidden compared with other professions, it cannot be said to be absolutely stronger, but it must have its extraordinary features. At this moment, Han Xing was determined to take 1st place. The moment the points reward was updated, not only Han Xing saw the reward information, but other survivors also saw the amazing reward for the 1st place and became jealous. The chat channel was flooded with messages at this point. There are so many rewards. Even food and water are awarded by unit. As long as you make it into the top 100, you basically won't have to worry about food and water. That's right. More importantly, there is an advanced class scroll. I've seen the introduction on the game interface before. After reaching level 10, if you want to break through again, you need to use these advanced professional scrolls and become a high-level professional. At that time, your strength will undergo a qualitative change. Not only will your attributes be greatly improved, but you can also learn more advanced skills. When the time comes, dealing with these creatures below level 10 will be like a father beating his son. After hearing the introduction about advanced professions, many survivors showed a gleam of anticipation in their eyes. Oh my god, the top 10 will get blue weapons as rewards, and the top 3 will even get a silver treasure chest. This is too tempting. Yes, if I can get a top 3 award, I will be satisfied. The survivors in Area 107 were all discussing the top 10 rewards, but few were discussing the 1st reward. This was a strange phenomenon. At this time, someone finally asked, "Why didn't anyone tell us about the 1st place reward? That's a hidden profession, and there's a purple weapon that hasn't been seen yet. Don't even think about it. Don't you see who is the number 1 now? He's the savior of our District 107, the great God Xinga. Tornado Potato. That's my dad. Don't compete with him for 1st place." At the same time, in District 107, several organizations that had begun to take shape began emergency discussions. God's Whisper Discussion Group. I'm sure you've all seen that the rewards for the top 100 are very tempting. As long as a few of us in God's Whisper make it into the top 100, we'll basically have solved our survival problem. The one who spoke was the third on the leaderboard, the Whisperer, who was a mage. The Whisperer continued, "So, those who still have the ability should explore the clouds around them and expand their territory. And I will also try my best to catch up and stay in the third place. Of course, the first place is also my goal, so I hope to get your help." The other members responded one after another. "Boss, if you need anything, just ask us. We will support you." "That's right, support Whisper Boss." Airplane Boys Group Discussion Group. "Cheer up, we already have 3 members of the Airplane Boys Group in the top 100 list. Let's try to get a few more. We must make sure that Papaya Star Spirit Boss remains in the top 10. Protect the top 10 and chase the top 3. Boss Papaya Star Spirit, we support you." Chapter 24. Prepare to rush to the top of the list. Compared with the lively atmosphere of other discussion groups, another discussion group in Area 107 seemed a bit weird. That is the Dusk Mercenary Discussion Group. In the discussion group, a survivor named Vulture asked, "Captain, do you have a chance to get first place this time?" At the same time, on a certain Sky Island territory, a man wearing a full set of stealth equipment and with a gloomy look stopped. He is the second in the standings, Black Hawk. After seeing the message from the discussion group, he did not reply immediately, but replied with one word, "It's difficult, I'll try my best." Others were a little bit unbelieving and said, "Captain, even you don't have the confidence to grab the first place in that galaxy?" "You are." The shadow was silent for a moment, then replied again, "He is very strong. I can't see through him. But I will try my best." Han Xing climbed out of bed, full of motivation again. Looking at the chat in the LAN, the survivors of Channel 107 were very enthusiastic. "Very good. It seems everyone is in high spirits." Han Xing stretched his body and clenched his fists. "I'm going to start impacting the rankings too." However, there are still some things to do before rushing to the top of the list. He opened the blueprint column and made more than 500 fine iron arrows in one go. A total of more than 1,000 pieces of refined iron were consumed, but compared to his current material reserves, it was not even worth mentioning. Then, Han Xing started to mass-produce containers, and the relevant production drawings can be found in the Furniture Encyclopedia. He makes glass bottles, which are divided into 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. The capacity of the small glass bottle is 100 milliliters, the capacity of the medium glass bottle is 500 milliliters, and the capacity of the large glass bottle is 1,000 milliliters. Because it is made of special material, although it is a glass bottle, it also has very strong anti-fall and impact resistance. Han Xing scooped up all the spiritual spring water from the pool on the ground and put it into the storage box, then clapped his hands and stood up. "Very good. Now I don't have to worry about monsters rushing into my territory and destroying the spiritual spring water reserves during the battle." After doing all this, Han Xing thought for a moment and clicked into the discussion group of the 3 of them. Han Xing, "Brothers, have you seen the announcement? Do you want to give it a try and get into the top 10? Cheng Jianyong, "Brother Xing, you think too highly of US, don't you? My territory points have just reached 12 points, and I haven't even made it into the top 100. As for Brother Yun, there should still be hope. He already has 20 points and is ranked 91st. After hearing this, Han Xing was a little surprised and said, "Already in the top 100? Not bad, Xiaoyun." Xinyun also replied at this time, "It's okay. The main thing is the skill book given by Brother Xing, which helped me a lot. I dared to go to some places that I didn't dare to explore before, after having Holy Light Healing challenged, and I was injured several times, and I relied on this skill to recover from my injuries. In the early stage, a skill book is really helpful." Cheng Jinyong listened with envy on the side, and then said with some resentment, "I'm envious. Brother Xing is so kind to you. If I also had a skill book, maybe I would be in the top 50 now." After hearing this, Xin Yun said disdainfully, "Fuck you, there are nearly 10,000 people in Area 107. There must be many masters here. Don't underestimate others." However, Cheng Jianyong was unconvinced and said, "Give me a skill book, and I will definitely be able to reach the top 50. After finishing speaking, he said rather eloquently, "Jianyong, the great emperor, is no weaker than anyone else." Korean star. Xin Yun. Han Xing said speechlessly, "Cheng Jianyong, don't act awkward." Cheng Jianyong smiled sheepishly. At this time, Han Xing continued to ask, "Seriously, if I give you a skill book, can you really reach the top 50? After hearing this, Cheng Jianyong immediately realized something and said in surprise, "Brother Xing, could it be?" Han Xing smiled. Cheng Jianyong quickly asked expectantly, "Brother Xing, do you really have it?" Let me see what a warrior's skill book looks like. His tone was full of desire, but Han Xing said, "Wait a minute, I haven't finished speaking yet. You just said that one skill book can make you into the top 50. So what if I give you two?" Cheng Jianyong's breath stagnated, and then he said cautiously, "Two or two copies. What about the top 20? 3 copies." Hiss. This time, not only was Qi Jianyong not calm, but even Xin Yun was short of breath. At this time, the eyes of the two people revealed desire. Cheng Jianyong quickly said excitedly, "Brother Xing, you will be my brother from now on. I will do whatever you want me to do from now on. If you ask me to go east, I will never go west. I will be your chief fan." Based on their understanding of Han Xing, they also know that he will not joke about something that does not exist. Since he dares to say it, it means that he really does have it. At this time, Qinyan also raised his voice and said, "Xing, brother Xing, others want it too." When the two heard this voice, goosebumps suddenly appeared on the ground. Cheng Jianyong scolded, "Damn it, Xin Yun, you are so disgusting. You have lost your face just because of the skill book." However, Qinyan also immediately counterattacked. "Cheng Jianyong, you are so embarrassed to accuse me. Don't you have the same virtue? You're disgusting. You are shameless." Listening to the two scolding each other, Han Xing laughed and said, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. You both have it, not only the skill books, but also green equipment and weapons. I have all of these, and will trade them to you right away." Han Xing initiated a transaction application to them, the skill books being thrown up one after another in the trading window, including almost all the skills of the early professions, and then armors and weapons. At this moment, both Xin Yun and Cheng Jianyong had some unreal feelings. "Brother Xing, are these all for us?" Both of them sounded a little uncertain. They knew the value of these things very well. However, before they could recover, they saw 20 liters of spiritual spring water in the transaction column. Chen Yun and Cheng Jianyong's shocked eyes fell into confusion at the same time. They were not fools. After seeing so much precious spiritual spring water, they thought of what happened in the chat channel recently. In their hearts, they had already guessed the identity of the Korean star. Cheng Jianyong said, tentatively, "Brother Xinghe, the Xinghe that is currently #1 on the rankings, isn't it you?" "That's right." The Korean star generously admitted that it was okay to tell them his virtual name, and it was not an important thing. Hiss. Hearing Han Xing's own admission, the two of them took a breath of air conditioning at the same time. Xinyan also said in shock, "I have made guesses before, but I have never been sure. I didn't expect that person to be Brother Xing." Chimi Yongya said resentfully, "It turns out Brother Xing is the great god of the galaxy. I'm still wondering who is so capable and got so much water resources at once." Han Xing laughed and said, "You didn't even ask. Okay, hurry up and accept them all. We must seize the time to hit the rankings. Drink the spiritual spring water with confidence. If there is not enough water, I still have it here, so don't die." Korean stars closed the discussion group. At this time, Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun were still chatting. Cheng Jianyong said, "It's really scary. Brother Xing gave us so many things all at once. Now I really can't even think about it." Xinyan also agreed very much. "With these equipment and skills, it shouldn't be a problem for us to reach the top 10. You have to work hard, but don't embarrass Brother Xing." "Ha, I definitely won't. Xinyan, let me tell you, I will surpass you in 2 days. Who can brag? There's no way you can surpass me." "Then let's compare." The two were confident, and when they were about to exit, Xinyan said something. "By the way, don't tell anyone else about Brother Xing's identity." "Don't worry, I'm not stupid." At this time, Han Xing controlled the Sky Island territory and began to move forward. The volumes of clouds within dozens of kilometers are almost the same. The smallest one is about a dozen cubic meters in size, and the largest one is about the same size as the one in the Dark Elf camp, about 30 cubic meters. For Han Xing, the monsters in this cloud no longer posed any threat. He approached a cloud and started to make contact, and a system prompt came. "There seems to be a cold aura brewing inside. Should we go in?" Han Xing clicked directly to enter. Chapter 25, Elite Creatures, Advanced Area Unlocked. The clouds dispersed, and a snow-white monster suddenly appeared. Frost Slime, 1-star creature. Level, LV3. Strength 10, Agility 7, Spirit 8, Constitution 8. Skills, Frost Armor, Spit Snowballs. When this round creature with a hint of coldness all over its body appeared, Han Xing shot an arrow without hesitation. Wind Chaser Arrow Go. The fine iron arrow carried the breath of wind, and was so fast that it was unimaginable. The powerful penetrating force instantly penetrated the slime's ice crystal shell. Click! After a crisp sound, the ice crystal shattered. The entire arrow, including the end of the arrow, entered the slime's body. The frost slime's body suddenly shook violently. Han Xing's eyes lit up. He had hit the slime's vital point. TSK, TSK. After changing a few pieces of equipment, the attack power is different. I didn't expect that a single arrow could seriously injure a level 3 monster. Luckily, you're a slime. If you were a humanoid creature with a head, I would have shot you in the head with this arrow. Ha! Hearing Han Xing's strange laughter, the frost slime in front widened its eyes in horror. Poor slime. Let me shoot instead of you. Let me help you get rid of it. Han Xing pulled the bowstring and shot the second arrow, and then the system prompt appeared. You have killed Frost Slime LV3 and gained 30 experience points. Your territory has expanded. Merging the Slime's territory, Han Xing's territory area reached 72 cubic meters, and he was still first on the standings. Han Xing continued to touch other clouds without stopping. You have killed Red Firefox LV3, gained 30 experience points, and your territory has expanded. You have killed the Black Main Boar Level 3, gained 30 experience points, and your territory has expanded. You have killed. System prompts appeared one after another, and Han Xing hardly had a moment of rest from morning until the sun was about to set. In the process of constantly exploring the clouds, he also encountered many monsters one after another. Emerald Frog, Lightning Slime, and Hunchback Boars. Monsters fell under his arrows one after another. Han Xing gained a lot of experience, and the experience bar below the character panel reached 90% of level 2. At the same time, the area of his territory has expanded by nearly double. On the territory points list, Han Xing firmly holds the first place with 129 points. He is also the only one whose territory area exceeds 3 digits. The second place now is the Papaya Protoss, who came from behind and surpassed the original Whisperer and Black Hawk with 95 points. However, the gap between them is not very big now, and the other two are also catching up closely. Han Xing pondered. It seems like the competition for the list is very fierce. More than just intense, what he didn't know was that the chat channel in Area 107 was already on the verge of a quarrel over this ranking. The second, third, and fourth places on the list are all powerful entities, and there are several other forces in the top 10. Driven by some interested parties, competitors who seem to be trying to interfere with the list have started a passionate exchange of insults in the chat channel. Except for the Dusk Mercenary group where Black Shadow is located, which is relatively low-key, the other teams have joined in the quarrel. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Korean stars. The sun sets in the west, and a crescent moon climbs up the branches. Under the moonlight, a human wearing leather armor and holding an iron bow was fighting a giant greystone wolf. His nimble figure leaped back and forth on the suspended platform, dodging the attacks of the giant gray rock wolf time and time again, and then took advantage of the moment of distance to bend his bow and shoot arrows. This person is Han Xing. Brother Wolf, hurry up, run faster. Have you not eaten? Even my dog can run faster than you. Are you really a wolf? Or are you just a little dog in wolf's clothing? Han Xing was talking trash while struggling with the giant wolf. Although he didn't know whether the giant wolf could understand him, his interference tactics did work. The giant wolf's eyes became increasingly red, with bloodshot eyes everywhere. It became even angrier, and with a roar, it was about to pounce on Han Xing. At this moment, the human hunter on the opposite side suddenly had a stern look in his eyes, and an arrow with a hint of green suddenly attacked at him at a terrifying speed that seemed to tear through the air. Grey Wolf had no way to avoid the arrow and could only let it pierce its abdomen. It's done, Han Xing said excitedly. Looking at the increasingly slow movements of the Greystone Wolf, he knew that the neurotoxin applied on the tip of the arrow had taken effect. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief and thought, this elite monster is really hard to deal with. It's still alive and kicking after being hit by so many arrows from me. That's right, this giant gray wolf is an elite wild monster. When Han Xing was clearing the last cloud around, he encountered it inside and a battle broke out. The monster's attributes appeared before my eyes. Greystone Giant Wolf, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV3. Strength 15, Agility 20, Spirit 11, Constitution 18. Skills, Swift Attack, Bite, Bloodthirst. This elite creature has 3 skills, plus its powerful attributes. At the current stage, almost anyone who touches the human survivors will die. Han Xing knew that this might be related to his exploration speed. The clouds in this area have been almost conquered by him. This giant wolf is probably the strongest monster in this area except for the Dark Elf team. It is equivalent to a regional mini-boss. At this time, the giant gray rock wolf had 7 or 8 iron arrows stuck in its body. Although none of them hit the vital parts, the neurotoxin that continued to take effect made it increasingly weak. The movements of the Greystone giant wolf gradually became slower. At this moment, it seemed to know that its fate was sealed. A trace of calmness returned to the giant wolf's ferocious eyes. It looked at Han Xing and then looked around. The gray rock giant wolf seemed to have made some kind of decision. It howled towards the sky and then suddenly jumped into Han Xing's territory. Seeing this, Han Xing narrowed his eyes, ready for the giant wolf to pounce at any time. However, the target of the Greystone giant wolf at this time was not him, but it rushed straight to the 5 storage boxes at the edge of the territory. "You cunning fellow, are you planning to cause damage to my territory before you die?" Han Xing did not panic, but raised the bow and arrow in his hand. The next moment, the multiple shot skill was activated. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 sounds of breaking through the air were heard in succession, and 5 iron arrows shot towards the huge body of the gray rock giant wolf at a terrifying speed. Puff, puff, puff. 4 of the 5 arrows hit the target. The gray rock giant wolf, which was already unconscious, staggered for a while after suffering consecutive heavy blows and finally fell down. "You killed the Greystone wolf, Elite, LV3, and gained 150 experience points. Your level has been upgraded." Upgraded? After reaching level 3, Han Xing looked at his panel and nodded. Not bad. Agility increased by 3 points, strength, spirit, and constitution increased by 1 point each. During these 2 days, he had almost figured out the upgrade bonus rules for human survivors. Between levels 1 and 10, that is, before becoming an advanced professional, the attribute added by each level is approximately 4 to 6 points. Then, based on your professional expertise, the corresponding attributes will be improved further. For example, the agility of a hunter, the strength of a warrior, the spirit of a mage, and the dual attributes of spirit and body of a priest. At this moment, a prompt different from the previous one appeared. You have killed the elite monster in this area and can now explore more advanced areas. Please note that the monsters in advanced areas will become more powerful, so survivors should choose carefully during exploration. Chapter 26. Intense Competition, Narrowing Gap. Please note that the monsters in advanced areas will become more powerful, so survivors should choose carefully during exploration. A higher level area? Han Xing looked around and found that there were indeed many more clouds of different sizes in the distant sky. There are many more clouds in this area than in the area where he is currently. It turns out that I have been staying in the novice area. Only after defeating the most powerful monster in this area can I go to the advanced map. Han Xing seemed to understand some of the operating mechanisms of this game and shook his head. Forget it, that area is still far away from here. At the current speed, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to deal with the spoils in front of him first. He walked over to the body of the Greystone wolf and started to disassemble it. Successfully decomposed the corpse of the Greystone giant wolf, recovered 13 fine iron arrows, obtained 1-star high-quality animal hide, obtained 104 kilograms of thick wolf meat, obtained 1 beast heart, obtained 5 strong blood. High-quality hides? Han Xing looked at the thick fur on the ground and said, "I remember it can be used to make blue leather armor. What a good thing." As for the other beast's heart and the strong man's blood, he hadn't figured out their uses yet, so he put them all away for the time being. There was nothing good in the territory of this giant gray rock wolf, but when Han Xing merged the Sky Island, he found some unexpected surprises. In the moonlight, on the edge of the giant wolf territory, several rocky geological territories were sparkling with silver light. "There's a treasure." Han Xing's eyes lit up. He walked over and squatted on the ground to observe. Han Xing said uncertainly, "There should be some kind of ore in it. Would you like to try digging?" Thinking of this, Han Xing took out a pickaxe from his backpack and started hammering hard. Ding! 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 The sound of metal hitting stone continued. When Han Xing knocked off the surface stones of these pieces of ore, the silver dots of or inside were finally revealed, and a system prompt appeared at this time. Mithril, or needs to be smelted to extract the mithril inside. Smelting. Han Xing was puzzled. "I don't have any equipment. Do I need to build a smelting workshop?" Although mithril is a good thing, it is also the main material for making other blue equipment. But it seems that at the current stage, the survivors are unable to refine this metal, unless the territory construction function is enabled in later versions. At that time, the survivors will be able to build various facilities in their own territories, such as smelting workshops, weapons research institutes, fortifications, and even taverns. Currently, mithril only has a small chance of being found in treasure chests. Han Xing was able to receive more than 20 mithril ingots before, thanks to the efforts of some lucky players. Of course, the probability of this happening is very small. Since it was impossible to refine mithril for the time being, Han Xing stuffed all the mithril ore into the storage box. Then he looked at the standings. First place, Xinghe, territory points 184. Second place, Whisperer, territory points 162. Third place, Black Hawk, territory points 123. Fourth place, Papaya Star Spirit, territory points 115. Fifth place, that Whisperer is catching up? Black Hawk has also surpassed Papaya Protoss and taken the third place. Han Xing was a little surprised when he saw the standings. The gap between him and the Whisperer was gradually narrowing, and the other party was also trying hard to catch up. But after thinking about it, although he is now equipped with almost a full set of green equipment, the attribute gap between him and other survivors is actually not that big. As the survivors continue to explore outward, they will also discover various equipment, skill books, etc. in other territories. Even if you don't use it yourself, you can take it to the trading channel for exchange. The strength of the survivors is steadily improving, especially the top few among them, which is improving rapidly. Of course, there are also corresponding costs behind this. Han Xing saw that the 10,000 survivors in Area 107 had been reduced to 9,632 people. This means that in 3 days, more than 300 people lost their lives here alone. According to this ratio, the current death toll of human survivors may have reached a horrifying number. Although most of the people here died in accidents, as the difficulty of survival increases and the monsters they encounter become stronger, this number will continue to soar. At this time, Chung Jianyong said in the discussion group, "Brother Xing, that Whisperer is quite something. He is almost catching up with you." Ever since he knew that the Korean star was Xinghe, Chung Jianyong has been paying attention to the rankings. Han Xing replied, "Yes, he is indeed very strong. If I am not mistaken, he should be a mage." "Mage?" "Yes," Han Xing affirmed. 4 of the 5 skills of the mage in the early stage are lethal skills. As the captain of a team, the Whisperer probably has all of them with the help of his teammates. Coupled with the blessing of equipment, the mage's exploration speed is indeed much faster than other professions. "I see." Chung Jianyong suddenly realized and continued to ask, "Brother Xing, how do you know all this?" You can also find out by reading more game introductions. Han Xing paused and continued, "By the way, what is your current ranking?" "Huh?" Chung Jianyong seemed a little confused. "Brother Xing, didn't you check the rankings? Brother Yin and I are both on the list. You didn't tell me your virtual names. How would I know what they are?" "You didn't ask. Korean star. Stop being so naughty and tell me what your name is." Chung Jianyong laughed. "Okay, my name is Lonely Brave Man, and Brother Yun's name is Yin Tianming." "Korean star. What a good name for a second grader." "Yeah, I also think the name Yin Tianming is pretty cool." "I'm talking about you." Chung Jianyong. At this time, Chen Yin was still counting points overnight and did not see the conversation between the 2 people in the discussion group. Otherwise, he would have been fighting with Zheng Jianyong for half an hour. Han Xing opened the rankings and was shocked to see that the name of Lonely Brave had been ranked 65th, currently having 33 points. And Yun Tianming, also known as Shun Yun, has actually broken into the top 40, occupying the 37th place with a score of 57 points. Han Xing was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he realized it was within his expectations. After all, I gave them almost a complete set of high-quality green equipment, so many skill books, and a large amount of spiritual spring water, so they can explore boldly without any scruples. To have such a fast speed to rush to the top of the list. After closing the chat, Han Xing continued to approach other clouds. After reaching level 3, Sky Island speed becomes 8 meters per second, equivalent to 28.8 kilometers per hour, which is quite fast. While driving on the Sky Island, Han Xing also took the time to glance at the chat channel. After a whole day of fighting and exploration, the survivors shared their experiences inside. "Shit, my luck was really bad today. When I was exploring the territory, I encountered an elite jungle tiger and was almost bitten to death by it. If I hadn't learned the sliding tackle skill passed down from my ancestors, I would have died there. The guy upstairs, what you did is nothing. I ran into a huge bear today. It broke more than a dozen of my ribs with one slap. Luckily, I'm a sports student. I carried it for more than 10 kilometers and tired the bear out before it let me go. You guys are awesome. Compared to you, the bite from a 5-step snake seems like nothing. Brother, can you still speak after being bitten by a 5-step snake? Oh, because I pulled out its fangs. It's safe to bite it and it's very comfortable. I plan to keep it as a pet. Dude, you're a pervert. A silent symbol appeared in the chat channel. At this time, someone said, "Stop joking, look, Papaya Star Spirit Boss has released another guide." The boss has released another guide? I read his post before and used the tips to avoid several clouds with monsters hidden in them. Me too. Thanks to Papaya Star Spirit's guide, I was able to open a bronze treasure chest easily. Look what it is this time. When everyone clicked on it, they saw that it was a strategy post released by Papaya Star Spirit, and it had hundreds of replies in a short period of time. But the title of the post is different from the previous ones, and it reveals a serious style. Beware! Dark Elf Squad. Chapter 27, The Whisperer. The post title is, Beware! Dark Elf Squad. When I clicked on it, there were pictures of several monsters and their attributes. Their slender bodies and pointed ears indicate their identities, Dark Elves. The configuration of the Dark Elf team encountered by Papaya Star Spirit is similar to the one encountered by Han Xing. In the post, Papaya Star Spirit emphasized the power of these Dark Elves and their strong desire to attack. He also escaped death and almost died there. Then, he asked other survivors to pay attention to the system's prompts. If there were any prompts related to the word corrupted creatures, they must not enter, otherwise they would be in great danger. After reading the post, many survivors couldn't help but feel fortunate. Dark Elves are very powerful monsters. I hope I don't have to encounter them. Yes, fortunately, Papaya Star Spirit Boss is willing to share the information, and fortunately, he is powerful. Otherwise, if it were us, we would probably die in the hands of the Dark Elves in one encounter. After reading the messages in the chat channel, Han Xing seemed to be thinking about something. The Papaya Star Spirit also encountered a team of Dark Elves, but what these Dark Elves were guarding did not seem to be the spiritual spring water, but a silver treasure chest. So, not all Dark Elves have water sources nearby. It could be other treasures. Thinking of this, Han Xing felt a little more relaxed, because this means that his spiritual spring water can still monopolize the market for a while. However, this also reminded me that the survivors' strength is gradually improving, and they will soon be able to solve the water problem on their own. Han Xing immediately thought, I have to hurry up and sell another batch of the spiritual spring water I have. Otherwise, when everyone is no longer worried about the water source, the spiritual spring water will be worthless. Thinking of this, Han Xing opened the trading channel. Compared to yesterday, there are several thousand more transaction information. A smile appeared on Han Xing's lips. Everyone has worked really hard. You must have found a lot of materials today, right? You must be thirsty after all this hard work, right? Do you want to take a sip of the sweet spiritual spring water now? Han Xing continued to laugh sinisterly and seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. He quickly wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Then he put the spiritual spring water on the shelf again. Compared to yesterday, this time there are more conditions for the exchange of spiritual spring water. Mithril was also added. The appearance of spiritual spring water once again caused a sensation. Although it was not as exciting as yesterday, Korean Star still got a lot of materials. After 2 or 3 hours of trading, Han Xing spent a total of 432 liters of spiritual spring water in exchange for 3 full storage boxes and materials for 2,550 storage spaces. Among them, the exchanged spiritual cores amounted to 21,643, refined iron 45,387 pieces, 1-star animal skin 103 pieces, rare earth 86,646 pieces. There are also ether, dark firestone, moon grass, and other materials, which are huge. Of course, he didn't get any blue equipment or blueprints. The other survivors were not stupid either, and they naturally knew how precious this thing was. Not like yesterday, when water was hard to come by in the trading channel. Some teams have more or less found some drinking water. However, the healing function of Lingquan water is still unique at present and has no competitors at all. Han Xing thought at this time, there is still more than 800 liters of spiritual spring water. I should be able to make another move, which is tomorrow. After this sale, The market for spiritual spring water began to shrink, and we can no longer continue to harvest materials from players. But it doesn't matter. The preliminary preparations are almost done. Once I get a batch of blue drawings, I can use these materials to mass-produce equipment and sell them to other survivors. Then I can start a new round of harvesting. I will then store most of the materials. Once my territory reaches a certain size, I will start building large-scale fortifications in batches to make my territory impregnable. Then we can get new equipment blueprints and continue this model to make it bigger and stronger. Thinking of this, the smile on Han Xing's face could hardly be concealed. Han Xing has made preliminary plans for his future development. He may encounter other situations along the way, such as version updates, so he has to adapt to the circumstances. However, no matter how he changes, he has advantages that other survivors do not have. That is a 100% success rate. As long as you have the corresponding drawings, he can produce it in batches for you even if it is a magical artifact. He didn't believe that other survivors could refuse these equipment of higher quality and more powerful attributes. And as long as they have the demand, Korean stars can make huge profits from it. Thinking of this, Han Xing looked up at the sky. It was already late at night, and after a whole day of exploration and continuous fighting, he was already a little tired. Let's stop here today. It's not wise to fight when you are tired. I looked at the hatching of the alien beast eggs on the system interface. Remaining hatching time, 76 hours, 17 minutes, and 48 seconds. It will take more than 70 hours for the egg to hatch. I hope the creature inside this strange egg will not disappoint me. Han Xing lay back on the bed, ready to fall asleep again. At the same time, not long after Han Xing fell asleep, in the Sky Island territory of other survivors, a middle-aged man wearing a wizard's robe and holding a bronze staff in his hand is fighting a group of jungle boars. He was seen waving the staff in his hand, and a fireball as big as a basin gradually took shape. Then, without hesitation, he threw the fireball into the herd of wild boars. There was a loud bang, and the wild boars screamed in pain. Immediately afterwards, several thumb-thick ice arrows shot out, instantly piercing bloody holes in the bodies of several wild boars. At this moment, a huge elite monster suddenly rushed out from the wild boar group. It stared with red eyes and rushed towards the human mage like a small mountain. The human mage was not in a hurry. He waved his hand calmly and used an air blast to create distance between himself and the wild boar. Then a bolt of thunder suddenly fell from the sky and struck the elite wild boar squarely on the head. Bang! The elite wild boar's body stiffened instantly, and a burst of black smoke came out of its body. The human mage next to it even smelled the aroma of barbecue. The elite wild boar fell, and only some ordinary wild boars were left in the Sky Island territory, so there was no suspense in the following battle. When the herd of wild boars was completely wiped out, the human wizard lifted the cloak on his head, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. He is the leader of God's Whisper. The Whisperer currently ranks second in the points ranking. The Whisperer squatted on the ground, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Very good. This Sky Island has an area of 12 square meters, and it can increase a lot of points." He quickly merged the wild boar territory with his own Sky Island. On the leaderboard, the Whisperer's territory points jumped from 164 to 176 in an instant, and he was only 8 points away from surpassing Han Xing and taking the first place. The Whisperer thought thoughtfully. The points of that galaxy haven't changed for a while. Could it be that this guy went asleep? He quickly thought of something and chuckled. It's really leisurely, but this also gives me an opportunity. Xing'a, while you are sleeping, I will surpass you and take first place. That hidden professional scroll will definitely be mine. After the Whisperer finished speaking, he controlled his Sky Island and continued to rush to the next location. But what he didn't realize was that his pupils were already filled with bloodshot. On the other hand, the third-rank Blackhawk and the fourth-rank Papaya Protoss are also exploring against the clock. In the second half of the night, the top 3 positions on the leaderboard changed quietly. Chapter 28, Ranking Changes. The next day, as soon as Han Xing opened his eyes, he saw many private messages sent by other survivors. In the discussion group, Chung Jianyong and Shun Yun were also present at ID himself. Huh? So many people are looking for me? Out of curiosity, Han Xing clicked into the discussion group. Soon he figured out the ins and outs. It turned out that just when I was sleeping last night, the being called the Whisperer was furious all night long. Finally, In the early hours of the morning, he surpassed him in territory points and won the first place. And he also promoted his team, God's Whisper, in the chat channel and recruited a large number of other survivors to join. The effect is very significant. Many survivors have joined them. And now, Whisper of God is about to become the largest team in District 107. Han Xing chuckled. This Whisperer is really quite generous. By the way, does he really not feel tired if he stays up all night like this? How long can this state last? He stroked his chin as if thinking about something. At this time, Cheng Jianyong was frantically tagging Han Xing in the discussion group. At Xing, brother Xing, wake up. You are no longer number one. Brother Xing, my brother. Han Xing helplessly opened the discussion group and replied. Why panic? The ranking list has only been open for 2 days. It's still early to reach 1,000 points. Seeing Han Xing's reply, Cheng Jianyong quickly said, but didn't you say that this Whisperer is likely a mage and is much faster than you in exploration speed? You are now left behind, and it will be difficult to catch up later. Besides, on the current ranking list, that Black Hawk and Papaya Star Spirit are about to surpass you. Cheng Jianyong seemed more anxious than Han Xing. However, Han Xing replied calmly, don't be anxious. It's useless to be anxious. If they want to fight, let them fight. We just need to keep our own pace and don't take risks and challenge those dangerous clouds just to compete for the rankings. They can't last long in this state. No matter how strong-willed they are, they can't continue to fight at a high intensity without sleep. On the side, Chinyan also echoed. Brother Xing is right, their current state is too dangerous. I had already experienced this once the night before yesterday. I stayed up all night and was crazy about it. The next day, my fighting status dropped significantly. I was almost bitten to death by monsters several times. Speaking of this, Xin Yun said with some fear. So, don't look at how fierce they are rushing now, but in fact, their current state is like walking on a tightrope. Once they make a mistake, they will pay a heavy price. Cheng Jianyong also realized his impatience and laughed twice in embarrassment. At this time, Xin Yun seemed to have thought of something and said, Cheng Jianyong, you should take it easy and don't risk your life just to get on the list. Do you still remember what the system prompted? Cheng Jianyong also remembered something, and his expression suddenly changed wildly. Damn it, I almost forgot. The system prompts that vulnerable people will be released to their relatives in 1 month. In other words, my wife and children will also come to this world in 1 month. If something happens to me at this time, Cheng Jianyong suddenly broke into a cold sweat. You're sweating profusely, little brother. Xin Yun laughed. Cheng Jianyong said nothing. In his heart, his family was extremely important. But because he had just arrived in this world a few days ago, he had not yet had time to adapt to everything, so he did not have time to think about it. Now, he suddenly remembered that in a month, he would reunite with his family in this world. In his heart, Cheng Chi-yong secretly made a decision. He must not let his family experience the same danger as himself, let alone die in this world before they can come over. Then, Isamu Chumi said in the discussion group, You are right. I must not let anything happen here. I must protect Sisai. Brother Yun, Brother Xing, you are the same? You must be careful. Xin Yun said nonchalantly. I'm fine. There are only my old man and my mother at home. They're still in good health. It's just Brother Xing. Han Xing's situation is somewhat special. They also know that Han Xing has no father or mother. He has lived and grown up alone since he was a child. Han Xing smiled and said, Just take care of you. I don't want to live for so many years and suddenly a pair of strangers who have never met show up next month and say they are my parents. Xin Yun and Cheng Jianyong stopped talking and seemed not to want to continue talking on this topic. After a pause, Han Xing continued to explain. Now, the monsters you encounter are getting stronger and stronger. If you encounter a creature that you can't beat, remember to run away if you can, and don't risk confrontation. If you get hurt, just drink lots of spiritual spring water. Don't worry about consumption. I have as much as you want. Remember, don't die. Han Xing explained solemnly, and the two of them nodded in agreement very seriously. At the same time, other survivors were discussing the rankings of Korean stars. God's Whisper discussion group. A survivor named Mooncat said, The ranking of Galaxy has not changed. This guy is probably still sleeping in. Our Whisper boss is really hardworking. With this momentum, he will definitely take the first place. Other discussion group members also echoed. That's right, the Whisperer boss is the strongest. God rewards hard work. The boss will definitely be first. The Whisperer had just broken through 200 points, and when he saw the chat in the discussion group, a smile appeared on his pale face. He coughed twice and said, If I can really take first place, it's not just my credit, but thanks to the help of my brothers. If you hadn't helped me collect a few wizard skill books and a few wizard equipment, I wouldn't have been able to surpass Xing so quickly. After hearing this, the team members complimented him one after another. Boss, you are too modest. You are really strong. You're right. Galaxy and Black Hawk have absolutely no chance of competing in front of the boss's true strength. The smile on the Whisperer's face grew wider, and he seemed to enjoy the flattery from the crowd. Especially when he looked at the rankings and saw that the popular Xinghe was under his feet, he suddenly felt a surge of satisfaction in his heart, and even the fatigue from fighting all night last night was swept away. But in order not to show it, he still said on the land, "Everyone, don't be too proud. Hurry up and explore the clouds. I hope that we can have a few more people from Whisper of God enter the top 100 list." Okay, listen to the boss. The Whisperer's words receive a lot of responses, and in Area 107, he was able to gain a lot of support. Just then, someone in the discussion group said, "Look, Xinghe's points have changed." Just now, they saw that Han Xing's territory points jumped from 184 to 196 in an instant, an increase of 12 points. The Whisperer's heart sank as he realized that Han Xing was beginning to exert his strength. Thinking of this, he closed the discussion group chat, took a deep breath, as if to dispel the fatigue in his heart, and looked at the clouds in the distance again. Not only the Whisper of God's side, but the survivors from other discussion groups also began their sprint. Everyone couldn't help but speed up the exploration progress. In just one morning, the entire ranking list is constantly changing. From time to time, new names enter the rankings, and from time to time, someone's ranking rises by more than 10 places at once, and the competition is very fierce. After a morning of exploration, Han Xing not only did not improve his ranking, but also dropped to third place. The Black Hawk also surpassed him at this time. When everyone's attributes have caught up and their skills and equipment are similar, what remains is a test of personal combat awareness. In this regard, Han Xing is obviously not good at it, at least not as good as their top players. These people, before coming to the Sky Island Paradise, may have had different identities and specialties. For example, soldiers, boxers, mercenaries, etc. These identities allow them to survive better in this world. In the local channel, everyone began to discuss the changes in the rankings. It's over. Another star god has been lost. Even the Papaya Star Spirit is about to catch up. Will he lose his place in the top 3? I think this is possible. Xinghe sold so much water in the beginning and got a lot of equipment in exchange, so he had the advantage before. Now, everyone's equipment and skills have caught up, so his advantage has been weakened. I see. I thought Star God would definitely get first place this time. How is that possible? We still have many experts in District 107. It will be very difficult for Xinghe to take first place. There is a lot of pessimistic voices about Korean stars on the local area network. Chapter 29, Heavy Rain. The chat channel was filled with pessimistic voices. But as the protagonist of the hotly discussed topic, the Korean star was leisurely drawing the bow and shooting arrows. In front of him, several giant pangolin-like monsters fell at his feet. After half a day, Han Xing also arrived at the so-called high-end area. At this point, the survivors seem to have left the novice protection zone. The clouds here are larger in area, and you can easily come across clouds of dozens of square meters. The strength of the monsters inside is also increasing sharply. Korean stars did not take risks, nor did they explore those large areas of clouds just to compete for the charts. Previously, what happened in the Dark Elf territory was still vivid in my mind. He chose to proceed step by step, specifically manipulating the Sky Island to get closer to those clouds that were only a dozen square meters in size. Compared to the top 3 in the rankings, whose growth rate was dozens of square meters, the speed of Korean stars can only be described as a snail's pace. But he was not in a hurry. Today is the second day that the scoreboard is open, and the Whisperer, who is currently ranked first, has only over 260 points. At this rate, the area will increase by a maximum of 100 to 200 square meters a day. It will take at least 3 or 4 days to reach 1,000 points. Just when everyone was immersed in exploring. At sunset in the afternoon, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and thunder rumbled. At this moment, all the survivors involuntarily stopped what they were doing and raised their heads. An idea appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. It's going to rain. When they realized this idea, all the survivors were stunned for a moment, and then they couldn't help but reveal ecstasy on their faces. Because if this rain really falls, it means that the water problem that has troubled them for many days will be completely solved. This also sends a signal. Korean Star's spiritual spring water is no longer available for sale. Although the healing function is still unique, it can no longer be priced arbitrarily as before. Boom! There was thunder rumbling and lightning flashing in the sky. The next moment, drops of clear rain fell on everyone's heads. Then, the rain became heavier. Crash! As a heavy rain fell, countless survivors began to party excitedly in midair. Some survivors even raised their heads and welcomed the rain from the air with their mouths. The air quality and environment in this world are excellent, and even the rain has a sweet smell. The survivors all laughed heartily. After several days of water shortage problems, it is now like a blessing after a long drought. At this time, smart people took out all the tools that could store rainwater to stockpile drinking water for themselves. Those who really had no tools even dug a hole on the spot to serve as a container. The chat channel was very lively, with many survivors discussing excitedly. Wow, it's finally raining. These past few days have been a nightmare. Oh my God, I finally made it through. Finally, I could take a shower. The smell on my body makes me sick. Let me smell it. The survivors were shouting excitedly. The carnival in the chat channel lasted for nearly half an hour, and then someone suddenly said, "That's great. Finally, I don't have to pay a high price for Xingha's spiritual spring water. His price is really too high." There was a sudden silence in the land, because this is the first time that someone publicly said in the chat channel that the Korean Star's bid was unfair. Before this, everyone's comments on Han Xing were positive, and some even praised him as the savior of District 107. Even when Han Xing's ranking dropped, it did not shake his position in the hearts of the survivors. After all, he controls the lives of thousands of people. But now, with the water problem solved, everyone suddenly realized that the role of Korean Stars seemed less important. At this time, a survivor named Li Yin who also echoed, "In fact, I have wanted to say this for a long time. Xingha's bid is so high. This one transaction almost wiped out all our gains from the past 2 days. He didn't even think about how we would survive the next battle without our equipment. He only thought about selling water at a high price, not caring about whether we would live or die." At this moment, a survivor angrily retorted in the chat channel, "Tornado Potato, at Only Yanhua, you are talking nonsense. If Star God hadn't been selling water these past 2 days, would you be alive today? Your life was saved by others, and now that you are tough, you start biting people, right? Dark Fireworks. At Tornado Potato, what did you say? The water sold by Xingha is expensive. This is a fact recognized by everyone. Why can't people say it? Tornado Potato. At Anlianhuo, fuck the facts. You're just talking about it yourself. Don't involve us. Fireworks in the dark. I hashtag at $*. The two began to exchange trash talk. At this time, another survivor said, "What the brother above said is right. The water in the galaxy is indeed too expensive. I used a warrior's skill book to exchange for less than 500 milliliters of water. Do you think it's unfair?" Tornado Potato angrily said, "You are talking nonsense. Why didn't anyone complain about it being too expensive at the time? Now everyone is jumping out and barking like a dog." And Li Yanhua also fought back. "That Tornado Potato? Xingha is your father? Why are you protecting him so much?" "You're right, he's my father. Let me tell you, my father holds a grudge. Be careful, he'll remember all your names and won't trade with you anymore." Tornado Potato's threat seemed to have worked. Thinking of what happened to the Lay group before, the survivors who accused Han Xing suddenly shut up. At this time, some of the spectators stood up and said a few fair words. It's not that dark. In that situation, it's already good enough that others can come up with water. Yeah, I think it's expensive, so I won't buy it in the future. Anyway, everyone will have enough water from today on, so there's no need to blame others. There are still many rational and reasonable people in the local area network, and they are all speaking for Korean Stars. On the other side, those who thought the offer was too high also shut their mouths. A dispute gradually disappeared into thin air. However, as today passes, the monopoly of Korean Stars will be overturned and his popularity will decline. Even when he fell out of the top 3, it no longer aroused discussion among others. Now, everyone's eyes are on Whisper, Black Hawk, and others. Han Xing naturally also saw the discussions about him in the local area network. He didn't have any inner feelings, but smiled and said, "Whirlwind Potato, when did I have a son as old as you? It sounds so real. I've never even had a girlfriend." At this time, Chung Jianyong and Xinyin were busy exploring the Sky Island and did not see the debate in the chat channel. Otherwise, given their personalities, they would definitely fight with these guys until dawn. But at this moment, the clever lamb suddenly sent him a message. Han Xing clicked on it and saw the content. "Come on, I support you." She also included a cute, encouraging emoji at the end. A knowing smile appeared on Han Xing's lips. He guessed that this little girl must have seen some bad comments about him on the local area network, so she was cheering him up. Shaking his head, Han Xing didn't take these people's comments to heart. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Those guys don't think that they will never buy anything from me except the spiritual spring water, right?" Suddenly, the smile on his face stopped, and he turned into a surprised expression and said, "Damn, it rained and I forgot to put away the quilt. The bed and furniture are all wet." At this stage, Han Xing has no architectural drawings, and most of the furniture is in the open air, placed directly in his territory. A heavy rain came and soaked it all. After the heavy rain, the wind blows away the clouds. The next day, Han Xing still maintained his pace, gradually clearing the small clouds in the area. His ranking also dropped from 4th to 6th. The Whisperer is still number 1 now. After 2 consecutive days of sleepless work, the Whisperer's territory points reached 348 points, which was more than 50 points higher than the 2nd-place Black Hawk and the 3rd-place Papaya Protoss. However, the ranking changes of Korean stars no longer cause public discussion. As the saying goes, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. They now feel that it is good enough for Korean stars to remain in the top 10. At night, as expected, the Korean stars' ranking fell out of the top 10. Early in the morning of the 3rd day, Han Xing's territory score is 260 points, ranking 13th. After a night of hard work, the Whisperer's territory points have exceeded 400 points. The 2nd-place Black Hawk and the 3rd-place Papaya Protoss also caught up, and now the gap between the 3 is less than 50 points. Everyone was busy exploring. At the end of the 3rd day, the Whisperer's points directly exceeded 600. Black Hawk and Papaya Protoss have also exceeded 500. Now, in the chat channel, the reputation of these 3 people is rising rapidly, and their team has also started recruiting a large number of people. Chapter 30, Secret Formula of Life Elixir. Please read on. Whisper of God, Dusk Mercenaries, Airplane Boy Band. The 3 major teams in District 107 have entered a period of rapid development. The number of people in the discussion groups is increasing every day, and there seems to be a trend of a 3-legged tripod. Korean stars, on the other hand, have not been able to make any progress since they fell out of the top 10. So far, Han Xing's territory points have just exceeded 400, barely maintaining a position in the top 20. There is basically no discussion about Korean stars in the chat channel anymore, and it seems that they are about to be forgotten by the crowd. On the morning of the 4th day, Han Xing's territory points reached 456, and he had fallen out of the top 20. However, this is also a deliberate slowdown of the pace by Korean stars. If he really tried hard, he could still stay in the top 10, but that would not meet his expectations. There is not much difference between the rewards for the top 10 and the top 20, and his goal is only to be first. Therefore, Han Xing is waiting for an opportunity, and this opportunity is the hatching of his own pet. At the current stage, when everyone is fighting alone, having an extra pet, no matter how weak it is, can still provide considerable help to the survivors. Han Xing's pet egg is a treasure snatched from the Demon Lord, so it must be not weak. Only then will it be time for you to truly sprint. In the ranking list, Chung Jianyong and Shun Yun were also squeezed out of the top 50. In the discussion group, Chung Jianyong complained early in the morning. "Fuck, these guys are really reckless. I control my sleep time to less than 6 hours a day and use the rest of the time to explore the Sky Island, but I still can't beat them, this bunch of crazy people." Han Xing said with a smile. "It's normal. During the event, all our survivors in Area 107 will be in a heroic fighting state. The battle will become easier. Taking advantage of this state, they will definitely explore the empty island desperately." However, Shun Yun said thoughtfully, "Today is the 90th hour since the event started. The top 20 volume kings now are probably all those who haven't slept much. No matter how determined they are, they're probably almost at their limit." After hearing this, Chung Jianyong said in frustration, "What's the use? The gap between us is too big now. Even if some people can't hold on and rest for a few hours, we can't catch up. Don't even think about being number 1. The Whisperer has already broken through 800 points. I'm afraid he can break through 1,000 points today and win the first place reward." However, Chen Yun shook his head and said, "No, you don't understand. The people on the current rankings, especially those in the top 10, don't dare to rest no matter how sleepy they are. They are afraid that they will fall out of the rankings after just a few hours of rest. So, the next day is the day that determines the final ranking. It depends on whether they can hold on. Also, don't forget, there are powerful existences like regional bosses. Xinyan was right, at the same time. In other survivor territory, the Whisperer with full mage gear, the Rogue Blackhawk, the Warrior Papaya Protoss, and several other survivors at the top of the rankings. At this moment, they all gritted their teeth with almost bloodshot pupils, mustering up their last bit of energy to fight against the monsters on the empty island. But no matter how hard they held on, their physical fatigue and slow movements betrayed them. At this moment, a young-looking man holding a two-handed sword suddenly had his vision blurred while fighting a giant lizard. He tried to blink his eyes, but his consciousness seemed to be fragmented and intermittent. By the time he managed to muster up his nerves to react, the giant lizard had already pounced upon him. The giant lizard opened its bloody mouth and quickly enlarged in front of the male warrior. A fear from the bottom of his heart appeared in his tired eyes. Ah! After a burst of screams, outside the giant lizard territory, an empty island with an area of more than 500 square meters collapsed at this moment. At the same time, a name was quietly erased from the territory points ranking list. At this time, Han Xing was sitting on a stool in the territory, silently looking at the progress bar in front of him. Remaining hatching time for alien beast eggs: 0 hours, 30 minutes, 59 seconds. Only half an hour left. After 100 hours of waiting, we will soon find out what kind of creature is inside this black egg. Han Xing was also a little excited. He whispered, "The beast egg I got from the demon lord should at least give me a legendary pet, right?" Hearing Han Xing's voice, the giant egg on the ground trembled slightly, and complex lines continued to appear on the black and gold eggshell. The creatures inside seemed to be eager to come out. But after all, it is not the hatching time yet. There is still nearly half an hour of incubation period, so Han Xing can only continue to wait. Just then, a private message caught his attention. Han Xing looked at the name, and it was that clever little lamb again. He opened the private chat and saw the message sent by the other party. "Smart lamb. Hello, Star God. Do you have time now?" Han Xing. "Who taught you to call me like that? Smart lamb? Ah, I saw them calling you that before, so I... Han Xing. "Forget it. What do you want to talk to me about?" The other party seemed to be relieved. After a moment, the clever lamb replied, "It's like this. Today, when I was exploring the Sky Island, I encountered a very powerful monster. It was a strange tree with many arms. It took me a lot of effort to finally defeat it. Then I found a recipe at the foot of that strange tree. Then I looked at the information above and thought you might be able to use it. Strange tree. Could it be a plant-type monster?" Han Xing thought for a moment. "Do you have another recipe? Send it to me." Aha! The smart lamb has initiated a transaction request with you. Korean Star. Didn't I teach you that you can just send the item information in the private chat window without trading it? The clever lamb was stunned, then reacted and said, "Ah, oh, I forgot." Han Xing sighed. "Forget it. Just put it up first." After hearing Han Xing's instructions, the clever lamb quickly put up a recipe. Life Secret Medicine Formula. Green, it contains the recipe for the life secret medicine and the required material ratios. It can cure a 1-star creature's severe injury and a 2-star creature's light injury. The moment Han Xing saw the recipe information, his eyes widened. This is actually a rare recovery potion formula. You know, although the spiritual spring water also has a recovery effect, it is still far inferior to the secret medicine of life. What does it mean to treat serious injuries? As long as the survivor is not killed instantly or is not missing limbs, the secret medicine of life can pull you back from the brink of death. This thing is almost like having an extra life in the early stages. Han Xing suppressed his excitement and said calmly, "I want this recipe. Name your price." Hearing Han Xing say this, the clever little sheep on the other side seemed a little confused. After a moment, she quickly replied, You misunderstood. This recipe is what I prepared for you. I don't want your things." This time, it was Han Xing's turn to be a little surprised. He knew that although the girl opposite him was a little silly, she was not a fool. There was no way she didn't know the value of this recipe. Now, as long as she throws this thing into the trading channel, those big teams will definitely get it even if it costs them everything they have. After all, at present, there is no recovery item that can compete with the secret elixir of life. At the current stage, the secret elixir of life, is almost the same as the spiritual spring water from the previous 2 days and has an irreplaceable effect among the survivors. Mastering the only formula is almost equivalent to controlling the market, and the value behind it is almost limitless. However, she actually said now that she wanted to give it to him for free, which made Han Xing doubt his ears. Chapter 31, Hatching. More updates, please read later. As if knowing that Han Xing couldn't believe it, the smart lamb quickly said, I really don't want your things, just take them. After saying that, she directly clicked to confirm the transaction. As long as Han Xing confirmed it, then this extremely precious formula in the early stage would fall directly into her hands. Can you tell me why? Han Xing asked again. As a person who has been alone since he was a child, he has almost no friends except Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun. Han Xing has no intention of expanding his social circle. The relationships between people are too complicated. In his heart, interests come first. The clever little sheep on the other side seemed a little embarrassed, but still said, when you were selling spiritual spring water in the chat channel before, you saved a lot of people. No matter what they say about you, I know you're a good person. Well, then I thought of giving you this blueprint. Hearing this answer, Han Xing was stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. What is this girl thinking? I'm not a good person. He sold the spiritual spring water only out of profit considerations. However, Han Xing also knows that at this stage, this formula can only play its greatest value if it falls into his own hands. Materials are needed to make the secret elixir of life. And in the entire 107th district, it can be said that no one else has as many materials hoarded as he does. After a moment, Han Xing exhaled and said, then I'll accept it. When I make the secret medicine of life, I will give it to you first. The clever lamb also breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, yeah, thank you. Han Xing clicked confirm, and the system prompt came. You have obtained the formula of the secret medicine of life, green. Do you want to learn it? Yes. The next moment, a recipe column appeared next to the blueprint column on Han Xing's character interface. Secret life elixir, green. After taking it, you can quickly recover from physical injuries. Usage interval, 30 seconds. Materials required for production. Small glass bottle *1. Spiritual spring water *100 ml. Spiritual core *10. Moonlight grass *5. Wind grass *3. Strong blood *1. Magic crystal *5. There are many kinds of materials needed to make the secret elixir of life, and it seems quite complicated. Han Xing was a little confused at this time. He wondered if a secret medicine formula like this one could achieve a 100% success rate with the bonus of the talent of God-level craftsman. When he saw the information below the recipe, joy immediately appeared on his face. The success rate of making the secret medicine of life is 45%. With the bonus of the talent of God-level craftsman, the success rate has reached 100%. It's true. Han Xing clenched his fists excitedly. Although he didn't know why the God-level craftsman's talent could affect the secret medicine formula, he did have a 100% success rate. Doesn't this mean that in addition to recipes, Korean stars can also achieve a 100% success rate when making other things? This idea needs to be verified, but Han Xing thinks it is very likely. After calming down his excitement, Han Xing looked at the private chat window and replied, I'll go collect some materials. I'll get back to you when I make the secret medicine for life. Yeah, okay. The clever lamb replied with an expression. After Han Xing finished speaking, he was about to close the private chat. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and reminded the clever lamb, if you don't understand something in the future, you can ask me. Don't trade with others casually anymore. By the way, you are also from Xinyang City, right? You can also try to contact your friends. As if afraid that the other party didn't understand, Han Xing added, most of the people in District 107 are from Xinyang City. You can add them as friends by searching their real names. After Han Xing finished speaking, the clever little sheep opposite exclaimed, so that's how it is. The next moment, she became a little disappointed again. But forget it, I don't think I have any friends in Xinyang City. Han Xing heard something wrong in her tone, as if she had some story, but he didn't ask any more questions. He is not one to like knowing about other people's past. After closing private chat, Han Xing clicked on the recipe column and looked at the secret life medicine formula excitedly. The materials needed for the above have all been gathered after his hard work in the past 2 days of harvesting. No, after exchanging with other survivors. Not only that, he also has sufficient inventory and can even produce thousands of bottles of secret medicine in one go. Korean stars do have this plan, but not now. The main ingredient of the formula of the secret medicine of life is spiritual spring water. No wonder that little girl thought of me first. From now on, you can't sell the spiritual spring water anymore. If you want to sell something, sell the secret medicine of life. But we have to find the right moment to strike. Han Xing thought to himself. This time shouldn't be too long. As the survivors continue to explore, the monsters they encounter become more and more powerful, and the casualty rate will increase sharply. Then, it will be time for his secret life medicine to take effect. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly clicked on the recipe and prepared to make it, and a system prompt appeared. Do you want to consume materials? Small glass bottle asterisk 80, spiritual spring water asterisk 8000 ml, spiritual core asterisk 800, moon grass asterisk 400, wind grass asterisk 240, strong blood asterisk 240, magic crystal asterisk 400, make life secret medicine asterisk 80. Yes. Han Xing nodded to confirm. There were several empty slots in the warehouse, but compared to his material reserves, it was nothing to mention. A long series of 10-second progress bars appeared in front of me. Now it was nighttime, but Han Xing was not in a hurry. 10 minutes later, a system prompt appeared in front of me. You have successfully made life potion asterisk 80. All 80 bottles of secret life medicine have been produced. Han Xing first traded 20 bottles of life secret medicine to Smart Sheep. Then he opened the system interface again and looked at the hatching progress of the alien beast eggs. Remaining hatching time, 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 48 seconds. As time passed, the patterns on the eggshell actually emitted bursts of black light. The system countdown has reached the last 10 seconds. The black, giant egg began to tremble violently, as if some creature had awakened and was eager to come out of the eggshell. Han Xing also became more and more excited. You must give me a dragon. When the countdown reached the last second, he heard a crisp cracking sound. Snap! Han Xing saw that cracks appeared on the texture of the giant egg, and strong black light burst out from it. Oh my God! What a big noise! At this moment, Han Xing suddenly felt that he was deprived of his vision. Everything in front of me became blurry. Not only that, even the area within dozens of kilometers around him turned pitch black. It was as if all the light nearby was swallowed up at this moment. Although Han Xing couldn't see it, he was shouting excitedly in his heart. A dragon! A dragon! The next second, the range of the black light began to shrink dramatically, converging towards the same place at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Han Xing also saw the system prompt. The exotic beast egg has been successfully hatched, and the pet information has been bound. It's done! Han Xing stood up excitedly. Chapter 32, Void Wolf. After 100 hours of waiting, the monster egg finally hatched. However, when Han Xing regained his vision, the expected dragon or other legendary creature did not appear. In front of him was a creature that looked like a canine puppy. A creature with a pitch-black body, drooping ears, a round head, and a short body was staring at Han Xing blankly with its big watery eyes. Han Xing was also looking at each other. A man and a dog looked at each other. Fuck, little dog? Han Xing opened his eyes wide and spoke first, his tone full of shock and a hint of disappointment. He originally thought that the strange beast eggs he got from the Demon Lord must be extraordinary. Even if you can't hatch a legendary creature like a dragon, you should at least hatch some behemoth, a phoenix rising from the ashes, right? But now, this completely black guy, except for his black hair, looks exactly like a puppy. The Korean stars were speechless. However, the next second, a faint black light suddenly emerged from the body of this black, puppy-like creature. Han Xing didn't realize what was happening. He only saw a black shadow flash by, and the black puppy disappeared. Han Xing's face was full of question marks, and he asked in surprise, "What flew over?" The next moment, he suddenly noticed that the black puppy had appeared at his feet. At this time, it opened its mouth, stuck out its tongue, and kept breathing hot air on itself, and its 4 short legs were excitedly pulling at its boots. And at this moment, he also caught a glimpse of the attributes of this husky cub. Pet information: Void Wolf, young. Race: Void Clan. Level: LV1. Strength: 6, Agility. 11, Spirit. 7, Constitution. 7. Skill 1, Void Body. When receiving physical or magical attacks, there is a 50% chance to dodge this attack. Skill 2, Counterattack Thorn. Every time the Void Wolf is attacked, a void spike will form in its body. After being attacked 10 times in total, all the spikes will explode, and each spike will cause 220% damage. Skill 3. Void Power. When the Void Wolf attacks, it will have the Void Power effect. When the enemy is attacked, it will cause Void Corrosion effect. The amount of healing received by the attack target is reduced by 10%, and the armor is reduced by 5%. It can be stacked up to 6 times. This state cannot be cleared by the Priest Purification skill. Skill 4. Void Flash. When the Void Wolf enters combat, its movement speed increases by 200%, its attack speed increases by 100%, and its critical strike rate increases by 50%. Skill 5. Void Absorption, unlocked at level 6. Skill 6. Void Assault, unlocked at level 10. Favorability, 100. Satisfaction, 60. Hungry. Growth, S+. Pet growth can be increased by potential value and can be increased once every 10,000 potential value. The current remaining potential value is 0. Han Xing. Han Xing was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out and asked in disbelief, "So you are not a dog, but a wolf?" He pointed at the black puppy lying on the ground. The canine cub seemed to understand Han Xing's words. It nodded excitedly and then circled around his feet. Han Xing took a deep breath, and after confirming the breed of the black puppy, all the disappointment in his heart was swept away. Instead, there was uncontrollable ecstasy. He said excitedly, "Although I don't know what the Void Wolf is, just hearing the name sounds very impressive. This wave of blood profit is worth it, and this attribute is really too abnormal. A cub with 6 skills at birth, S+ growth, a perfect template for a legendary pet." When Korean stars were very excited. At this time, the little wolf saw that Han Xing ignored it, so it lay on the ground and started rolling around. The corner of Han Xing's mouth twitched. If it wasn't indicated on the pet panel, this would have been a wolf. Moreover, it is a void creature with S+ level growth. It is hard not to suspect that this is just a puppy. Han Xing squatted down and picked up the palm-sized black puppy. Being held in the air by Han Xing, it seemed very excited, its short limbs flapping around, its tongue sticking out, and hot air constantly blowing onto Han Xing's face. Although this little guy's appearance is somewhat inconsistent with Korean stars' expectations, his attributes are indeed very powerful. Han Xing was very satisfied, nodded, and said, "How about calling you Cold Ball from now on? After all, you are so dark." The black puppy was stunned for a moment, then fluttered excitedly in Han Xing's hands again, seeming to be very satisfied with the name. Britcher. Han Xing tried calling it, and the little wolf cub became even more excited when he heard the call. "Ha!" Han Xing touched its little head happily. At this moment, the coal ball jumped out of Han Xing's hand. It excitedly tugged at the waistband of the Korean star, the space backpack on top. With a hissing sound, Han Xing's face changed instantly. "Damn. Pull it gently. Don't you know how sharp your wolf claws are?" Han Xing was speechless and quickly pulled up his pants. The coal ball on the ground looked at him blankly. Recalling what coal ball had just done, Han Xing realized that it might be something in his backpack that attracted it. So, Han Xing took out the things in his backpack one by one, from equipment to spiritual spring water, and then to various materials. Coal briquettes all showed no interest, until, when he saw Han Xing take out a small bead emitting green air. Coal ball immediately jumped up excitedly. "You want this?" Han Xing looked strange because what he was holding in his hand was a spirit core. Coal ball seemed to understand what he said and started jumping up and down on the spot. It seems that spirit cores also have a certain appeal to pets, but I don't know what their function is. Han Xing touched his chin and thought. Thinking of this, he directly threw the spirit core in his hand out. A black light flashed on Coal Ball's body, and at a terrifying speed, he instantly grabbed the spirit core in midair. Then he gulped and swallowed it. At the same time, a system prompt appears. Successfully fed the pet. Coal Ball favorability +1, satiety +1, potential +1. Potential value? Han Xing suddenly noticed the last prompt of the system. He remembered that in the pet panel, the growth column indicated the role of potential value. 10,000 potential points can increase the growth of your pet once. For example, if it is a pet with C-level growth, after consuming 10,000 potential points, it will become B-level growth, and so on. The longer the pet is, the more attributes will be improved with each level up. Therefore, the sooner the pet's growth is improved, the better. Han Xing stroked his chin and thought, it turns out that feeding a spirit core can gain 1 potential point. Doesn't this mean that I can feed 10,000 spirit cores to Coal Ball in one go and directly increase its growth rate by another level? Coal Ball's current growth rate has reached S+. If it is further improved, it is very likely to reach the legendary SS level. Chapter 33. Go, little Coal Ball. The basic attributes of the Coal Ball, which is only at S+ growth level, are already so strong. What will happen if it is upgraded to SS level? You only need to feed the spirit core to increase your potential value. Through the previous several waves of transactions, Han Xing's spiritual core reserves have reached more than 20,000. Even if he feeds 10,000 Coal Balls at a time, he still has a large reserve. If it were any other survivor, they would not be able to come up with so much in such a short period of time. Han Xing's eyes widened, and he excitedly grabbed a handful of spirit cores from his backpack and threw them all to Coal Ball. Coal Ball also ate excitedly. Eat it, give it to me. I have all the food you want. Ha! Han Xing shouted excitedly. However, after eating more than 30 spirit cores, Coal Ball lost interest in the spirit cores on the ground. Han Xing noticed that the satiety column in the pet information had changed. Satisfaction, 100. Can't eat anymore? Han Xing said with some regret. It seems that the idea of quickly increasing the potential value of the pet by feeding a large amount of spirit cores is impossible. Pets have their own satiety levels, and the amount of food they can be fed each day is limited. Presumably, this is also a means of restriction by the system. Shaking his head, Han Xing stopped worrying about it. After all, the growth rate of S+ is already amazing. After eating their fill, the Coal Balls on the ground rolled happily on the grass. Han Xing smiled and said, "After eating and drinking, we will start working." After hearing this, Meichio jumped up excitedly. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Xing had already controlled the Sky Island territory and was approaching other clouds. 10 minutes later, Han Xing's Sky Island territory approached a cloud with an area of 20 square meters. At this time, the system prompt appeared. There is a group of violent longhorn creatures living inside. Do you want to enter? A violent horn creature? It looks like it's not a good person. Han Xing stroked his chin and thought. But he couldn't wait to test the abilities of the coal briquettes. So, Han Xing directly nodded yes. The clouds dissipated, and it was suddenly revealed that there were 4 gray, furry creatures with curved horns. Horned sheep, 1-star creature. Level, LV3. Strength 8, Agility 10, Spirit 7, Constitution 8. Skills, Goat Horn Charge, Goat Headbutt. There were 4 level 3 1-star monsters. Even if they were Korean stars, he had to use his powerful attack power to kill 2 of them instantly before defeating them one by one. Otherwise, once he was surrounded by the enemy, with his weak body, he would soon be trampled to death by these horned sheep. However, at this moment he was ready to let Coal Ball go to fight alone. As a pet, the Void Wolf Meichio will absolutely obey the orders of its master. Even if Han Xing asks it to fight an opponent of the Demon Lord's level now, it will do it without hesitation. A level 1 Coal Ball was fighting 4 level 3 horned sheep alone. Even when facing enemies that outnumbered itself by many times, it showed no fear at all. Go ahead, little Coal. At this moment, after receiving Han Xing's instructions, the black puppy on the ground instantly put away the silly and cute look on its face. Then he slowly revealed a ferocious expression, and his fangs began to show. At this time, it began to possess the aura of a powerful creature like the Void Wolf. At the same time, the 4 horned sheep's eyes instantly turned red when they saw Han Xing. They lowered their heads at the same time, with their 2 sharp goat horns, and kicked their legs, ready to rush towards Han Xing. However, the next moment, a figure appeared that was faster than them. A faint black light emerged from the Coal Ball's body, and it flashed like a black shadow and instantly rushed in front of a horned sheep. It stretched out its sharp claws and scratched the ram's neck. And in Han Xing's sight, the attack of Coal Ball directly created a double image. Swish! The horned sheep only felt a sharp pain, and 2 claw marks appeared on its neck. The next moment, blood began to spurt. Meh! The horned sheep let out a painful scream. The other 3 horned sheep heard the sound and stared at Coal Ball with their dark pupils. The hatred has shifted. The next moment, they moved their hooves angrily and rushed towards the Coal Ball at the same time. Seeing this scene, even Han Xing felt a little worried for Coal Ball. He gripped his longbow tightly, ready to rescue at any time. However, the Coal Ball, on the ground, not only did not panic, but instead bared its teeth and let out a threatening growl. There was arrogance in its eyes like the king of the jungle, and it seemed that it did not take the ibex seriously at all. 3 horned sheep rushed over. Cobalt did not dodge or evade, and a faint black light emerged from his body again. Han Xing clearly saw that at the moment when he was attacked by the horned goat, the sharp goat horns seemed to pass through the body of the Cobalt, as if the attack was in nothingness and did not cause any harm to it. The body of nothingness, Han Xing exclaimed in his heart. As Cobalt's first skill, Body of Nothingness provides it with a 50% dodge chance. At this time, all the attacks of the three-horned sheep failed. It is truly a well-deserved magical skill. The next moment, a black light flashed, and Cobalt bit the head of one of the horned sheep. Then, it stretched out its two sharp front claws and swung them at a speed so fast that double images appeared. Swish! Swish! In an instant, Cobalt attacked 4 times. Including its bite damage, the horned sheep endured 5 attacks from Cobalt. The horned sheep suddenly had several wounds deep enough to see the bones, and it was emitting a faint black smell. This is Cobalt's second skill, the effect caused by void corrosion. Meh! After a wail, the horned sheep fell down. At this time, there was still blood at the corners of Cobalt's mouth. This ferocious appearance even scared the other horned sheep, and they did not dare to attack again for a while. Han Xing also discovered that when Cobalt was moving or attacking, the black light emitted from its body seemed to increase its speed significantly. So much so that its actual speed is even far greater than the attributes on the panel. Is it the effect of the fourth skill, Void Flash? Han Xing's face was full of shock. This Void Wolf really surprised him. It was almost surprising him again and again. The Void Flash directly doubled the speed of the Cobalt, coupled with the Void Body's dodge, the burst of counterattack spikes, and the weakening effect of the Void Force. The combination of these skills directly forms a powerful melee system that provides both survival and burst. Moreover, Cobalt is only level 1 now. When it reaches level 6 and level 10, the next 2 skills will be activated. After reaching 2 stars, you will learn new advanced skills, not to mention the 3 and 4 stars. By then, how powerful will the S+ growth Cobalt be? Han Xing gets excited just thinking about it. At this moment, the remaining 3 horned sheep also reacted and attacked the Cobalt again. Cobalt showed no sign of weakness and transformed into a streak of black lightning, shuttling back and forth between the 3 horned sheep. Every time it appears, it will leave a few wounds on them. For a moment, blood splattered and the scene became a bit bloody. Chapter 34, S+ Growth. These horned sheep was very fierce. Cobalt was almost attacked by the horned sheep several times, but even if the attack landed on it, it would be immune to the 50% dodge probability of the Void Body. So far, it has not suffered any serious damage. On the contrary, the 3 horned sheep was tortured to death by it. Just then, a horned sheep saw the Cobalt turn into black light again. It bleated angrily and then pushed hard. The second skill of the horned sheep, Sheep Heading the Sky, is activated. This time, Cobalt was not so lucky. The 50% dodge probability of the Void Body was not triggered, and it was instantly picked up by the sheep's horns and flew into the air. The sharp goat horns pierced the Cobalt's skin, and a string of black, crystal-like liquid flowed into the air. Han Xing's heart tightened instantly. This crystalline black liquid should be the blood flowing from Cobalt. The body structure of the void creatures is different from that of ordinary creatures. After the Cobalt was picked up, it fell to the ground and rolled several times, then quickly stood up. There was a wound on its abdomen, which looked a bit creepy. Woo! A low roar came out of Cobalt's mouth. Although he was injured, he was still as ferocious as ever. Seeing this, Han Xing quickly said, "Megu, come back." Meichio turned his head and looked at Han Xing blankly. Seeing that Meichio's injury was not as serious as he had imagined, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand and said, "Well done, leave the rest to me." After hearing this, Meichio obediently ran back to Han Xing. At this time, the 2 horned sheep were already blinded by anger. Mei! The horned sheep stared with red eyes, panting, and rushed towards Han Xing with all his might. However, the next moment, 2 arrows with a cold light quickly enlarged in their eyes. Puff! Puff! 2 arrows hit at the same time. Mei tilde Mei tilde. The 2 horned sheep had their heads pierced by arrows. They screamed and died. There was only 1 horned sheep left on the field, but it also could not escape the fate of death. They were already dying from the torture of the Cobalts. If the Cobalts were not only level 1 now, their attack power would not be high. Otherwise, it could easily kill these 4 horned sheep by itself. At this point, A system prompt appears. Killed 4 horned sheep LV3, gained 120 experience points, and pet coal ball gained 80 experience points. Han Xing squatted on the ground, checking Meichio's injuries. Coal ball lay on the ground obediently on its side, licking its wounds. It's a problem. What should I do if my pet is injured? Han Xing held his head and thought with a headache. He looked at his backpack and found only 2 items with healing effects: spiritual spring water and secret elixir of life. Will these 2 things have any effect on pets? Han Xing was a little uncertain, but there was no better way at the moment, so he sighed and said, "I can only try." Han Xing took out a bottle of secret life medicine and asked Megu to lie down obediently. Then he opened the lid of the glass bottle containing the secret medicine, and a rich fragrance entered his nose. Just smelling the scent of this secret medicine makes people feel refreshed. Hiss! Han Xing took 2 greedy sips, then poured out the entire bottle of secret life medicine. The emerald green liquid glowed with a little fluorescence and was quickly absorbed by the coal ball after coming into contact with the wound. It works! Han Xing's eyes lit up. Then he saw that coal ball's wound was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. If this trend continues, it will heal directly in a few minutes. What a powerful effect! Han Xing was extremely excited. This was the first time he had seen the effect of the secret medicine of life with his own eyes. He was stunned for a moment by its powerful recovery ability. At the same time, Han Xing also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, the life secret medicine is also effective for pets. Otherwise, we can only let coal ball recover by its own healing ability. Pets all have the ability to heal themselves, just like humans. The only difference is how fast they heal themselves. However, when a pet is injured, its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. In serious cases, it may even die. At that time, Korean stars would probably be heartbroken. Thinking of this, he picked up the coal ball with one hand and said, "You performed well today, but your level is still a little low. I will help you level up first." After regaining its vitality, coal ball stretched out its short legs and flapped its wings continuously. 10 minutes later, Han Xing approached a cloud that was only a dozen square meters in size again. When I went in, I saw 2 level 4 mud slimes. The battle began, and Coal Ball, who had just used the secret medicine of life to recover from his injuries, regained his strong fighting power. It used its extreme speed to rush in front of the monster and started close combat. However, this time Korean Star did not let it fight alone. Whoosh! Whoosh! The arrows were shot out, and both mud slimes suffered armor-piercing damage. At this moment, a black light flashed. Coal Ball's sharp claws scratched several wounds on their bodies that emitted black smoke. This is Coal Ball's third skill. The effect of Void Power, in addition to suppressing healing, also has the effect of reducing defense. So, Han Xing directly activated his skills and fired multiple shots in a row. Puff, puff, puff. All 5 arrows hit the target. It easily penetrated the slime's body, causing horrific damage without even triggering any armor-breaking effects. 2 mud slimes were taken away directly by this wave of attack. Han Xing was shocked. Is this the defense reduction effect of the coal balls? It's really powerful for a creature like this that already has low defense. After being weakened, each arrow can cause maximum damage. It was so pleasant to cooperate with Meichio that Han Xing clenched his fists excitedly. You kill 2 LV4*2 slime and gain 80 experience points. Your pet coal ball gains 60 experience points. Pet coal ball has been upgraded. Upgraded. Han Xing couldn't wait to check the properties of the coal briquettes. Pet information: Void Wolf Young. Race: Void Clan. Level: LV2. Strength: 9 Agility. 16 Spirit. 8 Constitution. 9. What the hell? Han Xing was instantly amazed. Although it was only upgraded to level 1, Coal Ball's attributes were instantly improved. Strength, spirit, and physique increased by 2 or 3 points each, which was within expectations. However, the agility attribute was directly increased by 5 points. What is the concept? For these human survivors, the total attribute increase for each level up is only 4 to 6 points. When the coal briquettes are upgraded to level 1, their attributes are directly increased by 14 points, which is almost 3 or 4 times the difference. As long as it upgrades a few more levels, the basic attributes of the coal ball can even crush myself, who is fully armed. Han Xing could clearly feel that the speed of the coal ball had increased significantly. Under the influence of the black light, He couldn't even catch the figure of the coal ball, let alone hit it. Is this an S plus growth pet? It's so scary. If this continues to upgrade, it will definitely become a big boss template. Han Xing was extremely excited and full of expectations for the future growth of coal balls. Chapter 35. Level Up. Han Xing was very satisfied with the amazing growth of coal ball. At this time, the coal ball seemed to be able to feel the joy in its owner's heart. It flashed and appeared next to the body of the mud slime, and then flashed again and appeared at Han Xing's feet. Han Xing could see that it had a few spirit cores in its mouth, as if it wanted to get permission from its owner. He squatted down, touched Coal Ball's head, and said, "Eat it, you deserve it." Coal Ball jumped up and down happily. Merging the territory of the sludge slime, Han Xing continued to explore other sky islands. At this time, Han Xing discovered that after being upgraded to level 2, Coal Ball was like an energetic little boss. When the attributes of these monsters cannot suppress it, Coal Ball can almost move freely in its own territory. In every battle, Coal Ball would take the lead as if he was full of energy. No matter how powerful the monster was, he would always rush in front of Han Xing. Then, Han Xing only saw a flash of black light, and before he could catch sight of the Coal Ball, the battle had already ended. Sometimes, Han Xing would use his powerful attack power from behind to kill the enemy instantly while Meichio was fighting with the opponent. But soon, Han Xing discovered that he seemed to have little chance of dealing with some ordinary monsters. He just needs to follow Coal Ball to gain experience. Because its ethereal body has a 50% dodge property, coupled with the Coal Ball's own terrifying speed, few monsters can attack it. Monsters fell at their feet one by one. Han Xing stood at the back with his arms folded, happily watching Meichio charging forward. You have killed 3 granite rabbits LV4 and gained 120 experience points. Your pet Coal Ball gained 84 experience points. You have killed the yellow deer LV5 and gained 50 experience points. Your pet Coal Ball gained 40 experience points. You kill. 1 hour later, Han Xing suddenly saw a white light rising from both his body and Coal Ball's body, and a system prompt appeared. Your level has been upgraded. Current level is LV4. Your pet Coal Ball has been upgraded to level 3. Upgraded again? Han Xing couldn't remember how many times he had been amazed today. The coal briquettes were upgraded to level 3 less than an hour after being upgraded to level 2. Even for me, it took me a full day to go from level 2 to level 3. This little guy's upgrade speed is really as fast as a rocket. Han Xing touched Meichio's head. After being upgraded to level 3, Coal Ball has completely surpassed him in terms of panel attributes. With 21 points of agility and the 200% speed bonus from the skill Void Flash, I'm afraid that even those level 5 elite monsters may not be able to keep up with it. At this time, Han Xing found that he had no chance of dealing with those ordinary monsters. Not only that, Coal Ball's speed in resolving battles is getting faster and faster each time. A series of system prompts appear. His experience bar was also soaring at an unprecedented rate. In just 1 hour, he reached 50% of level 4. With another hour, he would be able to break through to level 5. More importantly, the area of Han Xing's territory is also growing at a terrifying rate. 456, 478, 512. At this time, Han Xing's territory points reached 584. In just over 2 hours, the area increased by more than 100 points, which is equivalent to more than 100 square meters of territory. In the territory standings, Han Xing also made it back into the top 20. But his growth rate did not attract much attention. Because of the territory standings at this time, the score of the first-place Whisperer has exceeded 900 and reached 912 points. He is only 88 points away from taking first place. The second-place Blackhawk and the third-place Papaya Protoss were also very fierce, one with 874 and the other with 852. In the chat channel, everyone started a heated discussion about the rankings. I think the first place this time must go to our Whisper boss from God's Whisper, right? That's not necessarily true. Our Airplane Boys Papaya Star Spirit boss is no pushover either. The gap between them isn't that big right now. Papaya Star Spirit boss will be able to catch up soon. Dream on, Papaya Protoss is a warrior. He can't even catch up with Blackhawk, who is a stealth class. Not to mention that Whisperer is a mage. You're talking nonsense. Papaya Star Spirit boss will definitely not lose. The first place will definitely be our Airplane Boy group. While they were arguing, the 3 people on the standings were all on edge at this moment. At this point, none of them dared to relax at all. Even though their mental state had reached its limit and their eyelids felt like they were filled with lead, they still gritted their teeth and continued exploring. On the Sky Island territory, at this time, the Whisperer's eyeballs were almost bloodshot, his face was pale and thin, and he looked like he had lost more than 10 pounds. But he still gritted his teeth and kept encouraging himself. Persist. You must persist. I'm only one step away from victory. I must take first place. The Whisperer fought with his last breath against the monster in front of him. Even though he had grown numb from swinging the bronze staff, he still cast Fireball to kill the monster. Black Hawk and Papaya Star Spirit. Among them is the Stalker Black Hawk. Before coming to this world, he seemed to be a member of a special organization and had amazing combat awareness. After coming to this world and gaining extraordinary powers, he performed like a duck in water. At this moment, the Black Hawk appeared silently behind a dark elf warrior. With a flash of cold light, a bronze dagger slashed across the dark elf's neck. This knife is so smooth, simple, and unpretentious, yet looks pleasing to the eye. It was as if it had been rehearsed thousands of times. Blood spurted out. The next moment, the body of the dark elf warrior fell limply to the ground. On the ground, there were 5 or 6 dark elf corpses lying in a mess. It can be seen that these dark elves have caused a lot of trouble to Black Hawk. He had several wounds on his body, the most serious of which was a knife wound on his back caused by a dark elf warrior. The wound was very deep and kept bleeding. At this moment, a hint of bloodthirsty murderous intent appeared on Black Hawk's usually serious face. That is the momentum that only someone who has truly walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood can possess. At this time, someone in the Dusk Mercenary discussion group asked, "Captain, are you okay?" The expression on Black Hawk's face turned cold again, and he whispered, "Not bad." Although I was very tired and in pain, the feeling of being on edge and being doomed if I wasn't careful made me feel like I was back on the battlefield. The next moment, Black Hawk suddenly noticed that a black aura suddenly condensed in front of the treasure chest guarded by this group of dark elves. The aura became more and more solid and actually turned into the outline of a human figure. Spirit of Vengeance, a level 5 elite monster? Black Hawk closed the discussion group, his eyes narrowed, and warning signs continued to rise in his heart. The next moment, the Black Shadow disappeared instantly and attacked Black Hawk at a terrifying speed. Black Hawk didn't even have time to react before he saw a Black Shadow appear in front of him. So fast. This was his last thought. The next moment, Black Hawk flew backwards. Chapter 36. I'm going to sprint. At the same time, when Black Hawk was entangled by the level 5 elite monster, the Spirit of Vengeance, Papaya Protoss and Whisperer also encountered different monsters. Although these monsters have different attributes and skills, they all have one thing in common. They are very tricky. This is no coincidence. In fact, every survivor is generated into a similar terrain when they come into this world. The number of clouds in each area is basically the same, and there are elite monsters belonging to this area. Except for some hidden existences, these elite monsters are the strongest in this area. Just like the giant gray rock wolf that Han Xing encountered in the first area. Only after defeating it can he go to the new area. But that giant gray rock wolf was only equivalent to the boss of the novice village. Compared with the monsters encountered by Black Hawk and Whisperer, it did not seem that difficult. And now, because the Whisperers were ahead in progress, they finally faced the most powerful being in this area and were caught in a bitter battle. Just as everyone was looking forward to the final winner appearing. After waiting for more than an hour, the territory points of the top 3 in the rankings suddenly stopped moving, as if they had made an appointment. Many people in the chat channel were confused. What's going on? Why are the rankings unchanged? The top 3 have made an appointment. Are they sleeping together? Don't worry, wait a little longer. Maybe they are making some temporary adjustments and preparing for the final sprint. It is indeed possible. In this situation, do you think there will be any changes in the final first place? Don't even think about it. The Whisperer has a huge advantage right now. He will definitely be the first. However, someone was not convinced and said Xing had a huge advantage before, and many people said he would definitely take first place. But now, he can't even stay in the top 20. Xing? He's just a lucky guy, not up to par. No one in the chat channel refuted this statement. Ever since the Korean star fell out of the top 20, there haven't been many voices supporting him. At this time, someone said in surprise, "Hey, Xing is in the top 20. What?" Many survivors were very surprised. 643 points. What was his score before? Because we have lost attention to Korean stars. No one knows his previous scores, but the increase must be significant. However, some people who had opinions about Xing has still said disdainfully. So what if he is in the top 20? The gap between him and the Whisperers is too big now. The gap is nearly 300 points. It will take at least a day for him to catch up. Yeah, Xing doesn't stand a chance. There's no need to discuss him anymore. However, what they didn't know was that the Korean star had gained nearly 200 points in just 3 hours. Even the Whisperer, a mage, could not catch up with this terrifying speed. However, these people didn't notice it. But Chung Jianyong has always paid close attention to the rankings of Korean stars. After seeing Korean stars' rankings soar, in the discussion group, Chung Jianyong asked expectantly, "Brother Xing, are you starting to exert your strength?" At this time, Han Xing was following behind the briquettes, happily enjoying the experience. After seeing the information in the discussion group, he smiled and replied, "Yes." Chung Jianyong suddenly became excited. "Ha, I said Brother Xing is waiting for the last explosion, right? Xin Yun, look at it, a 200% increase in 3 hours. It will scare people to death." At this time, Xin Yun was surprised after hearing this. "I wipe it so fast? Brother Xing, have you taken the medicine?" Han Xing smiled and said, "Yes, I took the medicine. I still have it here. Do you want 2 pills?" Xin Yun subconsciously refused. No, I'm still young and don't need this." Chimyong also echoed and said, "Haha, Brother Xing, you should keep this kind of thing to yourself. Zio Yunzi and I are in great health. We don't need to eat this kind of food at all, and we can still fight for 300 rounds every night." However, Han Xing said in a weird tone, "You really don't want it? The effect of my medicine is surprisingly good. Take 1 sip and it will keep you alive." Xin Yin quickly refused. But Chung Jianyong was a little cautious and tried. "Brother Xing, is this medicine really so strong? How about giving me some?" "Ha ha." Han Xing laughed and said, "I just said that Chung Jianyong, a married man, is about to die. Look, I have tricked him now." Xin Yin also laughed. At this time, Chung Jianyong looked embarrassed. Han Xing said at this time, "Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Then, Han Xing initiated a trade application to them. The two accepted it with strange expressions. However, when they saw Han Xing throw 20 bottles of primary life secret medicine to them in one breath, there was a sudden gasp in the discussion group. "Hiss!" Chung Jianyong felt a little unbelievable and said, "Secret elixir of life." He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Xing, so this is the medicine you mentioned that can make you full of energy after taking a sip?" "Yes." Han Xing smiled and said, "I didn't lie to you. I have verified this medicine, and the effect is amazing. As long as you are not missing any limbs or have been fatally shot, you can be saved with a bottle of medicine. If your physique is better, you don't even have to worry about getting hurt and can just fight those monsters head on." At this time, Chinyin asked tentatively, "Brother Xing, what do you mean?" Han Xing nodded. "Yes, next we have to change our strategy. With the secret medicine of life in hand, we can let go and challenge those clouds more boldly. I've seen your rankings. Xun Yun is in 27th place, and Chung Jianyong is in 36th place. As long as you let go and rush, not to mention the top 3, there should be no problem if everyone is in the top 10. The two were immediately surprised when they heard Han Xing's thoughts. However, Chung Jianyong gritted his teeth and said, "Fuck, there is such a thing as the secret medicine of life, and Brother Xing is giving us strong support behind the scenes. Let alone the top 10, I will crush the top 3 for him. I'm going to sprint." Xinyan also became excited and said excitedly, "Run." At this time, when the 3 whisperers encountered a powerful enemy, they were stagnant. The rankings of the 3 Korean stars are soaring like a rocket. 643 points, 674 points, 712 points. Almost every few minutes, one could see his territory points increasing again. Such a horrific increase naturally attracted the attention of many survivors in the chat channel. Look, Xinghe's ranking has improved again. Now he's 13th. So fast. It's only been less than half an hour, right? He has already added more than 70 points. How terrifying. Oh my god. He is indeed worthy of being called the great god of galaxy. With just one move, he has completely changed our common sense. In the chat channel, the discussion about Korean stars has resumed. However, there are still many people who have opinions about Han Xing and sneer. So what if the growth is fast? He is still more than 200 points behind the Whisperer. I told you that he has no hope. Yes, and who knows, the galaxy is rushing so fast now. Is it just luck? Good luck doesn't last forever. At this time, no one jumped out to refute. However, some people noticed the changes in the other two people in the ranking. Among the survivors, someone exclaimed, "Look, that lonely hero and Yin Timing are also climbing up the rankings like crazy. I saw with my own eyes that they gained more than 40 points in half an hour." What? There was a lot of exclamation in the chat channel. At the same time, someone said solemnly, "It seems that at the last moment, everyone has started to sprint." Chapter 37, Battle Against Regional Boss. The survivors of the entire Channel 107 began to accelerate their impact on the rankings. At this time, empty island territory with an area of more than 40 square meters. Han Xing is fighting a huge creature. In front of them, a huge brown bear, about 3 or 4 meters tall, was roaring angrily. Information about the brown bear appeared before my eyes. Ironback brown bear, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV5. Strength 31, Agility 20, Spirit 21, Constitution 35. Skill 1, Bear Paw Smash. The brown bear swings its huge bear paw to slap the ground, creating a powerful shockwave, knocking surrounding enemies away and causing heavy damage. Skill 2, Ironback Impact. The Ironback brown bear dashes towards the target, increasing its sprint speed by 100%. When it hits, it will definitely trigger a critical hit and knockback effect. Skill 3, Violent Roar. The brown bear emits a deafening roar, causing sonic damage to surrounding enemies and increasing its own critical hit rate by 50%. Strong panel. In terms of basic attributes alone, this brown bear crushed Han Xing, who was dressed in green. Even the coal ball that had been upgraded to level 3 was suppressed by it in terms of attributes. What a strong guy. Is this bear the regional boss? Han Xing pondered. However, coal ball's agility attribute has reached 21 points, plus the 200% movement speed added by the Void Flash skill. Even this level 5 elite monster couldn't keep up with coal ball's pace. Han Xing only saw a black shadow constantly flashing near the iron-backed brown bear, leaving a few wounds on its body from time to time. Roar! The brown bear was so angry that it roared angrily, waving its paws like a palm leaf fan and scratching at the air frantically. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't touch a single hair of the coal ball. At this moment, Han Xing's wind, chasing arrow attacked. The fine iron arrow appeared in front of the brown bear in an instant, making a sound like tearing the air. The target was obviously its bear eyeballs as big as copper bells. However, this level 5 elite monster also reacted extremely quickly. The moment it saw the arrow coming, the ironback brown bear quickly turned around and used its back covered with steel needle hair to meet the arrow. Bang! The arrow hit, but the expected scene of piercing the skin and flesh did not occur. The fine iron arrow made a dull sound when it hit the brown bear's back. It was as if the arrow he shot was not hitting the brown bear's body, but a concrete wall. What a terrifying defense! Han Xing exclaimed. And at this moment he also noticed that this elite brown bear had a physical fitness of 35 points, which provided it with a very strong physical defense. This arrow did not cause any harm to the brown bear, but instead completely enraged this huge beast. Suddenly, it stood up and kept beating its chest with its two paws. Bang! 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 After a series of dull, slapping sounds, the brown bear suddenly opened its mouth and howled towards the sky. Roar! The terrifying sound waves began to spread. Oh no! It's this elite monster skill, Violent Roar. Han Xing's expression changed instantly. Coal Ball, get out of here! Furious Roar is a ranged skill. Although Coal Ball is very strong, its physique is quite weak compared to that of a brown bear. If you endure this sonic attack at close range, you will be seriously injured if you don't die. However, Coal Ball was not stupid. When it realized that the brown bear was launching a sonic attack, it had already retreated. With a flash of black shadow, Coal Ball appeared at the edge of the territory. The attack by the grayback brown bear did not cause much damage to it. Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief, but what he didn't notice was that the brown bear had shifted its target of hatred to him at some point. The next moment, the brown bear knelt on all fours, saliva flowing from the corners of its mouth, and looked at Han Xing with anger in its eyes. Han Xing suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. When he reacted, the grayback brown bear rushed towards him like a cannonball. This is its second skill, Ironback Impact. Danger! At the critical moment, Han Xing used the hunter's basic skill, Rolling. Han Xing ducked his body and rolled on the ground, barely avoiding the attack from the iron-backed brown bear. but at the same time he was filled with fear. Ironback impact hits an enemy. It will definitely cause a critical hit and knockback effect. With his weak body, if he was hit by the blow, even if he didn't die, he would be thrown into the air by the brown bear and then fall from the territory of the Sky Island. At this moment, the dark shadow of Cold Ball flashed and appeared next to the brown bear. There was murderous intent in Meichio's eyes, and he seemed very angry about the brown bear's attack on Han Xing. Ouch! Cold Ball let out a roar that sounded childish, yet also a bit ferocious. Han Xing saw that its figure suddenly became illusory. The next moment, many sharp thorns suddenly grew on the illusory figure of the Cold Ball. The Void Wolf's second skill, Counterattack, is activated. The next moment, 10 spikes exploded at the same time. Each counterattack, Thorn carries the power of the Void and has unparalleled lethality. Even with the Ironback Brown Bear's terrifying defense, it was easily pierced, and its huge body almost became a target at this moment. Puff, puff, puff. With a few flesh-snapping sounds, the Ironback Brown Bear endured the explosive skill of Cold Ball at close range and was hit by at least 7 sharp spikes. The Ironback Brown Bear had never expected that this tiny creature could cause such serious harm to it, and it seemed extremely angry. However, the counterattack thorns carrying the power of the Void were constantly corroding the wounds of the Ironback Brown Bear, and its condition began to deteriorate sharply. The third skill of Void Wolf, Power of the Void. Not only will the healing of the damaged enemies be suppressed, but their defense will also be reduced. Han Xing's eyes lit up. The opportunity had come. Without even thinking twice, he used his most powerful explosive skill. Multiple bursts. The next moment, 5 high-quality iron arrows hit the brown bear at a flash. That's not all. Among these 5 arrows, 2 of them triggered the armor-piercing effect, and the damage soared. This time, Han Xing's arrow was not obstructed, but easily pierced the brown bear's thick skin and got stuck in its flesh. Han Xing narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge monster expectantly. But I found that it was still full of energy, and its movements were not slow at all. Is it immune? As expected, the snake venom of the level 1 monster has no effect on this level 5 monster. Han Xing felt a little regretful. Shaking his head, he refocused his energy on the battle at hand. At this time, Cold Ball once again attracted the hatred of the Ironback Brown Bear. Han Xing once again took on the role of long-range firepower. It has to be said that with such a powerful pet in the front, the hunter's battle seems very comfortable. Once the Ironback Brown Bear's defense was reduced and Han Xing's arrows were able to cause damage to it, there would be no suspense in the following battle. 3 minutes later, the Ironback Brown Bear's body was covered with 30 or 40 arrows, making it look exactly like a hedgehog. It's exhausted. Chapter 38, Savage Bear Power Potion. At this point in the battle, the Ironback Brown Bear has been exhausted by Han Xing and Cold Ball. But I have to say that its vitality is really strong. Even now, it can still hold on to its last breath. At the current stage, it is impossible for any survivor to defeat it alone. Even if there is, it is estimated that it will come at a heavy price. Although Han Xing was not seriously injured, the main reason was that Meichio bore the greatest pressure in the front. If he were to fight alone, he would probably have been beaten into a pulp. The Ironback Brown Bear is so powerful, and the other level 5 elite monsters are not much worse. But fortunately, it's not level 6. Han Xing said with some relief. In Sky Island Paradise, level 5 to level 6 is a watershed. Level 6 monsters are often much stronger than level 5 monsters. Ordinary adventurers simply do not have the ability to challenge monsters of higher levels. However, after the survivors reach level 6, they will also usher in a significant improvement, not only in attributes, but also in equipment. After the player reaches level 6, the attributes of the equipment made according to the blueprint will be greatly improved compared to before level 5, but there is also an additional equipment level requirement. Before level 5, players can wear whatever equipment they make. However, after level 6, the equipment you make can only be equipped after other survivors have upgraded to level 6. At this time, the Ironback Brown Bear was already at the end of its strength and was about to be killed by Han Xing. At this moment, the Ironback Brown Bear suddenly took a deep breath and raised its paw high, with terrifying power brewing within it. Han Xing immediately realized that this guy wanted to use the area skill Bear Paw Smash. But how could Korean stars let it happen? Wind Chasing Arrow. Call out. The arrow went straight into the brown bear's eye socket. Headshot. Fatal injury. The huge body of the Ironback Brown Bear slowly fell down. System prompt came. You have killed the Ironback Brown Bear LV5 Elite and gained experience points asterisk 500, and the Pet Coal Ball gained experience points asterisk 400. Your level has been upgraded. Current level is LV5. The level of Pet Coal Ball has been upgraded. The current level is LV4. Wow, another upgrade. In just one morning, Han Xing was promoted twice, and the experience he gained was almost equal to the total of his previous 5 or 6 days. Glancing at his attributes, he found that his strength and agility had increased by 4 points each, and his spirit and physique had increased by 2 to 3 points each, which was pretty good. But when he saw the properties of the coal briquettes, he suddenly became uneasy. Pet information: Void Wolf Young. Race: Void Clan. Level: LV4. Strength: 15, Agility 25, Spirit 14, Constitution 13. Good fellow. The attributes increased by level 1 are comparable to my level 3. Do you really want to develop to the level of the boss? Coalball looked at him blankly. The battle was won, and the little wolf cub seemed very excited. He kept pulling at Han Xing's boots. At the same time, a familiar system prompt appeared again. You have killed the elite monsters in this area and can now explore more advanced areas. At the same time, the number of clouds in the distance from Han Xing suddenly increased several times. He even saw that there were many clouds with an area of hundreds or even thousands of square meters. Oh, this brown bear is the most powerful monster in this area. Han Xing lowered his head and thought, it seems that I should be the survivor in Area 107 who solved the area boss the fastest, otherwise their points would have soared a long time ago. Then, Han Xing brought the coal briquettes to the body of the giant brown bear. Then click Decompose, and the system prompt appears. Successfully decomposed the grayback brown bear corpse, recovered 45 fine iron arrows, obtained 1-star high-quality animal hide *1, broken, obtained 964 kilograms thick bear meat, obtained 2 bear paws, obtained 1 beast heart, obtained 20 strong blood, obtained 7 power crystals, obtained 1 secret recipe of the wild bear power medicine. Han Xing's heart moved. The items in front were ordinary, but he noticed the last hint. The secret recipe for the Savage Bear Power Potion? Thinking of this, Han Xing looked at the pile of spoils on the ground with anticipation. Under the huge bear skin, he indeed saw a yellowed paper recipe. After picking it up, the system prompt appears. Do you want to learn the secret recipe of the Barbarian Bear Power Potion? Yes. The next moment, Han Xing saw that there was a second secret medicine recipe on the recipe column. Secret drug of Savage Bear Power. After taking it, you will gain a powerful Savage Bear Power, increasing your own strength by 30%. The effect lasts for 100 seconds. Materials needed to make secret medicine: blood of the strong *10, spirit core *5, tiger bone grass *1, power crystal *1. Increase strength by 30%? Han Xing was a little surprised. According to the calculation method that 100 strength point is equal to 2 attack power points, his current strength is 18 points, which works out to 5.4 strength points, or nearly 11 attack power points. It's almost comparable to the improvement of a weapon. The effect can be said to be amazing. With this potion, my attack power will be increased by 20% during combat, which is quite a good benefit, Han Xing said excitedly. Moreover, this is an improvement for the hunter class. If it is a melee class like the warrior, 1 point of strength is equal to 3 points of attack power. The improvement will be even greater. Cheng Jianyong and Shun Yin should all be able to use it. Thinking of this, Han Xing made 100 bottles of the secret medicine of Savage Bear Power on the spot. Anyway, he has plenty of materials now, no shortage. Then, he found Cheng Jianyong and Shun Yin and traded 20 bottles to each of them, and keep them on the leaderboard. With this secret medicine, their attack power will be greatly enhanced, and the speed of exploring the Sky Island will be much faster. At this time, Han Xing glanced at the rankings. After merging the brown bear's territory, his territory points directly increased by more than 60 square meters, breaking through 800 points in one go, and directly making it into the top 10. Cheng Jianyong and Shun Yun were not to be outdone, and their rankings were also rising rapidly. Especially Cheng Jianyong. As a warrior, his attack power skyrocketed after obtaining the secret potion of Savage Bear Power. At this moment, he was like a chicken with its blood pumped up, and his ranking kept soaring. It took an hour to get from 37th to 25th. However, after he started using the secret potion of Savage Bear Power, it only took him half an hour to increase his score by more than 50 points, and he made it into the top 20 in one fell swoop. This rate of growth is even catching up with Korean stars. In the chat channel, the survivors were shocked beyond words. Someone swallowed and whispered, "How did these guys do it? When did so many monsters appear in Area 107? His tone was full of disbelief, and many survivors had the same thoughts as him. Not to mention Master Xinghe. In 3 hours, he gained more than 200 points. Now, not long after, he gained nearly 60 points again. But what about the Lone Warrior and Yun Tianming? How can they achieve a 100% increase in an hour? No one could answer. At this time, someone said, "The scores of the Whisperers and Papaya Protoss have not changed. What are these people doing? Could it be possible that Xinghe could really catch up and regain the top 3 position?" Upon hearing this, the survivors of God's Whisper and Airplane Boy Band all felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. They thought that the Whisperers, Papaya Star Spirit, and others had already secured victory. But now, they couldn't help but get nervous for the Whisperers and Black Hawk. Chapter 39, Su Xiaoyang. At this time, the chat channel once again started a heated debate about the terrifying soaring speed of the 3 people. However, Han Xing did not enter the chat channel and did not know the situation inside. Han Xing just finished a battle and looked at his ranking, 802 points, currently ranked 9th. At this time, he noticed a person's name on the leaderboard. Number 17, Smart Lamb, territory points 612. Han Xing was surprised that the clever little lamb had made it into the rankings and ranked so high. While controlling the Sky Island to move closer to another cloud, he sent a private message to the clever lamb. "Sure, the ranking is so high." The clever lamb quickly replied. "Oh, is it very high?" said the clever lamb, as if he realized it belatedly. Han Xing praised. "Well, it's in the top 20, very good." "Really? It's not that serious." "Eh?" The man let out a silly laugh. Hearing Han Xing's praise, the clever lamb seemed very happy, and then said a little embarrassedly, "It's all thanks to you for giving me so many life secret medicines. With them, I don't have to worry about getting hurt, so I can explore so fast." However, Han Xing replied, "Don't be modest, the life secret medicine is only a supplementary effect. When the real battle comes, we still have to rely on the strength of the survivors themselves." After that, he didn't want to continue talking about this topic, so he asked, "By the way, did you choose the hunter profession?" "Yes, I chose the hunter." The clever lamb replied. Han Xing said directly, "I just found out a secret medicine formula that increases strength. For our hunter profession, it can also increase a lot of attack power. I'll trade it to you." Han Xing clicked the trade request for the smart lamb. Then, as usual, he put in 20 bottles of the secret potion of savage bear power. "Ah, are these all for me?" The clever lamb asked uncertainly. Han Xing replied, "Yes, just consider it as your reward for giving me the formula of the secret medicine of life." The clever lamb hesitated for a moment and clicked to accept. She said solemnly, "Thank you. You're welcome." Han Xing replied casually. After trading the secret medicine, Han Xing prepared to close the private chat and continue his sprint. At this time, the clever lamb asked tentatively, "Then that. Is there anything else?" Han Xing asked. The clever lamb did not reply immediately, as if hesitating. After a moment, she seemed to have mustered up the courage and said, Can I add you as a friend?" When she said this, one could clearly hear the nervousness in her voice, as if she was afraid that Han Xing would reject her. Han Xing was stunned for a moment. If you want to add someone as a friend, you need to know their real name. Han Xing thought about it and felt that it was not a big deal, so he agreed. "Okay, my name is Han Xing, you can add me. Call." After hearing Han Xing's agreement, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank you." The next moment, the system prompt appeared. "Survivor Su Xiaoyang applies to add you as a friend." It turns out that this girl's name is Su Xiaoyang. Han Xing looked a little strange. He clicked accept. Su Xiaoyang successfully added Han Xing as a friend and seemed very excited. Han Xing said at this time, "I'm going to continue to rush to the top of the list. If there is anything else, we can talk about it next time." "Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Come on." Su Xiaoyang replied happily. After closing the chat interface, Korean stars have started to continue to rush to the charts. At the same time, on a large platform with an area of more than 600 square meters, a beautiful girl was staring blankly ahead. She was wearing a set of hunter's green gear, and the close-fitting leather armor highlighted her proud curves. With her tall figure, fair skin, and angelic face, she looks very pretty, young and thin. At this moment, Under the girl's animal skin skirt, a pair of dazzlingly white, slender, long legs were playfully put together and rubbed back and forth. Her large breasts rose and fell with her heavy breathing, and she seemed very excited. This girl is Su Xiaoyang. After adding Han Xing as her friend, she has been in an excited state. So, your name is Han Xing. What a nice name. At this moment, an excited smile appeared on Su Xiaoyang's delicate face. I never thought that even someone like me would be willing to be my friend. I'm so happy. I really want to tell my parents about this as soon as possible. They will definitely be happy for me, right? Because he was too excited, Su Xiaoyang seemed to accidentally crush something in his hand, and bright red blood spurted out. Ah! Su Xiaoyang exclaimed subconsciously, looking at the tissue from a beast's body in his hand, and said regretfully, I accidentally crushed the beast's heart that I just dug out. This is the heart I was going to feed Xiao Qian. What a pity! She curved her beautiful eyebrows. Her eyes moved, and she glanced at the pale tree in the territory. This tree is only 2 meters tall and looks like a willow tree on the blue planet, but it looks extremely strange. The bark is as pale as paper, and the branches are equally pale. What's even more bizarre is that the branches of this small tree are covered with barbs that resemble animal teeth. Then, Su Xiaoyang walked slowly to the side of the strange plant with her pair of beautiful legs that could be called works of art, and said softly, Although I crushed it, it can't be wasted. Xiao Qian, eat it quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the branches of the strange plant began to tremble slightly, and one of the branches slowly stretched in front of Su Xiaoyang. The next moment, the branch suddenly retracted, and the beast's heart in Su Xiaoyang's hand disappeared. Xiao Qian is so good. Su Xiaoyang praised, and information about this strange demon tree appeared in front of him. Heart-eating tree, 1-star elite creature. Level, LV5. Strength 25, Agility 28, Spirit 31, Constitution 32. Skill 1, Poison Kiss. The heart-eating tree swings its branches to attack the enemy, and the attacked creature will enter a serious poisoning state. Skill 2, Life Forbidden Zone. The heart-eating tree releases gas from its body, forming a large life forbidden zone. Any life that enters the gas range will be affected by multiple negative states. Skill 3, Wildflower Dance. The heart-eating tree enters a violent state, waving thousands of branches to indiscriminately attack enemies. Talent, Heart Eater. The Heart Eater tree improves its attributes by devouring the hearts of other creatures. The more hearts it devours, the stronger it becomes, and the higher the attributes it improves. When the number of hearts it devours reaches a certain amount, the Heart Eater tree will complete its transformation. This is actually an elite-level plant monster, the Heart-Eating Tree. Not only does it have 3 powerful skills, but it also has a talent skill that can be developed, which increases its strength by swallowing the hearts of various animals. When the heart-eating tree has devoured a certain number of animal hearts, it can even complete its metamorphosis. And this animal, of course, includes humans. It will attack any creature that invades its territory. But Su Xiaoyang somehow managed to plant this ferocious monster in his own territory. Chapter 40. Take the top 3 and win. There is a magic tree planted in Su Xiaoyang's territory, and this magic tree seems to obey her very much. She stretched out her white palm, gently touched the branches of the heart-eating tree, and then whispered softly, You know, Xiao Qian, I made a friend today. His name is Han Xing. Don't get me wrong, it's not like before. I just think he's my friend. We added each other as friends. So far, I haven't revealed my true nature. In his mind, I should be a very obedient child. If we have a chance to meet again in the future, I will definitely try my best to restrain myself and control my weird habits. I won't scare them away like before. Su Xiaoyang clenched her fists and secretly encouraged herself, a trace of remaining blood dripping from between her fingers. A trace of longing appeared in her eyes. I really want to see you soon, Han Xing. Then Su Xiaoyang seemed to realize his own gaffe and lowered his head shyly. Come into contact with an empty island of more than 30 square meters. The clouds dispersed, revealing a group of 8 level 4 or 5 slime monsters. As soon as the battle started, Han Xing directly drank a bottle of secret medicine of savage bear power. A feeling of heat suddenly rose in my stomach. At this moment, he wanted to shout, Whose unicorn arm is burning hot? Call out. The arrow was shot. The crisp sound of a bowstring being tightened. This arrow is more lethal than any other before. As soon as the battle started, the swarm of slimes jumped towards him. and this arrow directly triggered the penetration effect. After penetrating the body of the first slime, the remaining force continued and stabbed into the body of the second slime. Just then a black light flashed. Cold Ball rushed directly into the group of slime monsters. Slime formation was broken up, causing serious chaos. Well done! Han Xing was generous in his praise from the back, and the cooperation between him and Machio has become more and more tacit. As one fine iron arrow after another was shot out. After just 5 minutes, they killed the group of slime monsters. At the same time, his territory points reached 834, moving up 1 place again to 7th place. 10 minutes later, his territory points reached 851, moving up 3 places again to rank 4th. The other survivors on Channel 107 were shocked beyond words. In just less than 5 hours, Han Xing showed them what it means to soar to a speed that breaks the limit. Working hard all day to get 200 points does not exist. He can score 100 points in an hour. Those who had always thought that Korean stars could not make it into the top 10, let alone the top 20, all shut up at this moment. In the chat channel, someone started calling out the name of the great god of galaxy again. At the same time, Korean stars are still sprinting madly. Soared from 850 points to 900 points, officially surpassing Papaya Protoss and Black Hawk to take 2nd place. Now, the first whisperer is still silent. The chat channel completely exploded. This is terrifying. Great God Xinghe has already rushed to 2nd place. According to this trend, it is a foregone conclusion that he will take 1st place. Yes, Star God is worthy of being the light of our 107th district. He was just settling down in the past few days, but today he exploded in one fell swoop and directly overtook us. The voices in the chat channel have turned to whether Xinghe can firmly take the 1st place. However, some survivors of the Whispering God team said unwillingly, "Don't be happy too soon. Maybe the Whisperer boss is conquering a large area of the Sky Island. It takes a little more time. As long as he succeeds, he will definitely be able to break through 1,000 points and take 1st place." That's right. Previously, Black Hawk and Papaya Star Spirit both stopped at around 900 points. They may have encountered some powerful enemies. Xinghe is also at this score now. There is a high probability that he will encounter the same situation next time. After this person finished speaking, some people who supported Korean stars began to get nervous again, because what this person said does make sense. However, the so-called 900-point level does not exist for Korean stars, because he had already dealt with the strongest monster in this area, the grayback brown bear. Not only did his points not stagnate, but they continued to soar. In just over 20 minutes, he reached 954 points and regained 1st place. In the local area network, the people of God's Whisper completely shut up. Just when everyone thought that the Korean star would directly score 1,000 points and take 1st place with this trend. But he found that his territory points stopped at a subtle number. Number 1. Xinghe, 999 points. He was only 1 point away from winning the 1st place prize, so it's hard not to suspect that he did it on purpose. In the chat channel, the survivors were suddenly stunned. It seems that he doesn't understand what Han Xing is going to do. He could have taken 1st place directly, but he stopped at this moment, including the survivors who were hitting the leaderboard. Looking at the exaggerated number of 999 points, they had already given up hope of getting 1st place. The top 10 survivors lost motivation and became dejected for a moment. The upward trend in the standings suddenly slowed down, and this is the effect that Korean stars want. Just at this moment, 2 more names came into everyone's sight. Number 8, Lone Warrior, 804 points. Number 9, Yun Tianming, 793 points. The 2 of them have entered the top 10 one after another and maintained a terrifying growth rate, with their rankings still soaring rapidly. Before everyone could react, he had already officially broken through 900 points and took the 2nd and 3rd places respectively. Then, the Korean star's territory points finally changed from 999 to officially breaking through 1,000, and he won the 1st place reward. More than an hour later, Chung Jianyong successfully broke through 1,000 points and won the 2nd place reward. Then there was Shun Yun, who successfully reached 3rd place. The 3 of them took the top 3 prizes in one order. The other survivors of Channel 107 were shocked. You have successfully reached 1,000 territory points and are currently ranked 1. You have received ranking rewards. Food * 500 units, fresh water * 200 units, spiritual core * 1,000, purple weapon design of your choice 1, silver treasure chest 1, Hidden career scroll, *1. Han Xing looked at the system prompts with a smile on his lips. In the discussion group, Cheng Jianyong shouted excitedly, "Fuck, it's so cool." Huh. Brother Xing was so thoughtful that he deliberately stuck at 999 points, which confused the competitors and gave us time to score points. Xinyan also said at this time, "Xiao Yongzi, you know this time. What I heard from Brother Xing is correct. A temporary advantage does not mean anything. The one who laughs to the end is the winner." Cheng Jianyong is now in the excitement of the huge reward, and he agrees with Shun Yun's words. "You are right, Brother Xing has the foresight." Han Xing smiled and said, "Stop bragging about rainbow farts and take a look at your rewards." "Okay," the two replied excitedly. Shin Yun took third place and received very generous rewards, including not only a blue weapon of his choice, but also a silver treasure chest and advanced career scrolls. The second place reward for Isamu Narumi is similar. In addition to the blue weapon, you can also choose an additional blue armor. Cheng Jianyong and Shin Yun were very excited and could not wait to check the properties of the reward items. Chapter 41, Warrior Ring, a Treasure. Among the weapons presented as ranking rewards, Cheng Jianyong chose a high-quality gravel sword, while Shin Yun chose a spar hammer. The attributes are good, but you have to wait until level 6 to equip them. Then there's the silver chest. The rewards in the silver treasure chest far exceed those in the bronze treasure chest, and at this stage, it is extremely difficult to obtain them. There are basically powerful monsters around every silver treasure chest. Unless you are really lucky, you may be able to find a silver treasure chest without monsters guarding it in an unexplored island. In addition to a large amount of high-level materials such as mithril, spirit cores, and blood of the strong, the silver treasure chest will also definitely contain a piece of blue equipment, or a small chance of secret medicine formula, blue equipment blueprint, etc. The two of them excitedly clicked to open it. The next moment, Cheng Jianyong shouted excitedly, "Fuck! Warrior Ring blueprint, blue equipment." Han Xing was surprised and asked, "A blue ring? Is your luck so good?" Cheng Jianyong smiled excitedly. "Ha! I am indeed the European Emperor." After finishing speaking, he was a little disappointed and said, "But unfortunately, it is a level 6 drawing." Han Xing replied, "Level 6? Not bad. If you upgrade it 1 or 2 levels, everyone will be able to equip it, and the blue equipment at level 6 will have much stronger attributes than the equipment below level 5. At this time, Shin Yun was a little frustrated and said, "Hey, I opened a level 6 light armor leggings, also blue. My priesthood requires heavy armor, and I can only take advantage of this kid, Cheng Jianyong." "Light armor? Xiaoyanzi, give it to me quickly." Cheng Jianyong shouted excitedly. Shin Yun initiated the transaction unwillingly. After a moment, he continued, "Brother Xing, there is also a scroll for self-selected advanced professions. What professional advancement should we choose? Do you have any suggestions?" They now subconsciously consult Korean stars before making a choice. Although I don't know why, I always feel that Korean stars understand the mechanisms of this world better than they do. Han Xing thought for a moment, and then said, "I read in the game introduction that the advanced professions of the priesthood are priests and knights. The former tends to heal and assist, and has poor combat ability. The latter tends to be defensive and melee combat. Compared with priests, they have more ability to protect themselves. Both professions have their own advantages and disadvantages." Chun Yun replied without hesitation, "Okay, then I will choose the priest." Han Xing was a little surprised. "Have you thought about it? The priest's combat ability is not strong. The system introduction said that the priest is a profession that relies heavily on teammates in the early stage. It will not be until the 3rd rank and after becoming a bishop that there will be several outputs. Skill." Shin Yun answered affirmatively. "After considering it, I will choose the priest. Anyway, from now on, if I have this guy Ji Jinyong in close combat and you, Brother Xing, in long-range combat, I'll just be there to act as a support." Han Xing thought for a moment and stopped persuading. He knew that this was a choice Shun Yun made after comprehensive consideration for the future development of the two of them. At this time, Cheng Jianyong asked, "Brother Xing, what should I choose? Swordsman or berserker?" However, Han Xing was speechless and said, "What kind of career are there for such a big muscle tyrant? They're all pretty much the same anyway." "Oh my god, you actually look down on the big muscle tyrant profession. You are so angry. When will the big muscle tyrant profession stand up?" Cheng Jianyong's tone was exaggerated, and the next moment, he initiated a transaction application to Han Xing. Han Xing accepted the deal. Chung Jianyong traded the blueprint of the blue ring he had just obtained to Han Xing. You have obtained a warrior ring blueprint blue, LV6. Do you want to learn it? Han Xing clicked on study. The first blue equipment blueprint finally appeared on the blueprint column. Look at the production conditions. Materials required to make a warrior ring. Mithril *10, spirit core *50, rare earth *100, power crystal *10. The production success rate is 15%, affected by the talent of god-level craftsman. And the success rate has reached 100%. Do you need so much mithril? Han Xing walked to several storage boxes and looked at his material reserves. The other 3 materials were still sufficient, but there were only 7 of the high-end material, mithril, left. Not enough to make a ring. So he asked in the discussion group, "How much mithril did you find in the silver treasure chest just now? Trade it to me first. It's not enough to make a warrior ring. I have 13 pieces of mithril here. I have 16 pieces here too." After hearing this, the 2 of them directly submitted a transaction request to Han Xing. Han Xing obtained a total of 29 pieces of mithril, which, together with his own mithril reserves, was barely enough to make 3 warrior rings. This is all thanks to the 100% success rate brought by the god-level craftsman talent. If it were other survivors, a 15% success rate would be enough to make them question their lives. You should know that if the production fails, the materials will not be returned. The losses during this period are not something that ordinary people can afford. Han Xing had no concerns about this and directly clicked on the production button, and a dazzling blue light appeared. A 60-second progress bar appeared in front of me. When the progress bar reached the bottom, a silver-white ring fell to the ground. Han Xing also saw the properties of the ring. Warrior ring, blue, quality, rare, strength +12, attached special effect, warrior soul. Warrior soul. When entering combat mode, an additional 6 points of strength are gained. Wearing requirements, LV6. It's all power? The properties of this ring are really pure. Han Xing couldn't help but complain. But it adds a lot of power. A piece of equipment directly increases strength by 12 points, plus the special effects. It is equivalent to a strength bonus of 18 points. Even after being equipped by the Hunter class, it can increase the attack by 36 points, which is even comparable to the improvement brought by a main weapon. If it is given to a strength profession like Chung Jianyong, the improvement brought by the warrior ring will be even more outrageous. That's a bit tough. Han Xing sighed, and then he continued to make 2 more. The second one is still of the same rare quality, with almost the same attributes. But when it came to the third one, Han Xing suddenly discovered the difference. This time, the burst of blue light was several times brighter than before. Han Xing said with a little excitement, "It won't be." The next moment, he saw the properties of the ring. Warrior ring, blue, quality, rare, strength +18, attached special effect, warrior soul. Damn, it's a treasure. Han Xing was very surprised. This was the first time he made equipment with rare attributes. In Sky Island Paradise, the quality of equipment is divided into 8 levels. Rough, ordinary, excellent, rare, precious, legendary, epic, and mythical. General green equipment is of ordinary quality at best, with 1 or 2 of excellent quality appearing occasionally, and rare quality is the upper limit of green equipment. Blue equipment is generally of excellent and rare quality, and treasures are the upper limit of blue equipment. Generally speaking, if other survivors can create equipment of rare quality with the blue equipment blueprint, it would be a great honor. But Korean Star's god-level craftsman created treasures with ease. Compared with rare quality, the attributes are directly greatly improved. It can be said that this precious ring directly increased the Korean Star's attack power by nearly 15%. Chapter 42, Counting the Harvest. Han Xing threw this rare quality ring to Chung Jianyong, and then threw another one to Xinyun. I didn't listen to their shouting in the discussion group and click close. A level 6 blue equipment with such high attributes should give them enough motivation to level up. After finishing the ranking rewards for Jianyong and Xinyun, Han Xing began to look expectantly at what he had just obtained. This was the bulk of the rewards in this ranking. The first is the blueprint of the purple weapon of your choice. Of course, Han Xing chose his professional main weapon. You have obtained the Lunar Crown Longbow Blueprint Purple, level 6. Do you want to learn it? Yes. For the first piece of purple equipment also appeared on the blueprint column, which was also his own weapon blueprint. Korean Stars even couldn't wait to make it on the spot. Then he saw the manufacturing conditions of the Moon Crown Longbow. Materials required to make the Moon Crown Longbow. Mithril *100, refined iron asterisk 200, moon crystal asterisk 5, spirit core asterisk 500, rare earth asterisk 2000, tough beast sinew asterisk 1. So much mithril? Han Xing was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "What is moon crystal stone? I have never heard of it." Due to insufficient materials, Han Xing had to put it on hold temporarily. Anyway, this blueprint is also level 6, so even if he makes it, he can't equip it. He still lacks 50% of the experience bar to upgrade, so there is no need to rush. After selecting the weapon blueprint, Han Xing opened the silver treasure chest rewarded by the system. When the quaint silver treasure chest was opened, a wide variety of materials were revealed inside. Han Xing put all of them into his backpack. The things that came out of the silver treasure chest were similar to what Cheng Jianyong and his friends had found. In addition to 12 pieces of mithril, there were also some high-end materials. At the bottom of the treasure chest, Han Xing saw a thick leather top. Ferocious beast leather armor, blue, quality, excellent, defense 1317, agility +5, constitution +2, with special effect, soul of ferocious beast. Soul of the fierce beast. When attacking, there is a 20% chance of activating the beast's soul remaining on this leather armor, launching a mental attack on the enemy. Equipment requirements, LV6. Although it's only of fine quality, its properties are much better than the leather armor I'm wearing, and the special effect at the end is also pretty good. The reward of the silver treasure chest was good. After opening the treasure chest, Han Xing looked at the black scroll in his backpack with satisfaction. My mood also became excited, because this black scroll is the biggest reward in this leaderboard. Hidden career scroll. Han Xing took out the scroll, and a prompt appeared on the system. Do you want to open the hidden class scroll? After opening, you will randomly obtain a hunter class advanced hidden class scroll. Random. Han Xing was a little confused. He didn't know how many hidden professions there were in this world. What if he randomly got a rubbish profession? Then, Han Xing shook his head and said, "Forget it, there's no need to worry about it. Even if I get a garbage hidden randomly, it doesn't matter. I still have the Wild Ranger as a backup plan." Then he simply clicked to open it. The next moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Han Xing clearly saw that more than a dozen powerful phantoms appeared around his territory. These phantoms are some taller, some shorter, and have varying physical features. Some are as tall as a giant more than 10 meters tall, while others are as short as dwarfs. But they all have one common feature. That is, they all hold a longbow as a weapon on their backs or in their hands. The next moment, the shadow began to shake. Han Xing saw them passing quickly before his eyes. Finally, it stopped on a shadow with pointed ears and a body size similar to that of a human. The system prompt appears. Successfully randomly obtained the Hunter Hidden Class Scroll, Elf Archer. Elf Archer Occupation Scroll. After a survivor reaches level 10, this scroll can be used to advance to the hidden occupation Elf Archer. The survivor's overall attributes increase by 150%, and the level cap is raised to level 20. When upgrading, the agility attribute will increase by 1.5 times. Automatically learn the Elf Archer's exclusive skills: wind perception, elf dance, and low-altitude flight. So strong, Han Xing exclaimed. 1.5 times the agility growth. Every 2 levels up is equivalent to 1 more level of agility attribute than other hunter players, and 3 exclusive skills. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed the last skill. Low-altitude flight? After learning, can we let the survivors fly into the sky and shoot? This idea is very likely to be true. Han Xing was extremely shocked. If that's true, then the mobility of this profession would be beyond imagination, and the strength would be raised to a higher level. He was very excited. The hidden profession he randomly selected this time had exceeded his expectations. At this time, Han Xing suddenly thought, I wonder which profession is stronger, the Elf Archer or the Wild Ranger? However, we still don't know what the Wild Ranger skills are, so there is no reference for this. Shaking his head, Han Xing stopped considering it. After processing these rewards, it was already late at night. 4 or 5 hours had passed since he received the first place reward. During this period, after the Clever Lamb won the 4th place reward, no one could break through 1,000 points. At the current stage, the level 5 elite monsters are like a mountain, blocking all survivors. Sky Island of more than 900 cubic meters was moving forward at a very fast speed. Lying on this empty island is the Whisperer, who was previously ranked 1st but has now been squeezed to 5th. He seemed to be in a very miserable state at this moment, scratched by some terrible monster. However, the most serious thing was the bloody hole on his chest. The fist-sized wound looked quite creepy, and blood was still oozing out of it. If he wasn't treated quickly, he would soon die from his injuries. Thinking of this, the Whisperer endured the severe pain all over his body, picked up the small bottle of water on the ground, and poured it into his mouth. The kettle seemed to be filled with spiritual spring water traded from Han Xing, which had certain healing effects. However, after drinking a pot of spiritual spring water, the Whisperer found that the skin injuries on his body had indeed improved slightly. But the bloody hole on the chest not only failed to stop the injury, but made it worse. The Whisperer gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Damn it, damn it, damn it! Fuck! How could there be a level 5 elite tree monster in there? How can I defeat it with such a fast attack speed?" The Whisperer gnashed his teeth and said, if the tree demon hadn't been unable to move, he would have really died there today. Just then, he received a private message. It was sent by a survivor from the God's Whisper team. Moonlight Cat. "Boss, we finally got in touch with you. You haven't replied to my messages for almost a day, and the brothers are all worried sick." Chapter 43. The Focus. One day, I was unconscious for that long. Whisperer endured the severe pain in his chest and asked, "Ahem, what happened? Has someone already won first place? Is it the Black Hawk or the Papaya Star Spirit?" Mooncat quickly replied, "It's not Black Hawk and Papaya Star Spirit, it's that galaxy." It only took him more than 3 hours to increase his score by more than 300 points, and then he took first place at a terrifying speed. Not only that, the second and third place prizes were also won by someone. One is called the Lonely Hero, and the other is called Yin Tianming. Someone in the chat channel speculated that they might be in the same group. The Whisperer was also surprised after hearing this. What? However, as soon as he became emotional, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The Whisperer quickly closed his mouth, and his face turned pale. Under the moon on the other side obviously noticed that something was wrong with him. So he asked, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" The Whisperer wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with difficulty, "Don't worry about the ranking reward for now. I am injured now, very seriously injured. If you don't get treatment in time, you'll die soon." "What?" Mooncat was extremely shocked and asked quickly, "Boss, is the spiritual spring water useless?" The Whisperer gritted his teeth and said, "It's no use. Spiritual spring water can only heal minor injuries. I am too seriously injured now, so I need a more powerful recovery item." He paused and continued, "Old cat, now I want to tell you something. You must pool the resources of the entire team and do your best to help me find some items with healing effects. If there are none, go to the trading channel for help. I will do whatever it takes to get them. Remember, no matter what the cost. Then go tell your brothers that the elite monsters in the new area are stronger than ever before, and their skin is thick and tough. Without recovery items, you can't kill them at all." UXEMO realized the seriousness of the matter, immediately hung up the private chat, and began to quickly report the situation to the team members. However, at the current stage, apart from the spiritual spring water, there are few other items with healing effects. Some of them are even not as effective as spiritual spring water. UXEMO was extremely anxious, so he started posting a message in the chat channel and the trading channel at the same time. The God's Whisper team is seeking a large sum of money to purchase healing items and potions, and is willing to offer a blue sword in exchange. At the same time, another big group, Airplane Boys Group, also released the same purchasing information at this time. However, their bid was even more shocking. It was directly a blueprint for a blue wristband. The entire 107 area channel was instantly in shock. At the current stage, the preciousness of blue equipment is self-evident. Even Han Xing and the others didn't get any blue gear before they got the ranking rewards. In the chat channel, some survivors discussed. Both teams are looking to buy healing items, and they're even willing to take out blue equipment and blueprints. Could it be that something happened to their bosses, the Whisperers and the Papaya Protoss? This guess is almost correct. Although many of them were tempted by the conditions offered by the two teams, none of them had enough healing items. In the second half of the night, as more and more survivors reached the 900-point mark, they inevitably encountered the regional boss. At least level 5 elite monsters made them experience what despair is. Many people's equipment is even worse than that of the Whisperers, and they are severely injured or killed directly by elite monsters at the first encounter. Some of the survivors who managed to survive were now complaining bitterly on the local area network. "Damn it, the elite monsters in this area are too scary. They have such high attributes and thick skin. How can we defeat them? The above, I was the same. I finally managed to inflict some damage on that elite monster despite getting injured, but the monster went berserk and didn't even give me a chance to fight back. Don't complain. We are lucky enough to be alive. Look at the list. Many people's names have disappeared. They are probably dead. Only then did they notice that many people's names had indeed disappeared from the leaderboard, and they all felt a chill rising from their backs. Being able to survive an encounter with an elite monster is already a blessing in disguise. Other survivors were shocked. At this point, they also understood the early map generation mechanism of this world. There is a powerful monster in every area where the survivors are located. If you don't defeat it, you can't generate a new map and you can't break through 1,000 points. The system has stuck this data. At this time, someone asked, "The boss of this area is so strong. Is there really no way to deal with it?" Logically speaking, the system won't set up an enemy that we can't defeat in the early stages, right? After this person asked the question, the chat channel fell silent. This is also something that many people want to know. At this time, a weak male voice sounded in the chat channel. This friend is right. The system will not set up an enemy that we cannot defeat. The person who spoke was Papaya Xingling, the leader of the Airplane Boy Band. He had often posted some strategy posts before and had a good reputation in Area 107. As he spoke, the other survivors held their breath, wanting to hear his opinion. At this time, Papaya Star Spirit said, to be honest, I also encountered an elite monster, but I am ashamed to say that I was lucky enough to save my life from that monster. As a Papaya Star Spirit who has been consistently in the top 3 in the past few days, he does have the strength. His words also caused other survivors to raise the danger level of the boss in this area by 2 levels. Papaya Star Spirit continued. However, this failure is not without gain. Through my observations over this period of time, I have discovered that the attributes of the monsters you have encountered are probably similar, and from this I have come to a rough conclusion. If you want to defeat this level 5 elite monster, you need at least a green primary weapon to cause damage to it. This is a hard condition. If you can't meet it, forget it. If you have other green clothes on you, you can increase your tolerance. In addition to these, you also need to have a good combat awareness. However, more importantly, there must be healing items or healing skills. Otherwise, once the monster goes berserk, no matter who it is, it will inevitably get hurt. Without healing medicine, it will be impossible to continue fighting. After Papaya Star Spirit finished speaking, there were gasps of surprise in the chat channel. At this time, others said, I see. The elite monsters in this area are so terrifying. You must have recovery drugs, otherwise you won't be able to pass the level at all. How did the Star God and the Lone Warrior manage to defeat them? Could it be that they had recovery potions? This person's guess was correct. Han Xing did have a large amount of secret life medicine on him. Many people thought of this at the same time, and for a moment, everyone's focus was on Korean stars. That night, private messages from Korean stars exploded. They were all eagerly longing for the recovery potion in Han Xing's hand. Chapter 44. The Kind Man Han Xing. The next day, as soon as Han Xing opened his eyes, he saw thousands of private messages waiting to be processed. Just by clicking on a few of them, he had a rough idea of what had happened. I see. It seems everyone has experienced the power of that elite monster. Papaya Star Spiritus analysis in the chat channel last night directly listed recovery drugs as one of the hard conditions for passing this area. So many people privately chatted with Han Xing, and they all wanted to trade the recovery items in his hands. Han Xing was secretly delighted and then whispered, "It seems that the time has come. It's almost time to sell a batch of life secret medicine as a transaction. The materials he has stockpiled now can be used to produce a large amount of secret life medicine. Unless some other survivor reveals the formula of the secret elixir of life at this time, he will be able to control the only source of supply." In other words, Han Xing once again completed the monopoly of the entire Area 107 and nearly 10,000 survivors. Thinking of this, Han Xing immediately decided to start making the secret medicine of life and then take it to the trading channel for trading. In fact, he could just wait a little longer and whet the appetite of the survivors on Channel 107. As more casualties occur, the other survivors' desire for the elixir of life will become stronger, and they will be willing to pay a greater price to stay alive. But there is no need for that. This is not because the Korean star is being kind-hearted, but rather out of long-term considerations. According to the current trend, he and the nearly 10,000 survivors of Area 107 will probably have to live with each other for a long time. If Han Xing wants to continue this model, he must have a large number of survivors to help him collect various materials and props. In other words, in his eyes, the survivors in Area 107 are all excellent workers. If there are too many casualties, it would be equivalent to losing a lot of labor for nothing, which would be a loss. Thinking of this, Han Xing suddenly laughed. I am so kind. Han Xing jumped up from his 2-meter-wide bed and then strolled around the sky island of 1,000 square meters, looking very leisurely. After a while, Han Xing came to his warehouse area, and then he looked at the remaining material reserves in the storage box. The main ingredients for making the secret elixir of life are 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water and 10 spiritual cores. There are now 800 liters of spiritual spring water remaining, and 12,464 spiritual cores in reserve. If all of them were made, it would be more than 8,000 bottles of life elixir. It sounds like a lot, but in fact, if it were distributed among the tens of thousands of people in Area 107, each person would not even get a bottle of the secret life medicine. Moreover, his spiritual core reserves can only produce more than 1,200 bottles of secret life medicine. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly clicked on all production, and the system prompt came. Do you want to consume 124,600 milliliters of spiritual spring water, 12460 spiritual cores, and moonflower grass to make 1246 bottles of life secret medicine? Yes. As soon as the words fell, a densely packed progress bar appeared on the recipe interface. The spiritual core reserves in his small treasury were directly emptied. But Han Xing didn't feel bad at all, because he was sure that he could earn more resources with these more than 1,200 bottles of secret life medicine. At the same time, the survivors of God's Whisper and Airplane were going crazy. Their boss was seriously injured and dying. Papaya Star Spirit inferred that Han Xing might have healing items in his hands, so they sent private messages to Han Xing all night. But the Korean star was sleeping soundly at that time and didn't care about them. Seeing that Han Xing ignored them, these people started to tag Han Xing crazily in the chat channel. At Xinghe, great God Xinghe, please come out quickly, our boss is dying, please save him. At Xinghe, brother, I'm injured too, please. Chat channel. Just at this moment, Korean star finally appeared. He smiled and said, everyone, I see your needs. The chat channel fell silent for a moment. Then, overwhelming messages began to flood the screen. They excitedly tagged the Korean stars, and some sent voice messages, frantically shouting the word galaxy. Star God, you finally came out. We were almost exhausted from waiting. Star God, please save the child. How cannot live without his father. Star God. Many survivors have been eagerly waiting for a whole night, and finally Han Xing came out. How could they not be excited? At this moment, someone came out to stop their madness and shouted loudly, quiet, quiet. Fuck it, stop brushing. You've already brushed off all of Star God's speeches. Do you still want to change your healing items? This person's words were very effective, and the madness in the chat channel gradually subsided. When the screen stopped refreshing, Han Xing continued, please be patient, everyone. You guessed it right. I do have a batch of healing stuff. It's called the secret medicine of life. As for the effect, you can see for yourself. Han Xing posted the properties of the secret elixir of life. There was a sound of inhalation in the chat channel. What a powerful secret medicine. It can even heal such a serious injury. Oh my God. With this secret medicine, I don't have to worry about the monsters on the Sky Island. I can just turn into a drug-taking warrior and charge into the monster group to kill them for 800 rounds. Although it is only an elementary life secret medicine, at the current stage, the survivor's physical fitness is no more than 20 points, so it is enough to pull them back from the brink of death in a short period of time. At this time, someone asked cautiously, Star God, are you selling this batch of life secret medicine? Han Xing replied, sell, of course. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, someone else asked, Star God, why are you going to put the secret medicine of life on the shelves, and what is the price? Han Xing smiled and said, it won't be put on the shelf for the time being. I will use the auction model to sell the secret medicine of life in my hand. Auction? Yes. Han Xing replied, some of you should understand what I mean. Everyone was a little confused, but many of them were moved. Han Xing did not keep the secret and explained directly. There are still more than 90 ranking rewards on the leaderboard that have not been claimed. In other words, the sooner you trade with me, the sooner you can defeat the regional boss and get the rewards on the leaderboard. After the words were spoken, the local area network suddenly fell silent. They saw Han Xing's ambition. Not only did he take the top 3 rewards, but now he also had to control the rewards for the top 100 in the entire ranking list. And Korean stars do have this ability. I guess even the system that specifies the reward rules didn't expect that the entire ranking list would be controlled by a human survivor. Now, the rewards for the top 4 have all been claimed. But even so, there are still 96 reward places waiting to be claimed on the ranking. More importantly, the top 5 players can choose a blue weapon or equipment. In other words, there is still one last blue weapon reward on the current territory points ranking list. At this moment, the Whisperer, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly jumped out and said, "Xinghe, are you serious?" Chapter 45, Primary Castle Blueprint. The Whisperer asked, "Xinghe, are you really going to auction off this first batch of life secret medicine?" Han Xing replied, "Yes, the price is high." "Okay, you name your price. We, God's Whisperer, will definitely take the 5th place prize." After that, the Whisperer added in the chat channel, "Please everyone, please give me a favor and don't compete with me for this first batch of life secret medicine." Under normal circumstances, as the leader of the 3 major teams in District 107, the Whisperer would have given this honor to everyone. But now, this is about the ranking rewards and important items such as the elixir of life. No one will give up easily. At this time, the usually low-key leader of the Airplane Boys band, Papaya Xingling, also stood up and said, "Brother Whisper, everyone wants the 5th place reward, so let's do as Brother Xinghe said, the highest bidder wins." His words were equivalent to dismantling the Whisperer's plan. The Whisperer snorted. At this time, Han Xing said again, "Well, let's start the auction now." The first batch, 5 bottles of life secret medicine. The starting price is 1,000 spirit cores. You can also bring out other items to bid. The final decision will be based on the value. Han Xing started with 5 bottles. This amount of life-saving elixirs was equivalent to a few more lives, which was enough for them to kill the elite monsters. After that, the survivors who felt they had the ability to compete for the top spot began to bid frantically. 1,500 spirit cores, plus a green necklace. 1,800 spirit cores, plus 64 pieces of mithril. 2.200 spiritual cores. At the same time, the Whisperers and Papaya Protoss were frantically raising supplies in their own discussion groups. After some exaggerated bidding, the final price came to 4,000 spirit cores, plus a large amount of mithril and other materials. But compared to a blue weapon, they felt that the price was affordable. And in addition to the weapon, there was also an advanced profession scroll, so it was not a loss at all. At this moment, the Whisperer suddenly spoke. 5,000 spirit cores, 107 pieces of mithril, 13,000 refined iron, plus a blue plate armor top. As the Whisperer finished speaking, there was a burst of gasps in the chat channel. This bid can be said to have scared away many potential competitors. The Whisperer took out the blue equipment, on the one hand for the ranking reward, and on the other hand because he was now seriously injured and urgently needed the secret medicine of life to recover from his injuries. However, at this moment, the Papaya Star Spirit also quoted his price. 5,500 spirit cores, 132 pieces of mithril, 14,000 refined iron, plus a blue necklace. Hiss! The sound of people inhaling was heard again in the chat channel. The Whisperer did not speak. He seemed to be considering whether it was not worth it to raise the price further and whether he could make back his investment. However, at this moment, Han Xing suddenly chuckled and said, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to remind you that after defeating this elite monster, you will get a lot of good things. There is even a high probability that the secret medicine formula will be dropped." Papaya Star Spirit, who thought he had won the game, suddenly felt his heart sink. Once the secret medicine formula is revealed, it is enough to make competitors who have already given up become excited again. At this time, someone asked tentatively, "Star God, do you mean that the formula of your secret life medicine was also exploded from the elite monster?" Han Xing smiled and did not answer the question directly. But the survivors tacitly accepted this statement in their hearts. At the same time, the Whisperer suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke again. 6,000 spirit cores, 140 mithril, 15,000 refined iron, plus a primary castle design drawing. He also took out all the design drawings he got from a mysterious island he accidentally encountered. Han Xing's eyes lit up. The castle design drawing sounded like an architectural drawing. At this stage, no one has built a territory building. If no one offers a higher price, then the first batch of 5 bottles of life elixir will fall into the hands of the Whisperer. Papaya Star Spirit was very conflicted at this time, but he also considered whether it was not worth it to increase the price for a piece of blue equipment. Han Xing waited for a moment, and seeing that no one was bidding anymore, he said, "Then deal." After these words were spoken, many people in the entire chat channel breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Han Xing also demonstrated his credibility. After he finished speaking, he immediately applied for a deal with the Whisperer. Trading window. At this time, the Whisperer placed a large number of spirit cores and precious mithril with a painful look on his face. This was almost all the gains made by the hundreds of people in God's Whisper in the past few days, but now they have all been traded away. The system prompt appears. The transaction was successful. You gained 5 life elixirs, but lost 6,000 spiritual cores, 140 mithril, 15,000 refined iron, and 1 primary castle design. The Whisperer looked at the 5 bottles of emerald green secret medicine in the territory and was so excited that tears were about to fall out. His injuries were getting worse, and his status on his personal dashboard had changed to near death. If the Whisperer had not been relying on drinking spiritual spring water to hold on to his last breath, he would not have been able to hold on until this moment. He couldn't wait to pour a bottle of secret life medicine into his mouth. The creepy-looking injury on his chest finally showed signs of improvement. At this moment, the Whisperer cried with joy. "I almost died." At the same time, Korean stars also began to continue bidding. Although there are no spots for blue equipment on the leaderboard, the other rewards are still very tempting. There are still 95 places available, and that advanced career transfer book alone is enough for other survivors to make a sprint. As a result, the subsequent auction went very smoothly. Everyone was very enthusiastic and kept raising the upper limit of the transaction amount. The auction lasted for nearly 2 hours, and Han Xing finally sold all the remaining 95 spots. And he also obtained a huge amount of materials. Among them, there are 73,624 light spirit cores, more than 1,000 pieces of mithril, and materials such as refined iron and rare earth directly exceed 100,000. Adding various miscellaneous materials such as beast hearts, strong men's blood, moonflower grass, etc., his storage box was once again filled to the brim. All he paid was 480 bottles of life-saving elixir. This rate of return is more than 10 times. It's more than 100 times. Moreover, after 2 hours, many survivors who were stuck at the 900-point level also broke through one after another. More and more people are breaking through 1,000 points and receiving ranking rewards. Half an hour later, the score reached 1,000 as the 100th survivor successfully reached the top. Then, Han Xing stopped the auction mode and put the secret medicine of life directly on the shelves. Compared to items like spiritual spring water, which can be traded 1 milliliter at a time, the secret medicine of life can only be traded in whole bottles. Han Xing set various initial prices. For example, 200 spirit cores can be exchanged for 1 bottle of life secret medicine. 1 piece of mithril is equal to 10 spirit cores. A blue drawing is equal to 1,000 spirit cores, and so on. As soon as the secret medicine of life was put on the shelves, it triggered a crazy rush again. From the time he woke up in the morning until sunset, Han Xing had been trading frantically with other survivors. He was in a state of excitement. Looking at the large amounts of materials coming in, I feel an incomparable sense of satisfaction. After all, who can resist the joy of being a hoarder? Chapter 46. Making a lot of money. At this time, various materials were piled up again in Han Xing's territory of thousands of square meters. Hundreds of thousands of spirit cores alone piled up into a 2-meter-high hill. The spiritual energy emitted by them almost turned into mist, making people feel refreshed with just one sniff. At this time, Cobalt was jumping excitedly on the hill of spirit cores. For the first time, the little guy experienced the pleasure of being knocked out by delicious food. Cobalt opened his mouth from time to time and swallowed a large mouthful of spirit cores, at least a dozen of them. Han Xing also let it eat. Anyway, with the number of spirit cores in this pile, it would not be able to finish eating them even if Cobalt ate them for several years. However, after taking a few bites, the little guy couldn't eat any more. It seemed like it was full, so it found a piece of grass and lay down comfortably, then turned over on its belly and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Han Xing's mouth twitched. TSK, I thought he could eat a lot. Han Xing began to sort out his harvest. Up to now, all of the more than 1,200 bottles of secret life medicine he produced have been sold in exchange for a large amount of materials. However, there is still a big gap in the current market. Many people even wanted to stock up on a few more bottles of this important recovery item. The supply of the secret life medicine, which was already insufficient for all the survivors, became even tighter. Although it was already night, Han Xing was still working overtime to make the secret elixir of life. His current spiritual core reserves were more than sufficient, so he used all the remaining spiritual spring water to make a secret elixir of life. There are 7,000 bottles of life-saving elixirs. The production time of each bottle is 10 seconds, which is equivalent to 70,000 seconds, or nearly 20 hours. Korean Star did nothing for the rest of the day and just sold one bottle of the product as it was produced. Except for occasional breaks, he spent all his time trading with other survivors. In the first hour, more than 600 bottles of secret medicine were traded. In the second hour, more than 1,300 bottles of secret medicine were traded. Large amounts of material continued to arrive. End of the day. Finally, after the 7,000th bottle of the secret medicine of life was sold, Han Xing stopped the transaction because his spiritual spring water reserves were running out. More than 800 liters of spiritual spring water were used to produce more than 8,000 bottles of secret life medicine, of which 7,000 bottles were traded for various materials. In the chat channel, seeing that Han Xing had not put the spiritual spring water on the shelves for a long time, many survivors who had been looking forward to it suddenly had a bad premonition. At this time, Han Xing said in a slightly hoarse voice in the chat channel, "Everyone, the secret medicine of life is sold out. I am out of supply of raw materials here and can no longer make the secret medicine of life." Hearing Han Xing say this, the survivors who didn't get the exchange suddenly felt extremely regretful. Among them, many people have not yet exchanged for the secret medicine of life. At this time, someone asked cautiously, "Is Star God really gone?" Han Xing replied, "Yes, one of the main materials needed to make the secret medicine of life has been used up. I will make it again when I find a new main material in the future. Besides, I have traded more than 7,000 bottles of life secret medicine, which is enough for many people to defeat the boss of the current area. You should be able to get some other recovery items from these bosses, which should be enough for the rest of you to clear this area." In fact, Han Xing still has thousands of bottles of secret life medicine in reserve. But he was not going to take it out. After all, everyone has selfish motives. In future battles, it is inevitable that he will get injured. If he gets injured at that time, he does not want to put himself in danger because of insufficient secret medicine of life. After hearing what Han Xing said, many survivors expressed their understanding. At this time, someone said, "Thank you for your hard work, Star God. We will remember your kindness." Han Xing smiled and shook his head. "It's just a deal, no favors or no favors." However, this person smiled and said, "Star God is really not frank. Although you said it was just a deal, we all see it in our hearts. You have been trading life-saving elixirs with us almost nonstop these past 2 days, indirectly saving countless lives, including mine." The man smiled bitterly and said, "If it weren't for your secret life medicine, I might have been killed by that monster." His words were recognized by many people, and they responded one after another. "Yes, it is also thanks to the Star God's secret medicine that I was able to save my life. It is so difficult to come to this world." "Me too. Speaking of which, this is the second time that the Star God has saved us from danger. Most of us in District 107 owe him a big favor." That's right. He is the savior of District 107 and the Star God. If anyone dares to question him in the future, I will definitely get angry with them. I declare that the Galaxy Divine Religion is officially established from today onwards. I am the first believer. Is there anyone else who wants to join? Seeing that they were getting more and more outrageous, Han Xing interrupted them and said, "Stop. Don't be so cheesy. I just want to trade with you in exchange for supplies. If you keep playing tricks on me, I won't sell anything to you." There was laughter in the chat channel. Han Xing shook his head and was about to close the chat channel. And at this moment, a private message appeared. The other person's name is Tornado Potato. Han Xing had some impression of this name. After clicking on the private chat, Tornado Potato immediately said excitedly, "Dad, I haven't exchanged for the secret elixir of life yet." Han Xing's face suddenly became dark. "Don't be so stupid. When did I have a son as old as you?" Tornado Potato quickly said, "Star God, you don't know that you saved my life when I was in the most difficult time. You are my second parent, and it is only natural for me to call you Dad." Seeing that he wanted to continue talking, Han Xing quickly clicked on the transaction application. After directly placing 10 bottles of life secret medicine, Han Xing ignored his exaggerated screams and directly closed the private chat. Then, Han Xing felt that his ears finally quieted down. After 2 days of sleepless busyness, I finally managed to relax, and a strong feeling of sleepiness and fatigue came over me like a tide. Han Xing shook his head and tried to cheer himself up. He planned to count the harvest before taking a rest. Besides, he still had something to do. Looking at the several hills of materials in the territory, Han Xing's breathing became rapid again, and even his sleepiness was dispelled a lot. This is really a great win. After the excitement, Han Xing began to count. The biggest profit from this transaction was naturally the spirit cores. This thing had so many uses that it almost became the universal currency of this world. After deducting the cost of making spiritual spring water, he harvested a total of 253,764 spiritual cores. Then, another relatively precious material is mithril. It is needed to make both blue and purple equipment, and will probably be used a lot later. After counting, a total of more than 16,000 pieces of mithril were harvested. Sure enough, there is strength in numbers. Like the 3 of them, after winning the first 3 rewards and opening a silver treasure chest each, they only managed to collect less than 50 pieces of mithril. After trading with all the survivors on Channel 107, he directly earned more than 10,000 yuan. Make a lot of money. Chapter 47, Cloud's Secret Realm, Online. Counting the number of spirit cores and mithril, Han Xing continued to count other material resources. Hundreds of thousands of rare earths, ether, tens of thousands of power crystals, magic crystals, the blood of the strong, and various one-star beast leathers, etc. And the most important thing is that more than 20 moon crystals, a key material needed to make the purple weapon, the Moon Corona longbow, were also exchanged. In other words, Han Xing can now produce 4 purple weapons at one time. But he didn't make it right away because his current level was not high enough, and he couldn't equip it even if he made it. It's not too late to do it after you reach level 6. Then, Han Xing stuffed all the materials on the Sky Island territory into the storage box. Crowded Sky Island territory became spacious again. Han Xing grabbed a small folding stool and placed it under his butt, then took out a blueprint from his backpack and began to study it. This was what I got from the Whisperer when the first batch of secret life medicine was auctioned yesterday. It is called the Primary Castle Construction Blueprint. Just then, a childish animal cry was heard. Ouch! Cole Ball suddenly jumped onto Han Xing's knees, stretched out his little head, and seemed curious about what his master was looking at. Han Xing lifted the coal ball with one hand, put it on his shoulder, patted its little head, and said, "Don't make trouble for me first. I'll take you out for some exercise tomorrow." Han Xing has not explored Sky Island for the past 2 days. This active little guy has so much energy and nowhere to vent it that he is almost going crazy. Ah! Coal Ball raised her head and responded obediently. After comforting the little guy, Han Xing looked at the drawing in his hand again. Primary Castle Construction Blueprint. Territory type building. Survivors can build a primary castle in the territory. Primary Castle. Defense value 1,000. Can increase the defense value of all defensive buildings in the territory by 20%. Increase the attack power of all offensive buildings by 10%. Increase all attributes of all friendly units by 10%. And increase the travel speed of the Sky Island territory by 10%. Materials required to build a primary castle. Stone asterisk 100,000. Wood asterisk 20,000. Spirit core asterisk 50,000. Refined iron asterisk 50,000. Rare earth asterisk 90,000. Mithril asterisk 8,000. Power crystal asterisk 5,000. Magic crystal asterisk 5,000. Note: when building a primary castle, the territory area must be at least 1,000 square meters, and at least 400 square meters of open space must be reserved. Looking at the materials whose units were calculated in tens of thousands, Han Xing suddenly realized that this thing was probably not something that could appear at the current stage. At this stage, which survivor can come up with so many materials at once? Of course, except myself. It is no wonder that the Whisperer chose to trade this kind of blueprint, because in his estimation, even with the help of the God's Whisper team behind him, it would take a long time to gather all the materials. Han Xing was a little surprised and said, "With so many materials, even my reserves wouldn't be enough if I hadn't traded for the life elixir before." However, the effect of this castle is really strong. As long as I stand in the territory, it can increase my attributes by 10%. Moreover, this attribute enhancement is not limited to Han Xing alone. All friendly units within the territory, including pets, summons, and vassal units, can also enjoy the bonus. But what does this 1,000-point defense mean? Can it withstand the impact of elite monsters? Han Xing was a little uncertain, but he thought about the fact that he didn't even have a house and had to place a bunch of furniture out in the open air. Han Xing decided immediately to do it. No matter what other functions this castle has, at least it could be used as a shelter from wind and rain. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly moved all the furniture in the center of the territory to the side, leaving a large enough open area. The next moment he clicked build. The castle blueprint in his hand disappeared, and then the system prompt appeared. Territory construction. Primary castle is under construction. Estimated remaining time 32 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The primary castle construction drawings have been automatically recorded in the territory function page. After the system prompt appears, Han Xing saw that in the center of his territory, a large area was enclosed with a rectangular outline. A blue-gray fog suddenly rose in the area. At the same time, a large amount of materials disappeared from his storage box. Then, not long after, the outline of a castle's foundation was built. Han Xing roughly calculated in his mind that the maximum diameter of the castle was 39 meters, and it covered an area of about 300 square meters, which was not very large. But if you just regard it as a residence, it is undoubtedly a big house, a mansion. If you were on Blue Star, building a castle like this would require at least several $1 million. Han Xing imagined with great anticipation what the castle would look like when it was completed. According to the sketch on the drawing, this is a relatively retro European-style building divided into 3 floors, upper, middle, and lower. There is an outward extending tower in each of the 4 corners of each floor, with windows in the middle of the tower. In the middle of the building, there is a tower several dozen meters high, with a flag flying on top. Han Xing said excitedly, "Finally, I will have a home of my own in this world." After the anticipation, Han Xing found the sofa he made and lay down on it. The tense nerves began to relax, and Han Xing suddenly felt fatigue coming over him like a tide. "I've been really busy these past 2 days. Although the gains have been amazing, I am also really tired." Han Xing was staring at the bright, starry sky in a daze, feeling particularly comfortable as the breeze blew past him. The little guy Cole Ball jumped onto the sofa at some point and lay at his feet, snoring softly. The man and the wolf fell asleep like this. The next day, that is the 10th day that all human beings on Blue Star came to this world. As soon as Han Xing woke up, a system prompt suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. System. All survivors, please take note. It has been 10 days since you entered Sky Island Paradise. You have already adapted to this world. The new version of the game has been launched, new challenge dungeons, and the Cloud Secret Realm will be open soon. The Cloud Secret Realm is randomly generated. Survivors can find clouds with vortex symbols near the area, and inside is the randomly generated Cloud Secret Realm. Please note, the Cloud Secret Realm is different from other Sky Island territories. Once you enter, you will be teleported to a special scene. The monsters in each scene are different. The difficulty of the Cloud Secret Realm ranges from 1 star to 5 stars, with a total of 5 levels of difficulty. Each star level has different restrictions on the number of people who can enter at the same time. The higher the star level, the higher the danger level. Survivors, please choose carefully. In the current version, the highest difficulty level for generating a secret realm is 2 stars. After successfully challenging the Cloud Secret Realm, you will receive precious items and a large number of rewards, including but not limited to blue and purple equipment, advanced career scrolls, rune drawings, rune crystals, powerful fragments, etc. Chapter 48. Area unlocked. New list opened. This sudden system announcement stunned everyone. In the chat channel, everyone was excitedly discussing what the Cloud Secret Realm was and what the rune drawings and powerful fragments behind it were. At this time, Han Xing sat back on the sofa, stroking his chin and thinking, Cloud Secret Realm? When I played Sky Island Paradise on my mobile phone, there was no such gameplay. It should be a new feature after coming to this world. Come to think of it, Korean stars haven't spent much time playing on their mobile phones. At that time, he won a spot in the internal test from a mysterious website and then downloaded the installation package. I have only been playing for less than a week in total, and my character has just been upgraded to level 11. Then, he came into this world. Therefore, Han Xing's understanding of this world is not much beyond that of other survivors. As a newly released dungeon, this cloud's secret realm should have good rewards. But correspondingly, it will also be very dangerous. Just then, the second system prompt came. System. All survivors, please note that the survivor area protection mechanism has been lifted and the area map has been changed to an open state. Now, survivors can find the location of others through the coordinates on the map. You can cooperate with each other, compete with each other, or choose to draw your swords and invade each other's territory. Please note that when there are too many survivors gathered in the same area, there will be a greater chance of high-level monsters spawning, and the cloud monsters you encounter will also be stronger. At the same time, the monsters in the clouds have a much stronger desire to attack. They may take the initiative to attack and invade the survivors' territories. Please do a good job of protecting your territories. A long list of tips, each containing a wealth of information. The next moment, the chat channel was boiling again. Brothers, have you seen the update announcement? The area protection function has been lifted. This means that not only can we meet, but we can also team up together and even fight together. I saw it too. Woohoo! Finally, I don't have to fight alone. My dear, I will come to you soon. At this time, someone kindly reminded, be careful, don't gather too many people together, otherwise it is likely to attract high-level monsters. Didn't you see the system prompt? Now those monsters in the clouds will also take the initiative to attack us, but be careful not to be killed. At the same time, in the discussion group where Han Xing and the others were, 3 people were also discussing this update. Cheng Jianyong said excitedly, brothers, the protection mechanism has been lifted, which means we can meet soon. Report your coordinates, and I will come to you. Xinyun, 42156, 33247, 69745. Korean Star, 41784, 24451, 88647. After hearing this, Cheng Jianyong was immediately surprised and said, oh no, I'm at 42063, 54223, 48612, which is a bit far away from you. Xinyun replied, it's a bit far. At our current speed, it will take at least 4 or 5 days to get here, and we have to pay attention to avoid those clouds during this period. It will probably take even longer. Xinyun asked tentatively, how about the 2 of us rush to Brother Xing's side first? Cheng Jianyong just wanted to agree. Then Han Xing said, don't be anxious yet, don't rush over here. Now that the regional protection mechanism has just been lifted, other survivors will definitely have the same idea as us. With a large number of survivors running around, and the possibility of monsters in the clouds taking the initiative to attack, the entire area will become extremely chaotic. Chunyan also understood something and asked tentatively, Brother Xing, are you worried? Han Xing replied, yes, I am worried that some people with evil intentions will take action against other survivors. Under the current situation where everyone has similar attributes, if they fight, it is likely to cause losses to both parties. And if these people gather together, it will be even more troublesome. The 2 heard the worry in Han Xing's words and knew that what he said made sense. It can even be said that Korean Star's worries are bound to come true. Although District 107 appears peaceful on the surface, in fact, there are definitely some people with bad intentions here. This is not like Blue Star. This is a world without laws. For profit or for the spoils in the hands of other survivors, these people will do anything. Cheng Jianyong then asked, Brother Xing, do you have any good suggestions? Han Xing thought for a moment and replied, my suggestion is that we stay put for the first 2 days. Once we are through the initial chaotic period, the 3 of us will move towards the same coordinates to shorten the time it takes to reunite. Then if you encounter clouds that can be fought on the road, try to explore them. While you are on the road, you should also upgrade as soon as possible, but you must be careful to avoid those large clouds. After hearing this, both of them felt that Han Xing's plan was more reliable, so they agreed to his plan. Just as they were about to take action, the 3rd prompt from the system appeared. Announcement. Since most of the regional territory rankings have ended, a new ranking challenge is now open. Divided into different regions, the first 100 survivors in each region who reach level 10 will receive ranking rewards. 100-51 SD Place, rewards. Psionic Shield Crystal Tower Construction Drawing, primary. *1. Iron Armored Golems, *5. Primary Lord's Hut Construction Drawing, *1. Primary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing, *1. Spirit Core, *1000. Number 50-11, rewards. Psionic Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing, primary. *1. Iron Armored Golems, *10. Primary Lord's Hut Construction Drawing, *1. Primary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing, *1, Spirit Core *2000. Are there new leaderboard rewards? Han Xing was also shocked by this system prompt. He looked at the properties of these reward items. Psionic Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing, Basic. Territory type building builds a crystal tower that can generate a spiritual shield that can resist physical and magical attacks, with a defense value of 200. Iron Armored Puppet LV-10. Ordinary defensive puppet can only move within the territory. Attributes: Strength 53, Agility 34, Spirit 32, Constitution 56. Skills: Iron Skin, Flame Spray, Sawtooth Cutting. It seems that the attributes are pretty good, Han Xing thought. Among them, the Psychic Shield Obelisk, primary, can actually directly generate a shield, which means that the territory will be enclosed and no one else can enter, and it can also block attacks. The second Armored Puppet is a defensive puppet with attributes similar to those of an ordinary level 10 monster. It can help survivors fight when encountering danger or invasion by other cloud monsters. Then the third one, Primary Lord's Hut. Defense value 500, can increase the defense value of all defensive buildings in the territory by 10%, increase the attack power of all offensive buildings by 5%, increase the attributes of all friendly units by 5%, and increase the travel speed of the Sky Island territory by 10%. Seeing the properties of the Lord's Hut, Han Xing said puzzledly, "This Primary Lord's Hut seems to have the same effect as my primary castle, but the amplification effect is far behind." Chapter 49. Team Era. The defensive building bonus of the Lord's Castle is 20%, that of the Lord's Hut is only 10%, and all other increases are only half. Han Xing's mind moved. It seems that the primary castle is a more advanced building than the Lord's Hut. It was worth it that he spent so much materials to build the castle. Then, Han Xing continued to look at the remaining ranking rewards. 10th to 4th place rewards. Psionic Shield Obelisk Construction Blueprint Primary. *1. Silver Armor Puppet. *1. Primary Lord's Hut Construction Blueprint. *1. Primary Teleportation Array Construction Blueprint. *1. Purple Weapon of your choice. *1. Spirit Core. 3000. Rewards for 3rd place. Psionic Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing Primary. *1. Silver Armored Puppet. *3. Primary Lord's Hut Construction Drawing. *1. Primary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing. *1. Purple Weapon of your choice. *1. Spirit Core. 5000. Rewards for the 2nd place. Psionic Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing Primary. *1. Silver Armored Golems. *5. Primary Lord's Hut Construction Drawing. *1. Purple Weapon of your choice. *1. Golden Treasure Box. *1. Primary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing. Spirit Core. 8000. 1st place reward. Psionic Shield Obelisk Construction Drawing Primary. *1. Golden Armor Puppet. *1. Primary Lord's Hut Construction Drawing. *1. Primary Teleportation Array Construction Drawing. Golden Cell-Selected Weapon Drawing. *1. Golden Treasure Box. *1. Spirit Core. 10,000. Basic Teleportation Array Construction Drawings. Territory terrain buildings can be built in the territory. Function. You can use the teleportation array to go to the teleportation array of other survivors' territories. Before teleporting, you need to record the survivor's teleportation array number. Only with the permission of the other lord can other survivors teleport. Silver Armor Puppet LV-10 Elite Level. Enhanced Defensive Puppet that can only move within the territory. Attributes: Strength 74, Agility 53, Spirit 46, Constitution 71. Skills: Iron Skin, Fire Breath, Sawtooth Cutting, Hammer Impact. Golden Armor Puppet, Leader Level. A special enhanced puppet that can only move within the territory. Attributes: Strength 108, Agility 74, Spirit 86, Constitution 109. Skills: Steel Bones, Flame Spray, Blood Cutting, Hammer Blow, Metal Blast. The chat channel suddenly fell silent, and then the screen was flooded with messages. Fuck! There's a Lord's Hut, a teleportation array, and so many puppets with powerful attributes. I'll make a fortune just by ranking here. The Silver Armored Puppet is equivalent to the strength of a level 10 elite monster. The Gold Armored Puppet is even more terrifying. It is actually at the leader level. At this stage, a Gold Armored Puppet can sweep the entire field, right? Not only that, there are also golden treasure chests and golden weapons. Oh my god. The reward was so generous that even the survivors could hardly believe it. They even wished they could reach level 10 right away and win the 1st place reward. At the same time, several teams in District 107 that had begun to take shape began to give speeches again. At this time, the Whisperer took the lead in the God's Whisper discussion group and said, "Everyone, the regional protection mechanism has been lifted. The days of us humans fighting alone are about to end. Next, it will be the era of team mode. We can unite together quickly. Not only will our safety be guaranteed, but more importantly, we can team up to fight. Not only will the upgrade speed be accelerated, but the resources we obtain will also increase dramatically. It doesn't matter that we failed in the previous ranking. This time we, God's Whisper, must take the spot." The other members of the discussion group shouted, "Yes." The team members were very enthusiastic. Papaya Star Spirit also said this in the Airplane Boy Band discussion group. "The rewards for the rankings are very generous, and I think a lot of people will be tempted. From the last ranking competition, I've seen that there are still many experts in our 107th district. Now, the game has changed. Only by uniting together can we achieve greater results. These people should be able to see that they should now have the idea of joining the team. So now is a good time for us to recruit people. Everyone, take this opportunity to go to the chat channel and recruit people to make our Airplane Boy Band bigger and stronger." The team members followed the order. What Papaya Protoss said was true. In the current chat channel, many survivors are looking for teams to join. Which teams in our area are hiring? Level 5 Priests, half green clothing, please join. Level 4 Fighter, 20 strength points. Is there any team that wants me? Level 5 Mage. Han Xing also received a lot of messages inviting him to join the team, but he directly rejected them all. It is true that the game version has changed, but the system also reminded that gathering too many people would attract attacks from powerful monsters. At this juncture, the most important thing is to seize the time to improve your own strength. At the same time, Korean Stars also began preparing for the upgrade. He looked at the little wolf cub who was sleeping lazily beside him and shouted, "Meal Ball, get ready to work." Cold Ball raised his head from the sofa in an instant and jumped down happily. Han Xing discovered that after a few days of feeding, Cold Ball had grown significantly in size, from a puppy the size of 2 palms to a little wolf cub as long as an arm. "My current body size can no longer fit on my shoulders." Hearing that Han Xing was finally going to take it out for exercise, Cold Ball excitedly ran wildly in the territory. 10 minutes later, a cloud of more than 40 square meters appeared in front of them, and a system prompt appeared. "There are a group of jungle creatures active inside. Do you want to enter?" Han Xing nodded yes without hesitation. When we went in, we saw a group of level 4 or 5 wild boars. With his current attributes, coupled with Cold Ball's powerful melee ability, this group of level 4 and 5 monsters can no longer pose any threat to him. After a few minutes, the system prompt appears. "You have killed 8 jungle boars LV5 and gained 400 experience points. Your pet briquettes gained 320 experience points. Your territory has expanded." After dealing with this group of wild boars, Han Xing continued to explore other sky islands. "You have killed LV5 *6 bomb squirrels, gained 300 experience points, and pet coal balls gained 240 experience points. You have killed 4 steel needle hedgehogs LV5 and gained 200 experience points. Pet coal balls gained 160 experience points. You have killed." As system prompts appeared one after another, after a whole morning of exploration, a white light rose from Han Xing and Meichio's bodies one after another. Finally reached level 6. Han Xing said excitedly, "Level 6 is an important milestone, because this means that his level is high enough to equip 2 blue equipment, Ferocious Beast leather armor, and Warrior's Ring. And the most important thing is the purple weapon design drawing that he obtained when he won the first place in the territory standings. A purple weapon that can boost his attack by several levels. Add to that the bonus of those blue outfits, and Han Xing's overall strength will undergo a transformation." Chapter 50, Legendary Special Effects. Han Xing looked at his drawing column with anticipation. Purple weapon blueprint, Lunar Corona longbow, is already shown as being craftable. Han Xing pointed at the production button with trembling fingers and said excitedly, "This is the first purple equipment in my life. I hope the attributes are not too bad." Then he clicked production directly. A 120-second progress bar appears. It takes longer to make purple equipment than blue equipment. After Han Xing waited patiently for 2 minutes, a dazzling purple light suddenly appeared in front of him. Click! The next moment, a silver-white longbow fell on the grass. The entire bow body is bright silver in color, with many secret patterns carved on it. On the bow body, Han Xing also saw 5 diamond-like, glowing gems inlaid on the front and back. These should be the 5 moon crystals. The appearance of the longbow looks extraordinary, and the bowstring, which is as thick as a little finger, fully demonstrates its powerful lethality. Han Xing bent down to pick up the longbow and felt a cold touch. Nice bow. Han Xing sincerely admired that a good weapon can be felt its powerful power just when holding it in the hand. At the same time, the properties of this longbow appeared before his eyes. Moon Crown Longbow, purple, LV6, quality. Rare, attack power 75/85, agility plus 10, additional special effects, Moonlight Flow, Moon Curse. Moonlight Flow. When launching an attack, there is a 50% chance to convert 10 points of spirit and constitution into agility attributes. Moon Curse. When attacking, the enemy will be cursed with the moon effect. The healing effect will be reduced by -10%, and the movement speed will be reduced by -10%. The flow of moonlight and the curse of the moon. Han Xing pondered. The first Moonlight Flow special effect has a chance to convert 10 points of spirit and physique into agility. In other words, when the special effect is triggered, it can at least increase my agility by 20 points, which is equivalent to nearly 40 points of attack power. The second curse effect actually reduces healing. Can it be combined with Cold Ball's void power to weaken the enemy multiple times? He remembered that among Cold Ball's skills, the power of the void could also suppress 60% of the enemy's healing effect. Combined with the Curse of the Moon, it could directly reduce it by 70%. Thinking of this, Han Xing was excited. This bow has really good properties. The attack power alone is more than 3 times that of the green longbow in his hand, plus the additional 10 points of agility and the 2 special effects. As long as he equips it, his current attack power will increase several times. However, when Han Xing saw the rare quality on the attribute panel, he suddenly had an idea. Purple equipment can be crafted to legendary quality at best. Although the chance is a bit low, with my current material reserves, I can still craft 3 Moon Crown longbows. Han Xing raised his head instantly and said, "You can give it a try." Thinking of this, he continued to start making it. For minutes later, snap, snap, 2 Moon Crown longbows were made in succession, but both were of rare quality. The probability of legendary quality appearing seems to be much lower. But come to think of it, generally, purple equipment is of rare quality, and precious quality is extremely rare. As for the legendary quality purple equipment, it is estimated that the natives of this world have never seen 2 pieces. That is a top-notch product that can only be created by a true Grandmaster craftsman. Han Xing looked at the drawing interface and said, "Now, there is only one last piece of material left. Let's try again." He clicked make. However, the next moment he clicked, a dazzling purple beam of light suddenly shot up into the sky. Han Xing even saw that this purple light column extended hundreds of meters into the sky, and the surrounding clouds were dyed purple. The noise was so loud that it was scary. When this movement appeared, Han Xing knew that it was likely successful. Crown longbow created this time is very likely to be of legendary quality. Under his expectant gaze, the 120 seconds passed quickly. Han Xing saw a silver-white longbow appear again. But the difference from before was that there were dots of starlight on the bow of this longbow, which added a bit of mystery and beauty. After bending down to pick it up, the properties of the longbow appeared before my eyes. Moon Crown Longbow, purple, LV6, quality, legend, attack power 101-113, agility plus 15, attached special effects, Moonlight Flow, Moon Curse, Dark Moon Descent, legendary special effects. Dark Moon arrives, legendary special effect, after the survivor uses the Moon Crown Longbow to kill 5 enemies in a row. The Dark Moon Arrives effect will be triggered. The black full moon shines overhead. When in the range of the Dark Moon, the survivor's attack speed increases by 50%, and the friendly's attack speed increases by 30%. The effect lasts for 20 seconds. When the Dark Moon ends, the Dark Moon will automatically detonate, causing damage of agility asterisk 300% to surrounding enemies. Fuck! The Korean star was shocked beyond words when he saw the introduction of the special effects at the end. The attack speed is increased by 50%, and it can also increase the speed of allies by 30%. After the effect ends, there is also area damage. Is this a legendary special effect? It's so terrifying. Han Xing couldn't wait to pick it up and said in surprise, "With the properties of this longbow, I'm afraid ordinary golden equipment can't compare to it." What Han Xing said was right. The attributes of gold equipment of the same level were only 20% stronger than those of purple equipment, while the leap from treasure to legend was far more than 20% stronger. Coupled with the legendary special effects, this Moon Crown longbow is enough to beat the golden equipment of the same level. At this moment, the silver-white longbow was emitting gentle moonlight. Han Xing vaguely felt that the Moon Corona longbow, with the legendary special effects of Dark Moon Descent, seemed to be its complete form. Han Xing equipped the legendary Moon Crown longbow without hesitation, and then put the strength ring on his other hand. Then he took off the python skin coat that had been with him for many days and put on the dark yellow beast leather armor. All of a sudden, the attributes increased dramatically. He glanced at his personal dashboard. Name, Han Xing. Race, human. Occupation, hunter. Level, LV6. Strength, 10 plus 20. Warrior pendant plus 6. Traveler's ring plus 2. Strength ring plus 12. Agility, 15 plus 32. Space backpack plus 4. Animal hide boots plus 6. Traveler's ring plus 2. Ferocious beast leather armor plus 5. Moon crown longbow plus 15. Spirit, 9 plus 8. Traveler's ring plus 2. Warrior pendant plus 1. Spirit plus 5. Constitution, 12 plus 13. Space backpack plus 4. Warrior pendant plus 2. Traveler's ring plus 2. Ferocious beast leather armor plus 5. Note, a survivor can wear up to 2 rings and 1 necklace at the same time. With this attribute, I'm afraid those level 5 elite monsters are not as high as mine. Han Xing looked at his own panel and said excitedly, I'm so fucking awesome. Level 5 to level 6 is indeed a huge watershed. The attribute improvement is really amazing. At the same time, the properties of coal briquettes upgraded to level 5 are also greatly enhanced. The agility attribute has exceeded 30, coupled with the 200% speed bonus of Void Flash. Even the current Korean star can't catch up with it. After becoming stronger, Han Xing decided to explore the even more powerful Sky Island nearby. Not far ahead, he saw a cloud that was more than 100 square meters in size. Han Xing controlled his territory and moved closer. The system prompt appears. There are a large number of dark cave creatures gathered inside. Do you want to enter? Cave-dwelling creatures? Are they some new species? Out of curiosity, Han Xing clicked to enter. Chapter 51. There's Lao Lu. The clouds dissipated, revealing a messy camp. There were several shabby tents set up on it, and piles of wood, iron pots, weapon racks, and other tools were scattered cluttered on the ground. In the center of the camp, a group of green-skinned creatures were lighting firewood. A huge pot was boiling, and no one knew what was cooking inside. When they saw humans breaking in, the group of green creatures turned around instantly. Han Xing met their gazes, the sunken pupils, the sharp fangs, and the pointy ears. These physical features made Korean stars blurt out their names. Goblin! Han Xing didn't expect that he could see creatures commonly seen in this game in this world. The attributes of this group of goblins also appeared before my eyes. Goblin Warrior, 1-star creature. Level, LV6. Strength, 31. Agility, 25. Spirit, 13. Constitution, 27. Skills, Beast Hammer Smash. Upward Blow. Goblin Wizard, 1-star creature. Level, LV6. Strength, 14. Agility, 18. Spirit, 35. Constitution, 18. Skills, Big Fireball. Dark Mind Technique. Goblin Assassin. Goblin Overseer. Goblin Servant. There are 8 goblins in total. Among them, there are 4 level 6 goblin professionals, plus a level 7 goblin overseer, and 3 level 5 goblin servants. This configuration is strong, and there are many of them. When survivors reach level 6, their strength will increase dramatically. Similarly, the attributes of monsters will also be greatly enhanced. Even with the current attributes of Korean stars, we cannot take it lightly. The moment they spotted Han Xing, the goblins rushed towards him with red eyes and weapons raised high. At the same time, the goblin assassin beside him shook the dagger in his hand and disappeared from sight. Roar! The goblin warriors took the lead in charging like a bull out of control. In a flash, he came to Han Xing's side. So fast? Han Xing was surprised. He quickly rolled on the spot to avoid the goblin warrior's charge, and then used his nearly 50 points of agility to quickly distance himself. And at this moment, a cold light flashed. The goblin assassin appeared behind Han Xing at some point. A chill ran down my neck. Damn, there's Lao Lu. Han Xing felt his scalp tingling instantly. As a hunter, it was very dangerous to be approached by an assassin, not to mention that they were outnumbered now. He had already taken out a bottle of secret life medicine from his backpack, ready to take it immediately after the operation. At this moment, a black light flashed and pounced on the goblin assassin. Ouch! Cold Ball roared angrily, seeming very angry about the goblin assassin's sneak attack on Han Xing. Swish! Swish! Cold Ball's claws scratched across the goblin assassin's face, instantly taking away a piece of flesh and blood. Roar! The goblin assassin cried out in pain as he was struck by severe pain, and instantly turned around to look for the culprit. Han Xing's eyes lit up, and he pulled the longbow in his hand. Skill, Wind-Chasing Arrow, is activated. Just as the arrow was about to be shot, Han Xing suddenly lowered his aim by half an inch and aimed at the goblin assassin's anus. Call out! This arrow was extremely fast, and at such a close distance, there was no way the goblin assassin could dodge it. Han Xing heard the sound of flesh tearing after the arrow pierced into his body. The goblin assassin's cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and then he looked back in disbelief at the arrow behind his, but that had already penetrated halfway. The next moment, a terrifying howl rang out. Ouch! This scream stunned the other goblins, and they even forgot to continue attacking. Han Xing clapped his hands happily and laughed. Ha! Let you a son of a bitch be the sixth. Before the goblin assassin could react, the second arrow was shot out and hit the back of its head directly, penetrating its brain. Han Xing's eyes were cold. After getting rid of the goblin assassin, he pulled the bowstring again and aimed at the other goblins. At this time, the remaining goblins seemed to react. A huge fireball suddenly hit Han Xing. At the same time, two goblin warriors rushed towards him from different angles. However, Han Xing's agility was higher than that of these goblins. He just slightly turned sideways and avoided the fireball attack. Just as Meichio was about to intercept, Han Xing issued a new order. Meichio, go deal with the goblin behind, and leave these two guys to me. After receiving the order, Cold Ball's body flashed with black light, and he rushed directly in front of the goblin wizard. Seeing this, the goblin overseer raised his animal bone hammer and smashed it towards the Cold Ball. At the same time, the other three goblin servants were also attracted to the Cold Ball. Cold Ball was fighting 1 against 5, and the pressure on Han Xing's side suddenly decreased. His only enemies were the two level 6 goblin warriors. After getting through the initial chaos, Korean Stars also found their own rhythm. He suddenly poured a bottle of secret medicine of savage bear power into his mouth, and his strength surged. Whoosh! Whoosh! Skill, double arrow launch. 2 arrows were shot. One hit the goblin warrior's right leg, and the other hit the shoulder of another goblin warrior, and their charge was forced to interrupt. Then, Han Xing took a half step back and prepared for an attack. Skill, multiple arrows launched. And what was different from before was that Han Xing suddenly felt that at the moment this attack was launched, a powerful force seemed to appear in his body. Is it the special effect of the Moon Corona longbow, triggered by the flow of moonlight? Han Xing realized it instantly. At the same time, he felt delighted, thinking that this time the multiple consecutive shots would be more powerful than ever before. Top, top, top. Arrows were shot one after another, and the sound of arrows piercing through cowhide was heard. 2 or 3 fine iron arrows were inserted into the hearts and chests of the 2 goblin warriors. The goblin warrior's heart was pierced, and he died instantly. The powerful attack power of the Moon Crown longbow was revealed for the first time. Eliminate the 2 goblin warriors. There are still 5 goblins left in the camp. Cold Ball fought alone against the goblin overseer and the goblin wizard, using his terrifying speed to the extreme. The remaining 3 goblin servants waved their sticks around, but with their attributes, they couldn't even touch a single hair of the coal. Cold Ball was seen flashing back and forth between the 5 goblins, constantly causing damage to them with its tender claws. Han Xing immediately decided to kill the 3 goblin servants first and let Cold Ball fight alone for a while. Anyway, given its properties, it won't be difficult to hold on for a while. Whoosh! Whoosh! 3 arrows were shot at once, and the 3 goblin servants were all hit by arrows and attracted to Han Xing. However, at this time, Han Xing's attack power had far exceeded the upper limit of these level 5 monsters. Even if they did not hit the vital points, each arrow caused heavy damage to them. 10 seconds later, 3 goblin servants fell to the ground. Han Xing said happily, "Haha, it's easier to pick on a weakling." And just at this moment, the originally bright sky suddenly turned dark. Han Xing subconsciously raised his head and suddenly saw a black, full moon appear in the sky above his head. Chapter 52. Encountering the Survivors. A dark purple full moon hangs high above our head. The dark purple full moon seemed to absorb most of the light, turning the entire camp dark purple. Legendary special effects. Dark moon is coming. The trigger condition is to kill 5 enemies in a row. At this moment, Han Xing felt that his hands were enveloped by a strange force. He could clearly feel that his attack speed had increased. Moreover, it was not only Han Xing who was amplified, but also Cobalt who was fighting. When the power of the dark moon appeared, Cobalt's attack speed suddenly increased. Although its power was only a dozen points and the damage was relatively weak, at this moment, the Cobalt allowed Han Xing to see what an extremely fast attack speed was. Black lights flashed one after another, and dense bloody claw marks appeared on the bodies of the goblin wizards and goblin overseers. It looked like an invisible monster was constantly gnawing at their flesh and blood. In less than 10 seconds, the 2 goblins had hundreds of bloody marks on their bodies, and their entire bodies were covered in blood. And at this moment, when the dark purple full moon appeared for the 20th second, cracks suddenly appeared on the dark purple surface of the moon. Han Xing knew that the strongest attack of this legendary special effect was coming. When the dark moon state ends, the dark moon will automatically detonate, causing explosion damage equal to agility asterisk 300% to surrounding enemies. Sure enough, the next moment, the dark purple full moon suddenly exploded, and the terrifying power of the dark moon descended from the sky and began to vent wantonly. The 2 goblins had already suffered a lot of injuries from the coal balls, and now it was as if they were struck by lightning. Buzz! The entire camp seemed to be swept by a strong wind, and the power of the dark moon began to rage wildly. When the aftermath of the dark moon explosion dissipated, system prompts appeared. Killed Goblin Warrior, Goblin Wizard, Goblin Overseer, gained 1,200 experience points, and Pet Coal Ball gained 960 experience points. After reaching level 6, more experience points are required, but correspondingly, more experience points will be gained by killing level 6 monsters. However, at this time, the Korean star was still immersed in the powerful effect of the legendary special effects. He exclaimed, "Fuck, is this a legendary special effect? It's so damn cool. It directly affects environmental changes and can even summon a moon during battle. It's simply a show-off artifact." In addition, the damage of the last hit of this special effect is also good, and it is area damage, so it can be used as a clearing skill. Han Xing was delighted. Testing the special effects of the Dark Moon longbow, Han Xing prepared to merge this goblin camp into his own territory. The Sky Island, which is more than 100 square meters in size, can directly increase the area of his territory by 1/10. The system prompt appears. You have successfully merged the goblin camp. Your territory has expanded, and you have obtained territory resources. Fertile soil asterisk 18, simple tent asterisk 7, iron pot asterisk 2, iron spoon asterisk 7. Most of the territory resources behind are some simple tools made by this group of goblins, emitting a foul odor every 10 or so meters. Han Xing said with disgust on his face. Damn, these goblins are so unhygienic. They urinate and defecate everywhere. With great disgust, he separated these dozen territories and threw away the tools used by the goblins. After dealing with these, Han Xing prepared to go to the next cloud to explore. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly saw a large sky island in the distance, approaching him rapidly. Han Xing instantly perked up and carefully observed the sky island, which was over 1,000 square meters in size. He discovered that there were no clouds covering the sky island, which meant that this was not the territory of monsters. If it is not a monster, then there is only one possibility left, that this empty island is the territory of other survivors. Moreover, the opponent's target was obviously coming towards him. Are you coming for me? Han Xing became alert. Although we are all survivors who came from the blue planet, we must still be on guard against others. He didn't want to die at the hands of his own kind instead of at the hands of a monster. Han Xing quickly asked Meichio to hide under the sofa, and he himself prepared for battle. Now everyone's Sky Island has no defense facilities, which is equivalent to a wide-open door. Others can see at a glance what is in your Sky Island. Fortunately, Han Xing had put up a few wooden boards in advance to cover his storage boxes, so no one else could see anything. Otherwise, at the current stage, it would be hard for the survivors not to become suspicious when they see a dozen large boxes in your territory. 10 seconds later, was running straight towards him, and suddenly stopped when the two sky island territories were less than 30 meters apart. Han Xing saw a figure appear on the opposite side, standing at the edge of the territory and waving at him. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing also walked forward, wanted to see what the other party was going to do. At this time, he also saw the other person's face clearly. He was a man wearing a half set of green light armor and holding a large iron sword. He was not very old, probably in his early 20s. Seeing the Korean star, the other party seemed extremely excited. He waved his hands and shouted, "Brother, look at me, look at me." Han Xing frowned and waved at him. After getting the response from the Korean star, the other party seemed very excited. He said excitedly, "That's great. I finally saw a living person." As the young man spoke, he controlled Sky Island to move closer again. And at this moment, Han Xing suddenly said, "Stop." The young man clearly heard the coldness in Han Xing's tone. He was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something. He smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, I don't mean anything else. I just haven't seen anyone of my kind for a few days. I was a little too excited. Don't get me wrong." Han Xing could also vaguely feel at this time that this man really had no ill intentions. But he remained alert, nodded and asked, "What's the matter?" The young man saw that Han Xing's attitude had softened, so he quickly said, "It's nothing, brother. I just want to get to know you. If possible, we can be friends so that I can take care of you later." At this point, the young man sighed. "To be honest, after coming to this world, I've been facing those monsters all the time, and I'm almost going to have a mental breakdown." Han Xing shook his head. "There's no need to make friends. Now everyone is struggling to protect themselves and can't take care of others. The most urgent thing is to improve our level and strength as soon as possible. I still have to go level up. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After Han Xing finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave. The young man hurriedly said, "Hey, brother, don't leave in a hurry. My name is Peu. My real name is Chu Yu. I'm from Xinyang City, and I'm a level 5 warrior. I see that you have good equipment and a large territory. Do you want to form a team with me?" After saying that, he looked at Han Xing expectantly. Han Xing also figured out his purpose at this time. It turned out that this person saw that the protection of the area was lifted, and he couldn't wait to find other survivors to form a team. The young man named Chuyu continued, "Don't worry, brother. I'm quite confident in my own abilities. If we team up together, I will definitely not drag you down." Han Xing thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "No, I don't have any idea of forming a team right now." Han Xing did not reveal his name, and the other party did not know either. He was the more famous Xinghe in District 107. Hearing Han Xing's refusal, Chuyu asked in confusion, "Brother, it's not easy to survive alone in this world. Now many people in the chat channel are sharing their coordinates and looking for people nearby to team up, but this world seems a little bigger than we imagined, and it's hard for two people to meet each other. I think, why don't we?" He seemed to want to fight for it again. However, Han Xing still shook his head and said, "No need." Chuyu wanted to say something but stopped himself, but thinking of Han Xing's attitude, he sighed and said, "Okay, I'll go find the next person. You have to be careful." Han Xing nodded. Chuyu turned around and controlled the Sky Island territory to slowly go away. Before leaving, he said, "By the way, let me remind you that someone said in the chat channel that he found a 2-star secret realm. The coordinates are not far away. I rushed here just because I saw the information. But that 2-star secret realm requires 5 people to enter. Many people are rushing there now, looking for a team. I see that your equipment seems pretty good. If you are interested, you can go and take a look." Han Xing nodded and thanked him. After Chuyu left, Han Xing thought, a 2-star secret realm? The system announcement said that the highest difficulty secret realm currently open is 2 stars. With the current strength of these survivors, it may be difficult to conquer it. Let's upgrade as soon as possible. At least get the coal briquettes to level 6 first. Thinking of this, Han Xing asked the coal ball under the sofa to come out. He remembered that there were 2 skills to be unlocked on Coal Ball's skill panel. Among them, the skill of Void Absorption can be unlocked at level 6. Another one, Void Frenzy, can only be unlocked when you reach level 10. Coal Ball's first 4 skills have allowed Han Xing to see what true magical skills are. This Void Absorption must not be too weak. Han Xing took a deep breath, and his heart was once again filled with motivation to level up. The territory began to move forward at a speed of more than 400 kilometers per hour. Han Xing discovered that even though the territory had reached this size, there was no resistance when advancing. It is as if its speed is constant and not affected by gravity, unless it encounters some obstacles in the middle, the speed will drop. This phenomenon is obviously contrary to science. But in this magical world, what's the point of talking about science? At this moment, a black light suddenly flashed on Coldball's body, and he instantly arrived at the edge of the territory. Han Xing looked over in confusion. A few kilometers ahead, a cloud with an area of only a dozen square meters appeared. But unlike other clouds, a black vortex appeared outside this cloud. Secret Cloud Realm. Chapter 53, 1-Star Secret Realm. Secret Cloud Realm. Han Xing blurted out. It is considered good luck to encounter a secret realm of clouds here. Han Xing controlled the Sky Island and gradually approached this secret realm of clouds. As he got closer, he saw a star appear above the vortex. This represents the difficulty of the secret realm. A 1-star secret realm? Han Xing controlled the Sky Island to get close to the edge of the vortex. At this time, a system prompt appeared. 1-star cloud secret realm. The Lost Palace. Difficulty, medium, number of people allowed to enter. 1-2 people, recommended level, level 610. Do you want to enter? Lost Palace, do you want to go in? Han Xing hesitated for a moment. Although it is only a 1-star secret realm, it is definitely difficult. The above suggestion is also for 1-2 people to enter. If there is a companion, the danger will be much lower. At this time, Han Xing suddenly thought, should he go back to find Chuyu to form a team? However, he quickly shook his head. I have a lot of special things on me, such as a space backpack, S+ growth coal briquettes, and legendary quality purple equipment. Any one of these things is enough to make other survivors jealous. If you team up with others, you will inevitably be exposed. It would be fine if it is someone he knows, but if it is someone he doesn't know, and he spreads the fact that he has these things, then he will be coveted by many people. Han Xing decided not to take the risk before building up the territory's defensive fortifications. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly thought of something and stroked his chin and thought, the system recommends 1-2 people. I wonder if pets are included in this standard. At this stage, apart from me, there should be no other survivors who have pets. So, Coldball's combat power should not be taken into account. If that's the case, then my actual combat power is equivalent to that of 2 people. Moreover, Coldball is much stronger than ordinary survivors. With its assistance, we can achieve better results than teaming up with others. Han Xing's eyes lit up, and he felt there was hope. After comprehensive consideration, I decided that I could challenge this secret realm. So, Han Xing called Meichio to his side and clicked confirm. The next moment, the vortex suddenly emitted a faint light, and the portal opened. Then he stepped into the whirlpool with the coal briquettes. The moment he stepped into the whirlpool, Han Xing felt the world in front of him shaking, and the picture was spinning. When the vision returned to normal, the scene in front of me also changed. Han Xing found himself on top of a ruined building. This place seems to have been a palace, with collapsed bricks and stone pillars everywhere. The entire palace is very large, at least 5 or 6,000 square meters. The entire ground was paved with stone slabs, covered with a thick layer of dust. The palace seemed to be located in a valley, covered by thick clouds on all sides, and nothing could be seen except the area within the palace. When Han Xing tried to walk to the cloud area, the system prompt appeared. You have reached the edge of the map. Please return the same way. Han Xing pondered. So, the place covered by clouds is a place that cannot be passed. In other words, my activity area has been restricted to this palace ruins? At this time, another system prompt appeared. The first stage of the challenge mission of the Cloud Secret Realm, Lost Palace, has been opened. Survivors, please prepare for the battle. After the prompt, Han Xing suddenly felt the ground shake slightly. Damn, start fighting right away? Han Xing asked in surprise. This secret realm challenge is too direct. At the same time, a huge hand suddenly stretched out from the ruins. Han Xing instantly became alert. Boom! As the sound of bricks and stones falling rang out, a huge yellow, humanoid monster sat up from the ruins. It was more than 2 meters long with only half of its body exposed. The rest of its body was still buried in the ruins, but one could still imagine how huge it was. The next moment, the sleeping giant slowly propped himself up and stood up. It was not until then that Han Xing saw the full appearance of the monster. It is over 4 meters tall and looks like it is made of clay, but it is actually made of a special material, similar to brass, but harder than brass and comparable to fine iron. There are faint white lines on the surface of the clay giant's body, like human blood vessels, and there is faint energy flowing inside. That is actually an energy vein made of mithril. On its chest, a special device as big as a human head is emitting brilliant green light, continuously providing it with energy for its activities. The attributes of this monster also appeared in front of Han Xing's eyes. Psychic Puppet 1-star Special Creature. Level: LV7. Strength: 48. Agility 37. Spirit 35. Constitution 55. Remaining Psychic Energy value of Psychic Core 30. Remaining Defense value of Psychic Core 100. Skills: Energy Shot, Rock Body, Passive Skill, reduces damage by 30% when receiving physical attacks. Psychic Puppet? What is that? Seeing its attributes, Han Xing was surprised and said, "This physique is too abnormal. It's actually 55 points. Add to that the passive that reduces physical damage by 30%. If it were an ordinary survivor, I'm afraid it wouldn't even be able to break the defense." Obviously, Han Xing is also a physical profession, and the passive ability of this psychic puppet also affects him. Fortunately, his attack power far exceeds that of his peers, and even if it is weakened, he can still cause considerable damage. At the same time, the psychic puppet also showed a strong desire to attack Han Xing. It opened its flat mouth and made a mechanical synthesized sound. Intoda D. The energy core in the chest of the psychic puppet began to emit a strong green light. At the same time, a ball of energy suddenly gathered in its palm, as if it was accumulating power. Buzz! The psychic puppet's attack has been charged, and a ball of energy erupts from the energy veins in its palm. Han Xing felt a strong sense of crisis from this attack. If he gets hit, he will probably be seriously injured if not killed. Han Xing rolled violently and avoided the attack. Before rolling over, the arrow that had been accumulating power in his hand had already been shot out. Call out! The fine iron arrow, with the powerful attack power added by the Moon Crown longbow, directly hit the left face of the psychic puppet. But the next moment, Han Xing discovered that the arrow did not cause any damage to it. The arrow hit, but it was like hitting a rock penetrating less than 10 centimeters. For the psychic puppet, this injury is just like a tickle. Damn, is this the only damage? Han Xing was a little confused. Han Xing's attack seemed to anger the psychic puppet. It started to move and strode towards Han Xing. For Lord Chiron. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the psychic puppet took a step, it was like a huge rock hitting the ground, making a dull sound. Before getting close, a strong sense of oppression has already hit me. Chapter 54. Decomposing the puppet remains. The psychic puppet gradually approached, and a sense of oppression followed. At this moment, Coal Ball suddenly appeared above the head of the psychic puppet and struck its eyes with its 2 claws. All of a sudden, Saturn splashed, and 2 pieces of mud from the pupils of the psychic puppet were torn off. There is an effect, but puppets as creatures don't seem to need eyes to capture information from the outside world. Even though the Coal Ball's attack hit, it did not hinder its progress at all. However, when Han Xing saw the wound in the eye socket of the psychic puppet, which was emitting wisps of black air, his eyes lit up instantly. The weakening effect of the Void Force is effective. Coal Ball's Void Power skill has the effect of reducing enemy defense and suppressing treatment, with the maximum reduction of defense being 30%. It is especially effective against enemies with high armor. Han Xing didn't expect that the weakening effect of the power of the Void would still be effective against this kind of puppet monster. So, Han Xing immediately took out a bottle of medicine from his space backpack and drank it in one gulp. Secret Potion of Savage Bear Strength. Increases strength by 30%. The attack was strengthened again, and Han Xing immediately turned around and shot out a wind-chasing arrow. Hey, take my arrow! Seeing the attack coming, the psychic puppet subconsciously raised its arms. Bang! Saturn splashed. This arrow was still like shooting at a stone, but even the stone was penetrated by Han Xing's powerful attack. The fine iron arrow pierced through the palm of the psychic puppet, and then, with its remaining force, stabbed into its shoulder. Efficient. Han Xing's heart was lifted. Before this, although his attacks could cause some damage, it was negligible. In simple terms, it could not break the defense. But now, after the weakening of Coal Ball's armor and the power amplification of the Savage Bear Power Potion, the direct damage of the second arrow sword, Little Coal Ball has made great contribution again. Han Xing smiled knowingly and regained his confidence. Previously, the powerful defense displayed by this psychic puppet was enough to make any surviving survivors at this stage despair. But now, Han Xing already knows that his attacks can cause damage. And as long as I can break through the defense, I will kill you even if it's God. The next moment, multiple arrows exploded. Fortunately, this explosion also triggered the moonlight flow effect of the moon corona longbow. The agility attribute suddenly increased by 40 points, coupled with the 30% strength bonus provided by the Barbarian Bear Power Secret Potion. Han Xing felt more powerful than ever before. When the psychic puppet saw the arrow coming, it also felt the threat of the arrow. It raised its arms and tried to block Han Xing's attack with some clumsy movements. However, it is too slow. Before it could raise its hand, 5 arrows had all hit it and pierced deeply into its body. One of the arrows hit the core of the psychic puppet, which was also done intentionally by Han Xing. But to Han Xing's surprise, this place was not its weakness. On the contrary, the defense of the psychic core is stronger than other parts of the body. It seemed to be an independent part of the psychic puppet with a defense value of 100 points. Han Xing shot an arrow at it, but it only reduced its defense value by 5 points. According to this calculation, it would take at least 20 arrows to explode its core. However, the agility attribute of this psychic puppet is not high. Compared with Ball and Han Xing, this man and wolf both have super high agility, and the psychic puppet cannot catch up with them at all. Then, there is only one fate waiting for this psychic puppet. That means being kite-ed to death by Korean stars. Han Xing fought and retreated, leaping back and forth across the ruins, occasionally keeping a distance, then turning around and shooting an arrow. Tap! Tap! Han Xing calculated in his mind how many arrows he had shot. After the 30th fine iron arrow was shot, the rock-like upper body of the psychic puppet was pierced into a hedgehog. A cloud of black smoke rose up, and the monster finally fell down. Han Xing exhaled slowly. Finally killed this guy. This psychic puppet is so damn difficult to deal with. It's almost as strong as an elite monster. In fact, the psychic puppet is actually stronger than ordinary elite monsters in terms of defense alone. If its other attributes were not too low and it had obvious shortcomings, Han Xing would have to pay a price to kill it. Just then, the system prompt appeared. Killed the psychic golem, LV7, gained 150 experience points, and Ball gained 125 experience points. 1-star Secret Realm. The first stage of the Lost Palace has been completed. Survivors, please be prepared. In 30 seconds, the second stage of the Lost Palace Secret Realm Challenge will begin. Damn, there is a second stage? Han Xing was very shocked. He had somewhat underestimated the difficulty of the Secret Realm. The monsters in the first stage alone were almost as strong as elite monsters. What would happen in the second stage? And this is just a 1-star Secret Realm. If it were a 2-star Secret Realm, the difficulty would probably soar several levels. Chuyu had said before that he would team up with other survivors to challenge the 2-star Secret Realm. Here, Han Xing could only mourn for him for half a second. Han Xing quickly walked to the remains of the psychic puppet, ready to retrieve his arrow. Just then, the system prompt appeared. Do you want to decompose the remains of the psychic puppet? Can this also be decomposed? Han Xing nodded yes. The next moment, the 3-meter-tall puppet wreckage collapsed like a huge rock, turning into powder. Successfully decomposed the remains of the psychic puppet, obtained special magic clay, *647, broken psychic core, *1, mithril, *35, refined iron, *464. Han Xing weighed the mechanical component in his hand that weighed at least 20 to 30 kilograms. This thing was the one that supported the mobility of the psychic puppet, that is, the psychic core. At the same time, the system prompt appears again. Repairing the broken psionic core requires 3,000 psionic cores, 245 mithril, and 8,000 ether. Do you want to repair it? It can be repaired, but what's the use? Han Xing was a little confused. If you don't understand its purpose, you can only put it aside temporarily. At this moment, the 30 seconds of preparation time had passed. The ground shook violently again. Boom! In the ruins, the puppet giants stretched out their arms, revealing their huge upper bodies. In an instant, Han Xing saw at least 6 psychic puppets standing up from the ruins. Hiss! Han Xing gosped. In the previous stage, it took him nearly 10 minutes to defeat just one psychic puppet. Now there are 6 of them at once. This is simply a case of someone forcing a man to stay. My heart was suddenly enveloped by a huge pressure. Han Xing tightened the longbow in his hand and couldn't help but ask himself in his heart, can you fight? Can fight. It just takes longer. This will be a long battle that will test not only Han Xing's combat awareness, but also his endurance. At the same time, Meichio seemed to have seen the strength of this lineup. Its limbs were tense, its fangs were exposed, and it kept making threatening growls from its mouth. Although it knows that these puppets are not easy to deal with, as long as Han Xing gives the order, it will rush forward without hesitation. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 55, Bloodshed. The second phase of the Cloud's Secret Realm Challenge is about to begin. Before all 6 psychic puppets woke up, Han Xing glanced at his backpack. 2 space backpacks with a total of 60 storage spaces, filled with various props. Among them, 900 fine iron arrows occupied 30 grids of space. Including the 10 bottle sets of life elixir, he brought 200 bottles, taking up 20 grids of space. There are also 50 bottles of Savage Bear Power Secret Potion, which takes up 5 grids of space. The remaining 5 slots are used to store miscellaneous food, drinking water, and spoils of war. At this time, Han Xing was thankful in his heart that he had a space backpack, which allowed him to carry so many items with him, and was just right for dealing with this kind of protracted battle. If there were other survivors, even if they could deal with the psychic puppets, they would soon be defeated due to lack of supplies. At this time, Han Xing suddenly thought, after this secret realm is over, should he make a batch of space backpacks and take them to the market for trading? Although his space backpack is just white equipment, at the current stage, I haven't heard of anyone having other space storage items that can be carried around. A space item that can carry equipment with you is even better than a blue item at the current stage. It is a well-deserved artifact. Moreover, the materials needed to make a space backpack are also very simple. Only spirit cores and 1-star animal skins are needed, and he now has a large amount of reserves in his warehouse. There's hope, Han Xing thought to himself. Once everyone has come into contact with the Cloud's secret realm and understands how powerful the monsters inside are, they will be more urgently in need of some space-related props. When the time comes, that's when I'll take action. However, the most urgent task now is to deal with the battle at hand. While Han Xing was thinking, the 6 psychic puppets had all locked onto the target. They raised their right hands at the same time, and the mithril lines on their arms emitted a bright light at this moment. In the palms of their hands, there seemed to be a ball of terrifying energy gathering. Han Xing quickly shot an arrow and retreated instantly. Ball followed closely behind with a flash of figure and rushed to one of the psychic puppets. And just at this moment, the attacks of the 6 psychic puppets were all charged, and 4 or 5 energy beams attacked Han Xing at the same time. Buzz! Han Xing suddenly felt a sense of crisis coming from behind, and without even thinking, he immediately used the hunter's early magical skills. Roll! Han Xing rolled on the ground and barely avoided the concentrated artillery fire. Boom! There was a loud explosion. Where Han Xing had originally stood, a huge pit more than 1 meter deep and 2 meters wide appeared on the ground, as if a violent explosion had occurred. Looking at the scene in front of him, Han Xing's scalp went numb, and he couldn't help but shiver. I can't even imagine if this cannon hit me. Oh shit! Without thinking, Han Xing ran as fast as he could, trying hard to put some distance between himself and these psychic puppets. While running, he did not forget to look back and shoot a cold arrow from time to time. Top! The arrow hit one of the psychic puppets in the cheek, but because there was no defense reduction effect from the cold ball, the arrow only caused minor damage. However, Han Xing's attack completely angered these psychic puppets. They moved their legs as thick as logs and began to chase Han Xing, while Han Xing was running wildly in front. A strange scene appeared before my eyes. A sturdy man was jumping back and forth on the collapsed stone pillars, followed by 5 or 6 puppet giants, who were bombarding him with energy attacks. There was also a wolf cub following closely behind, its figure constantly flashing, and every time it appeared, it would cause some minor damage to these puppets. At this time, Han Xing wanted to say, Master Chiu, stop shaving. However, although the damage caused by coal balls looks like scraping, it is minimal. But Han Xing doesn't need the coal balls to output. He just needs it to help reduce the defenses of these puppets. After a while, the 6 puppets were all covered with multiple layers of void power effects. And Han Xing's arrows were finally able to cause more damage. He began to run wildly, looking for opportunities to shoot arrows. 10 minutes later, Han Xing was already panting from exhaustion, cursing as he panted. These stinky stones are so damn hard. Not only that, after fighting for such a long time, those puppets still showed no signs of weakness and kept chasing him closely. At this time, Han Xing suddenly thought that the activities of these psychic puppets require energy to drive them. After such a long time, a lot of energy should have been consumed. But when he looked at the panels of these puppets, his heart sank. Remaining spiritual energy, 30. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, they only consumed 10 points of spiritual energy. According to this calculation, it will take at least an hour to use up all the energy of these puppets. Well, it seems that this tactic can no longer be relied upon. Han Xing could only continue to flee in a panic. While Han Xing was being chased by 6 psychic puppets and running away, some changes were quietly taking place in the outside world. The Sky Island territory of a survivor. Above, 2 human survivors were staring at another male wizard with fierce expressions. All 3 of them had some injuries on their bodies, as if they had just fought. However, the injuries on the male mage were obviously much more serious. At this time, the male mage was furious and spoke first. "Damn it, you 2 guys said you wanted to take me to explore the secret realm, but it turns out that your original target was my equipment." One of the human swordsmen said fiercely, "You are ungrateful. I told you that we would lend you your blue equipment for a while and return it to you in a few days, but you didn't listen. So don't blame us for taking action." Next to him, another human stalker sneered, "Brother Lin, why waste time talking to him? After we kill him, not only will his equipment be ours, but all the other supplies in his territory will also be ours." The male wizard was filled with grief and indignation. He knew very well that he had let a wolf into the house. In this world without constraints, being targeted by these people is basically a dead end. But the male wizard did not give up struggling. Instead, he waved his staff as if trying to make a final counterattack. Then, as a mage, he was approached by 2 melee professions and had no chance. Faced with the siege of the 2, he gradually became desperate, as a sharp iron dagger pierced into the chest. After a scream, the battle ended. A moment later, a naked human corpse was thrown down from the air. The human swordsman and the stalker looked at each other, and a bloodthirsty light flashed on their faces. Then they divided up the resources in the human survivors' territory and annexed his Sky Island territory to strengthen themselves. The same scene appeared one after another among the human survivors. For the sake of resources or equipment, some people unleash their inner greed and desire to kill, and choose to draw their swords against others. And those unlucky souls who were chosen made their cries in the chat channel before they died. For a while, screams were heard from time to time in the chat channel, making people panic. It was at this time, on an empty island of more than 1,000 square meters, a burly human warrior was resting with his eyes closed. The equipment he was wearing was of extraordinary quality, with at least 3 or 4 pieces of blue equipment. His top, bottoms, and weapons were all blue grade. At the current stage, although the strength of this equipment far exceeds that of other survivors, it will also be coveted by others. This human warrior is Chung Jianyong. Raising his eyes, Chung Jianyong suddenly saw a floating territory approaching him rapidly. Chapter 56, Unlocking New Skills. The 2 Sky Islands approached Chung Jianyong. Seeing the appearance of the 2 territories, Chung Jianyong instantly realized that these might be other survivors. Remembering Han Xing's warning, Chung Jianyong immediately became alert and grasped the blue sword. Wait until the Sky Island gets closer. Chung Jianyong saw a human hunter and a human warrior standing on it. If 2 survivors appeared on an empty island, it meant that either the 2 people had a very good relationship or something went wrong in the territory of one of them. Moreover, both of them looked miserable, with blood all over their bodies and their equipment in tatters. The human warrior among them seemed to be seriously injured and could not even stand steadily, and needed the support of his hunter companion. When the 2 saw Chung Jianyong, they immediately showed excitement and said quickly, "Great, it's another survivor, Xiao Jiang. We are finally saved." Chung Jianyong frowned and asked, "What's wrong with you?" The human hunter had a painful expression on his face and sighed. "It's complicated, but to put it simply, we encountered a terrifying monster. It's a big bird that's been attacking the territories of human survivors. We were also unfortunately attacked by the big bird, and were almost killed by it. We managed to save our lives with great difficulty. As a result, my brother's territory was destroyed. Then we fled all the way away from the attack range of the strange bird. We ran for most of the day before we finally met you." Hearing about their tragic experiences, Chung Jianyong felt some sympathy. At this time, the human hunter continued, "Brother, my friend is dying. If you have any healing items, could you please save his life? We will remember your kindness. Chung Jianyong looked at them and felt that they did not seem to be lying, so he felt a sense of sympathy for them. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Come here, I still have some secret medicine for life." When the human hunter heard this, his face suddenly lit up and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Then, the two sky islands moved closer together. The human hunter and the human warrior landed on the sky island territory. They looked at each other, with a sinister smile on their lips. You. When Chung Jianyong saw their expressions, his face suddenly changed. In the Lost Palace, Han Xing is still engaged in a long tug-of-war with the 6 puppets. More than 20 minutes passed. Han Xing's hands were numb from archery, and his index and middle fingers that pulled the bowstring had become very red and swollen, with bloodstains on them. Every time he pulled the bowstring, he felt waves of piercing pain in his fingers. If he continued fighting, he felt that his right hand would be crippled. But the battle has already begun, and these psychic puppets will not give him time to rest. Han Xing could only grit his teeth and continue turning around and shooting. The terrain of the ruins is not too large, and these puppets will surround him from many angles. If it weren't for Meichio, who occasionally diverted the hatred of these puppets, Han Xing would have been caught up by now. He had forgotten how many arrows he had shot, but a conservative estimate was more than 300. Excluding the arrows that had deflected, each puppet now had at least 30 arrows stuck in it. It was like weeds growing on these stone monsters. This scene made the Korean star want to laugh. But as soon as he opened his mouth, a terrifying beam of energy hit him in front of him. Fuck! Han Xing gritted his teeth and rolled on the spot. After gaining some distance, he pulled the bowstring almost instinctively. Skill, multiple arrows launched. Top, 5 arrows, all focused on the puppet with the lowest remaining core defense value. And at this moment, the situation finally changed. Thanks to his unremitting efforts, the core defense of this psychic puppet was finally cleared. Han Xing ho tadixitedli. Okay. The psychic puppet mainly relies on the core to provide energy for its activities. Now that its defense value has been emptied, as long as its core is broken, it will automatically lose its combat capability. Han Xing turned around instantly and shot out another wind-chasing arrow. This is the skill he uses most often, for no other reason than that the wind-chasing arrow is faster than other skills and has a higher hit rate. Call out! The wind-chasing arrow hits. The core of this psychic puppet was pierced, and its forward movement suddenly stopped. Click! After a burst of black smoke, the psychic puppet stopped where it was. Killed it, Han Xing said in surprise. After dealing with this psychic puppet, there were still 5 left on the field, and Han Xing's pressure was suddenly reduced. He poured another bottle of the secret medicine of Savage Bear Power into his mouth, and as if he had been injected with chicken blood, he started shooting arrows crazily again. I shoot! I will shoot you stone men to death. Ha ha! Han Xing yelled, completely ignoring how shameful his yelling sounded. Anyway, there was no one here, so he wasn't afraid of being heard by others. Bang! 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 The sounds of arrows hitting these psychic puppets came one after another. 5 minutes later, the second psychic puppet fell. 3 minutes later, the third psychic puppet fell. There was no suspense in the following battle. When the core of the last psychic puppet was pierced, Han Xing collapsed to the ground as if he had fainted. It took 1 hour and 27 minutes, and more than 400 arrows were shot. Finally, these 6 stone monsters were killed. Han Xing was so excited that tears were about to fall out. Since he came into this world, he has never experienced such a long and difficult battle. The 2 fingers that plucked the bowstring were already bloody, and there was a burst of soreness in his shoulder. He quickly took out a bottle of secret life medicine from his backpack to heal his injuries. Call! The cool secret medicine goes down the throat, not only replenishing the body's water, but also relieving the aches and pains all over the body. At the same time, the secret medicine of life quickly took effect. The 2 fingers that were almost half-wasted quickly grew new flesh at this time. Within a few seconds, they were restored to their original state. This is the powerful recovery ability of the secret medicine of life. Fortunately, this is a magical world. Otherwise, this recovery effect alone cannot be explained by modern biology. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed that something seemed wrong with the coal briquettes in the distance. After the battle, the little wolf cub's eyes were still red. Hot air was constantly coming out of its nose, and he was in a state of nervousness. Han Xing quickly called him over. Cole, come here." Hearing Han Xing shout, Meichio came back to his senses instantly, and the brutal aura on his body disappeared in an instant. Then, with a flash of black light, the coal ball appeared next to Han Xing. "Stop showing your teeth, it's over." After hearing this, Meichio seemed to relax his guard and became the well-behaved puppy he used to be. Han Xing touched its head, then took out a few spirit cores from his backpack and fed it. "Thank you for your hard work, little coal." Coal ball wolfed down a few spirit cores. His condition improved a lot. It rubbed against Han Xing's palm. Then, a system prompt appeared in front of me. 1-star Secret Realm. The Lost Palace challenge has been completed, and the Secret Realm rewards are being calculated. Done! Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the system would go to the 3rd or 4th stage at this time. Then he would cry. But think about it, it's impossible. After all, this is just a 1-star Secret Realm. If the difficulty is set so high, then there is no need for others to fight at all. The system prompts you to continue swiping. The Secret Realm reward settlement has been completed. You get item rewards: 3 strong fragments, 170 rune crystals, 1 silver treasure chest. The treasure chest is in the secret map. Please open it yourself. You have received experience points reward. 4,700. Pet Coal Ball received experience points 3760. Pet Coal Ball has been upgraded. Current level LV6. Skill Void Absorption has been unlocked. After the system prompt ended, a white light flashed across Coal Ball's body. Han Xing was immediately surprised and asked, "Level 6? So, that new skill can finally be unlocked?" He couldn't wait to check the properties of the Coal Ball. Pet information: Void Wolf Young. Race: Void Clan. Level: LV6. Strength: 21, Agility 39, Spirit 20, Constitution 23. Pet Coal Ball has unlocked a new skill: Void Drain. Void Absorption. When the Void Wolf enters combat mode, it continuously absorbs power from the Void, increasing all attributes by 50%. Its recovery ability after being injured is greatly improved. It can also automatically generate a Void Spike in its body every second. After generating 10 Void Spikes in total, all spikes will be exploded. Seeing the newly activated skill of Meichio, Han Xing slowly exhaled, then gritted his teeth and said, "Pervert." He admitted that he was a little jealous of his pet coal. The skill of Void Absorption is more perverted than Coal Ball's first 4 skills. The mere 50% increase in all attributes is enough to be called a magical skill. In addition, the second attribute can greatly enhance the recovery ability of Coal Balls, which in turn improves its survivability. The last attribute directly turns Coal Ball's second skill, Counter Spikes, into an active skill. As Coal Ball's most powerful explosive means, the triggering conditions of Counter Spikes are relatively harsh. It can only be actively released after being attacked 10 times. Although Coal Ball has a high dodge rate, it also has its own weakness, which is that its physical fitness is too low. In addition, the enemies challenged by Korean stars are generally stronger. If they fail to dodge successfully once, it will be a heavy blow to Coal Ball. Therefore, Han Xing has always focused on keeping Coal Ball alive and tried not to withstand attacks from other monsters. And this counterattack stab has become a useless skill. But now, after the Void Absorption skill was activated, Coal Ball's shortcoming was directly made up, achieving a qualitative leap. This skill can be said to have raised the combat power of Coal Ball by several levels. Moreover, after reaching level 6, the improved attributes are equivalent to the improvement of the previous 2 levels, which is a significant enhancement. If it was Coal Ball at this moment, facing the siege of 6 psychic puppets, Han Xing would not have fought so uncomfortably. Great. It's worthy of being a pet with S+ growth level. So powerful. Han Xing was very happy. Chapter 57. Trigger the Hidden Challenge Mission. After seeing Meichio's new skills, Han Xing began to check the other rewards that the system had just calculated. The first one is the Strong Fragment. Strong Fragments. After collecting 100 fragments, you can synthesize a strong seal, which can be used in the Abyss Rift Challenge. In the item introduction, Han Xing saw a new map name. Abyssal Rift? Is it related to the Abyssal Realm? He keenly noticed the word Abyss. This is because when he encountered that terrible demon, he learned from it that it came from the Abyss. It seemed to be the lair of the demon clan, where countless terrifying creatures gathered. Could it be that the system wants us to go to that kind of place to fight monsters? Han Xing suddenly regrette. With his current attributes, he would probably be killed instantly without leaving any trace if he went to the Abyss. In other words, even if all the survivors of the entire blue planet were thrown into the abyss, not even a single wave would be created. But after thinking about it, the system probably won't let them go to such a high-level map at the current stage. That would be tantamount to committing suicide. So, Han Xing clicked on the introduction of Abyss Rift behind the strong fragment. Abyss Rift special scene. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Demon King sacrificed all his strength and swung his strongest sword, splitting a road from the abyss to the Holy Spirit realm. The vast demon army passed through this passage and invaded the Holy Spirit realm unscrupulously, and a protracted war to eliminate demons began. In the war, countries were destroyed, lives were lost, and finally the four strongest beings in the Holy Spirit realm gathered together and, at the cost of their lives, severely damaged the demon emperor. Hundreds of years later, the battlefield between the Holy Spirit realm and the Abyss realm moved to this open passage. Countless demons and warriors from the Holy Spirit realm died in this battle, and countless treasures were lost here. Hundreds of years later, the demon clan was defeated, the entrance to the Abyss Rift was closed, and these countless treasures were also lost in the Abyss Rift. Only those who hold the mark of the strong can enter the Abyss Rift. Note, the Abyss Rift is a special scene, divided into 1 to 100 layers. Survivors need to start the challenge from the first layer and gradually go deeper into the rift. Required level to enter the scene, LV10. After reading this long introduction, Han Xing finally understood. It turns out that the so-called Abyss Rift is a special space. A long time ago, it seemed to be the main battlefield and passage between the two worlds. There may be powerful monsters and countless treasures inside. As long as you gather 100 fragments of the strong, you can synthesize a strong mark and enter the Abyss Rift to challenge. And you have to start the challenge from the first level, which is similar to the mechanism of climbing a tower. It sounds good, but the difficulty of this map should not be low. You need to be at least level 10 to enter. Besides, it is quite difficult to collect all 100 fragments. After all, Han Xing was only given 3 fragments for challenging a 1-star secret realm. According to this ratio, he would have to challenge at least more than 30 1-star secret realms to get a strong mark. This shows that the fragments of the strong should be relatively precious items. Thinking of this, Han Xing suddenly had an idea. It is quite difficult to collect 100 fragments by yourself, and it takes a lot of time. But if it is applied to the nearly 10,000 survivors in Area 107, it becomes much simpler. He only needs to use what he has in his hands to harvest from other survivors. No, to exchange for a large number of fragments of the strong, so that he can quickly synthesize many marks of the strong, and then continue to enter the Abyss Rifts. This idea has yet to be implemented, but Han Xing feels it is highly feasible. At this stage, he didn't believe that any survivor could resist the temptation of the space backpack. Han Xing immediately decided that after he got out, he would start mass-producing space backpacks, and then find a suitable opportunity to put them on the trading market. After reading the introduction of the strong fragments, Han Xing looked at another material in the backpack. The main materials for making equipment runes, it requires the corresponding rune blueprint to be made. The introduction is simple and clear. Han Xing took a glance and stopped paying attention, instead looking forward. He did not forget that there was also a silver treasure chest in the secret realm settlement rewards. The system said that this treasure chest is in the secret map, and you have to find it yourself. Han Xing searched among the ruins and found a silvery white corner next to a collapsed stone pillar. Han Xing's eyes lit up. There, under the ruins, a silver white treasure chest was buried under the stones. Han Xing hurriedly walked over and opened the silver treasure chest directly. Suddenly, a wide variety of materials appeared in front of him. Successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Obtained Spirit Core *124, Mithril *17, Rare Earth *243, Ether *147. Get Chaos Rune Blueprint Weak *1. Get Barbarian Wristband Blue *1. Rune Diagram. Han Xing picked up the blue drawing from the treasure chest and said, "It came out so soon? I'm pretty lucky." He immediately clicked on Study. In the production interface, there is an additional rune drawing column, which currently only contains this Chaos Rune drawing. Han Xing checked the drawing properties. Chaos Rune Weak. Adds a rune effect to equipment, slightly increasing a random attribute. Materials required for production. Rune Crystal *100, Spirit Core *10, Ether *200. It's okay. The materials needed are not complicated. We can produce them in batches once we get out. Now, there is still one piece of blue equipment left in the treasure chest, the barbarian bracers, which has not been picked up. I had some good luck unpacking this time. So far, Han Xing has reaped quite good rewards from this Secret Realm challenge. The last piece of equipment he picked up was a gauntlet that he had never gotten before. Han Xing checked its properties with some excitement. Barbarian Wrist Guard Blue, LV6, Quality, Excellent, Defense 4-5, Strength +10, Agility +5, Additional Effect, Barbarian Power. When launching an attack, there is a 50% chance to increase strength by 20 points. Another piece of equipment that increases strength. If this continues, my strength attribute will soon exceed my agility. Han Xing was surprised but also speechless, as he didn't want to become a muscular hunter. But he still equipped it immediately. After all, it was a blue item, and the attributes it added were also very powerful. At this point, the rewards of the Secret Realm have been almost harvested, and Han Xing is ready to leave after decomposing the remains of the psychic puppets on the ground. And at this moment, a different prompt appeared. Survivors, please note that since you are a single player clearing the Secret Realm, your strength has been recognized by the will of the Lord of the Lost Palace, Chiron, and the hidden mission of the Lost Palace, Karen's experimental report, has been triggered. After accepting this task, the third stage of the Lost Palace challenge will be automatically opened. Survivors are requested to make a choice as soon as possible. A hidden mission? Han Xing perked up instantly. In Sky Island Paradise, hidden missions are hard to come by, and behind every hidden mission, there are powerful opportunities. For example, he came across the request of the Demon Lord in the Dark Elf camp. In that mission, he obtained a powerful pet kobold, although he was forced to accept it at that time. And the hidden mission in this palace was not as impressive as the mission of the Demon Lord. But each hidden mission often has a unique reward. There was a hint of hesitation in Han Xing's eyes, and he really wanted to accept it. But when he thought of the miserable state he had been in when being chased by 6 psychic puppets, Han Xing felt a little scared. The second stage was already so difficult, and the challenge of this third stage is definitely more intense than before. Just as he was hesitating, the system prompt appeared again. Survivors, please make a choice as soon as possible. Give up or accept. If you do not respond within 60 seconds, it will be deemed as automatic abandonment. Han Xing wanted to give up, but at this moment, Meichio beside him seemed to have discovered something. His figure flashed in an instant and appeared in a corner dozens of meters away. Seeing the speed of this little guy, Han Xing's eyes suddenly lit up. After reaching level 6, Kobol's strength has been greatly improved, which can be called a qualitative change. I also got a new blue equipment, which increased my damage even more. Compared to the second stage, our strength has improved significantly. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing gritted his teeth and said, "Let's do it." He decided to accept this hidden mission. You have accepted the Lost Palace hidden mission, Kalen's experimental report. The third stage of the challenge will start in 10 minutes. Survivors, please prepare as soon as possible. 10 minutes to prepare? That's good. At this time, Kolbal was standing on the collapsed stone pillar, with his head lowered, sniffing from time to time, as if he was looking for something. Han Xing walked up to it and asked, "What's wrong? Did you find any treasure?" Kolbal lowered its head and was picking at the bricks of the rubble with its little wolf paws. When it saw Han Xing coming, it jumped up excitedly. It looked at Han Xing from time to time with clear eyes, and then looked at the ruins from time to time, as if conveying some message. Is there really a treasure under here?" Han Xing asked uncertainly, breathed out excitedly, then buried his head and continued digging, and hinted to Han Xing to come over. Seeing this, Han Xing also followed Meijiao to clear the nearby building debris. In less than 2 minutes, the rubble in the area was cleared. A wooden door suddenly appeared on the ground, which looked like the entrance to a basement. The moment he saw the wooden door, Han Xing looked at Kolbal in surprise. He didn't expect that there was something underneath. Han Xing approached the wooden door and smelled a mixture of fermented herbs before he opened it. Hiss, it smells so good. What's underneath? Han Xing couldn't wait to open the wooden door. Sure enough, as soon as I opened it, the smell of aged wine that had been sealed for years came to my face. The system prompt appears. You have discovered the Dwarven wine cellar. Inside is a small space that looks like it was once used as a wine cellar. Han Xing saw at a glance that under the cellar, there were several wine jars the size of water tanks, which had been stored for who knows how many years. Unfortunately, most of these wine jars were shattered due to the collapse of the palace. The fermented glutinous rice wine on the ground had already dried up. But now, There is still one last wine jar that has not been broken. Korean Star's eyes lit up. Chapter 58. The Transformation of the Void Wolf. Most of the wine jars in the dwarf's wine cellar were shattered due to the collapse of the palace, and only the last jar remained intact. Fortunately, one jar was left for me, Han Xing said thankfully. Even Han Xing, who doesn't drink much, understands the value of a vintage liquid like this one. Of course, we have to find a way to take such a precious thing away. However, considering that this wine jar is 1 meter high and half a meter thick, it is quite difficult to take it away. So, Han Xing tried to put it into his backpack, and the next moment, the black wine jar disappeared from its original place. Oh, is it really possible? Han Xing was surprised. Although this jar of wine is very large, it only takes up 2 spaces in the backpack. At this time, the system prompt appears. Obtain black vine wine 760 years, 230L. Oh my god! 760 years. Am I seeing things? Han Xing rubbed his eyes. When he confirmed the year on the item information, he was even more shocked. He then looked at the notes below the black vine wine. Note, the dwarves have a unique research on brewing. Besides forging, it is the second racial talent that is enough to dominate the Holy Spirit realm. Black vine wine is also the type of wine that the dwarves are best at brewing. Its raw materials include black vines in the dark forest, magical leaves from the elf forest, egg whites from giant rock eggs, ghost spring water, and the dwarves' unique winemaking techniques. Finally, a jar of raw liquid can be brewed. The older the black vine wine is, the sweeter the taste is, and it is deeply loved by the dwarf nobles. The dwarves are as good at brewing as they are at forging. The aroma of the wine is intoxicating before you even open the cap. Moreover, this is 760-year-old black vine wine. If it were released on Blue Star, I wonder how many alcoholics would go crazy. If the battle wasn't about to begin, Han Xing would even want to taste it on the spot. At this time, Meicho was standing in front of Han Xing and wagging his tail as if to seek credit. Han Xing patted its head and praised. Not bad, the dog's nose is really sharp. At this time, 5 minutes have passed since the 10 minutes of preparation time given by the system. Han Xing hurriedly walked to the remains of the 6 psychic puppets and disassembled them one by one to prevent them from being destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. From the remains of these 6 puppets, Han Xing recovered a large number of fine iron arrows, and then put a large amount of special magic clay into his backpack, as well as 6 broken psychic cores, and some other mithril and fine iron. After doing all this, Han Xing took out a piece of dried meat from his backpack, put it in his mouth, chewed it for a while, and swallowed it. He needs to seize the time and restore himself to his best condition. Time flies, and 10 minutes pass quickly. The 3rd stage of the challenge has begun, survivors. I wish you good luck. After the prompt, Han Xing suddenly felt that the palace under his feet was shaking like never before. Boom! Not only the palace, Han Xing even felt that the entire valley began to shake. Then, a terrifying giant hand stretched out from the center of the ruins, and countless stones and bricks fell off. Half of its body slowly sat up from the rubble, like a giant that had been sleeping for years and was awakened today by some will. When it stood up, a huge monster over 6 meters tall and dark yellow in color appeared in front of Han Xing. The monster's attribute panel also appeared in front of him. Enhanced Psychic Puppet, Elite Level. Level, LV7. Strength, 64, Agility 48, Spirit 49, Constitution 67. Remaining Spiritual Energy Value, 80. Psychic Core Remaining Defense Value, 300. Skills, Energy Blast, Rock Body, Passive Skill, reduces 30% of the damage effect when receiving physical attacks. Earthquake Shock, the Psychic Puppet jumps high and slams heavily to the ground, causing a huge ground impact, causing a lot of damage to enemies within the range. When he saw the attributes of this puppet, Han Xing actually breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, it's just elite level. He was really afraid that a leader level monster would suddenly pop out of the system, which would be a bad ending. But think about it, the previous 2 rounds of battles were already so difficult. If another leader comes at this time, there is no need to fight at all, because even he didn't have the confidence to kill the leader level creature alone. If even he can't pass it, how many people can pass this hidden mission? However, even though it is an elite puppet, it cannot be taken lightly. Since the defense of an ordinary psychic puppet is comparable to that of an elite monster, it is not surprising that the physical defense of this enhanced puppet is comparable to that of the leader monster. The battle began, and Han Xing instantly became fully focused. It's still the familiar wind-chasing arrow that starts. Bite! The arrow hit the psychic puppet and was bounced away. Han Xing's eyes darkened and he thought to himself, as expected. This guy's defense is not just stone, it's comparable to fine iron. Without Cole's defense reduction buff, this arrow did not cause any damage. The elite puppet was enraged by Han Xing's arrow and was about to launch an attack. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly saw many purple lines appearing on the Cole ball. These lines extended out as if connected to another space. It was Cole Ball's newly activated fifth skill, Void Absorption. The next moment, the black light on Cole Ball's body surged, and the whole wolf flew away, appearing next to the elite puppet in an instant. With the blessing of the power of the Void, all of Cole Ball's attributes soared by 50%. Coupled with the 200% speed bonus of Void Flash, Cole Ball's movement speed, at this time, even surpassed the limit of a one-star monster. Swish! Swish! Before the elite puppet could react, more than a dozen claw marks appeared on its body. Although it didn't look like any damage was caused, purple mist was emitting from each claw mark. In an instant, Cole Ball stacked the armor reduction status to the limit, directly reducing its defense by 30%. Compared to before reaching level 6, the speed has more than doubled. At the same time, Han Xing also saw that Cole Ball's figure kept flashing and often appeared next to the core of the psychic puppet. Every time it appeared, it would take away 7 or 8 points of defense value from its core. The elite puppet seemed to be irritated by this annoying little thing, and a dull mechanical sound came out of its mouth. Those who disobey Lord Karen's orders will die. The psychic puppet fought back with a palm as big as a millstone. Compared to the Cole Ball's small body, if it was hit by a random slap, it would be beaten into a pulp. In the past, when encountering such a situation, Meichio would have relied on his instinctive fighting sense to dodge without Han Xing's reminder. But now it is not afraid at all, and it withstands the attack of the psychic puppet and outputs crazily. Bang! 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 Although the psychic puppet kept attacking Cole Ball, strangely enough, its slaps on Cole Ball had no effect. It was as if it was attacking a phantom, and the psychic puppet's palm went straight through the Cole Ball's body. Skill: Void Body's 50% dodge chance is continuously triggered. Moreover, Cole Ball's attack rhythm was getting faster and faster. Every time it appeared, it would scratch many wolf claw marks on the elite puppet. That speed was so fast that even Han Xing felt his scalp tingling. Less than 5 seconds from the start of the fight, the core defense value of the psychic puppet dropped like water, directly falling below 250 points. Han Xing was stunned watching from the side. He held the longbow and stood there blankly watching Cole Ball perform alone. After reaching level 6, this little guy completely transformed into a small boss. In a one-on-one fight, even elite monsters were suppressed. At this time, the core device of the psychic puppet was operating at its maximum capacity, and the output power had already reached the maximum value. In other words, the CPU is almost smoking, but even so, it is completely unable to keep up with the pace of the Cole briquettes. Han Xing suspected that if the psychic puppet was not set to have no emotions, it would probably be mad at this moment. At this moment, a ball of energy suddenly accumulated in the palm of the psychic puppet, and a terrifying aura burst out in an instant. For Lord Chiron, it actually chose to detonate the energy ball in front of its chest, even if it meant that both sides would suffer losses, in order to severely damage the Cole Ball. "Be careful," Han Xing exclaimed. The Cole Ball was unable to dodge in time, and was engulfed by the energy of the explosion. Boom! After the smoke dissipated, the figure of the Cole Ball flew backwards. Han Xing rushed over quickly, ready to provide support. However, he discovered that after the Cole Ball fell to the ground, its aura not only did not weaken, but the power of the void on its body began to surge. Han Xing clearly saw that the hair on Cole Ball's body had been burnt black, which was the injury caused by the explosion. But now, these injuries are recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. They have recovered in just a short while, which is comparable to the recovery effect of Korean stars using secret life medicine. Han Xing stopped in confusion. The next moment, the recovered Cole Ball rushed to the elite psychic puppet again like a maggot on the tarsal bone. Han Xing said blankly, "It seems that I have nothing to do with this situation." At this moment, Han Xing saw that Cole Ball's body suddenly turned transparent. 10 sharp spikes in the void appear and disappear. Then, the void spikes suddenly exploded, all bombarding the body of the psychic puppet. Puff, puff, puff! A dense sound of metal penetration was heard. With this attack, the two void spikes reduced the core defense value of the psychic puppet by more than 50 points, and the other spikes also hit. The damage was very terrifying. Han Xing saw that the psychic puppet's right shoulder was even pierced by a void spike. Even the mithril lines were broken, and the right arm directly lost its function. At the same time, the core defense value was less than 100 points, and the psychic puppet was completely in a state of frenzy. Its two huge legs were as thick as millstones, and the secret patterns on them were shining brightly, as if all the energy was gathering between its legs. The next moment, the psychic puppet jumped high. Han Xing's expression suddenly changed. This is the third skill of the elite puppet, Earthquake Shock, which is a range damage skill and is very terrifying. Without thinking, Han Xing rolled over and quickly ran to the edge of the palace. Coal Ball Run. Chapter 59. Sketch of Psychic Puppet Making. Megu Run. Han Xing shouted while running. However, Coal Ball, who had already entered combat status, looked at Han Xing, then raised his head to look at the psychic puppet in the air. The next moment, the black light on its body surged, and it suddenly leaped into the air and caught up with the psychic puppet that was releasing skills. Han Xing glanced at it out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, Coal Ball looked like a monster, actually rushing into the air to chase the enemy. And while the psychic puppet was releasing skills and unable to defend its own psychic core, it stretched out its wolf claws and began to attack frantically. At this time, the core defense value of the psychic puppet was plummeting faster than stocks. After 1 second, the core defense value is directly reset to 0. Coal Ball stretched out his wolf claws and started scratching around inside. A puff of smoke rose, and the secret patterns on the psychic puppet suddenly dimmed, as if the energy supply had been cut off, forcing it to shut down. Then a huge body fell from the sky. Boom! The huge body fell, raising a huge cloud of dust. The violent impact even made Han Xing almost unable to stand. After the smoke cleared, Han Xing saw that Meichio was standing on the corpse of the psychic puppet, with his head held high, exuding the majesty of a king. He swallowed and said after a while, "Brother Ball, you are so awesome." At the same time, a system prompt appears. You have completed the Lost Palace Hidden Mission, Kalen's experimental report. You get the challenge rewards: 8 strong fragments, 370 rune crystals, 18,000 experience points, and the pet Coal Ball gets 14,400 experience points. Obtain quest item: Karen's experimental report. 18,000 experience points, a huge amount, directly pushed his experience bar to 100%. The next moment, a white light flashed on Han Xing's body, and his level increased again. In addition to a huge amount of experience, there is also an extra file in Han Xing's backpack, which is the task prop given by the system this time. Han Xing took it out and took a look. Kalen's experimental report. Quest item. With this report data, you can go to Kalen's Kingdom Laboratory to extract the experimental data of the psychic puppet. The scene is not open, so this quest cannot be performed for the time being. There is another plot below. On July 21st, the 13,153rd experiment achieved exciting results. I finally created a powerful puppet that can be replicated in large quantities. I want to tell the king this news as soon as possible and put the puppet into the war as soon as possible. On July 25th, Monet came to the palace to find me. She is still as beautiful as ever. I heard that among the elves, Monet has many suitors. She is so beautiful, incomparable, like a fairy who fell into the human world, and I am a dwarf who only dares to secretly watch her from the side. On July 26th, Monet heard about my experimental results and thought they were amazing. She praised me for my talent and said that even among the elves, there was no man as smart as me. This was the first time I saw a hint of appreciation on her cold face. At that moment, my heart almost melted. On July 27th, Monet stayed in my palace as a guest. She studied with me, traveled with me, and watched the moon with me. I was very happy and even took out my collection of black vine wine. We both got drunk. On July 28th, Monet and I woke up together in the bedroom. I knew that we had done something against racial morality last night. Dwarves and elves, how could we not? Monet's breasts were so big. On July 29th, we did it again. Monet was so big that I threw all my morals out the window. On July 30th, Monet and I did it. August 1st, did it with Monet, learned some new poses. August 2nd, the elves are awesome. August 3rd, it's over, I haven't gotten up all day today. Seeing this, Han Xing couldn't help but cover his eyes. What the hell is this shitty quest item? It's full of this kind of pornographic diary. And it looked like a dwarf being played around by an elven woman. Han Xing continued to look down. On August 17th, Monet called me Dr. Chiron and hoped that I could tell her how to make the puppet. However, the palace's experimental data had already been uploaded, and the king had banned it. Facing her disappointed eyes, my heart was broken, but there was nothing I could do. On August 20th, Monet finally left the palace, and I felt a little empty inside. On August 25th, the puppet palace was suddenly attacked by an unknown force. The palace was reduced to ruins. Fortunately, I visited my uncle's house that day. On August 26th, the kingdom sent dwarf knights to investigate, and finally concluded that it might be the work of the Shadow Clan. These minions of the Demon Clan must have wanted to steal my experimental data, but they certainly didn't expect that I had already set up a self-destruct program in the palace. The moment it was attacked, all the data was automatically destroyed. On September 1st, I moved to the main city of the kingdom, and all experimental data was successfully transferred. On September 7th, I suddenly remembered an important thing. There are still some hand-drawn drawings and data in the puppet palace that have not been cleared. It's bad. A rough idea in his mind. This experimental report of Chiron is likely to be a serial task. Now that he has completed the first ring, it is equivalent to obtaining the task props for the second ring. But where is this Kylon Kingdom laboratory? The system says that the map is not open and this mission cannot be carried out. Han Xing could only temporarily put the task item into his backpack. Then he walked over to the huge remains of the puppet and clicked disassemble. Successfully decomposed the enhanced psychic puppet, elite level. Obtained special clay asterisk 9182. Obtained mithril asterisk 681. Obtained rare earth asterisk 16455. Obtained enhanced psychic core asterisk 1. When the remains of the elite puppet disappear, a system prompt appears. You have completed the 3-stage challenge of the Cloud Secret Realm and the Lost Palace. After 10 minutes, you will be automatically teleported out and the Cloud Secret Realm will disappear. Can we leave here in 10 minutes? He has been here for almost 2.5 hours since he came in and has gained a lot. The biggest reward, of course, is the massive amount of experience. Not only did he reach level 7, but Cole Briquette also reached level 6. Then there are the fragments of 11 powerful men and a large amount of materials decomposed from these puppets. Just as Han Xing was quietly waiting to be teleported away, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something different out of the corner of his eye. There was a huge shallow pit where the elite puppet had originally awakened. There seemed to be some hand-drawn patterns at the bottom of the shallow pit. He walked over quickly and found a floor paved with bluestone at the bottom of the shallow pit. Han Xing saw at a glance that there were sketches of several puppets carved on the floor. Next to the patterns, there were clear annotations on the construction path of mithril, the ratio of rare earth and magic clay and other materials, etc. Think of the last sentence in the mission props. That Chiron said he still had some hand-drawn manuscripts and data in the laboratory. Han Xing said with surprise, "These patterns, can't they be?" The next moment, the system prompt appeared as expected. You have discovered Karen's psychic puppet production sketch, and the relevant drawings have been automatically recorded. I'm super. When Han Xing heard the system prompt, his mouth opened in shock. He didn't know what sketching was, but he knew that his system interface did have an extra drawing. Does this mean that I can make this kind of puppet based on the blueprints? Thinking of this, Han Xing suppressed his excitement and quickly checked the drawing introduction. Psychic puppet blueprint. Based on this blueprint, you can make psychic puppets of different levels. The level of the psychic puppet is determined by the number of spiritual cores added during production. The number of spiritual cores required to make a level 1 psychic puppet is 1,000. The number of spiritual cores required for level 2 is 2,000, and so on. Note that the highest level of the psychic puppet produced cannot exceed the survivor level. Materials required for production. Psychic core 1, special clay 8,000, can be replaced by refined iron. Mithril asterisk 1,000, rare earth asterisk 12,000, ether asterisk 20,000. Production success rate, 20%. With the bonus of the god-level craftsman's talent, the success rate has reached 100%. After reading the introduction of the blueprint, Han Xing was shocked again. This turned out to be a blueprint that could be used to make puppets of different levels. Moreover, the materials used to make psychic puppets are not complicated, they are all common materials. Doesn't this mean that as long as you have enough materials, you can even use this blueprint to build a huge puppet army? Does this mean that I don't have to take action when I encounter monsters in the future? I can just use the puppet army to overwhelm them. Thinking of this, Han Xing's breathing became a little rapid, because this plan is likely to be feasible. Although a lot of materials are needed to make a psychic puppet, with his god-level talent and the player's collection ability, there is no need to worry about not being able to get a large amount of materials. Of course, Korean stars still think too beautifully. Although the materials used to make a psychic puppet are not complicated, the most important part is the psychic core. Although he had the production drawings for the psychic puppet, he did not have the method to make the psychic core. Moreover, he now only has a few broken psychic cores. Han Xing counted them and found there were 7 in total. Even if all of them were repaired, he could only make 7 psychic puppets. The puppet army's dream was shattered. Han Xing said bitterly, "Why did Kailong only write down the blueprint of the psychic puppet and not draw the blueprint of the psychic core? Stupid guy, damn love brain." Fortunately, Kailong is not here. If he heard it, he would probably be very angry and say, "What happened to you, love brain? Did love brain eat your rice?" However, Han Xing was also content. After all, with the materials he had, he could make 7 psychic puppets. Although it is just an ordinary level puppet, its resistance to attacks is even greater than that of ordinary elite creatures. This defensive feature alone is enough to drive people crazy. This trip to the secret place is worth it. At this time, Han Xing noticed that there seemed to be some patterns covered by the ruins in a corner of the deep pit. Chapter 60. Making a Psychic Puppet. Han Xing noticed that in a corner of the deep pit, there seemed to be some patterns covered by the ruins. Anything else? He quickly jumped down and tried to move the rubble to see what the patterns were. After equipping the barbarian gauntlets, Han Xing's strength has reached 45 points. Coupled with a 30% increase from the barbarian bear strength potion, it is nearly 60 points of strength. His current strength attribute is enough to move these heavy boulders. He moved away huge rocks one by one, and after gritting his teeth and pushing away a stone pillar, an even larger puppet pattern appeared under Han Xing's feet. The system prompt appears. You have found the production sketch of Chiron, Enhanced Psychic Puppet, Elite Level. The production drawings have been recorded. What the hell? A loud shout echoed throughout the palace. And at this moment, the time in the secret realm has ended. Han Xing suddenly felt his body become ethereal, and the next moment he was teleported to his own territory. Above my head, the blue sky reappeared. Even so, it took Han Xing a long time to recover from the shock. This trip to the secret realm has completely exceeded his expectations. Not only did he learn how to make a psychic puppet, but in the end, he actually discovered how to make an elite-level psychic puppet. What a huge surprise! Restraining his excitement, Han Xing began to look at the production drawings of the elite psychic puppet. Enhanced Psychic Puppet Blueprint. Based on this blueprint, you can make enhanced psychic puppets of different levels. The level of the psychic puppet is determined by the number of psychic cores added during production. The number of psychic cores required to make a level 1 psychic puppet is 5,000. The number of psychic cores required for level 2 is 10,000, and so on. Please note that the level of the enhanced psychic puppet produced cannot exceed the survivor level. Materials required for production. Strengthened Psychic Core 1, Special Clay 20,000, can be replaced by Refined Iron. Mithril *5,000, Rare Earth *50,000, Ether *40,000. Production success rate 5%. With the bonus of the God-level craftsman's talent, the success rate has reached 100%. The materials required for an elite psychic puppet increased exponentially, but compared to its powerful attributes, it was all worth it. He only has 1 enhanced psychic core in his hand, which means that he can only make 1 elite-level puppet. After using some materials to repair the damaged psychic core, Han Xing couldn't wait to click on the production button. Whether to make an enhanced psychic puppet, elite level, *1, production time required, 4 hours. Yes, making an enhanced psychic puppet, remaining time 3 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Han Xing looked at the construction time of his primary Lord Castle. It would be completed successfully in less than 9 hours. At this point, the castle was almost finished, the lower 2 floors had taken shape, and only the final central tower remained to be completed. Very good. Once I make a few puppets, the castle will be almost finished. By then, my territory will have some initial defensive capabilities. Han Xing imagined with great anticipation what the castle would look like when it was completed. Just then, Han Xing received a message from the discussion group. It was sent by Cheng Jianyong. He clicked on it and took a look. As soon as I entered the discussion group, I heard Cheng Jianyong say angrily, "Damn it, This is so unlucky. Han Xing and Xinyan both heard that his tone was not right and asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Cheng Jianyong said angrily, "I just met two little guys on the way. They approached me and said that their territory was invaded by monsters and they were seriously injured. They hoped that I could save them. I thought that everyone was from Blue Star, so we were all the same kind, so I felt some sympathy. Unexpectedly, these two brats ran to my territory to treat their injuries, and even took a fancy to the equipment on my body. These two guys suddenly attacked me, and I was almost killed by them." Han Xing heard the seriousness of the matter and asked quickly, "How are you doing now? Do you want us to go there?" Xinyan also said hurriedly, "Send me the coordinates quickly. I will go and kill these two brats right away." Cheng Jianyong said in a serious tone in the discussion group, "No need to come over. I've already solved it." After the two of them heard this, their hearts moved. They knew what the solution Cheng Jiang was talking about. At that juncture, it would be difficult for the two sides to stop fighting. In other words, these two guys with ill intentions were most likely killed by Cheng Jianyong. Unlike the previous battles with monsters, this time Cheng Jianyong really killed someone. However, the two did not say anything. After all, in such a world, without legal constraints, they had to do everything they could to protect themselves. What's more, others are going to kill you. What are you waiting for if you don't kill him? At this time, the atmosphere in the discussion group was a bit heavy. At this time, Cheng Jianyong sighed again. "This time, I was lucky to have your help. You gave me so many blue equipment and skills, so I was able to kill these two brats. Otherwise," he said earnestly, "Brother Xing, Brother Yun, I have finally realized that in this world, we must protect ourselves. If they are strangers, we must not let them land in our territory." The two also knew that Cheng Jianyong's reminder was very reasonable. After confirming that Cheng Jianyong was fine, Han Xing closed the discussion group. After a moment, he pondered and said, "Sure enough, just as I thought. Although the human survivors now have a common survival dilemma, there must be a small group of guys with evil intentions among them. I must improve my strength as soon as possible. At the very least, I must build up the territory's defenses first. This way, even if I encounter someone who wants to attack me, I will have to consider whether I have the ability to do so." Thinking of this, Han Xing took the coal ball and started to level up again. With his current strength, combined with the transformed coal balls, ordinary Sky Island monsters pose no threat to him at all. As long as he doesn't seek death and doesn't come into contact with those monster islands of 1,000 square meters in size, he will basically not encounter enemies more powerful than him. It was sunset in the afternoon. Han Xing just killed a group of goblins, and his level was raised to 80% of level 7. After a day of exploration, the area of his territory expanded from more than 1,200 square meters to more than 2,000 square meters, nearly doubling. However, Han Xing did not continue to expand the area of the territory. Instead, more than 1,000 territories were folded and placed under the Sky Island, forming a superimposed state. His Sky Island territory was reduced to 1,000 square meters again. If he obtained other building blueprints later, he could still change it into one story at any time. But now he has no buildings to build, and it is not a good idea to expand the territory too much. At the same time, a system prompt appears. The production of Enhanced Psychic Puppet Elite Level has been completed. The system prompts that the process is over. Han Xing saw a 5-meter-tall steel giant suddenly appear in the center of the territory. Elite Psychic Puppet that has just been made. It seems that because the main material special magic clay was replaced with fine iron, the appearance of this psychic puppet became like a steel giant. The attributes of a puppet also appeared before my eyes. Enhanced Psychic Puppet, 1-star Elite. Level, LV7. Strength, 68, Agility 37, Spirit 49, Constitution 71. Remaining Spiritual Energy Value, 0. Psychic Core, remaining Defense Value, 300. Skills, Energy Charging Bombardment, Iron Body, Passive Skill. When receiving physical attacks, the damage effect is reduced by 40%. Earthquake Shock, the psychic puppet leaps high and slams heavily into the ground, causing a huge ground impact, causing a lot of damage to enemies within the range. Compared to the elite puppet he challenged in the Secret Realm, this puppet's agility attribute is lower, but its other attributes have been slightly improved. Han Xing estimated that this was also due to the fact that the main material for making psychic puppets was replaced with refined iron. However, its second skill, Body of Stone, has been transformed into Body of Steel, and the damage reduction effect has also been partially improved. If it is only used for defense, the attributes of this psychic puppet are acceptable. At this time, the psychic puppet remained motionless, as if it had crashed. Han Xing knew the reason. It was because the psychic core had no energy. So he walked to the psychic puppet and began to recharge its energy, and the system prompt appeared. Do you want to invest a spirit core into the enhanced psychic puppet to replenish its psychic energy? Note: 100 spirit cores can replenish 1 point of spirit energy. Each 1 point of spirit energy can allow the enhanced spirit energy puppet to enter combat status for 1 hour. Oh! In other words, 10,000 spirit cores can only allow this psychic puppet to fight for 100 hours. This is a bit costly. Han Xing finally discovered that the psychic puppet really lives up to its name, and it needs a spiritual core to do anything. He was also thinking about creating a puppet army in the future. If the consumption was like this, he would need to consume at least tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit cores in one battle. It was a bit too much for him even with his reserves. But now it's just the consumption of a few puppets, so he can still afford it. Han Xing waved his hand and directly invested 5,000 spirit cores, replenishing its spiritual energy value to 50 points. The next moment, the energy core on the chest of the psychic puppet emitted a bright green light, and it regained its ability to move. Han Xing suddenly had an idea and wanted to test the degree to which this psychic puppet could accept his orders. So he said, "Forward." The psychic puppet took heavy steps and began to stride forward. Boom! Boom! The territory continued to shake, and the furniture and sofas were shifted several centimeters. Stop! The psychic puppet's movements stopped instantly. Attack form. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of terrifying energy condensed in the hands of the psychic puppet. 1 second. 2 seconds. The energy ball in the psychic puppet's hand was fluctuating more and more intensely. And Han Xing also saw that its spiritual energy value dropped a little in just a few seconds. Han Xing quickly stopped the psychic puppet from storing energy. Ball emitting a powerful destructive aura blasted into the air. Boom! Adieu d'explosion sounded. Chapter 61. Completion of the Lord's Castle. Suddenly, a dull explosion was heard about 1 or 2,000 meters above Han Xing's head. That was the charged attack of the psychic puppet. In the cloud's secret realm, Han Xing had witnessed the powerful attack power of the elite puppets. But at that time, it was suppressed by the coal ball in all aspects and had no chance to accumulate power at all. At this time, the psychic puppet also showed its powerful destructive power. Han Xing was very satisfied with this. In addition to these simple commands, Han Xing discovered that he could also give it some more complex commands, such as guarding the security of the territory, attacking with all his strength when encountering invaders, etc. When there is no fighting, it can be on guard and patrol 24 hours a day. After all, they're just puppet creatures, so there is no such thing as fatigue. At this time, Han Xing stroked his chin and thought, the psychic puppet is strong, but its size is too eye-catching. If I don't need it, is there any way to hide this big guy? At present, it seems that unless this big guy can be stored in the storage space like other items. Otherwise, it can only stay in its territory, and other survivors will see its huge figure at a glance when they approach. Although Han Xing felt that the idea of storing the puppet into the storage space was a bit unrealistic, he still decided to give it a try. When he tried to put this enhanced psychic puppet into the storage box, the next moment, this huge giant suddenly disappeared from the territory. At the same time, a miniature puppet model appeared in his storage box and occupied a full 10 grids of storage space. Han Xing's eyes were blank, and then there was an ecstasy that could not be concealed. Holy crap, is it really possible? He was shocked. At this time, Han Xing thought again. If it can be stored in the storage box, does this mean that it can also be stored in my backpack? Han Xing immediately released the psychic puppet from the storage space. Then he cleared 10 spaces in his backpack and started trying to collect the items. The next moment, the figure of the psychic puppet disappeared again, and the figure of a steel giant also appeared in Han Xing's backpack. What the hell? Han Xing's shock at this moment was beyond words. What does it mean that he carries on his body a huge monster that is over 6 meters tall and weighs more than 10 tons? But if you think about it, it does make sense. After all, psychic puppets are not living creatures, but are props like the equipment and secret medicines made by Han Xing. It is normal that they can be stored in the space. Han Xing suddenly had a sinister idea in his mind. He now has 7 broken psychic cores in his hands. Although he can no longer make elite puppets, the attributes of ordinary puppets are not bad. In terms of danger level, 7 ordinary psychic puppets are actually more dangerous than one elite puppet. If you make them all and put them in a storage space, when other guys want to invade their territory, and they just arrive and suddenly see 7 or 8 steel giants surrounding them, I wonder what their reaction will be. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a sinister laugh. Then he began to repair the broken psychic core in his backpack impatiently and clicked on the production button directly. The system prompt appears. Whether to make a psychic puppet. The production time is 2 hours. Han Xing nodded yes, without hesitation, and nodded 7 times in a row. He wants to make all these puppets at once, and then the territory's defense will be greatly strengthened. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. Han Xing did not continue exploring, but lit up the torch stand in the territory and began to rest. At this time, Han Xing has already started scanning the information on the consignment channel. The equipment he currently has still has a lot of room for improvement. His current pants and short boots are still the green animal skin armor he made at the beginning. If he were to change them to blue leather armor, both the attributes and the defense would be greatly improved. Also, necklaces and hats can now be replaced with blue equipment. After 2 days of exploration, the survivors' levels have all risen, and the amount of information on the consignment channel has increased. Including the blue equipment that was extremely scarce before, there are now many listings for sale. The Korean star began to search one part at a time, adjusted the equipment level to blue. Soon, a lot of equipment appeared in front of him. Han Xing wanted to exchange for the blueprints first. After all, the attributes of those he made himself were higher than those found in the treasure chest. But unfortunately, after the survivors got the drawings, most of them learned them on their own, and only a very small part of them flowed into the market. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly put up several consignment information. Consignment items: Life Elixir *10. Required items: blue leather armor bottoms blueprint, blue leather armor boots blueprint, blue helmet blueprint, blue necklace blueprint. Consigner Xinghe. After these few days of fighting, everyone has gained a deep understanding of the powerful effects of the secret medicine of life. In the previous wave of transactions, Han Xing only sold more than 7,000 bottles, and there is still a big gap in the entire 107 area. So, when Korean stars put the secret elixir of life on the shelves again, it still caused a sensation. After a while, he got what he wanted. They are Night Walk Boots Blueprint Blue, Equipment Level, LV7. Pale Leather Pants Blue, Equipment Level, LV6. Jungle Warrior Helmet Blue, Equipment Level LV7. Forest Pendant Blue, Equipment Level 7. The materials required for these blue equipment blueprints are similar, mainly mithril and spirit cores, which Korean stars have no shortage of. He directly created more than a dozen sets, all of which were of the highest quality blue equipment, that is, rare treasures. The properties are as follows. Night Walk Boots Blue, LV7 quality, rare, defense, 4-6, agility plus 12, attached special effect. Night Shadow Rush, dodge rate increased by 15%. Pale Leather Pants Blue, LV6 quality, rare, defense 12-16, agility plus 8, spirit plus 5, attached special effect. White Stripes increases magic resistance by 20%. Jungle Warrior Helmet Blue, LV7 quality, rare, defense 4-5, strength plus 5, constitution plus 5, agility plus 5, attached special effect. Hunting Instinct, when killing an enemy, gain 3 points of strength bonus. Up to 5 layers can be stacked, and the effect lasts for 60 seconds. Forest Pendant Blue, LV7 quality, rare, spirit plus 15, agility plus 10, attached special effect. Forest will, when activating a skill, there is a 10% chance of triggering a 5-second CD reduction effect. Han Xing looked at the 4 precious equipments with satisfaction, and then equipped them all. His attributes have undergone earth-shaking changes. All attributes have at least doubled, comparable to the attributes of an average human survivor at level 10. Very good. Now I have a full set of blue clothes plus a purple weapon. It's difficult for ordinary survivors of the same level to even break through my defense. After throwing all the extra equipment made on the ground into the consignment channel in exchange for materials, Han Xing prepared to take a rest. He summoned an elite psychic puppet. A 6-meter-tall figure suddenly appeared, and just standing there, he gave people an invisible sense of security. Han Xing gave it the order to guard, and then went into a resting state. It was late at night. Han Xing suddenly felt a strong vibration, and he sat up abruptly from the sofa. When he saw that the psychic puppet was still guarding steadily by his side, he felt a little relieved. He thought it was other survivors or monsters from the Sky Island attacking the territory. At the same time, a system prompt appears. Territory construction. The construction of the primary castle has been completed, and your territory defense has been strengthened. Primary castle, territory core building. Remaining defense value, 1,000. Castle effect. It can increase the defense value of all defensive buildings in the territory by 20%, increase the attack power of all offensive buildings by 10%, increase all attributes of all friendly units by 10%, and increase the travel speed of the Sky Island territory by 10%. Note that when building multiple castles, only one castle will provide the amplification effect. Looking at the huge building in front of him, Han Xing suddenly lost all sleepiness and felt excited. At the same time, he also saw that his attribute panel, including the attribute panel of the psychic puppet, had an additional 10% gain effect. Although it is only a 10% gain, quantitative change will lead to qualitative change. When Han Xing has more and more summons or puppets, the bonus he gets will be much more than just 10%. However, the attributes are secondary. The main thing is that the appearance of the castle is very representative of his aesthetic taste. The castle was built in the center of the territory, like a towering behemoth. The walls were tall and thick, built of solid stones. In the center, a steel gate emitted a faint glow, with traces of secret patterns faintly on the edges, giving people a sense of security that was impenetrable. Okay, from today on, I own my own castle. He couldn't wait to push open the steel gate in the center of the castle, and the view in front of him suddenly opened up. As soon as you enter, you will see a hall with a height of 7 meters. The walls seem to be made of synthetic materials and are overall grayish-white in color. Just by looking at it, you can imagine its defensive strength. The ground is paved with a layer of blue-gray stone bricks, which feels very textured when stepped on. In the 4 corners of the hall, there is a pillar with a diameter of more than 1 meter, inlaid with many white moonstones and red dark flints. Moonstone and dark flint can not only provide lighting for the hall, but also adjust the temperature in the hall anytime and anywhere. Coupled with a large mithril chandelier in the middle of the living room, the whole hall looks very bright and grand. However, there is nothing in the hall now, and it seems a bit empty. Han Xing decided to make some more furniture later to add some life to the space. There are 4 doors at each corner of the hall, and behind each door there is a corridor leading to other towers. Han Xing pushed open the door on the left and entered one of the towers. Below the tower is a room with windows, which can be used as a bedroom or as a storage area for supplies. When you come to the 2nd floor of the tower, you will see a corridor built around the castle. Walking around it is equivalent to touring all the territories. After walking around the castle, Han Xing walked straight to the tower area in the middle. Chapter 62. Have you ever tasted 700-year-old Lafite? Han Xing walked straight to the tower, which was also the core area of the castle. Follow the steps and go up. Go all the way to the 3rd floor of the tower, where there is a room of about 20 square meters. The room is not big, but the view is very good. More importantly, there is an extended building outside the house, which looks like a small balcony. Standing on the balcony, you can not only overlook the layout of the entire territory, but also see farther away. It must be very comfortable to sleep here. Thinking of this, he immediately decided to use this place as his bedroom. After putting the bed, table, stools, and other furniture in place, this place finally has a homely feel. Han Xing clapped his hands and was very satisfied with this bedroom. After packing these up, he walked to the small balcony area in the bedroom, moved a stool to sit on, and admired the night sky. At this height, even a 6-meter-tall elite puppet seemed to be stepped on by him. Han Xing looked up. At this time, the moon was high in the night sky, and clouds seemed to be surrounding it. With such a beautiful scenery, it would be even more perfect if we had some beer and barbecue. Han Xing couldn't help but think. Wait, good wine? I have it. Han Xing suddenly remembered the jar of fine wine he found in the cellar under the Lost Palace. The wine in that jar is called black vine wine, which is one of the dwarves' favorite wines. Moreover, according to the system's notes, this jar of wine has a history of more than 700 years. Even among the dwarf nobles, it is not easy to drink black vine wine of this year. Han Xing took out the jar of aged wine with some excitement. He easily held the wine jar weighing hundreds of pounds in his arms, and then gently put it down. The wine jar was very well sealed. Even now, Han Xing could not smell the fragrance of the original liquid inside. On the contrary, The wine jar itself had a fermented smell because it had been in the cellar for too long. With excitement, Han Xing slowly opened the cap. Boo! Following a clear sound of the lid being opened, the next moment, a strong aroma of wine instantly penetrated into the nose. The moment he smelled the fragrance, Han Xing couldn't help but shudder. Hiss! Han Xing couldn't help but take a deep breath. This moment was refreshing. He swore that in his entire life, he had never smelled such a mellow and layered aroma of wine. The dwarves really know how to enjoy themselves. Han Xing exclaimed sincerely. Even he, who seldom drinks, couldn't help but drool at this moment. The Korean star took out the wine glass, then scooped out a cup of original liquid, and the clear and transparent wine flowed in the glass. In an instant, the rich aroma of wine spread throughout the entire territory, truly smelling fragrant for miles. Han Xing took a sip and immediately felt more than a dozen flavors melting on his tongue. It was a smell he had never tasted on Blue Star. He smelled the fragrance of some herbs, the aroma of grains, and all kinds of strange smells. When all mixed together, it triggered some strange reaction. Hiss! After taking a sip, Han Xing couldn't help but gasp. This smells so damn good. He was a little incoherent. Is this wine? This is simply sweet dew. Han Xing couldn't help but take a second sip, and was completely conquered by the black vine wine. At this time, he also admired the wine-making technology of the dwarves in his heart. They could brew such fine wine, and they were worthy of being the race with the strongest wine-making talent in the world. At this time, Meichio was watching Han Xing's actions curiously. After smelling the fragrance, he came over instantly. It stretched out its little wolf claws and kept scratching Han Xing's leather boots, as if it wanted Han Xing to give it a taste too. Speaking of which, the discovery of this jar of black vine wine was all thanks to Coldball's sense of smell. Greedy little wolf cub. Han Xing laughed, and under Meichio's expectant gaze, he poured half a cup of the original liquid and placed it at his feet. Coldball immediately stuck his head out and started licking it happily. Slurp slurp. The black vine wine in the cup was licked clean by the Coldball. Han Xing saw the little wolf raise its head. Its eyes were slightly red, and it seemed a little confused. Coldball's steps were unsteady. He staggered for a moment, and finally fell down. Ha! I told you to be greedy. Han Xing laughed. He only drank 2 sips, but already felt a little tipsy. This guy Meichio drank half a cup of wine. It would be strange if he didn't fall down. After carrying the Coldball to the sofa, Han Xing returned to the small balcony and began to enjoy his time. At this time, Han Xing suddenly remembered that Cheng Jianyong liked to drink. Since high school, he was an alcoholic, but after getting married, he has restrained himself a lot. He suddenly had some ideas to tease him. So, Han Xing opened the discussion group and said, "Brothers, have you ever drunk 700-year-old Lafite?" Then he sent the information about black vine wine to the discussion group. Saw the information on the black vine wine that it was 768 years old. He immediately shouted exaggeratedly, "WDF! 768 years old. A wine made during the Yuan dynasty. This is too fucking exaggerated." Cheng Jianyong swallowed his saliva and asked tentatively, "Brother Xing, where did you get it? Give me some too." Han Xing did not answer, but described to Cheng Jianyong the deliciousness of black vine wine and its lingering aftertaste. Just by listening to this, Cheng Jianyong felt the alcohol bug in his stomach start to stir, and his saliva began to secrete crazily. He said in an almost pleading tone, "Brother Xing, my brother, please give me some, I swear, just a little." Fuck, after coming to this world, I almost forgot what wine tastes like. Now, there is a jar of 700-year-old wine in front of me. Isn't this going to make me die of greed? Han Xing laughed and stopped teasing him. Instead, he filled a glass bottle with 200 milliliters and traded it to him. This is the convenience between survivors. If they need something, they can trade directly. It is even simpler than express delivery. Seeing that it was only 200 milliliters, Cheng Jianyong said with some resentment, "Brother Xing, is that all?" Han Xing nodded and said, "A little is enough. Drinking too much will make you drunk. In this world, being drunk is very dangerous. You have no self-control, so I can't give you too much." Cheng Miang wanted to say that he would never get drunk, but thinking of the embarrassing experiences he had when he was a student, he swallowed the words that came to his mouth. At this time, Chinyan also said expectantly, "Brother Xing, give me some too." After hearing this, Han Xing gave Shunyan 200 milliliters and said solemnly, "Remember, you can only drink a little at a time. Don't drink too much, or something will happen." Chunyan also responded with a smile. Don't worry, I'm not that guy Chung Jianyong. After a few mouthfuls, Han Xing heard Chung Jianyong start to speak incoherently in the discussion group. Han Xing didn't want to hear this guy get drunk and go crazy, so he closed the discussion group directly. At this time, Han Xing also felt a little sleepy. He resealed the jar of wine and put it in the storage box. Then I went back to bed to rest. The next day, as soon as Han Xing opened his eyes, many prompts appeared in front of him. Psychic puppet made successfully. Psychic puppet made successfully. Han Xing walked to the balcony and saw 5 4-meter-tall metal giants appearing in his territory. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Now, there are still 2 ordinary puppets that have not been completed on the production column, and it will take another 4 hours. Very good. I am 1 step closer to forming my puppet army. Coming down from the tower, Han Xing walked to the psychic puppet, and the puppet's attributes appeared in front of him. Psychic puppet, 1 star. Level, LV 7. Strength, 48. Agility, 37. Spirit, 35. Constitution, 55. Benefited by the primary castle of the territory. All attributes increased by 10%. Remaining spiritual energy value, 0. Invest 50 spiritual cores. Can inject 1 spiritual energy value into the puppet. Remaining defense value of psychic core, 100. Skills, energy shot, rock body, passive skill, reduces 40% of the damage effect when receiving physical attacks. Its properties were similar to those of the ordinary puppets he had encountered before, and after being enhanced by the castle, it was even improved to a higher level. Han Xing estimated that this level 7 psychic puppet, in terms of attributes alone, was probably not inferior to an average level 9 monster. Considering its terrifying physical defense, even some level 10 monsters are no match for it. Han Xing replenished the energy of all 5 puppets, consuming a total of 25,000 spirit cores. Then, Han Xing put all the puppets into the storage box, playing the role of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. However, for safety reasons, he cleared out 30 slots of space in his backpack to specifically place elite puppets to prevent any unexpected situations. Next, he began his easy leveling journey. With a violent pet kobold and a puppet assistant whose defense is comparable to that of a boss-level monster, he basically has no opponent at the current stage. Experience sword, and in half a day, Han Xing broke through to level 8. Coal briquettes have also been upgraded to level 7. After a whole day, Han Xing's experience value reached 40% of level 8. The territory expanded directly from 2,246 square meters to 3,124 square meters. In the new rankings, Korean stars once again firmly occupy the first place with a huge advantage. And this time, there were no surprises, because even the current Whisperer and Black Hawk have only just reached level 7. Not to mention the other survivors. Most of them are around level 5 or 6. The huge gap made them give up struggling. At the same time, somewhere in the sky, 7 or 8 territories covering more than 1,000 square meters are gathered together. They brought their territories together and all converged on the same place. The 8 survivors sat around a table in different corners. And the one sitting in the first seat was the leader of God's Whisper, the Whisperer. At this time, looking at the appearance of the team members, the Whisperer said approvingly, "Very good. After 2 days, we, God's Whisper, have finally put together an 8-member team. Next, as long as we unite, explore together, and fight together, our leveling and expansion speed will begin to skyrocket." Chapter 63, God's Whispering Meeting. The team members were very enthusiastic. At this time, a man who looked younger and in his early 30s from the Whisper of God team asked, "Captain, there are other brothers rushing over here now. They also want to be looked after. Do you think they still need to come over?" The Whisperer shook his head and said, "No, our team already has 8 people, which is almost the limit. If we add a few more people, I'm afraid it will really attract some terrible monsters." At this point, the Whisperer seemed to see that the man seemed to have something on his mind. So he said, "Luzakai, you are the backbone of our team. If you have any important relatives or friends, you can arrange for them to come over. One more person should not matter." The man named Luzakai thought for a moment, shook his head and said, "Forget it, he is not an important person." The Whisperer nodded and continued, "Brothers, if you want to form a team, you can send us your coordinates and strength information, and then we will assign which people can join together based on the team configuration and nearby locations. Huangwen, you are the HR of my company. I will leave this matter to you. You must help the brothers find the organization and the team as soon as possible." Next to him, a man with a black mole on the corner of his eye nodded and said, "Got it, Mr. Chun." The Whisperer arranged things one by one. At this time, a female team member nearby asked, "Captain, have you seen the current rankings?" That Xing had already reached level 8 at noon. I don't know how he leveled up. He's really a monster. After that, she asked uncertainly, "Do you think we can still catch up with him?" The Whisperer thought for a moment and shook his head. It should be impossible to catch up. This Xinghe is indeed a talent. The previous 2 transactions caused a sensation in the entire channel. He probably has a huge amount of materials in his hands. If this person can be used by our Whisperer of God, and if we hand over the resources he has, everyone's level and equipment strength will be improved by several levels. But unfortunately, he rejected my attempts to recruit him several times. After hearing this, everyone felt a little regretful. However, they also knew that someone like Xinghe would never be inferior to others, and the Whisperers were too naive. After discussing a few more issues regarding the next phase of team development, the Whisperer adjourned the meeting. When everyone was about to leave, the Whisperer suddenly gave instructions to the HR Huangwen. "Recently, I have asked my brothers to keep an eye on the sky islands of other survivors. If you see a castle on someone's territory, please send me the location. I will reward you handsomely. However, this matter must be done secretly and cannot be publicized. You have to decide the scale yourself." Huangwen thought for a moment and recalled that the Whisperer had traded a castle blueprint to Xinghe when bidding for the elixir of life, and suddenly he understood something. He nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, Mr. Chun, I will pay special attention to this matter." The Whisperer responded, a dark gleam in his eyes. At this time, Han Xing had begun to adjust his territory again, turning the original 2nd floor into 3 floors. The overall area did not change, but the thickness of the territory became 3 meters. At this time, Han Xing suddenly thought, "If I continue to stack them in this way, as long as I explore fast enough and obtain enough fragments of the Sky Island, will I be able to create a piece of suspended land one day in the future? This idea should be feasible." After all, he had seen the dwarf palace in the secret realm, and there was even a valley next to it. This world probably has many sky islands of ridiculous size. Such a huge sky island is no different from living on land. After a busy period, time came to dusk again. Han Xing was making barbecue, preparing to reward himself. However, just after he finished grilling the first wild boar leg, he saw something strange happening in an empty island territory in front of him. There seemed to be a survivor's territory there, covering an area of more than 1,000 square meters. Nearby, there is a monster island of more than 100 square meters. From afar, a human wizard was holding a staff high, fighting with a group of kobolds. This is a female mage, tall and plump. The green mage robe she wears does not seem to match her plump figure, and appears tight and constricting. Under the animal skin shorts, there is a pair of slender and fleshy legs so white that it is a bit dazzling. Most of the equipment on this female mage is green-grade, and her weapon is a rare blue staff. The strength of this equipment is considered strong among the survivors. Han Xing was gnawing on a pig's trotter at this time, his mouth full of oil. He said with a spectator's attitude, "Wow, I didn't expect to have a show to watch while having a meal. This is quite good." However, before Han Xing could take 2 bites, he heard the scream of the female mage. "Ah!" Sharp shouts echoed through the air. Han Xing saw that the female mage's fireball missed the target, and before she could release her next skill, the ogre monster had already rushed in front of her. The next moment, the dog-headed man swung a big club and smashed it in the waist. The kobold had no mercy on women. With this blow of the stick, the female mage was knocked back several meters. At the same time, the remaining 7 or 8 gnolls also jumped into her territory. The situation suddenly became extremely critical. These ogres are all level 5 or 6 monsters. In fact, with the strength of this female mage's equipment, she can still defeat them as long as she doesn't panic. But when she saw the monsters rushing into her territory, she was so frightened that she was at a loss and couldn't even chant spells. This kind of reaction ability made Han Xing doubt how she had survived until now. At this time, the woman was still screaming wildly, and she seemed to have discovered Han Xing as well. The already desperate look in his eyes once again burst out with the desire to survive. At this time, Han Xing also saw her face clearly. It was a face with a hint of maturity in its beauty and delicate features. She looked a little older than Korean stars, but perhaps it was precisely because of her maturity that there was a different temperament between her brows, and she looked like a beautiful woman. If she were on the blue planet, this kind of woman would definitely be very popular among the rich. But now, she could only scream for help desperately. Save. However, the moment he heard her speak, Han Xing immediately controlled Sky Island and turned away. He should stay away from such idiots to avoid being dragged down. A hero saving a beautiful girl? Not happening. The plump female mage swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She had never thought about such a scene at all. A weak woman was besieged by monsters, and this man heard her cry for help and left without hesitation. Gone? She was almost going crazy inside. However, the situation at the moment did not allow her to think too much, because a dog-headed man rushed over wielding a beast-bone club. She took a deep breath, and her already large chest expanded to an exaggerated size, making people wonder if her robe would burst if she continued to take such deep breaths. I can't die here. They are just a few monsters. I can defeat them. The female mage encouraged herself. Just keep your distance and release the fireball. She analyzed calmly, and the next moment, she suddenly raised her head in confusion. Oh, by the way, what is the prerequisite spell for fireball? I am most afraid of the air suddenly becoming quiet. However, the kobold would not give her a chance to think. This time, the animal bone club hit her soft shoulders hard. Bang! The woman was thrown more than 10 meters away again, and after landing, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Waves of severe pain came from all over her body, causing tears to well up in her eyes. She looked at Han Xing, who was gradually moving away, and shouted frantically as if she was grabbing at the last straw. Save me! However, Han Xing turned a deaf ear and continued to stay away. The woman continued to yell, Save me! My fiancé is Lu Zikai. He is a member of the management of the Whisper of God team. As long as you save me, he will definitely give you great benefits. However, Han Xing, who was about to leave, not only did not stop after hearing these words, but ran even faster. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Whisper of God gang. The woman was stunned. She didn't understand why the man ran faster after she called out the name of God's Whisper. Didn't Zakai say that God's Whisper is a well-known team in the entire 107th district? If you encounter any problems, just report this name. But now that she had given the name, not only was there no effect, it seemed to have the opposite effect. At this time, the two dog-headed men continued to rush over, waving animal bone clubs. In the last moments of her life, the beautiful woman bit her lower lip tightly and thought frantically. At this moment, she suddenly thought of something and shouted, I have a hidden quest item here. If you save me, I'll give it to you. Han Xing, who had already run nearly a kilometer, vaguely heard the words hidden mission. The next moment, under the surprised gaze of the female mage, Han Xing's Sky Island finally stopped moving. Then, Han Xing quickly turned around and approached her. The female mage was so excited that she almost cried. The situation, which was thought to be fatal, suddenly took a turn for the better at this moment. At the same time, she raised her staff again and used the most basic gas explosion skill of a mage to force the gnolls back. She was struggling to resist the siege of 8 or 9 gnolls, while also waiting for Han Xing's reinforcements. However, when Han Xing was still more than 10 meters away from her, he suddenly stopped the Sky Island. In the puzzled look of the female mage, Han Xing asked, What hidden mission? He would not rush forward foolishly just because of what others said, but would first confirm whether this woman was worth rescuing. Chapter 64. Ancient Weapons. Fragments of Molten Gold Cannon. Han Xing is confirming whether this woman is worth rescuing. However, the female mage on the opposite side was not surprised, but cried with joy. She quickly took out a piece of metal from her waist bag. The surface was golden and looked of extraordinary quality. That's the tool. What is this? Han Xing continued to ask. The female mage used the air explosion technique while replying intermittently. I don't know. The system said that this is a fragment of some ancient weapon. There is a coordinate location engraved on it. It can be used to open a certain door. After the female mage finished speaking, Han Xing already believed it about 80% in his heart. After all, judging from this woman's performance, it is impossible for her to make up a relatively logically complete lie in such a short time. So he nodded and said, I can save you, but under the condition, your mission item belongs to me, okay? He had to make a confirmation in case he saved someone and they turned against him and denied it, which would cause a lot of trouble again. The female mage nodded continuously, but because her movements were so large, her pair of terrifyingly large breasts trembled up and down. It was far away just now, so Han Xing couldn't see clearly. Only then did he notice that this woman's figure was really a bit exaggerated. Before, I just thought she had a good figure with a curvy figure. But now at first glance, it's more than just a curvy figure. It's simply very hot, with meat where it should be meaty and slim where it should be slim. What's even more exaggerated is that under this woman's plump body, she actually has a slender waist that can be held in one hand. Below the waistline is a round, but as big as a millstone, and two fleshy long legs, whose muscles are tensed at this moment, appear even tighter. Han Xing thought to herself in a strange way, it turns out that there really are such cartoon-like figures in this world. At this moment, the beautiful female mage seemed to be a little overwhelmed and urged in a low voice, "Hey, little brother, can you hurry up? Man, I am dying." She struggled to resist the siege of the kobolds. "Don't worry." Han Xing slowly drew out the arrow and then put the bowstring on. The next moment, an arrow carrying the breath of wind shot out at a high speed. "Call out!" Under the surprised gaze of the female mage, the wind-chasing arrow accurately hit the head of a kobold and penetrated its brain. Not only that, after the arrow killed the kobold, its momentum continued to penetrate the next target. Puff! Puff! Two more kobolds were pierced directly by this arrow. With one arrow, he killed 3 level 6 monsters. This terrifying attack power almost refreshed the female mage's cognition. However, before she could recover from her shock, Han Xing has already used his burst skill. Multiple bursts. Tap! Tap! The fine iron arrows hit the ogres one by one accurately, almost killing one with every arrow. With just 2 skills, 6 powerful monsters were killed directly. Not only was the female mage stunned, but even the remaining few gnolls were stunned. After seeing their companions die, these gnolls howled and rushed towards Han Xing, their hatred having shifted. However, they were just a few monsters of a lower level than himself, and even though there were many of them, Han Xing did not consider them as a threat at all. After a few arrows, the entire ogre tribe was wiped out. At this moment, the female mage stood there in a daze, feeling a little unreal. She remembered that her fiancé once said that level 6 monsters were very powerful and could easily kill ordinary survivors. But under the arrows of this young man, why do these monsters seem as fragile as children? What she didn't know was that Han Xing had deliberately replaced the bow with a longbow of rare quality in order to hide the legendary special effects of the Moon Corona longbow. Otherwise, the battle would be resolved even faster. After the battle, Han Xing manipulated his own territory to connect with the female magician's territory. Then he slowly walked to her side. At this time, the female mage was still in fear of escaping death, and her chest kept heaving. Seeing Han Xing coming over, she seemed to react and hurriedly thanked him. Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Zhang Lianming. You can call me Lianer or Lianjia." After saying that, she carefully raised her head and glanced at Han Xing secretly with her watery eyes. However, Han Xing doesn't care what her name is. He only cares about whether he can get the hidden task props as soon as possible. Han Xing stretched out his hand and said calmly, "Give it to me." The female mage, named Zhang Lianming, bit her lower lip after hearing this and seemed a little hesitant. After all, she had obtained this mission item with great difficulty. She also knew the importance of hiding the mission at this stage. But when she thought about what she had just promised and Han Xing's powerful fighting ability, she had no choice but to compromise. Zhang Lianming bit her teeth lightly, took out another piece of metal from her waist bag, and slowly walked towards Han Xing. However, what she didn't notice was that in the previous battle, a hole was torn in the lower abdomen of the robe by the attack of the kobold. At this moment, a large area of spring light is revealed above the lower abdomen. Han Xing seemed to see 2 snow-white balls, trembling and moving towards him, until Zhang Lianming handed the metal fragment to Han Xing, and he felt its coolness that he came to his senses. At this time, the system prompt appears. You have obtained the ancient weapon, the fragment of the molten gold cannon. Han Xing also saw a string of numbers on the fragments, which were 66487, 69876, and 21346. These should be the coordinates. Zhang Lianming asked in a low voice at this time. "Is it okay?" Han Xing finally reacted and said, "It's really big." "What?" Zhang Lianming seemed a little confused. Han Xing shook his head and said, "No, it's a pleasure to work with you." Zhang Lianming seemed to realize something. She looked down and saw her torn robe. The next moment, her pretty snow-white face suddenly changed color. She subconsciously folded her arms, and her face turned red with embarrassment. Han Xing coughed twice and said, "You're fine now. Goodbye then." After saying that, Han Xing turned around and left. Zhang Lianming stretched out her hand, wanting to say something, but stopping herself. When she saw Han Xing's back without looking back, she seemed to muster up the courage to say, "Well, can you help me again and take me to find my fiancé? My fiancé is Lu Zikai. He used to be the boss of Hingyu Company in Xinyang City, and now he is a member of the management of the Whisper of God team. He has a lot of people under him. If you can take me to him, he will definitely give you a lot of benefits," Zhang Lianming said excitedly, seeming to have some admiration for Lu Zikai whom she mentioned. However, Han Xing waved her hand and said, "I'm not interested, and I don't have time. If you want to find a man, go find one yourself." Zhang Lianming lowered her head in disappointment, but when she thought of the mysterious young man's agile skills and exaggerated attack power, she couldn't help but become curious about Han Xing. Chapter 65. Huge Floating Island. At this time, Zhang Lianming continued, "Little brother, please wait a moment." Han Xing slowly stopped and frowned. "Anything else?" As if she could hear the impatience in Han Xing's tone, Zhang Lianming said nervously, "Well, can I do this hidden mission with you?" Han Xing Frolnid. Zhang Lianming quickly explained, Don't misunderstand, I didn't suddenly regret it, but I thought of something related to the mission." "What's the matter? Tell me," Han Xing said with some impatience. Zhang Lianming said cautiously, "I found this fragment by chance when I was exploring an empty island. There was a goblin camp inside. After defeating the goblins, I found an iron cage inside the camp. Inside the cage was a very scary person. That person was curled up on the ground, with blood holes all over his body, but not a drop of blood was flowing out. He was even thinner than skin and bones." At this point, Zhang Lianming seemed to have thought of something terrible, and her body trembled slightly. "I wanted to rescue him, but as soon as I opened the iron cage, that person suddenly grabbed my arm. His palms were colder than ice. I was terrified. Then, without any explanation, he used his own blood to draw a mark on my wrist. He also said that there is a hidden location in this place, and that this mark and the weapon fragment are needed to open the stone door and start the mission. After saying this, the man died. So, I think if I don't participate in this mission, it may not be completed." After listening to Zhang Lianming's story, Han Xing's eyes widened. "Damn, why didn't you say so earlier?" Han Xing's questioning made Zhang Lianming tremble with fear all over. She lowered her head and dared not speak. Han Xing also realized that his attitude was a bit bad, so he softened his tone. "Show me the mark on your arm." Zhang Lianming quickly and obediently rolled up her sleeves, revealing a piece of snow-white arm, and moved in front of Han Xing. On the wrist, Han Xing did see a bloody mark which looked like a symbol or some strange text. Han Xing nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "How about this? You come with me to do this mission, but I have to say that all the rewards for this mission belong to me. And as a reward, after the mission is completed, I can escort you to your man. What do you think?" Zhang Lianming was overjoyed and nodded continuously like a chick pecking at rice. Han Xing nodded, then returned to his own sky island territory and slowly drove away. Seeing Zhang Lianming still standing there in a daze, he said, "Follow me." Zhang Lianming hurriedly controlled the sky island territory to catch up. Han Xing is decisive in his actions. Once he decides to do this task, he starts to act immediately. At the same time, he stood on the territory, groping for the golden fragment in his hand, and murmured, "Melting gold cannon? It sounds like a long-range weapon, and its power should be quite good. If we can get it and put it in the territory, it can greatly enhance the territory's attack capability." The two sky islands were moving one after the other. After Han Xing rescued Zhang Lianming, it was nighttime. However, not long after moving forward, Zhang Lianming suddenly found that her territory was getting farther and farther away from Han Xing, and the speed of her territory seemed to be much slower than Han Xing. This was because her current level was 2 levels lower than Han Xing's. The territory's advancement speed was slow to begin with, and Han Xing also had a 10% speed bonus from the Lord's Castle, so she left the woman behind in a short while. Please wait for me." From a distance, Han Xing heard Zhang Lianming's cry. With no other options, he could only temporarily stop on Sky Island and wait for the woman for a while. Han Xing turned around and saw Zhang Lianming gritting her teeth and desperately chasing after him. Han Xing shook his head, then controlled the speed of the Sky Island to make it almost consistent with Zhang Lianming's Sky Island. Afterwards, Zhang Lieming felt a lot more relaxed. They marched on for 4 hours. It was late at night. According to Korean stars' habits, they would prepare to rest at this time. So he stopped. Later, Zhang Lieming carefully manipulated her sky island territory to merge with Han Xing's territory. Zhang Lieming asked nervously, "Well, why don't you leave?" Han Xing shook his head. "It's getting late. The coordinates on this metal fragment are a bit far away. Conservatively speaking, it will take another 5 or 6 hours to get there. Let's rest today. It's not safe to travel at night. Let's continue tomorrow." Lieming heaved a sigh of relief when she heard Han Xing say this. She was indeed exhausted. First, he escaped death from the hands of a group of dog-headed men, and then he marched for more than 4 hours in a row, pushing his mind and body to the limit. At this time, Han Xing noticed that Zhang Lieming's face was unusually pale. He looked at the woman's body and found that the wounds on her lower abdomen and shoulders were still oozing blood. At this time, Han Xing suddenly felt something strange in his heart. It was really difficult for this woman to keep up with her pace despite having such an injured body. At this moment, no matter how hard-hearted Han Xing was, he couldn't help but feel a little sympathy. So Han Xing asked, "Why don't you use the secret medicine of life to recover from your injuries?" Zhang Lieming was confused at first, then embarrassed to speak up. "I do and have the secret medicine of life." "No." Han Xing was a little confused. "Didn't you say that your man is a member of the management of Whisper of God? With such a large team, he can't even take out a bottle of life secret medicine?" Zhang Lieming replied after hearing this. "Well, he told me that the secret elixir of life is a relatively precious item, and he doesn't have many bottles. Recently, he just met up with the team and said they were going to challenge a 2-star secret realm. Now is the time when the team members need to use the secret medicine. My injury is only a minor one, and I will be fine after 2 days of rest." Zhang Lieming lowered her head and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Han Xing looked at her strangely and asked, "Is your relationship with your man not good? Your fiancé was injured, but you refused to even take out a bottle of life secret medicine?" This question was very sharp and seemed to hurt Zhang Lieming's heart. Her delicate body trembled slightly, and she found it difficult to speak. Seeing this, Han Xing said, "You don't have to say it if you don't want to." Zhang Lieming raised her pitiful face, smiled bitterly, and shook her head. "You say we have a bad relationship, but in fact we are not familiar with each other at all. He and I were introduced by relatives and friends. We met less than twice in total. He got engaged to me to fulfill his family's mission. After that, he devoted himself to his career and never contacted me. I thought that we were not familiar with each other and needed to get to know each other slowly. But not long after that, I came into this world." After listening to Zhang Lieming's story, Han Xing suddenly asked with a strange look in his eyes, "Is your fiancé not capable?" "Ah." Zhang Lieming seemed not to understand what Han Xing meant. "Forget it, it's nothing." Han Xing shook his head. After saying that, Han Xing took out a bottle of secret life medicine and threw it to her. Zhang Lieming subconsciously reached out to catch it. When she saw the properties of this potion in the system introduction, she was so shocked that her mouth turned into an O shape. Han Xing waved his hand in front and said, "Drink it quickly to recover. We still have tasks to do later. I don't want to be dragged down by your injury." Zhang Lieming tightly grasped the secret medicine in her hand and nodded heavily, her eyes full of gratitude. After all, she is a woman a few years older than Han Xing. Zhang Lieming seems to see through Han Xing's character and knows that he is not the kind of person who is shy. So, in front of him, he drank the secret medicine in his hand. The next moment, she felt a mouthful of warm power dissolving in her stomach, and waves of warmth spread throughout her body, especially the wound, which felt numb and tingling, and she could hardly hold back and scream out. A voice that sounded suppressed, but also a little refreshing, came from behind. "What's going on?" Han Xing turned around suddenly and looked at her with wide eyes. Zhang Lieming realized her mistake and quickly covered her mouth, but she continued to feel hot all over her body. She tried her best to control herself from making any sound. She clamped her legs together, rubbed them continuously, covered her mouth, and pressed on the wound. This charming and pitiful look made Han Xing, a hot-blooded young man, feel his blood boiling and his mouth dry. Han Xing quickly turned his head and coughed twice. "Ahem, take a rest once you've recovered. We have to travel early tomorrow morning." "Aha!" Zhang Lieming tried her best to control her voice, but what she didn't know was that the more she controlled, the weirder the sound became. Han Xing rushed into his castle as if escaping. Rear. After Zhang Lianming suppressed her emotions for a while, the restorative effect of the secret life medicine finally ended. She slowly let out a breath and sat on the ground, sweat all over her body. Her tight robe was soaked with sweat, and one could even see her magnificent outline and her snow-white skin faintly visible. At this time, Zhang Lianming looked at the huge castle in Han Xing's territory, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then blinked with some curiosity. But she didn't ask any more questions and returned to her territory honestly. In the center of Zhang Lianming's territory, there is a simple tent made of wooden sticks and cloth where she usually rests. The night deepens. Zhang Lianming fell asleep on a straw mat, but in her dream, she seemed to see the back of a man. The next day, it was just dawn. Zhang Lianming felt someone calling her outside the tent. As soon as she half exposed her head, she saw Han Xing sitting on a rock near the tent, waiting quietly. Since their territories are connected, Han Xing can come to her territory freely. Zhang Lianming blushed, as if she was a little embarrassed to be watched by a man while she got up. However, Han Xing asked seriously, "You seem to have said yesterday that your man was going to challenge a 2-star secret realm in the near future." When he got up in the morning, Han Xing suddenly remembered that the woman had said last night that the God's Whispering team was preparing to challenge a 2-star secret realm, which attracted Han Xing's attention. Even I had a tough battle when I challenged the 1-star secret realm. Could it be that the top strength of the God's Whisper team has reached this level? But after thinking about it, it seems impossible. A 1-star secret realm is already very difficult, and a 2-star secret realm will be even more difficult. At the current stage, there should be few teams that can pass it. Even if there is, it is estimated that there will be a lot of casualties. So, he found the woman and said, "Friendly reminder, if you still want to see your man, tell him not to challenge the 2-star secret realm." "Ah, why?" Zhang Lianming seemed very puzzled. "Because I will die," Han Xing said concisely. Zhang Lianming's face turned pale instantly. She did not doubt the words of the man in front of her. His powerful fighting ability had already proved it. There was no way he could lie to himself about this sort of thing. Zhang Lianming quickly sent a message to her fiancé. After a moment, Han Xing found that her face suddenly became extremely ugly. What did he say? Zhang Lianming hesitated for a moment and stammered. He said that a woman like me doesn't know anything, that the Whisper of God team is very strong and will not fail in the challenge. And he also asked me not to disturb him these few days. Speaking of this, Zhang Lianming seemed extremely aggrieved, and in her heart, she was even more disappointed with her strange fiancé. Han Xing spread his hands. It was no use trying to persuade the damn ghost with kind words. He just mentioned it casually as a friendly reminder. It was up to them whether they wanted to listen or not. Zhang Lianming didn't know what to do at this time. Han Xing shook his head. "Since he doesn't want to listen, forget it. Let's pack up. We still have to hurry on our way. Hopefully he can survive." Zhang Lianming seemed to want to say something, but stopped herself. After a moment, she sighed, not knowing what she was thinking. After waking up the woman, Han Xing returned to his territory and continued to move towards his destination. After 6 hours, the two had traveled more than 600 kilometers, bypassing many large clouds along the way without stopping at all. Finally, in the afternoon, we arrived at our destination. What appeared before him was a huge floating island. This sky island is a real island and is almost as big as a mountain. It is not covered by clouds, so you can see what's inside at a glance. It is covered with flowers, trees, and various plants. From time to time, you can see flocks of birds flying out of the woods. This is the first time that Han Xing has seen such a strange sky island, like a world in a fairy tale. This place doesn't seem to be the territory of monsters, because even when Han Xing approached, there was no prompt from the system. Han Xing controlled his territory with a puzzled expression as he moved closer. After fixing the location of the sky island, he took Zhang Lianming into the forest. As soon as he landed, Han Xing felt something soft under his feet. It seemed that it was due to the accumulation of fallen leaves over the years, which made a rustling sound when he stepped on them. Chapter 66. The stone gate slowly opens. After entering the forest, Han Xing observed the nearby terrain. He turned around and asked doubtfully, "Is this forest the destination?" Zhang Lianming shook her head quickly. I don't know either." Han Xing nodded and said nothing more, but continued to move forward into the mountains with Zhang Lianming. Whether it is true or not, we can only know it by exploring it. Moreover, he was indeed very curious about this sky island. However, as Han Xing moved forward, he glanced behind him from time to time. A black shadow flashed through the territory in an instant, and then jumped onto the branch. This black shadow is naturally a coal ball. Ever since he came into contact with Zhang Lianming, in order to prevent Coal Ball from exposing her existence, he has kept her hiding in the castle. When they arrived at the mission location this time, in order to prevent any accidents, Han Xing asked Meichio to follow far behind. The two walked for about 5 minutes and were almost deep into the forest. A deserted path suddenly appeared ahead. Because no one has walked on it for many years, the roadside is overgrown with weeds and vines. But I can still barely identify the direction of the path. Han Xing was the first to step onto the path, and Zhang Lianming followed closely behind him with some fear. Ever since entering the forest, Zhang Lianming has been acting a little nervous, and his breathing has been heavier than usual. Besides nervousness, there was also a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Since coming to this world, she had never seen such a huge sky island and had always stayed in her own territory. Normally, when she saw some sky islands covered by clouds, she would carefully confirm again and again before going into battle. But even so, she still encountered enemies that she could not defeat several times. If there are monsters in this forest, Zhang Lianming's delicate body trembled slightly, as if she couldn't believe it. At this moment, she could only follow the man in front of her closely, fearing that he would abandon her here. However, Han Xing did not have such an idea. He just wanted to find the mission location as soon as possible. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly stopped. Lianming behind him did not stop for a moment and bumped into Han Xing's back in a hurry. Suddenly, he felt a soft touch from behind, and Han Xing looked back in confusion. But he saw Zhang Lianming looking at her feet with a blushing face. Han Xing also knew what happened, but he didn't care. Instead, he looked ahead and fell into thought. What do you think? Should we go left or right? Han Xing asked. Zhang Lianming seemed to have just come back to her senses. Ah, what? I said, left or right? She looked at the intersection ahead and found that there was indeed a fork in the road up to this point. One leads to the left and one leads to the right. Zhang Lianming blinked her beautiful eyes and asked tentatively, how about we go to the right and take a look? Okay. Han Xing agreed decisively. He took a step forward and headed towards the path on the right. After walking forward for another 10 minutes and making a lot of twists and turns in the woods, they finally saw an open space in front of them. At the end of the open space is a dense forest. There is nothing else besides this. Han Xing thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, it seems that we have taken the wrong path. Zhang Lianming quickly apologized. Yes, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said to go to the right. Han Xing glanced at her and said unhappily, what's it to you? I decided to come here. You just gave me a suggestion. Besides, I just took the wrong road. I could just turn back and go left. It's not a big deal. Zhang Lianming nodded softly, and a sense of gratitude arose in her heart towards Han Xing. Just as Han Xing was about to turn around, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something different in the open space in front of him. When I looked closer, I saw that it was actually a pool of water. The water surface is covered with fallen leaves, and if you don't look closely, you can't see them. At the same time, information about the pool of water appeared in front of Han Xing. Spiritual spring water, a pure drinking water that seems to contain some kind of life force. After drinking it, one can slowly recover from injuries. Fuck, it's actually spiritual spring water. Han Xing was very surprised. The last time he encountered spiritual spring water was in the Dark Elf camp. That time, he harvested more than 1,500 liters, which earned him a lot of resources. It was that batch of spiritual spring water that led him to the road of wealth. How much spiritual spring water is there in the pond in front of us? It's simply immeasurable. As long as he controls this location, he will never lack spiritual spring water resources in the future, and he can even use it directly for bathing. Looking at the pool of spiritual spring water, Han Xing thought in a low voice. The main material needed to make the secret medicine of life is spiritual spring water. The last time we stopped trading because the material was exhausted, there were still many survivors who didn't get it. Right now, there should still be a big gap in the demand for recovery items in the entire 107th area. We can use the life elixir to make some extra money. Thinking of this, Han Xing decided to take some spiritual spring water away first. However, he looked at his backpack and saw that there was less than 5 slots of space left. This was because he had freed up a lot of secret life medicines and secret bear power medicines. Otherwise, the space would be even tighter. There was no way. After all, the elite psychic puppet alone took up 10 grids of his space. The remaining space reserve can only take away a maximum of 50 liters of water. But it doesn't matter. Han Xing can make a few more space backpacks on the spot. Although, each survivor can only be equipped with 2 space backpacks. But isn't there another person here? Thinking of this, Han Xing looked at Zhang Lianming and asked, "Do you have any storage space props on you?" Zhang Lianming seemed to have heard of the storage space prop for the first time and shook her head blankly. Then, Han Xing made 2 space backpacks on the spot, one adding 4 points of spirit and the other adding 4 points of agility, and threw them to her. See the item attributes of the 2 space backpacks in your hands. The woman's eyes were blank at first, and then her mouth turned into an O shape in surprise. This. Zhang Lianming was a little incoherent. Is this a space backpack? Han Xing rolled her eyes at her. Isn't the item information clearly written? A storage backpack with 30 slots can hold a lot of things. Come here and fill me with 50 slots of this spiritual spring water. I need it. Oh, okay. Zhang Lianming walked over obediently. Then, following Han Xing's instructions, he began to collect the spiritual spring water in the pond. 50 grids equal 500 liters, which is enough to make 5,000 bottles of life-saving elixir, and you can make a fortune by putting it on the trading market. After collecting the spiritual spring water, Zhang Lianming asked tentatively, "Is this enough?" Of course it's not enough, but we don't have enough space, so this is all we can take for now. Come back and get it next time you have a chance. Oh, okay. Zhang Lianming responded obediently. Han Xing nodded. At this time, he couldn't help but think. A mature woman is sensible. She will do whatever you tell her to do and won't ask why. Then, Han Xing took Zhang Lianming back to the fork in the road. This time, they chose the left. The path on the left is winding and the road condition is very bad. All the thorns and obstacles along the way were cleared away by Han Xing one by one. In the distance, Cobalt was still hanging behind him, ready to appear whenever Han Xing needed him. After walking for nearly half an hour, Han Xing found that they seemed to have finally reached their destination. They seemed to appear in a valley, surrounded by rugged rocks. The stones here are very large, and there's a black boulder every few meters. Han Xing then asked, "When you were doing the first ring mission, what door did it say to open?" Zhang Lianming thought for a moment and replied, it seems to be called the Stone Gate." Stone Gate, stone? A thoughtful look appeared in Han Xing's eyes. Could it be that there is another cave behind these stones? Then he began to search in the valley. But this valley is full of huge rocks 1 or 2 meters high, and no one knows which one is the key clue. Seeing Han Xing lost in thought, Zhang Lianming seemed to know what his problem was. Although she is not very smart, she is still capable of taking action. So, Zhang Lianming began to use his own method, touching each stone one by one. Han Xing didn't say much. Everyone has their own way of doing things, and he also appreciates women who have such vision. I know my strengths, but I don't want to be just a vase. I try my best to make some contribution in my own way. In about 10 minutes, Zhang Lianming suddenly touched a huge black rock, and the whole valley suddenly shook. Han Xing walked over immediately after noticing the movement from her side. The surface of the stone was extremely smooth, and there seemed to be a 1 centimeter deep groove in the very center. At the same time, a system prompt appeared in front of him. Gate of the stone, it seems that someone has set a taboo on this stone. It needs to be opened with the combination of the molten gold cannon fragments and the blood mark. The two looked at each other. Han Xing took out the piece of metal fragment from his backpack. Zhang Lianming also rolled up her wrist, revealing the bloody mark. The metal fragments were placed into the groove on the boulder, and the next moment, a red light suddenly appeared in the center of the boulder. Han Xing glanced at Zhang Lianming. She understood what she meant and aimed the mark on her wrist at the red rays. This appears to be an identification device. After verifying the mark on Zhang Lianming's wrist, the red light suddenly turned into green. The next moment, the valley began to shake violently. To be precise, it was the huge rock in front of Han Xing that was shaking. The system prompt appears. The stone door is slowly opening. Boom! After the tremor ended, the huge rock in front of me moved to the side. In front of Han Xing, there appeared an entrance about 2 meters high, and inside it seemed to be a deep passage. The passage was pitch black, without a trace of light. Just looking at it gives people a sense of horror atmosphere. However, this is not a problem for Korean stars. He pulled a torch made of dark flint from his backpack. With a flick of the finger, the dark flint began to emit a bright red light. instantly dispelling the darkness at the entrance of the cave. Seeing Zhang Lieming's frightened expression, Han Xing said, "If you are afraid, you don't have to go in. The door is already open, and your mission is already accomplished." After saying this, without waiting for Zhang Lieming to answer, Han Xing was the first to step into the passage. Behind him, Zhang Lieming saw Han Xing's figure disappear and suddenly became a little nervous. She looked around blankly and suddenly thought, what if she encountered a monster after the man entered the cave? A huge sense of fear arose. Thinking of this, Zhang Lieming plucked up her courage and walked in tremblingly. This dark passage seemed unexpectedly long. Han Xing walked for nearly 2 minutes but still didn't reach the finish line. Just then, he heard some strange noises and footsteps behind him, and immediately asked, "Who?" A familiar female voice came from behind. It's me." Han Xing stopped and saw Zhang Lieming behind him in the light of the dark flint. She seemed very scared, hugged her arms tightly, and her body trembled uncontrollably. "What are you doing following in here?" Zhang Lieming lowered her head and said with some difficulty, I don't know either. I just feel that compared to the darkness in here, I am more afraid that you will abandon me." Han Xing was stunned for a moment. This woman, does she know what she just said? Do you know how damaging this sentence is to a man? Damn it. Using this method to test a guy who has never even been in a relationship? Han Xing looked ahead deeply. Then he took out another dark flint torch from his backpack and threw it to Zhang Lieming. Zhang Lieming subconsciously reached out to catch it, and the magnificent scale shook up and down. I don't know whether this woman did it intentionally or not, but during the battle yesterday, she didn't change into a new robe after it was torn, and you can still see her snow-white skin at the torn parts. In addition, in this deep mountain forest and dark cave, it is hard not to have other thoughts in one's mind. Han Xing quickly shifted his gaze, silently chanted the heart-cleansing mantra in his mind, and then looked forward again. After walking forward for a few more minutes, it seemed that we had finally reached the end of the passage. They came to a spacious area one after another. It looked like a cave with a lot of space inside. However, it was just as dark here without a single ray of light. As soon as he entered, Han Xing smelled an unusual smell, like the smell of a rotting animal. But because there is no air circulation in the cave, the smell lingers for a long time. Zhang Lieming also smelled the scent. But she was in such a state of nervousness that she couldn't think about these things at all. Just then, she suddenly kicked something. Zhang Lieming held up the dark flint torch and looked down. A human skeleton that was almost decayed suddenly appeared. This sight frightened her so much that her face turned pale. She wanted to scream, but she hurriedly covered her mouth and tried her best to control herself from shouting. After a while, "Wait until the fear subsides," Zhang Lieming said tremblingly. "There is something here." Han Xing heard the great fear in her tone. He quickly turned around to check. Han Xing saw the skeleton on the ground at a glance, but it looked a little different from a normal skeleton. It was small in size, like a human child, and appeared to have died not long ago. There was a fresh corpse in the dark cave. The scene in front of me was quite weird. Chapter 67, Bounty Mission, The Murderer of the Massacre. Han Xing observed the bodies on the ground and came to a conclusion. This should not be the body of a child, but that of another race in this world, the dwarves. Dwarf. Han Xing sounded a little confused. On the side, Zhang Lieming looked at him with curiosity. Han Xing didn't explain, but continued to check the ground around him. It would have been better if I hadn't looked at it, but once I did, I gasped. The floor of the cave was littered with skeletons of various wild beasts and humanoid creatures. These skeletons had different features. Some had horns on their foreheads, some had wings on their backs, and the height of the skeletons ranged from 2 or 3 meters to 1 or 2 meters. There is no doubt that these corpses are special creatures in this world. Among them, Han Xing also saw several bodies that had died not long ago. Their deaths were very strange, with their skin intact and not even a trace of blood. However, the flesh and blood in their bodies seemed to have been drained away, leaving only a thin layer of human skin covering the skeleton. Han Xing turned around and asked, "Is this the man you found in the goblin camp last time?" Zhang Lieming nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Although she was still very scared, she didn't know why she felt a sense of security when Han Xing was by her side. Han Xing clearly felt that this cave was a little weird. And so far, there are no clues to trigger the next step of the hidden mission, nor any traces of ancient weapons. Han Xing began to continue searching in the cave. Half an hour later, they had walked around the place for a long time, but found nothing except the skeletons of hundreds of corpses. However, he did get a piece of information, which is that the area of this cave is really large. According to conservative estimates, the diameter is at least 2 kilometers. At this moment, Zhang Lieming suddenly pointed forward and said, "There seems to be something painted on the wall." Han Xing quickly looked in the direction she pointed, and indeed saw some graffiti-like patterns. Taking a closer look, Han Xing discovered that the style of these patterns was more realistic, more like murals. Han Xing walked to the beginning of the mural, which depicted a man from the elf tribe with pointed ears and long limbs. He sat on a high branch, smiling, overlooking a village below. But in the second mural, the style of painting suddenly changed, as if it was a scene of the elf man being bullied, stepped on and beaten by several other elves. In the third mural, the elf man retreated into his small room, silently shedding tears. Standing at the head of the bed was a middle-aged elf with a terrifying face, looking at him with a weird smile. Especially the deep pupils of the middle-aged elf, which were painted very vividly. Han Xing could feel the creepy feeling from the mural. The fifth, sixth, and even dozens of subsequent murals all depicted the elf boy being bullied. From his adolescence to his youth, the elven man has been bullied by other elves, and his temperament has become increasingly gloomy. But what is weird is that in every picture, there is a middle-aged man with a scary face, hiding in the corner and watching silently. Until the 30th mural, the elven man was kneeling beside his bed, and lying on the bed was the middle-aged elf who often appeared in the picture. Looking at the dying appearance of the middle-aged elf, the elven man not only did not feel the slightest heartache, but instead revealed a smile of relief. However, even after the elf died, his situation did not seem to get better. He still endured insults and beatings from other elves. What's even more terrifying is that the elf man still felt those terrifying eyes staring at him. Didn't that guy die a long time ago? He thought so. It was not until the 53rd mural that an elf girl with a gentle smile on her face appeared. She was like a ray of light shining into the darkness, and also illuminated the life of this elf man. She was friends with him for 2 days and then left. Whenever the elf man felt that he could not hold on any longer, he would think of the smiling face of the elf girl, and the corners of his mouth would unconsciously reveal the same smile as hers. However, when he saw the elf girl reappear, she was already walking with an elf who often bullied him. The psychological defense that the elf man had built up with great difficulty was torn apart at this moment. He ran to question the elf girl, but was met with ridicule and beatings. The elf man fell to the ground covered in blood. Faintly, he seemed to see the shadow of the middle-aged man appear again, squatting and whispering in his ear. The elf man went crazy. He returned to his room, drew a strange magic circle, then cut his wrist and let the blood flow. A phantom of a terrifying existence appeared in the magic circle. The elf man knelt down respectfully before him when he was dying, and he also gained powerful strength. The elf man went to find the girl with a smile on his face. He thought that after gaining power, he would be able to regain her recognition. However, the girl was so scared when she saw him that she stepped back repeatedly. Her eyes were as if she was looking at a monster. It was not until this moment that the elf man saw his current appearance. His dark brown hair began to fall out in clumps, then his eyebrows, which all fell off with the slightest touch, and finally, even the hair on his body fell off without a single hair left. He was like a naked monster, standing on the street, receiving strange looks from his peers. However, the changes are far from over. After all his hair fell out, his nails also began to fall off and grew sharp claws. At the same time, his nose became as swollen as that of the grunt. Not only that, his arms were attached to his body and grew a pair of huge flesh wings. At this moment, he turned from a noble elf into a hideous monster bird. The elves quickly called in guards to hunt down this monster. When the sharp spear pierced his chest, the elite man's eyes widened, and the fear of death made him subconsciously flap his flesh wings. At this moment, he discovered that he was actually flying. The elf man began to spread his wings and run wildly, his eyes filled with hatred and anger. He rushed to a secret place in the center of the town, carried out a huge golden cannon, and began to madly bombard the town. Countless elves died, tragically under his artillery fire, and the town turned into a sea of fire. After doing all this, the elf man turned and ran away. And of course, he was wanted by the elves. During his desperate escape, the elf man found an ancient magic circle when he was desperate. The place where the magic circle leads to is called the land forsaken of the gods. That place seemed to scare the strange bird. However, in order to survive, he finally activated the teleportation array. At the end of the scene, the elf man finds a floating island and goes into the forest. But what he didn't notice was that there seemed to be a dark shadow that followed him to the island. After reading this, Han Xing seemed to understand something and had a bad feeling in his heart. He said in a serious tone, "It seems something went wrong." Zhang Lianming looked nervous, her body shaking slightly. "What's the problem?" Han Xing frowned. "So far, we haven't found any clues about the hidden mission. Come to think of it, when I came into contact with that piece of metal fragment, the system didn't tell me what kind of hidden mission it was. It just said that the piece of metal fragment could be used to open the giant stone door. In other words, what the NPC told you might be false, and we were fooled." "What?" Zhang Lianming's body trembled, her face full of disbelief. At this moment, a pair of red eyes suddenly appeared in the depths of the dark cave. Behind him, terrifying sounds of wind could be heard from time to time. Han Xing obviously realized that something was wrong and quickly said, "There's a monster, run!" But now it's too late. A terrifying monster came at high speed from behind with a whistling sound. Han Xing quickly took out the legendary Moon Crown longbow and instantly entered combat mode. However, at this moment, a terrible hurricane hit them head-on. Call! Han Xing and Zhang Lianming were blown back more than 10 meters by the hurricane. The dark flint torch fell out of his hand. With the help of the fiery red light, Han Xing finally saw the creature that attacked them. It was a terrifying bird that was over 2 meters tall, had a pair of huge fleshy wings, and had not a single hair on its body. It was exactly the same monster as the one shown on the mural. Just at this moment, the system prompt came. "You have found the hiding place of the elf trader Caleb, and the bounty mission, City Slaughterer, is automatically triggered. You can complete the mission according to your own choice. Option 1. Kill the strange bird Caleb, take its head to the elf capital, and claim the reward. Option 2. Go to the elven capital, tell the elven guards where Caleb is hiding, and help them capture Caleb. Please note, because you are in the land forsaken of the gods and the capital of the Elf King map is not yet open, this quest cannot be completed for the time being." Damn, this turns out to be the real hidden mission. Han Xing turned around suddenly and met the monster's bloodthirsty eyes. Almost without thinking, he shot out a wind-chasing arrow. Bite! Seeing the arrow coming, the strange bird flapped its fleshy wings, creating a hurricane that blew the arrow aside. This arrow had no effect, and Han Xing's heart sank. It was at this moment that he finally saw the attributes of this monster. Monster Bird Caleb, 1-star, leader-level creature. Level, LV10. Attributes, Strength 94, Agility 132, Spirit 105, -30. Constitution 76, -30. Skills, Sorrowful Wind, Flesh Wings Protection, Giant Claw Bite, Shadow Assault, Wild Wind Dance. It's actually a level 10 boss creature. Han Xing's face changed drastically. Chapter 68, the leader monster appears. Han Xing gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, this mission is a trap from beginning to end. That piece of metal was thrown out intentionally by this strange bird. It has used this method to attract many people in. Those corpses on the ground are all the unlucky ones who were tricked into coming here by the strange bird. Lianming, who was standing by, was so frightened that her face turned pale and she couldn't even hold her staff steadily. She said in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, I didn't expect this mission to be a trap." Han Xing was about to speak. The next moment, the strange bird's captivating red eyes had locked onto him. A terrifying figure pounced towards him. The strange bird leader activates the skill, Shadow Assault. At the same time, Han Xing simply squatted down, drank a bottle of secret medicine of savage bear power, and then used his strongest burst skill without hesitation. Multiple arrows. Knock, knock, knock. Arrows were shot one after another. This attack triggered several special effects at the same time. The moonlight is flowing, the power of the barbarians, and the arrows are piercing armor. With multiple blessings, the attack power of Han Xing's arrow has reached a powerful level. Puff! Puff! Among them, 3 arrows accurately hit the rushing monster bird and penetrated deeply into its skin. Gah! After a hoarse scream, the strange bird's sprinting body paused and then fell violently to the ground. The strange bird didn't seem to expect that the human with such a weak aura in front of it could actually hurt it. Even Zhang Lianming, who was standing by, looked at him in shock. This is a level 10 boss level creature. An ordinary level 6 survivor can't even break its defense. In her heart, her understanding of Han Xing's powerful attacking power was refreshed again. However, at this moment, the strange bird activated another skill, Sorrowful Wind. A powerful hurricane came over, carrying stones with it, and blew Han Xing and Zhang Lieming away. The two men fell heavily to the ground, and their bodies were scratched by the stones, leaving many bloody marks. At this moment, the robe on Zhang Lieming's body was torn into strips by the whistling attack, and large areas of snow-white skin were exposed, making the scene look somewhat erotic. However, Han Xing was not in the mood to watch these things at the moment. The hurricane created by the strange bird just now blasted several bloody holes in his body. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Fuck, is this a leader-level monster? Its attack power is terrifying. Han Xing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he spoke. He seemed to be no match for the monster in front of him, and the situation had become very unfavorable for them. Looking at his appearance, Zhang Lieming seemed to have made some decision. She clenched the staff in her hand and stood in front of Han Xing. "What are you doing?" Han Xing asked with a puzzled look on his face. Zhang Lieming gritted her teeth, as if she had summoned all her strength and mustered up the courage to say, "I'm sorry, it's my fault that you came here. Although I'm very weak, I should be able to hold this monster back for a while. You run first." Her voice was soft but firm. At this time, the strange bird had rushed over again, but it seemed a little afraid of Han Xing's attack power and did not attack immediately. Instead, it chose to hover around it, seemingly looking for a suitable angle to attack. Quack! The shrill and strange screams continued to be heard. After being stunned for a moment, Han Xing suddenly asked, "You want to hold this monster back? How do you hold it back?" Zhang Lieming looked pale and shook her head. I don't know." Han Xing smiled and said, "It seems possible. This strange bird likes to suck blood. You have so much flesh on your body, so there should be a lot of blood for it to suck for a while." Zhang Lieming realized that Han Xing was making fun of her. She gritted her teeth and softly retorted, "I am not fat. I am less than 120 pounds. I just look a little fleshy." Han Xing shook his head and didn't intend to continue teasing her. He said, "Okay, come back. It's just a level 10 boss monster. It's not to the point of life and death." Zhang Lieming looked at him blankly, and at this moment, the strange bird rushed over. Han Xing pulled Zhang Lieming behind him, looked at the strange bird and said coldly, "Ugly thing, today I will let you see my true power." Zhang Lieming was confused and thought that Han Xing was going to use some big move. As a result, Han Xing suddenly shouted, "Coal Ball, save me!" Zhang Lieming's face was full of question marks. However, just as Han Xing finished speaking, in the passage behind him, a dark shadow rushed over at high speed. It appeared on top of the monster bird's bald head in an instant, at a speed faster than that of the monster bird. A cold light flashed in the dark cave. Swish! Swish! The next moment, the strange bird screamed, and several bloody marks appeared on its body. And this is just the beginning. Cole Ball once again demonstrated his strong mobility when fighting against the elite puppet, and before the strange bird could react, he had already cut more than a dozen wounds on its body. The defense reduction status is instantly stacked. The strange bird was extremely angry. It howled towards the sky and began to flap its wings frantically, trying to attack the ball of fur. However, with Cole Ball's terrifying dodge rate and speed, even a level 10 boss cannot hurt it. It hardly dodged or evaded, and just took on the monster bird's attacks, constantly causing damage to it. This form is the true combat power of Cole Ball. Just after the upgrade, it can fight against psychic puppets with strength comparable to that of a leader, and suppress them completely. However, this strange bird is not as threatening as an elite psychic puppet. Its physical and mental attributes seem to be affected by some negative state and decline significantly. His body was extremely weak, and he did not have the defensive power of a lord. Its only advantage is its agility and strength, but it is still suppressed by the Cole Ball. At this time, Zhang Lieming could not see the battle in the dark clearly. He could only vaguely see that there seemed to be a black shadow frantically attacking the strange bird. And it looks like the strange bird is at a disadvantage. The strange bird screamed continuously. She was completely confused and didn't know what kind of creature that black shadow was, but she thought it must be related to Han Xing. This man became even more mysterious and powerful in her heart. At this moment, the strange bird attacked several times. But not only did it fail to touch a single hair of the cold ball, it also had dozens of claw marks on its body. At this moment, the strange bird felt extremely frustrated. It took a deep breath, and its skinny chest slowly swelled. From the looks of it, it seemed to be planning some powerful move. At this time, Han Xing suddenly remembered the fifth skill of the strange bird. The wind is blowing wildly. That seems to be a range-destroying move. At this time, Han Xing said with a serious face, "Fuck, you used your ultimate move in front of me. Don't you take me seriously at all?" When the strange bird heard the sound, it glanced at Han Xing with its red eyes. The next moment, it suddenly saw 5 arrows shooting towards its head. The strange bird to dodge at this time. At the critical moment, it was forced to interrupt the charging of the ultimate move, raise its flesh wings, and try its best to block the vital points. Puff! Puff! All 5 arrows hit the target, and streams of blood spurted out. Gah! The strange bird screamed, as if it had suffered extremely serious trauma. It was expected that Han Xing would be able to injure the strange bird. After all, his attack power is stronger than that of a coal ball. When the monster bird leader first appeared, Han Xing was able to cause damage to it. Now, after being weakened multiple times by coal ball, his arrow attacks have become even more lethal. At this moment, the strange bird saw that it was no match for its opponent, so it flapped its wings and created a gust of wind that forced the coal ball back. Then, without looking back, it rushed into the depths of the cave at an even faster speed. This strange bird actually ran away. Han Xing was stunned for a moment and was about to press on. But he seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly changed, and he gave up the idea. Coal Ball's figure flashed, and he was about to chase after him. Han Xing quickly shouted, "Megu, come back." Coal Ball stopped chasing. The battle came to an abrupt end. Now, in the deep cave, the only sounds left were the breathing sounds of the 2 men and the wolf. Han Xing took a deep breath, stared at the direction where the strange bird left, and said after a moment, "Let's go." Zhang Lieming seemed to have just come to her senses at this moment. "Ah, where are you going?" Han Xing glanced at her and said, "Where else can we go?" The strange bird was chased away, but it was not killed. It may come back at any time. This is their territory. Who knows if they have any other tricks? It's better to leave first. At this time, Han Xing suddenly looked at her, revealed a sinister smile, and said, "Or do you like the atmosphere here and want to continue staying here?" Zhang Lieming trembled immediately after hearing this, and said hurriedly, "No, I don't want to stay here alone." "Then hurry up." Han Xing smiled and walked towards the entrance first. Zhang Lieming followed closely behind him, almost never leaving his side. At this time, she asked nervously, "What was the black shadow that helped us fight just now?" Han Xing knew that she was asking about Coal Ball, so he said casually, "It's my pet, don't ask any more questions." "Oh." Zhang Lieming was very curious. She vaguely understood Han Xing's character and said no more. Han Xing walked slowly towards the entrance. He vaguely felt that there was a pair of evil eyes looking at him from deep in the cave. Ever since he saw the murals, he had been plagued by a feeling of uneasiness. Even after the strange bird was repelled, the uneasiness in his heart did not diminish in the slightest. At this time, Han Xing remembered the contents of the mural. This strange bird was obviously the transformed elf man, and the mural recorded that there was also a terrifying black shadow following him and even escaped here with him. In other words, there is a high possibility that there is more than one enemy, the strange bird, in this cave. This place is so weird. Before he has enough strength, Han Xing never wants to come to this damn place again. This is also the reason why Korean stars called out for Coal Ball. At this time, Coal Ball also followed behind them. It was not until he entered the passage that Han Xing slowly breathed a sigh of relief. In just a few hundred meters, he felt his back was soaked with sweat, as if he had fought a great battle. Chapter 69. Han Xing's Murderous Intention. 10 minutes later, they returned to the familiar entrance and saw a bright light before their eyes. Han Xing pulled Zhang Lieming's wrist without saying a word and quickened his pace. Zhang Lieming was suddenly pulled by Han Xing's hand. Her body tensed up instantly, and she almost instinctively wanted to shake him off. But when she thought about this man, she felt a little strange again. It's hard to describe the feeling, but it was as if, when he held me, I felt a little more secure for no reason. Zhang Lieming felt the force coming from her wrist, and her face turned red with embarrassment. His hands are so strong. Being held by this man, I actually felt a sense of security that I had never felt before. Even her fiancé and family had never given her this feeling. Just then, the view ahead became brighter, and they walked out of the valley, with the view suddenly opening up. Han Xing immediately let go of her hand, and Zhang Liaming's fantasy was suddenly interrupted. For a moment, she actually felt a little lost. Han Xing felt that something was wrong with her face, so he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Zhang Liaming quickly replied, "No, it's okay." There was some guilt and shyness in her voice. Han Xing glanced at her and didn't ask any more questions. Han Xing continued, "Let's go back to the territory first." Zhang Liaming lowered her head and agreed in a low voice. 20 minutes later, they returned to their own territories one after another. This trip to the cave did not yield any results, and I had a fight with a leader monster. No, it cannot be said that there was no gain at all. At least, he brought back several hundred liters of spiritual spring water. Moreover, Han Xing also obtained 2 key pieces of information through the mission introduction. The place where these survivors are located is called the Land Forsaken of the Gods. The indigenous people of this world seem to avoid this place like the plague. So much so that after this strange bird committed a heinous crime, the elves did not dare to rush into the land abandoned by the gods to hunt it down. The second piece of information is that the Elf King capital map may be open later, but Han Xing does not know when exactly. These 2 pieces of information may seem to be of no use, but they are very helpful in helping Han Xing understand this strange world. At this time, Zhang Liaming still kept her head down, not daring to look up at him. Han Xing didn't know what this woman was thinking, so she said, "Ask your man to send the coordinates, and I'll take you there." Ah! Zhang Liaming seemed a little confused. Han Xing continued, "According to the agreement, you accompany me to complete the task, and I will send you to find him." Zhang Liaming asked in confusion, "But didn't you complete the mission?" Han Xing nodded. "It's not completed, but something went wrong this time. These accidents are beyond our control, and we can't blame you. Although I am not a good person, I will still do what I say." Zhang Liaming still stood there in a daze. Han Xing urged speechlessly, "Hurry up." Zhang Liaming suddenly felt a sense of loss in her heart. After a mental struggle, she said softly, "Okay, I'll contact him." Han Xing nodded and waited quietly. 2 minutes later, Zhang Liaming glanced at Han Xing nervously and said, "I can't seem to contact him." Zhang Liaming's face changed, and she seemed to have thought of something. Han Xing reminded me in the morning. The 2-star secret realm that gods whisper and the others are going to challenge is extremely difficult, and there will definitely be casualties. Zhang Liaming's heart sank, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. She said tremblingly, "Is he really in trouble?" Han Xing rolled his eyes at her and said, "You ask me. How should I know?" Zhang Liaming was completely confused at this time, so much so that there was a trace of mist in her eyes. Looking at Han Xing, she felt so aggrieved that she almost cried. Seeing this, Han Xing quickly said, "Stop crying. Maybe your man is just fighting in the secret realm and doesn't have time to reply to you. Let's check back later." Han Xing tried to say it, although he knew that the possibility was very small. Zhang Liaming sobbed softly, then nodded heavily, as if she was holding back the grievance in her heart. Han Xing continued to ask, "What are you going to do now? Or should I just abandon you here? I don't have time to wait for your man to reply." Zhang Liaming raised her head, and a strange thought suddenly came to her mind. She looked at Han Xing with tearful eyes and asked tentatively, "Can I follow you?" Han Xing was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "You wish for it. Follow me and want me to be your free babysitter." Zhang Liaming mustered up her courage and continued to argue. I am very sensible. I can do housework and cook. If I encounter monsters, I can also help fight. I will definitely not hold you back." When she said this, there was a hint of crying in her voice again. After hearing the conditions offered by this woman, Han Xing thought for a moment and shook his head. No! Han Xing's clear rejection made Zhang Lianming feel that the last hope in her heart was wiped out, and she seemed to be unable to stand. "I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Goodbye then." Ignoring Zhang Lianming, who was feeling lost behind him, Han Xing returned to his own Sky Island territory. Just as he was about to control Sky Island to leave, suddenly, a shadow rushed towards them at a high speed in the distant sky. It was so fast that it took only a few seconds to cross several kilometers and appear over Han Xing's territory. Suddenly, a terrible sound of wind was heard in the sky above. Before the Korean star could react, in the sky, a fireball as big as a basin carrying destructive power, suddenly slammed towards Han Xing's territory. Sensing this breath, Cold Ball jumped out of the castle almost instantly. However, even at its speed, it was too late. The next moment, the fireball slammed into the surface of Han Xing's territory and exploded directly. Boom! The huge shock wave directly blew Han Xing away more than 10 meters. Including the cold briquettes that were rushing towards them, they were also blown back by this shock wave. As for Han Xing's 3-story territory, this shot directly blasted out a large pit with a diameter of more than 20 meters. System prompt came. Your territory was bombarded, and the area lost was 423 square meters. Shelling? By whom? Han Xing raised his head blankly and looked at the sky. Suddenly, I saw a big bird with a bald body flying in the air. At this time, this strange bird was carrying a huge cannon on its shoulder with a gold-plated surface and a muzzle diameter of more than 40 centimeters. However, this cannon is already covered with dense cracks. The strange bird's eyes were red at this time, and it was screaming towards the sky, with its eyes filled with the pleasure of revenge. Quack! It is... At this time, Han Xing remembered. He saw in the mural that after the strange bird gained power, it slaughtered an entire town of elves. In other words, this guy is actually a person with a strong sense of revenge. Previously, it suffered at the hands of Meichio and Han Xing, and it was thinking of revenge so quickly. Asshole! Han Xing gritted his teeth and wished he could cut this strange bird into pieces on the spot. At this time, Cold Ball also bared his teeth, his eyes flashed with ferocity, and he was ready to rush into the sky to shoot down the strange bird. However, the strange bird was carrying a powerful weapon at this time, and it also knew the horror of Cold Ball's. The next moment, the muzzle of the gun shifted and aimed fiercely at the oncoming Cold Balls. Cold Ball, come back! Han Xing was horrified. With the terrifying, destructive power of this artillery, it is estimated that just one shot can take it away directly, or even kill it instantly. Although Cold Ball has a 50% chance of dodging, what if it doesn't trigger this time? Han Xing was really panicked. The sudden change caught him off guard. However, the strange bird didn't give him time to think. It pressed a red button on the gilded cannon. This shot was not only aimed at the Cold Ball, but also at the Korean star below. The next moment, a shell carrying a breath of destruction descended again. In this extremely critical moment, Han Xing suddenly noticed that the sky above his head had darkened. An empty island territory of more than 1,000 square meters blocked his head. Territory? Whose? Before he could react, the falling shell had already hit the territory above his head. The next moment, the horrific explosion struck again. Boom! A large pit over 20 meters in diameter was blown out in the middle of the entire territory. This shot seemed to have shattered the core of the territory, and the entire territory of more than 1,000 square meters fell apart at this moment. A familiar figure fell from above my head. Then he fell heavily in front of Han Xing. At this moment, Cold Ball let out an angry roar, rushed into the sky, and fought with the strange bird. The strange bird no longer had the chance to press the button and fire. Below, Han Xing softly read out the name of the beautiful figure. Zhang Liamingwei. There was confusion in his eyes, and he quickly walked to the woman's side and squatted down. Zhang Liaming stared at Han Xing in a daze. However, Han Xing didn't feel any breath on her body. Dead. Han Xing was stunned for a moment, as if he was in a dream. He had never experienced such a scene before. A living life passed away right in front of me, and it's to protect myself. He stood there in a daze. Then, a huge anger suddenly emerged uncontrollably from the depths of my heart. This anger directly consumed him. His eyes turned red, and he instantly raised his head and looked at the strange bird in the sky. A terrible murderous intent burst out from his body. At this moment, the veins on Han Xing's hand, holding the moon-crowned longbow, were bulging uncontrollably. Han Xing has never been so angry in his life. He gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Damn you. I will tear you into pieces." However, at this moment, Zhang Liaming, who was thought to have stopped breathing, suddenly trembled. The next moment, a trickle of bright red blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. Han Xing felt that the woman's nose had regained a little breath. At this moment, the anger in Han Xing's heart suddenly disappeared, and hope was rekindled in his heart. He subconsciously dropped his bow, an arrow, and hurriedly checked Zhang Liaming's injuries. After a moment, Han Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the aftermath of the shell injured his internal organs, and he didn't die on the spot. At this moment, Han Xing felt as if a heavy burden on his shoulders had suddenly been lifted off his shoulders, and he felt relieved. The internal organs were shattered. This kind of injury might be very difficult to treat in the modern society of Blue Star, and it might even be equivalent to a death sentence. But this is a magical world that cannot be explained by science. Everything is possible. All she needs is a bottle of secret life medicine to recover from her injuries. Han Xing helped Zhang Lianming up, placed her in his arms, and then quickly poured a bottle of secret life medicine into her mouth. After a few seconds, a hint of blood appeared on Zhang Lianming's pale face, and her white pupils gradually came into focus. She seemed to have walked through the gates of hell, and the moment she regained consciousness, she took a deep breath. Drink! She subconsciously grabbed Han Xing's arm and squeezed so hard that her nails almost dug into the flesh. Even so, her body was still shaking violently and uncontrollably. Waves of stinging pain spread across his arm, but Han Xing did not struggle to break free. Instead, he let the woman hold him tightly. He knew that Zhang Lianming was terrified. It was just a little bit and he was killed directly. Anyone would be scared silly. If the person is mentally fragile, even if he survives, he may be traumatized for life. Han Xing patted her shoulder gently and said softly, "It's okay. It's okay." These 3 words seemed to carry a special magic that instantly freed Zhang Lianming from the great terror between life and death. She looked at Han Xing with a pale face, then suddenly buried her head in his chest and cried uncontrollably. Woo woo woo. Zhang Lianming threw herself into Han Xing's arms. This time he did not stop her, but let her vent her panic and grief until her chest was soaked with tears. In the sky, the coal ball was still fighting with the strange bird. Seeing that it was no match for its opponent, the strange bird was about to escape again. However, at this time, Han Xing had already made a plan to kill it in his mind. After crying for a while, Zhang Lianming fell into a deep sleep. Han Xing stood up, looked at the strange bird with cold eyes, and said, "I wanted to spare your life in the cave, but now you dare to rush over here to seek death, so I will grant your wish." The next moment, Han Xing waved his hand. A steel giant with a body size of more than 6 meters and exuding a metallic luster suddenly appeared in the territory. The next moment, the psychic puppet soared into the sky. Skill, earthquake shock activated. The strange bird seemed a little dazed, but the moment it saw the elite puppet appear, it realized that something was wrong. He flapped his flesh wings and tried to escape. However, how could Han Xing let it do as it wished? He shot a wind-chasing arrow directly at the heart of the strange bird. The coal briquettes followed closely. In order to avoid the attack, the strange bird's escape was hindered, and it flapped its wings hard, trying to rush into the sky. At this moment, the psychic puppet had already rushed to a height of more than 10 meters. Under Han Xing's command, the psychic puppet stretched out 2 giant steel hands and grabbed the wings of the monster bird. Under the desperate gaze of the strange bird, the psychic puppet grabbed it fiercely, and then pulled it down from the sky. Chapter 70. First Kill Reward. Involving a major event. The psychic puppet stretched out 2 giant iron hands, grabbed the wings of the strange bird, and then pulled it down fiercely. Gah! The huge feeling of falling made the strange bird let out a violent scream. At this moment, a hint of despair appeared in the eyes of the strange bird. It knows that once it loses the ability to fly, death will be waiting for it. Quack! The strange bird kept screaming, as if asking for help. Han Xing felt that a strange aura was rushing towards him at a high speed from the distant Sky Island forest, as if trying to stop him from killing the strange bird. The aura was not strong and seemed to be weakening. However, at this time, Han Xing had already made up his mind to kill the strange bird. Today, no one can save you no matter who you call. The next moment, Han Xing waved his hand again, and 7 psychic puppets suddenly appeared. 8 steel giants, each over 4 meters tall, occupied all sight. Just looking at it gives people a complete visual shock. The aura was still rushing towards them at a high speed and getting closer and closer. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly said to the forest in a cold voice, "If you want to be exposed now, then come out." As soon as he finished speaking, the momentum of the strange aura in the forest suddenly stopped. At this time, the leader-level monster bird had been smashed to the ground by the elite puppet. Boom! There was a strong impact on the ground. The fall caused the strange bird to spit out blood and feel as if all its internal organs were shattered. After landing, it was about to continue struggling. At this time, 8 psychic puppets surrounded the strange bird, leaving it no chance to escape. And in the encirclement, there are coal balls that continue to cause damage to it. The strange bird kept making shrill cries, but what was waiting for it were metal fists as big as wash basins and streaks of black light. Bang! 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 The psychic puppet punched out again and again, each punch hitting the flesh, causing the strange bird to scream in pain. In a short period of time, the strange bird had many wounds on its body, and blood and flesh were flying everywhere. Its breath became weaker and weaker, and it could only place its last hope on the breath in the mountains and forests. However, I don't know whether he was afraid of the fighting power of these puppets or what Han Xing had just said. In the forest, the terrifying aura gradually retreated. At this moment, the strange bird was completely desperate. In the last moments of its life, it saw only a few terrifying metal feet that occupied all its sight. Bang! 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 After a series of screams, this level 10 monster bird leader was trampled to death by several psychic puppets. Looking at the bloody corpse on the ground that was no longer in human form, Han Xing exhaled deeply, and the anger in his heart gradually subsided. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his ears. Successfully killed the bird Caleb, a 1-star leader-level creature. You gain experience points *18,000, and your pet Coalball gains experience points 14,400. System announcement. Because you are the first survivor in the server to kill a boss-level monster, you will receive the first kill reward. Spirit Core *5,000, Space Backpack Blueprint, Blue, *1, and you will receive an additional reward. Blood Curse Anti-Agent Formula *1. Another first kill reward? Han Xing was immediately surprised. There is also a blue backpack blueprint. Before, Han Xing felt that his backpack space was not enough, but he didn't expect that the first kill reward would directly give him a blue space backpack blueprint. Han Xing even wanted to check the reward right now, but when he thought of the terrifying existence in the forest, he temporarily put these things into his backpack and immediately controlled the Sky Island to move away from here. After more than 10 minutes, they were already dozens of kilometers away from the forest. Han Xing then slowly said, "This place should be far enough." Fortunately, the thing didn't catch up. He breathed a sigh of relief. Although I don't know what is inside the cave, I also don't know how powerful it is. But just based on that kind of terrifying aura that can make people's hearts throb constantly, it is at least possible to show that he has a stronger strength than the monster bird leader. Fortunately, Han Xing inferred from the details in the mural that the aura should not want to be exposed to people. Otherwise, it would not have been hiding behind the strange bird all the time. His threat really worked. After escaping danger, Han Xing began to check the properties of the backpack blueprint. Space Backpack, Blue, can create a backpack with 100 to 200 slots of storage space, with some attribute amplification effects. Materials required for production: Spirit Core 200, High Quality Animal Hide 3, Ether *2000. Production success rate 25%. With the bonus of the God-level Craftsman's talent, the production success rate has reached 100%. Equipment requirements: LV10. Han Xing nodded and said, "Yes, the blue backpack has at least 100 slots of space, which is much larger than the capacity of my current space backpack. However, there is just an additional restriction that you can only equip equipment at level 10, which is not a big deal for me." After killing the level 10 boss monster, his experience bar soared to 95%, and he would be able to reach level 9 soon. With his current upgrade speed, level 10 is not so far away. At this time, Han Xing took out another reward item from his backpack. Blood Curse Antidote Recipe. Based on this recipe, a potion that can remove the blood curse can be made. Antibiotic formula? What is the blood curse? Han Xing became interested. This recipe was somewhat different from the 2 recipes he had obtained before. There is even a long text introduction below. Equals. Before the Great Collapse, the Witch Clan, as one of the 100 clans in the Holy Spirit realm, possessed powerful strength. One day, when the chief of the witch tribe was performing a tribal ceremony, he heard a whisper in his ear. He believed that it was the spirit of his dead ancestors talking to him, guiding him to that noble and sacred place. He asked the voice how to lead the witch clan to prosperity. The voice was silent for a moment, then said a few words. Faith, sacrifice, blood. When the leader of the Wu clan heard the instructions, he was overjoyed. His ancestors had responded, and there was hope for the revival of the Wu clan. Since then, he has been communicating and interacting with that voice. Until that day, he finally received the complete sacrificial information. The leader of the witch tribe then realized that this sacrifice was too huge and it would take the strength of the entire tribe to complete it. Therefore, he called back the witch tribes from all over the world, and a grand and massive sacrifice was underway. However, it was that sacrifice that attracted four terrifying beings from another dimension. The four beings have unknown names, pasts, and abilities. The only thing they have in common is that they all have the ability to spread curses, and the speed and intensity of the spread are unprecedented. When the four terrible curses spread rapidly throughout the entire territory of the Witch clan like wildfire. That night, the Wu clan was almost wiped out. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, the Elf King and the Giant King, who were at the peak of their powers, came with their clan's sacred objects to stop the curse. But even so, they only managed to kill two strange creatures with great difficulty. Two of the strange beings escaped back into the different dimension. The crisis was resolved, and the remaining witches began to recuperate. However, what the Elf King and the Giant King did not notice was that at the place where the strange creature was killed, a drop of bright red blood penetrated into the soil. This drop of blood is one of the sources of the curse. Many years later, a terrifying being awakened again. He was preparing to unleash another terrible disaster. But after experiencing a failure, this being became more cautious. He planned to proceed slowly and lay out his plan slowly. And he has found the right target. Under his intentional or unintentional manipulation, the remnant spirit of this existence successfully arrived at the land abandoned by the gods. He planned to complete his plan in this place where the creatures of the Holy Spirit realm dared not enter. Now his layout is about to be completed. At that time, the sky of the entire land abandoned by the gods will be dyed red with blood. This strange phenomenon is called the blood tide. Under the tide of blood, all living beings will uncontrollably transform into deformed and terrifying creatures. Only creatures who have taken the blood curse resistance agent can be immune to this curse. After reading this long recipe introduction, Han Xing took a deep breath. He originally thought that this was just a simple medicine recipe, but he didn't expect that there was a huge incident behind it. Who was the one who was planning? Does it have anything to do with the aura in the forest just now? The blood tide break out? Han Xing didn't know all this. He only knew that if no one stopped it, the disaster would come sooner or later. Han Xing took a deep breath and lowered his head to think. At present, among all the human survivors, I should be the only one who has this information. I don't know if the natives of this world know about this, but I don't think they know about it. And I can't get in touch with them right now, let alone tell them about it. And the prop information above seems to mention that the place I'm in, the abandoned land of the gods, is a place that even the natives of this world dare not easily set foot in. In other words, if this disaster breaks out, the billions of humans on the blue planet will be the first to bear the brunt. This is trouble. Han Xing frowned. Under the blood tide, all living things will mutate. And one must possess the blood curse resistance agent to resist this curse? Han Xing seemed to have captured some key information, and he suddenly realized the importance of the medicine formula in his hand. One day in the future, if a blood tide breaks out, this potion of his may even become the key to determining the outcome of the battle. Thinking of this, Han Xing directly clicked on the recipe to learn, and then checked the materials needed for making it. Blood curse antidote. Can remove the blood curse after taking it. Materials required for production. Cursed blood *1. Holy aurora *1. Witchroot grass *1. Spirit core *100. The formula for making the medicine was not complicated, but Han Xing had never heard of 3 of the key ingredients. It seems that these materials are not available at this stage. I'll go to the trading channel to take a look when I have a chance. After reading the information on the recipe, Han Xing's heart seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. Chapter 71. Special Equipment. Molten Gold Cannon. Ever since reading the introduction to the recipe, Han Xing's heart has been shrouded in a shadow. The blood tide, just by hearing the name, suggests an unimaginable catastrophe. Even the once powerful witch clan was almost wiped out. As for these survivors from Blue Star, even those who are currently upgrading the fastest are only at level 7 or 8, and none of them are even first-class professionals. The bottom of this world, cannon fodder. In a disaster, everyone will be affected. Even Korean stars don't have the slightest confidence to resist a disaster of this level. Han Xing felt a sense of urgency. He must improve his strength as soon as possible, at least to have some power to protect himself when the blood tide breaks out. Han Xing turned his gaze back to the front. The territory was now in a mess, with traces of fighting everywhere. 8 huge psychic puppets stood quietly. Han Xing glanced at the ground and saw Zhang Lianming was still in a coma. So he made a bed and placed it on his territory, then gently picked up Zhang Lianming. Lianming, who was in a coma, was unaware of all this. Han Xing only felt a soft body held in his hands, and a unique body fragrance penetrated his nose. Han Xing put Zhang Lianming on the bed to rest. He said with a strange look on his face, "This woman is so soft." Then, Han Xing took all 8 puppets back into the storage space. The view of the territory became broad again. The first thing that caught the eye was a huge pit over 20 meters in diameter, which was blasted out by this strange bird using some strange artillery. The corners of Han Xing's mouth twitched, and he quickly controlled the extra territory to repair the huge hole. Then, he walked up to the inhuman corpse of the strange bird and kicked it angrily. "Damn it, you destroyed more than 400 square meters of my territory with one cannon. If my territory wasn't big enough, I would have fallen into your hands today." At this time, Han Xing was somewhat glad that he built the castle on the core of the territory. If others want to attack their core, they must first destroy the castle's 1,000 defense points. The monster bird's previous shot only knocked down less than 60 points of the castle's defense. Looking at the corpse of the strange bird, Han Xing was furious. At this moment, Han Xing suddenly thought, can the body of this strange bird be decomposed? He tried to click. The system prompt appears. "Do you want to decompose the body of the strange bird, Caleb, 1-star leader creature?" "It really works." Han Xing nodded directly. Decomposition successful. Obtained 1 monster bird head, 2 monster bird eyeballs, 7 cursed blood. Monster bird head, a mission item. With the monster bird head, you can go to the Elf King's capital to claim the reward. Strange bird eyeball, a special item, seems to be the medium of some alchemical array. Cursed blood, a special material that contains a hint of curse and seems to be able to be used to make some kind of potion. Han Xing noticed the third prop. One of the ingredients required in the blood curse resistance formula he obtained was cursed blood. Unexpectedly, this strange bird could be decomposed. And this strange bird is together with the terrifying creature in the cave. It seems that his conclusion is probably correct. The aura in the cave is most likely related to the blood tide that is about to erupt. No wonder the system's first kill reward would give me such a potion recipe. After dealing with the body of the strange bird, Han Xing prepared to clean up the messy territory. At this moment, the little coal ball suddenly jumped to Han Xing's feet. Han Xing asked in confusion, "What's wrong, coal ball?" Coal ball tickled Han Xing's boots. Then his figure flashed and appeared near the castle. Han Xing followed its figure and looked closely, and saw a huge gold-plated cannon appear in the corner of the castle. "Oh my god, isn't this the cannon that the strange bird used to attack me?" At this time, Han Xing vaguely remembered. The elite puppet rushed into the sky, and when it pulled the strange bird down, the cannon on its shoulder fell down. The power of this artillery is extremely strong. As someone who has experienced it personally, Han Xing knows it very well. With one shot, it even blasted a gap in his own territory. If it hit him, even an elite psychic puppet would not be able to withstand it. This thing is a real treasure and a powerful weapon. After the surprise, there is uncontrollable ecstasy. Han Xing felt his breathing become a little rapid. He hurried over and picked up the golden cannon. The item properties appeared before my eyes. Melted gold cannon level 10, golden special equipment. Quality, rare, attack power 436, 472, attached special effect, explosion. When the shell contacts an object, it causes 150% impact damage, then detonates the shell, causing 80% blasting damage to all objects within 20 meters around it. Attached special effect, burnout. Units attacked by the molten gold cannon will be subjected to a layer of burning embers, which will continue to burn their lives. Remaining durability, 2/50ths. Each attack consumes 1 durability. When the durability reaches 0, the equipment will become scrapped and cannot be repaired. Looking at the cracked surface of the artillery, Han Xing's excited heart suddenly sank. Only 2 points of durability left? Does that mean I can only fire 2 more rounds? Han Xing felt a little regretful. At this time, he tentatively clicked on the durability of the molten gold cannon. The system prompt appears. Do you want to repair the special equipment, the melting gold cannon? Materials required for repair. 48 eternal gold ingots, 48 invigorating stones, 48 spiritual cores, 4,800 rare earths. After the repair is successful, the durability will be restored to full value. It really works. Han Xing's eyes showed a look of surprise. After a pause, he continued to think. However, the materials for repairing this thing are quite high-end. The Hengjian ingot and the Jinqing stone are also things I have never come into contact with. Even in the entire 107th district, I am afraid that they cannot be obtained. Han Xing glanced at the durability of the molten gold cannon, exhaled and said, after the durability is reset to 0, it can no longer be used. In other words, I can only fire one more shell before I find enough materials. After thinking for a moment, Han Xing shook his head and said, forget it, one shot is good. At least, I have one more trump card in my hand. Thinking of this, Han Xing stopped worrying about it. Then he began to organize his territory. About half an hour later, Zhang Lianming woke up from her coma and found that she had been lying on the bed without knowing when. As soon as I opened my eyes, Han Xing's back immediately came into view. She was confused for a moment. Then she thought of the scene when Han Xing held her in his arms before she fainted, and her face turned red with embarrassment. So much so that her breathing became a little rapid. Han Xing heard the noise behind him and slowly walked over. At this time, Zhang Lianming was lying on the bed in a side-lying position, which further highlighted her graceful figure. Zhang Lianming has a unique temperament of maturity, yet a hint of youthfulness, which makes people unable to take their eyes away at just one glance. Notice the Korean star approaching. Zhang Lianming's body tensed up instantly, and the 10 delicate and lovely toes of her slender feet were hooked together. In order to hide her nervousness, she closed her eyes again, trying to pretend that she was still unconscious. However, Han Xing's words rang in his ears. All right, your panting is so heavy that I can hear it from more than 10 meters away. Zhang Lianming sat up instantly, lowered her head, her face flushed with shame, and looked very embarrassed. Han Xing didn't say much, but said solemnly, thank you very much this time. This thank you comes from the heart. After all, she did save her life. Zhang Lianming clearly felt that Han Xing's attitude had softened a lot. Han Xing is indifferent to strangers, but he can no longer be indifferent to those who are willing to risk their lives to save him. Zhang Lianming nodded softly. At this time, Han Xing asked again, what are your plans next? When this topic was mentioned, Zhang Lianming suddenly felt a little confused. Yeah, where else can I go? The core territory was destroyed, and she couldn't even rebuild it. Without Sky Island, she couldn't even move freely in this world. Han Xing saw her dilemma and asked, how about your man? Still no reply. Zhang Lianming seemed to have thought of this as well. She quickly looked at her message, and the next moment, Han Xing saw a sad expression on her face. He's dead. Dead. Han Xing was surprised. Zhang Lianming nodded slightly. His chat window turned black, and the system showed that the survivor had been eliminated and could no longer be contacted. At this point, Zhang Lianming couldn't control the tears that flowed out of her eyes. Han Xing was stunned for a moment, but after thinking about it, he realized it was expected. That guy didn't listen to Zhang Lianming's advice and insisted on doing what he wanted. They didn't even know how difficult the secret realm was, yet they dared to challenge the 2-star secret realm. Death is also a normal thing. After a moment, Han Xing could only say, my condolences. Zhang Lianming was still sobbing quietly at this time, but for some reason, she found that she was not as sad as she thought. After all, she and Lu Zikai had just become engaged, and in terms of familiarity, she was not even as familiar as the receptionist in his company. He didn't even know Zhang Lianming's mother's name and never cared about his own affairs. Before, she always wanted to find Lu Zikai because he was the only person she could contact in this world. Since coming into this world, she has never felt safe for a single day. She just imagined Lu Zikai as her spiritual pillar when she was afraid. But after spending these 2 days together, the spiritual pillar in her mind seemed to have quietly changed. She looked at the man in front of her. Although we have only been together for 2 days, he has given me a sense of security that I have never felt since I was a child. Half an hour later, when Zhang Lianming calmed down, Han Xing walked up to her and seemed to have made some decision. Han Xing slowly said, Zhang Lianming, please stay. Chapter 72. New members of the territory. Han Xing slowly said, Zhang Lianming, please stay. Zhang Lianming raised her head and looked at Han Xing blankly, seeming a little bit unbelievable. Han Xing continued, your core territory was destroyed because you saved me. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't repay a favor. Next, if you have nowhere else to go, stay here first. I will also find other ways to help you recover your territory. What do you think? Han Xing finished his words, but Zhang Lianming only heard the last sentence. Stay here with me first. She raised her head and asked tentatively, Can I really stay here? Han Xing nodded and said, you can stay here until you have your own territory. Of course, if you have other ideas, you can tell me. Zhang Lieming immediately said excitedly. I. She was about to say, I do, but then she felt something was wrong, so she changed her words. She said sincerely, thank you. After she finished speaking, a bright smile appeared on her face, which was a kind of happiness and joy from the heart. Zhang Lieming herself is extremely beautiful, and with this smile, she looks like a blooming crabapple flower. For a moment, the Korean stars were stunned. After a few seconds, Han Xing reacted, coughed awkwardly twice, and changed the subject. By the way, are you hungry? If you are hungry, come over and eat. I'm going to make barbecue. Lieming heard the sound of food. Her stomach growled, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Han Xing didn't care, but lit a bonfire himself, then took out the fine iron arrows and started grilling meat. The cut pieces of animal meat made crackling sounds as they were roasted over the charcoal fire. The surface secretes golden oil. Han Xing turned the meat over from time to time and sprinkled some seasoning on it. Soon, the aroma filled the entire camp. Zhang Lianming squatted aside, watching Han Xing's movements with a smile, and said, your movements are so skillful. Do you often grill meat yourself? Zhang Lianming didn't know that her squatting posture not only brought out the magnificence of her chest, but also highlighted the round curve of her buttocks, which was clearly visible. Han Xing just took a glance and quickly turned his eyes away. Monster, don't even think about destroying my moral integrity. Han Xing nodded and replied, there is no other food in this world. We basically eat meat every day. I do have some vegetable seeds here, but I don't want to farm. It's too troublesome. Lieming heard about vegetable seeds. Her eyes lit up. Can you give me the seeds? Han Xing understood what she meant and asked, do you want to farm? Zhang Lieming nodded seriously, holding her chin, and replied, my dream since childhood is to have my own garden. I want to grow a lot of fruits, vegetables, and various flowers in it. Seeing her excited expression, Han Xing casually threw a few packets of vegetable seeds to her and said, take them. I'll make some tools later. Zhang Lieming looked at Han Xing with gratitude. The two of them tacitly agreed not to talk about Lu Zikai anymore. Zhang Lieming carefully put the seeds into her backpack, then looked at Han Xing, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. Han Xing said, just ask whatever you want to ask. Don't be so reserved. Zhang Lieming stammered, that's it. I don't even know your name yet. Han Xing seemed to remember this after hearing this. So far, although Zhang Lieming had introduced himself, he had not said his name. He felt completely speechless. I say, Miss Zhang, you didn't even know my name, yet you dared to risk your life to save me? What were you thinking at that time? Zhang Lieming looked very embarrassed and said, I'm not thinking anything. I just feel that you saved me once, so I should save you too. Besides, you are so powerful. I believe you won't let me die. Zhang Lianming smiled foolishly, and there was a hint of admiration in her eyes as she looked at Han Xing. Han Xing just stared at her silently. Zhang Lianming seemed a little embarrassed to be stared at, so she lowered her head shyly. After a moment, Han Xing said, my name is Han Xing. Then, Han Xing turned and walked towards the castle. Zhang Lianming whispered the name, Han Xing. At this time, Han Xing's voice came from the front. Zhang Lianming, come here. Zhang Lianming stood up and obediently walked to Han Xing. When she raised her head and looked at the castle that was nearly 20 meters high, curiosity appeared in her eyes. Zhang Lianming exclaimed, wow, what a big castle. Xinger, is this your home? Han Xing heard her last sentence. His eyes suddenly widened and asked, what did you just call me? Xinguer. Don't you like me calling you that? Zhang Lianming stared at him blankly with her big, innocent eyes. This woman is a few years older than me, but she still looks very young, with a sense of maturity and immaturity. Calling myself Brother Xing doesn't seem to be inappropriate. Han Xing shook her head helplessly. It was just a name, she could call him whatever she wanted. Led Zhang Lianming into the castle. Han Xing turned around and said, this castle is very big. There are basically rooms under each tower. You can choose any room to live in. Zhang Lianming asked with a confused look in her eyes. Xinga, do you mean that I can live in the castle too? Yes. Is there any problem? Han Xing replied. Zhang Lianming quickly shook her head, feeling as if she were in a dream. She has been in this world for nearly half a month. She has always used the sky as her blanket and the ground as her bed. She just put up a tent as her temporary residence. This is also the current situation of the vast majority of survivors. Liaming was already extremely grateful that Han Xing had taken her in. Even if she could just sleep in a tent outside the territory like before, she would feel very satisfied. She had never thought that Han Xing would let her live in the castle. For a moment, Zhang Liaming felt deeply grateful to Han Xing. She thanked him solemnly. "Xing, thank you." Han Xing was speechless. It was just a room assigned to her. Was it that big of a deal? Han Xing continued. "The room at the top of the central tower is mine, and the others are yours to choose. After you've chosen, take a look at what furniture you need, and I'll make it for you." Zhang Lianming nodded softly and looked at the huge space in the castle with a confused look in her eyes, because she didn't know which room she should choose. After a moment, she seemed to muster up the courage and asked softly, "Xing, can I live in the room below you?" After saying this, Zhang Lianming felt her face was red and almost burning, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. Han Xing glanced at her. Although he wanted to refuse, he gave up after thinking about it when he thought about how this woman had saved his life. Han Xing nodded. Zhang Lianming exhaled lightly and said softly, "That's great." After arriving at the room in the middle of the tower, created a new set of furniture for Zhang Lianming, including a bed, a table, a mirror, and a moonlight lamp. Time quietly came into the late night. Then, Han Xing also made several sets of clothes for her, all of which were ordinary pajama styles. That's the convenience of this world. As long as you have drawings and materials, you can make things anytime and anywhere. And these basic things can be found in the furniture drawings, daily necessities drawings, and basic tool drawings. After a busy day, Han Xing was tired. He returned home and fell asleep on the bed. Cobalt was lying at Han Xing's feet. Without Han Xing's order for the past 2 days, it had stayed in the room and had not left at all. The night deepens. Han Xing's castle has changed differently from before because tonight, another person is staying here. At this time, Zhang Lianming was lying on the bed, her 2 legs tightly clamped around the pillow, in a side-lying position, tossing and turning, but unable to fall asleep. Not comfortable. It's been a long time since I felt what it was like to sleep in a bed. She couldn't help but think about what had happened in the past 2 days. Since she met Han Xing, her life has changed dramatically. Not only did he save her from the kobolds, but he also gave her a warm home. At this moment, Zhang Lianming felt that this man was simply the light of life sent by God to save her. It allowed her to experience a sense of security she had never felt before in this crisis-ridden world. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel fortunate for her actions at the time, and secretly said in her heart, "Fortunately, I had the courage to ask you for help, he." At this moment, Zhang Lianming suddenly twitched his nose. "Suck it." She tentatively smelled the pillow, and when she found that there was no scent of Korean star on it, her face immediately turned disappointed. At this moment, she seemed to realize that her actions just now were a bit perverted. She was so shy that she buried her face deep under the pillow. The next morning, Han Xing got up from the bed on time. However, as soon as I opened the door, I saw a magnificent couple. A sexy beauty wearing only a thin pajamas and a white apron tied around her chest was standing respectfully at the door. This beauty is naturally Zhang Lianming. She was holding 2 bowls of steaming rice porridge in her hands. However, Han Xing discovered that the pajamas he made were obviously a little small in size. When worn on Zhang Lianming, they looked very tight, and her body curves were almost fully visible. The moment he saw her outfit, Han Xing couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. Damn it, wearing an apron and pajamas so early in the morning, which young man with a strong blood can withstand such a test? Han Xing quickly turned his eyes to the side, coughed twice, and asked, "Why are you up so early?" Zhang Lianming chuckled and nodded. "I heard you say that eating meat every day is not good for your health, so I got up early and made 2 bowls of porridge for you. See what flavor you like." She was holding 2 bowls of steaming porridge in her hands. Han Xing saw millet, red dates, and some vegetable seeds in them. "It will be all right." Han Xing nodded and said, "Come in, there is a table on my balcony. We can eat there." Zhang Lianming took cautious steps and followed Han Xing into the room. Her eyes were full of curiosity as she kept looking around Han Xing's room. At this moment, she seemed to notice the coal balls lying on the bed and exclaimed, "Ah, what a cute little puppy." She quickly put the porridge in her hand aside and was about to touch the coal ball. But she saw Coal Ball stood up from the bed in an instant, baring his fangs and looking at her fiercely. Zhang Lianming was at a loss for a moment. Han Xing then reminded, Megu is a wolf. It doesn't like strangers to touch it, so you'd better not get close. After hearing what Han Xing said, Zhang Lieming gave up the idea of stroking Cobalt, but her eyes were still on the little wolf cub with a doting look on her face. Zhang Lieming picked up the hot porridge again and sat opposite Han Xing. On the small balcony on the top floor, Zhang Lieming looked at the scenery outside and exclaimed, "Wow, the view here is really good. I didn't expect that there would be such living conditions in this world. I thought everyone was sleeping in tents like me." Han Xing did not take up the topic, but took a bite of the millet porridge, which was warm in the mouth and had a delicate taste. He said appreciatively, "It tastes good. As long as you like it." Zhang Lieming smiled foolishly. "I also know how to make many kinds of porridge, and I can make different breakfasts. I'm a good cook. As long as I have the ingredients, I can cook for you in different ways every day." Han Xing nodded. He had indeed heard Zhang Lieming mention that she seemed to be a good cook. In such a dangerous world, there is still someone who can cook for you. After thinking about it, it seems not bad. After breakfast, Zhang Lieming skillfully cleared the dishes on the table and went downstairs. At this moment, Cheng Jianyong and Shun Yun sent messages in the discussion group. Cheng Jianyong: "Brother Xing, Shun Yun and I are about to meet up. When will you come over?" Han Xing suddenly remembered at this time that he did say that they should converge at the same coordinates. But because of Zhang Lieming's mission fragment, he forgot about it. Not only was it not getting closer to them, it was even further away. At this time, Han Xing thought for a moment and said, "I have a mission here. I'm a bit far away. I may not be able to reach you in a short time. I will have to go there in a few days." At this time, Chen Yun said, "Brother Xing, do you want the two of us to come over and find you?" Han Xing thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "No need for now. Since you two are about to meet up, hurry up to form a team and upgrade, and get the rewards from the rankings first. When the teleportation array is built, you can come over at any time." Cheng Jianyong and Xin Yun seem to have thought of this as well. Among the rewards in this ranking list, the top 100 have a preliminary teleportation array blueprint. With the strength of the two of them and the help provided by Korean stars, it is not difficult to win ranking rewards. At this time, Han Xing thought for a moment and continued, "By the way, Cheng Jianyong, Xin Yun, I have something important to tell you." Both of them looked stern. Even Korean stars say important things, so it means that this matter is really serious.